are back with more carnage here in the BLAST Premier.
And he's going to keep going. Incredible transfer. Shutting down the offense. 1 second, and he goes all the way. You are kidding.
Everything that's happening is just so unreasonable.
The brutality is back as the showdown returns. 16 teams split over 2 regions, but only 1 spot for each at the coveted Spring Finals in June. My name is Freya. Joining me, as always, a staple of this Danish desk. We've got Pimp to my right. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Freya. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. I'm even better because we've got a new addition to the desk. We've got Nifty joining us up here. How are you doing today?
Absolutely. I'm so happy to be back. This is my 3rd BLAST event. I did 2 in 2019, so here I am.
Back in business. And this is going to be really exciting as well. We've got so many teams coming up for the showdown. And as we always say, it's so savage here.
Yeah, you gotta win. You gotta win your bracket if you want to proceed to the next stage. So there's gonna be a lot of losers and unfortunately only 2 winners.
Well, we're very excited to be getting into it. So let's kick things off with the 2022 Spring Showdown.
You really don't want to be in the showdown.
It's a great opportunity for us. I think it's going to bring out everyone's A game because it's only 1 spot on the line.
The Eagles are good and all, but you're going to have to do a lot more than that. Second headshot for Stout. We need more. Oh!
We don't want to underestimate any opponents. It's full focus from game 1.
It's his moment. It's his position that could still stop this in its tracks. 3 headshots from Plopsky, bomb included.
We just want to play and yeah, and try to do our best.
Davy G finds 1, finds 2, finds 3, Davy G!
It's a tough road ahead of us.
Looks away, turns back, gets the first. Now, needs to find some more. Nice shot onto Jacob and the 3rd as he swings out.
Expectations, we're not going to set any, but we want to have fun. We want to showcase our skill. We want to show to the world that we exist.
Oh my god.
We will fight. We will see what happens.
Glaive falls down. A no-scope to the spine of Shush. Oh, a second!
As Tezza said, you cannot underestimate anybody coming into the showdown. We say it is savage for a reason. One of those reasons, Pimp, it is single elimination best of 3s coming into this. 1 loss and you are out of the tournament.
That's it. 1 bad day, 1 bad match, and you will be out of the tournament. And there's a lot of quality teams in this tournament as well. So honestly, Freya, there's no space at all for any mistakes.
Speaking of quality, who are you looking at as hopefully making it all the way to the finals in this bracket, Nifty?
I would be specifically eyeballing Heroic, and then for the North American side of the bracket, Freya or Liquid, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the EU teams
the
right
EU teams,
now.
yes.
Yeah, we've got this on the screen.
Heroic, and then either Astralis or NIP. That's what I would like to see in the EU side of the bracket.
Are you thinking the same thing, Pim?
Yeah, Heroic to me are the favorite so far. I think they have looked very solid, especially during the qualifier for the major as well. And then NIP with Mr. Brolan as well. They played well, showed a bit of weakness against Copenhagen Flames in a rough loss, but outside of that, that's to me a very interesting team.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see his debut for the side of NIP as well. Of course, as Nifty was alluding to, we do have our second bracket here, the Americas teams coming into it. That's going to start a little bit later on in the show today. We've got 3 best of 3s on the cards. Anybody that you're specifically looking at for this one, Jake?
The easy answer would be Freya and Team Liquid, but I do have high hopes for Complexity. I think that's a team that every time I see them play, they get slowly, I guess, better and better and better. So maybe this is the time where they actually pull up a big upset.
Any underdogs that you're thinking for this too?
Underdogs, I think, could be Godsent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Particular reason?
Well, they've had a lot of great performances, but they're kind of like starting this trend. They're on the on-ramp right now. They're going up. And I think they have a really great starting match against EG. So this is their opportunity to face up against Furia most likely, and maybe they could take themselves to the final and we could have a surprise.
Well, we're going to be seeing over the course of the next 5 days so much action left to ensure. Of course, all these teams fighting for just 2 spots left here at the Spring Finals. Jacob, we were starting off the year looking at the Spring Group. 6 incredible teams going to be gracing the stage there. So even if you make it through the showdown, there is no easy ride once you make it to LAN in Lisbon.
It's only getting harder, right? It's already hard enough to qualify for the Spring Finals, but once you get in there, you go up against the likes of Na'Vi, Vitality, D2, FaZe, you name it. So you're spot on, Freya. It only gets tougher and tougher.
And it's going to be incredible to be back in Lisbon with a crowd once again. It's going to be absolutely awesome. I wasn't in attendance last time. I don't think any of us were, but man, just looking at the atmosphere there in Lisbon is going to be absolutely fantastic, to say the least. Make sure you're getting your tickets to be heading to that LAN stage there. Of course, we are leading into the World Final as well. It's a huge circuit here at BLAST Premier. One of the teams qualified is, of course, FaZe Clan coming through EPL, and that's no surprise really, seeing how incredible they've been so far this year.
Absolutely. I mean, they killed it in EPL, and then they immediately followed that right up. So FaZe, I think that they are trained to go attack this major, and to see them in the final at the end, it's going to be a blessing.
And it's going to be really interesting to see how a lot of these teams are qualifying as well. Of course, as we were alluding to, the winner of the spring final will be catapulting themselves to that world final as well. We've got the winners of the major as well, the winners from the leaderboard too. There's a whole mix of eclectic teams coming into this tournament.
To make it simple, if you're not a championship quality caliber of a team, you're not going to make it for the world final. So you got to be able to win tournaments. You got to be able to take some trophies if you want to be there.
And we're talking about championship caliber. There's a reason for that, because we're taking a look at the prize pool for this tournament. $1 million total. Nifty, what would you buy if you were winning, you know, that first place, $500,000? What would you get?
Oh my goodness, I don't know. Maybe some property.
Yeah,
just to make it simple. Just to make it simple. Yeah, get some equity on the board.
I mean, there's a lot coming up for this series of BLAST. We can take a look at the schedule coming into just today's games. Of course, 3 best-of-3s, as we said, on the cards. EG versus Godsent to be rounding off our day in the North American division. Then hits Heroic taking on Team NKT. But first off, the brutality begins with Copenhagen Flames taking on ENCE.
The bracket is gonna be pretty tough.
You really have to be one of the best ones when you're playing the tournament.
I'm not sure it's going to be really difficult.
No matter what, we have to bring our A game to win all 3 matches.
This is gonna be hard.
But I also think that it's not something that we cannot overcome.
I think we definitely have a good chance of upsetting.
Playing like an underdog or the favorites is always tough mentally.
I think we have a big chance to upset those teams.
I do think they have something to lose. Now they've made it to the showdown, and now they have to prove themselves, right?
Preparing for these big teams is slowly, like, it's a progress, right?
There is no an easy match.
I think every team there is there for a reason.
All the teams here are good, and they can compete against each other.
I think the first match for us is probably gonna be the easiest.
I don't think we're gonna have like too much of an issue in terms of like playing against some of the top teams in the world.
As I said, we can upset big teams as well, I think, yeah.
forever right now the ability to upset a lot of really high-level teams. So I think they are the chaotic element in this group right now.
Looks away, turns back, gets the first. Now needs to find some more. Nice shot onto Jacob and the third as he swings out.
Copenhagen Flames are kind of the team that for a long time was not even looked at in Danish Counter-Strike until the last major when they proved that they could do a hell of a lot more. And they've survived since, and they're still playing really good Counter-Strike.
The debut series of the Spring Showdown and a hometown blaze looking to ignite. Copenhagen Flames are clashing with ENCE. Nifty, why is this such an exciting matchup to be beginning the Spring Showdown here?
So it's actually perfect because they've actually only had one head-to-head, and ENCE was playing with K, which is this Polish stand-in player. So they didn't even have their full roster at the time. So this is an important first face-off for them. But not only is that, it's exciting because the players on both of these rosters, I think we're looking at the future generation of legends here. So this is very important. You know, we've got the Danish roster, and then we've got ENCE. So I think each of them bring a different style of play, but it's very important to watch some of the players on these teams, especially Copenhagen Flames. I'm really looking out for them. So there's a lot of beauty.
Listen, both teams could qualify. Both teams are good enough to qualify for the finals, right? I think it's two quality teams. We saw them doing the Arma do well as well. You said potentially future legends. I think there's some very interesting names in there. They're very young. You have Snappy, the old guy, you know, surrounding himself with a lot of talent in ENCE. So there's a lot of different storylines you can pick apart right here. But I guess the one comment they have is the quality on the server lately have been very, very good.
Yeah, and it's interesting you say, you know, both of these teams have the caliber to qualify for the Spring Finals, because technically they can't, because there's literally only one team coming from this side of the bracket as well. Who are you particularly putting under the spotlight then when you're talking about this sort of future stars, the stars of tomorrow? Who are you looking at?
I think you have to look at Spinks. I think he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player. We saw it during the RMR. He owned everyone. He dropped the 40 bomb. We don't see that every day. It's a guy who has that ability to take over the server and be, I guess, a deciding factor with the rifle as well. We often look at the AWP players and we tell ourselves that those are the star players of the world. Those are the guys having to dictate the pace. But this guy on your screen, he did it during the RMR. He's done it the last 3 months. He's a quality Counter-Strike player.
What are you looking at stylistically then from Spinks coming into this matchup in particular when you're talking about, you know, star levels on both sides of the server?
Absolutely. I mean, he's been so impactful in just about every game that they've played. You know, this is the guy to watch from ENCE. So, I mean, he's strong with the rifle. He knows how to move around the map. He knows how to play his positions. He's a great teammate from what I understand. So, I mean, I think we're just going to see strong play out of him consistently.
Well, you spoke about Snappy earlier, Pimp. I believe we do have a few words from Maiden about the in-game leader of ENCE.
Now, Snappy, right? A very experienced player, the in-game leader for you. What is he like for you personally? Because he's praised very highly within the players I've spoken to that have worked with him.
I think he's incredibly good IGL, and he will make the players pretty comfortable, like feeling in the game. He will let you do the moves, and then he will try to fit those moves and those plays you're gonna do in the structure that we are making. So basically, he just wants to make all 5 players comfortable in their roles. So yeah, so it's pretty good with him.
And do you feel that you have a lot of freedom within this roster?
Yeah, I think I have a lot of freedom, and I'm also talking a lot and doing the moves that I want, and I'm also helping other players. I'm really vocal. I'm kind of the second caller in a team in a way, so I think I already gained a lot of freedom and respect from all the players.
Amazing to hear. Now, you're going up against Copenhagen Flames today. How do you view this matchup? Because you guys are the favourites coming into it, but I look at it as quite an even game.
Yeah, I also think we are not favorites in the game. Maybe the odds are just saying it, but I think it's a 50-50 game. I think they're a pretty good team. They are also pretty good individually, and they are unpredictable in a way. So I think it's going to be, I don't know, the small things will matter in this game. And yeah, I mean, I think it's 50-50.
And how badly do you want revenge? Because I remember the last game you guys faced off against, you weren't able to play one of the maps.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can, we really want revenge, because we had some technical issues that I had no electricity the first game we played against them. And also the second game was their pick, and it was a bit rough, so they beat us 2-0. So we definitely wanted to show what we improved in this 1 month period. And yeah, without difficulties technical, it will be maybe easier now.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Madam, thank you very much for your time, man, and good luck in the game.
Thank you. Goodbye.
I really like that we get to hear about the in-game leading aspect of this coming into it as well. Of course, you were kind of prefacing that as a theme coming into this particular matchup, just looking at the IGLs on each side of the server.
I find the contrast very interesting because we talk about some of the best players coming up in the future, perhaps some of these youngsters, you know, with a lot of aim, a lot of individual skill, a lot of mechanical skill, and then you look towards the two in-game leaders. Modern days, you want an in-game leader who's a fragger as well. That's where we're leaning towards, but both these lineups actually have the old school type, you know, who are, I guess, the masterminds behind the scenes. And Snappy, he's always been decent as an in-game leader, always had a great mindset for the game, delivering a lot of freedom to his players, but as an individual fragger, never up there where it's real fun. Same could be said about HooXi, right? The old school in-game leader, the guy who's the strategical mastermind behind it all, but doesn't necessarily have to drop 25 kills in order to win a game. So it's sort of like the old school mixed with the new school, and I dig it.
Are you agreeing with that kind of comparison of the two kind of stylistic elements of these in-game leaders?
I think so. What's really interesting about in-game leaders like Snappy and HooXi is that both of them are just very, very selfless. You know, they will just throw themselves everywhere, but they're so focused on the organization of the tactical aspect of their team and how they want to play these rounds and how they want to play these games, that's where their mind is. That's where their focus is. So I kind of understand that because I've actually been on like both sides, you know, and it feels really weird as a player because you feel so active, you know, so it's like when you have these games where maybe you don't frag as much, you know, you're a little confused, but whether you've won or you've lost, you know, it's like you feel like you still have done a great job. And I think that both of these in-game leaders are fantastic at what they do.
Well, before we do dive into the Danish side a little bit more, we do have Danny on the line with a little bit of analysis. So what are we looking at from Copenhagen Flames coming into this one?
Yeah, so today I want to talk about how in their last match between Copenhagen Flames and ENCE, how Vertigo, when they played it, Roy was actually able to take so much map control from them, particularly the ramp position. So what I want to show here is a round to kind of demonstrate how Copenhagen Flames are able to do this and why it was so effective. So the first thing we're going to see here is that Roy, he's simply going to throw the one-way smoke at ramp, and this is very common to see from a lot of T-side teams. But what the CTs do, or what ENCE do, is they actually try to counter with their own smoke. This smoke right here is to actually try to deny this particular one-way. Because the reason why is because when Roy uses this one-way smoke, what he's expecting is expecting this particular situation. This is normally what the one-way smoke normally entails, where you're able to see feet over here, and you're able to see the top of that crane position. But because ENCE throw that smoke, it means that he can't do that anymore. So you see in this situation, they throw the smoke here, he can't do this, but Copenhagen Flames, they actually have a counter for this. Their counter here is to actually have Nikodos, who's slightly behind, who's going to throw a flash. And when he throws this flash, what it's going to do is it's going to land just behind Roy. So it's going to land right about here. And what this does is it allows Roy to actually push all the way up past the smoke so that he doesn't have to deal with this. Once he does that, now he can push into the scaffolding yellow position, and now he has more freedom to kind of work the map. And you'll see that after he comes up towards this grading position, he's able to find Madden, spots his feet under the smoke. And what this does after he gets this kill is it actually forces ENCE back. You'll see that from Snappy's point of view here, he's forced back towards the site because now with his teammate going down, he's going to be forced to play more passively. And what this also does is it also creates this, sorry, I'm going to go back. What this does, it also creates this effect across the CT side. Because Snappy is forced to rotate back towards the A site, it also forces Hades to come back towards the A site as well. And these players at B, Sphinx now has to watch towards middle, and Diha is now forced to play a more passive setup at B. Just by taking ramp control, they can create these kind of rotations. And you'll see that's exactly what happens. So that's why taking ramp control can be so effective. This is something that Copenhagen Flames are just constantly abusing against ENCE. And if the map goes to Vertigo, then they need to find a way to try to counter this so that they can't do this again.
Thank you very much for that one, Mahone. That is a big if. If they are playing Vertigo, we are going to get the picks and bans rolling in below us. Are you expecting it to go to that particular map?
Could be part of the map pool for sure. Whether or not any of the teams will allow it or pick it is a different question. They share somewhat the same map pool, so it could be one of those where we get into it and we have Vertigo going in. Makes sense for Flames. I think they're a world-class team on Vertigo, and I like what he did right here, Danny. He showed us, you know, the next level of thought process, especially within this team. I said it during the RMR as well. To me, this is a team of happy nerds. Whenever I watch Copenhagen Flames play, they always come up with something new. They've always, you know, geeked out a certain flash or geeked out a certain smoke, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, why not? It makes sense, right? So they are a bunch of really, really good nerds at Counter-Strike in the best essence you can actually mean it.
Absolutely, very innovative. You know, honestly, I was hoping for an overpass, just because I love watching Copenhagen Flames, and this is just kind of like a Nikodos playground, in my opinion. But we're seeing Ancient, we're seeing Vertigo, we're seeing Mirage. I personally love Mirage. I think we're going to see a variation of play. This is a very spicy map. We're going to see fast, we're going to see slow, we're going to see explosions, we're going to see a lot of clutch scenarios, and both teams have the ability to put on some really good plays throughout this game.
Well, we are going to take a look at Betway odds to see exactly where the markets are lying coming into this one. Pretty even across the board for both teams. I do want to pick up on something you were saying, though, Nifty. Nikodos, you were talking about him in the green room, harping on about how excited you are to speak about him.
Yeah.
Here's your time to shine. Why is he so exciting to watch?
No, absolutely. You know, just as an opper myself, like I've always enjoyed watching oppers just throughout the time that I've played Counter-Strike and I've been in the scene. And watching Nikodos ever since the Stockholm Major, I mean, he's just been incredible in performance. I mean, to be honest, I think not only him, but his team are ready for tier 1 play consistently. And watching him play, I can just tell that he's at a point where he has efforted so much in his career, whether it's through training, deathmatch, you know, just all the time that he's put into the game, where he's at almost like an effortless point in his play. When you watch it, it looks good, it feels good, it's sly, he moves, you know, and you need to have this movement factor, especially as an opper, and he plays this so well. He's very confident in what he does, he's very relaxed, he's very calm, and the sense of security that he gives the rest of his team by being this strong force on the map is so key. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him throughout this tournament.
Stability is what it is for me, right? This graph is showing exactly that, because I agree, his intuition for the game has definitely gotten better, his high level is definitely getting better, but his stability is something he's added to his game. The past 6 events, he's been stable, he's been good, and he's a driving force behind Copenhagen Flames.
And I think that's really interesting when we're looking at Copenhagen Flames overall. The fact you're talking about, you know, the stability from one of the players. There's been some other players that have had an exponential rise in recent times.
Yappy is one of them. Siphon, we talked about him during the RMR as well, the first time around half a year ago for the major. This guy on your screen right here, he played one hell of a tournament, making sure that this team qualified not only for the major, but also as legends, which I guess no one really expected coming into it. He's young, he's hungry, and he is super, super versatile. He's not necessarily a player that gets put into all the star positions. He played B on Vertigo as an example, on the CT side. Coming into mind, you know, Dupree does that for Vitality. It's one of those roles where you have to have I'd say a lot of individual skill and a lot of individual know-how, and to be able to do that as a young guy like Yabi is just super impressive.
Well, let's get a few more thoughts on Yabi's own performance, courtesy of Banks.
So Yabi, coming off the back of the EU RMRB, you had a 1.40 rating, the second highest rated player during the tournament, and it was quite way above your average. So I wanted to see what changed for you. What was the reason for this?
I think I just had 2 really good games against Sinners and Overpass against NIP. That was some good games, so that pulled up my stats very much, but I don't think I did anything specific to reach another level or something like that.
Interesting. Well, you're in good shape. That's always a positive. But do you think now, after your RMR performance, teams will be looking at the Flames like more closely?
No, because I don't think, like at the RMR, I don't think anyone are looking like they're not. So let's just play our game. I think everyone is just tryharding so much. They are giving it all in every game because it's qualifying for the major. So I don't think it's going to change at all.
And would you say with the Copenhagen Flames' current form that you guys are currently playing your best Counter-Strike?
Not really, actually. I think we played good, but there's also so many things we can change and make better. So we can still play a lot better than we did that at the RMR.
And in terms of your expectations for the showdown, right? A chance to qualify for the finals, obviously going up against some of the better teams in Europe. What have you kind of put the goal as? Just straight away going through and being able to win it? Or do you just consider maybe getting a deep run positive?
Of course we want to win it, but our expectation is probably just to play good CS. And if we play that our level CS, I think we can win. But if we just have one game where we're not on top, we won't win this qualifier. So our main goal is just to play good, and then we will go through.
I'm very excited to see both of these teams taking to the server, but I'm also excited to see our Betway predictions. We can take a look at what all the talent have predicted over the course of day one. Yeah, a lot of we're pretty 50-50 split if we're counting the fans and Betway themselves in terms of this first map. Do you want to defend your ENCE pink?
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is the Twitter is always right. The fans are always right. So I just copied their homework and got it done.
I mean, an EG later as well.
There's no doubt. Me and Moses, we got this one.
No doubt. I mean, do you want to give some defense to yours, Nifty?
No, I really think Flames are going to take it. I think it'll go 3 maps, though, but I'm really excited for the Godsent EG game as well, because I think that could look like a 3-map series.
It's going to be a good game no matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be
some good games.
an incredible day of Counter-Strike, and we're not going to wait a moment longer to kick off all the action. It's going to be Copenhagen Flames taking on ENCE as our first series of the Spring Showdown 2022. Vertigo is coming up as our first stop, and we're going to jump into all the action with Moses and Ambers in just a few.
Describe our team as a really good LAN team. I think we are a very aggressive team. We like to get straight into the faces of the enemy. I think we play some exciting CS for the viewers. We'll have to get even better at the slower style, but I think a very aggressive team would be the best way to describe us. I think we are a dark horse in the sense that when we made this lineup 12 months ago, nobody believed in it. Change by change, we've been improving steadily. Now we are number 5 in the HLTV world rankings, and I think we've proven every doubter wrong. I think we might even have exceeded our own expectations. We are becoming a tier 1 team. We're just on a really good trajectory lately, and it's only the start.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. An aggressive team, a dark horse.
Yeah.
A kraken, some might say.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, I think that's a decent way to describe it as well. I would also throw in there just a team that has multiple different looks, not just aggression. Like if you go back and look at them from their EPL run all the way to the finals, was CT sides, a lot of diversity in the kind of strategies they called. They had passive, they had the aggressive, as he mentioned, and Snappy was a master of finding adaptations on the T side. So this is a really, really dangerous team. They're one of my favorite teams to watch right now.
They are very cool. The odds almost are equal, a little bit favored towards the ENCE side. Yeah, I still don't think I've really adjusted to living in a world where ENCE are actually a really dangerous team, and it's such an interesting mix that they've got going on. I don't really know what to make of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of catching up to that reality. And he even alluded to it himself. He even said, like, we've kind of exceeded our own expectations. So now it's time to, like, set the new bar for the ENCE team. And certainly at this point, right before we head into the major, this team has got to be on everyone's mind to kind of figure out the kind of Counter-Strike that they like to play, because they're going to be a dangerous squad.
I feel like, though, sometimes when you go from kind of being on nobody's radar and everyone's like, all right, they are really good, that's when things change. I feel like ENCE have managed to be on that runway for a long time. Maybe it's just because there are so many good teams right now that it's kind of hard to stand out of the crowd, but that could be a really good thing.
I think everyone's kind of had him on the radar, right? But like shocking, the run to the finals at EPL was the one that kind of starts really putting them on the radar and solidifying them as that kind of dangerous squad. And I mean, we all know the story of Copenhagen Flames. Obviously, a come-out party at the last major in Stockholm. They've been a little bit like head under the water since then, but obviously still have a lot of potential for upsets, a lot of potential for great games. And we'll see what they bring here in this series against ENCE. Single elimination, no mistakes, no breathing room in this spring showdown.
Yeah, it is really brutal, but we're still going to be off to the races now on the T side. Copenhagen Flames and ENCE on the CT side, and they're going to try and see if they can maybe break open the middle of the map. Great headshots, a couple of them already for Diha, and he's going to fall back. He's got so much backup, they can't really get out. Nice triple kill for Diha, and Spinks is in there with a single shot on Nikodos as well. It leaves HooXi on his own. I like that as a cool wedge play for Copenhagen Flames, but once they slowed down, that became a graveyard.
Slow down, or once you get stopped by Diha. Two incredible shots, and yeah, once you take out the main thrust of that attack, you can just see all those X's. They're just stuck in the same quarter. There's nowhere to go. Those strategies, those mid strategies on the T-pistol rounds can end so quickly. Good kills from HooXi. And if you're ENCE, you got two low HP players on Madden and Snappy. Got to be very careful about how you play this round. This is actually relatively dangerous. Good kill from Madden to find the final.
That would have been a weird twist to begin with if he could have fought it back. But yeah, this is just real good work right here. Slowing it all down and even taking the extra time to reload and kind of coming back for it. Yeah, you like to see it.
Yeah.
It's just a pistol round, but nonetheless.
Even a heat check on that third player. After you get those first two headshots, you're never going to hold yourself from re-peeking into that third player. Couldn't find it, but does get it towards the end. 1-0 for ENCE, and Copenhagen Flames going to be back to just pistols. Deagle on HooXi.
Yeah, you could do some damage with that. Try and find a headshot. I'm curious because I went and looked at a couple of games that ENCE have played on this particular map. I kind of halfway expected it was going to come up. And where Snappy is right now, by the sandbags, is also where Hades sometimes play in regular sort of rifle versus rifle rounds. They'll play the sandbags a lot. They'll do this jumping trick over and over and over again. I feel like it happens so much that I'm wondering if some teams have come up with a plan to try and punish that a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, I think we're starting to see a lot of teams start to get more and more aggressive and have a little bit more fun being aggressive on the CT side down the ramp, as we just saw Snappy did. I fully expect we'll be seeing a few plays like that once the gun rounds come out as well. And he's got himself a few kills with the SMG. 2-0 for ENCE.
It's not bad, yeah. They lost a single SMG there, but who really cares? Speaking of aggression, that's another thing that I learned trying to do a little bit of research was some rounds where Spinks is pushing the middle of the map really aggressively, which is interesting on the CT side, that is, which is interesting because the T side sometimes will forget about the middle entirely. It seems like some teams just have a real hard time utilizing mid on this map.
I think there's a lot of teams that don't have a lot of faith that mid can give you real openings to the round. It's really valuable real estate to take, and I think a lot of teams just kind of gets relegated to the occasional lurk, but not a whole lot of power sent there. So yeah, there's the opening for the CT side as well to be aggressive in that position. We'll keep up with that theme. Players aggressive towards the stairs on the CT side, towards the B bomb site, maintaining pressure, maintaining control. And Roy is going to start challenging. There's that jump over the sandbags. He's got one. Snappy swings out for the trade. Big find. And again, mid is a point of contact. 1 versus 2 for Zyphon.
That all happened so quickly. They engaged basically 3 different points of the map all at once. And at the end of it, it's a 1 versus 2. Zyphon on his own. Molotov, that could be good. Oh, it's going to bounce on the other side, but he still lands the headshot to take down Diha. I thought maybe that Molotov was going to be even better. It might have helped him out slightly. And now, 1 versus 1 against Snappy. Health equal enough, I would say, given that it's an AK and an M4. I don't think that'll make the difference. Snappy's already in position.
You can see Zyphon considering, because remember, Snappy got that kill at the A ramp as well, so he knows the opportunity for a timing on that flank was going to be there. Snappy's just snuck in behind the default box. This is a tough off angle to deal with.
No way. Oh, there's nothing. He can't even see anything there. That must feel so good. It's like a hunter in the woods, Jason.
Yeah.
It's camped out there for weeks.
You set the trap.
Yeah.
You set the bait.
Exactly. It's good to go. You like to see that.
He was even looking for it as well. He even adjusted the crosshair to that exact position. It's just so hard to be ready to take that shot. Good win for Snappy. 3-0 for ENCE, off to a good start.
Yeah. Not bad. Could be tricky sometimes to get off the ground on this map on the T side. If you don't feel like you quite have the weapons or you can't win this fight on ramp, it does make things a little bit complicated. Nade doesn't really do that much. Snappy running out of bullets towards the end. And Nikodos will take him down. So an early trade. I don't know if it opens up that much for them, but it's not a bad start.
I think the real question is Hades. He's risking a lot to try and protect their weapon. He's a little bit exposed. The follow-up peek is going to come in, but he gets away. Madden's going to add one for one there as Jabby takes him down, and Spinks is going to hold on to the bomb site. So it's just down to Zyphon again, this time in a 1 versus 3, and this time no rifle.
Oh, he's trying to line up that deagle shot, but it's not gonna follow through. Two of them very low on health at the end of it there, so kind of a good look for ENCE not to be losing more than the 2 players that they did. Could have been ugly if they had lost a third there. So, but they managed to do a good job. We'll see if they're going to be able to continue. Snappy's kind of one of the few Danish players that's kind of escaped Danish Counter-Strike and doesn't seem to be coming back anytime soon. It's interesting.
I mean, why not when you have a project like this coming together, and especially with some of the talent on this team, like Spinks has been an absolute revelation. Like, what a great find and great player he's been for this team. Yeah, you guys need to be really pumped to be playing with a talent like that. Flashbang out, Roy. Gonna push between the 2 smokes, finds the gap, and wants to work around the second one. They're looking for it. Snappy checking out for this play, and he's found another opening. That's Hades. Back at Sandbags. Molotov forces him away. He's a little bit scared about those flames, but Madden is maintaining his aggression and finds the trade as well.
Ooh, and it looked to me like Roy wanted to sort of fake a little bit more presence there, maybe throw in a smoke or a Molotov, and then they could slink back to this B-bomb site, but now instead, that play is going to be so obvious. They must almost feel it. They have to keep going, but there's already 2 people here, and I think more are coming. Jabby, though, look at the early kill, taking down Dihar. It's not a bad start. Spinks trying to get the job done. He'll drop Pooksy right away, and yeah, backup is here now. Nikodos on his own. I think he's a very exciting AWP player, but there's a lot to ask for. The flashbang doesn't really do much against him, but yeah, they've got him cornered in there behind the box, and they're going to be able to take him down. So I feel like they kept going for that B play even after they'd lost Roy over at the A ramp.
They didn't really have... Once you lose Roy there, I think you nailed it. He's just trying to apply a little bit more pressure and make it look like a standard A take, like the round is going to slow down. When he goes down, they have to speed things up, and then also, you don't really have the utility to work your way all the way back across the map and retake Sandbags and retake control of lane and retake yellow. You just don't have the resources for it, and that's a good defense from ENCE rotating over. Some early frustration and early letdowns here as Copenhagen Flames tries to figure out the answer to this defense.
It doesn't really feel that great, does it, when you're sort of, you're trying to throw that fake, but it's already been found. You're like, all right, we're still going to be walking into this bomb site, but we're not selling it the same way anymore.
The idea was there, though. I don't think the idea in itself was bad. No. Unfortunate, obviously, maybe not unfortunate, but a good play from Madden to just kind of get aggressive and find that information. And I think that might be the conversation Snappy mentioned in that interview, describing themselves as an aggressive team. I mean, always making sure you peek down and have the intel of how many players are there.
On the positive side, I think Roy, he's got 2 kills right now, and I think both of them are opening up the A ramp. If you can do that more, I mean, that's such a pivotal part of the map for any team on the T side here to win battles on. So if they get him to do that one more time, then that might be helpful. We got Tech9s back in the mix.
Got a lot of rifles at range, though, in towards mid. Spinks gets caught out in the open. 1-for-1 trade there. Diha doesn't have a whole lot of pressure on him, but he's worried about the boost up, worried about that second player in middle. 2 on 3. Pretty much full HP on the end side of things, though, and Copenhagen Flames are split for the moment. They'll join up at the ladder. Oh. Nice try.
Almost. Like, trying to pick up snacks in the kitchen at night. Always.
It's always one creaky floorboard.
Yeah. Or like the packaging is just so loud. It's unbelievable. Just you can't get away with anything. And neither can Nikodos or Siphon. They get caught in the end. So this is a brilliant start for ENCE. They must be very excited about where this is going right now.
They've really kind of planted their flag at this ramp and just said, essentially, you're never going to get this control for free. Like, we're willing to be aggressive at the start of the rounds behind utility. We're going to be willing to get mid-round aggressive as well. And we're even, when things quiet down, we're willing to be aggressive and find what's actually sitting over here. So Copenhagen Flames is never going to feel comfortable with that at that A ramp.
Yeah, and the problem is, I think if they sort of fall away from that, if they give up the aggression on it, ooh, that's a nice run boost down. I actually really like to see that. In the past, I've seen them do this stuff where they actually leave Hades to again jump by the sandbags, and then they'll have 2 in middle, 2 in B. So if you give them the space and stop being aggressive on the ramp, that's going to be an issue. Although Roy opening up once again.
He's found, I think all 3 of his kills have been frags on that A ramp a number of times. So he's done a good job of finding the kill. It's what comes next that they're not able to really find success with. Couple players in mid, Jabby and Zyphon waiting for their moment. Gonna start lurking out now with a contact play. Utility being spent by the ENCE defense to slow down any pressure at A. Only 2 defenders here. Good finds from Diha in middle. And again, that's half the attack for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, they really needed that. They have some time left still. No Molotov right now to get rid of Madden down here. That's an issue. Otherwise, and probably an easy kill if they could have thrown 1 nade on him. Running down the clock a little bit lower now, but still on Vertigo. Even 40 seconds is something you can work with on the ramp here. Some nades being exchanged, and he's being very patient back here.
Oh, here's the scope. What good cover from Roy. Maybe a bit too eager from Madden. No one had taken attention away. This hit gets a little bit more dangerous now. Hades has to deliver.
Yeah, grenade almost takes him down. 9 health on him. Smokes will make it very tricky. You can wallbang that, and he's definitely trying, but the bomb will be planted here. HooXi not going to get interrupted, so the first maybe real big shot here, apart from the one-on-one, that Copenhagen Flames could pick up a round and finally get themselves on the board here on Vertigo. Nikodo started to go a little bit further back. There's not going to be any flank happening here. We'll see if instead they could do the retake straight up. And they have another smoke even to put on top of the bomb, so that might make things tricky. That's going to force them into the fight. HooXi with this kill on Dihar. It's a good start. No one's defusing that bomb right now. A single shot from Roy. If he'd kept spraying, that would have probably been the kill, and they're going to get it anyway. What a round out of Roy. 3 kills for him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the opening, but the great one is the one on Madden hiding behind sandbags, covering his AWPer as well, who's not really paying attention to him. He just trusts that Roy can deliver, and boy, does he. That opened everything up. Madden didn't necessarily need to take this swing. I think got baited into it by the sound of the scope. And Copenhagen Flames is on the board. ENCE is going to take a timeout now to talk things over.
Okay, that's pretty quick, but...
Or are they? Copenhagen Flames take their second. I assume that would have been ENCE to just get back on track, but Copenhagen Flames saying, we need to string these together. If we can't string these together, the half could get really easily out of control.
Yeah. And, you know, almost equally confusing to get that timeout, but I guess, yeah, they really want to make sure that they don't throw away this opportunity. So, again, the fact that Roy keeps getting the openings on the A-ramp,
yeah,
that's a rare luxury to have.
It's super nice. And, I mean, part of it, too, is that part of the map is that battle is just so finicky. It can go either way with timings, with luck coming around the smoke, with maybe some kind of utility in your face. You got to capitalize on it while he's having that success, and they haven't been able to do that except for that 1 round. Can't imagine that Roy's going to be able to find an entry there every single time he heads in that direction.
It doesn't feel possible, but he's going to give it a shot anyway. Money is very low on the ENCE side. That's the only other thing you can think of as a success right now for Copenhagen Flames, is that they've done some damage in past rounds. Quick trade. Nikodos, though, will find Snappy. That is a great kill. And that should give them an interesting lead here. 4 versus 3. Diha's making away with some rifles, but still.
Oh, no, he's actually shuffling his gun over to his teammate, and that's given space over for Jabby. Remember, they got aggressive and cleared that deep. They might not think there's going to be a follow-up player, but he's not looking. Diha comes back for it. And that'll set off the alarm bells that this side of the map is under pressure. Hades goes down. Madden rotates away. That's at the 8-bomb site. Fate is perfect. They're out of position. Good kill from HooXi. And Nikodos adds the final tally on the board. Second round for Copenhagen Flames.
They absolutely needed that. Man, if they would have lost this round, that first half might be very much in question, but yeah, it's good to see.
Good second timeout as well. I mean, both timeouts used perfectly. Get you the first round, get you the second round, break the economy. Now you can close that gap a little bit.
6-2 now, moving into the 9th round. In terms of kills, kind of everyone is here. I mean, there's a bit of a round difference at the moment, but it's not because anyone is not doing their job at the moment. Siphon's going to start to fall back. You can understand why. There's a whole lot of crazy people running at him with pistols, so yeah, he's out.
He probably assumes there's at least 3 players there as well. They know one of the bomb sites is going to be wide open, and with the aggression, obviously should send the signal that it's a low buy. They find A for free. It's going to be a 3rd round for Copenhagen Flames. They cut the lead in half. Good to see.
Yeah, really solid stuff. Jabby's getting himself some easy kills. Why not? Almost gets blown up, but they're gonna have to fight for it a little bit more. And yeah, at the end of it though, this is just kind of proving Copenhagen Flames, I think, that they don't necessarily get panicked at the beginning. They keep sending Roy over to the A ramp. They kind of follow the game plan, and it's paying off now. So nice to see. Good round out of Jabby.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if ENCE is going to be changing anything anytime soon. You know, even with some of the success of that aggression on A ramp, as we've mentioned, Roy's been able to find some opening kills. We just had Hades picking off Snappy there over the top of the smoke as well. So these last 2 rounds, that style has been brought out by ENCE. They've paid for it. They've paid for it in a bad way.
And I feel like they've just done the mid-aggression thing twice, so that's not going to be a surprise anymore. And the one time it was just traded evenly, so they didn't necessarily even get what they wanted out of it, but it's always nice if you can pull that mid-aggression out on the CT side more or less randomly and catch an odd round. But
well, they've changed it up. There's one swap in the defense. It's now an op in middle, just holding an angle. Roy's going to jump up, and there's a little gap in that smoke. Snappy finds him. Hooksy's dinked as well. Nate coming in. He knows he's got to get out of there, but Spinks finds a kill with the op. That's back towards middle.
That grenade took Hooksy from 8 to 5. Oh, it could have just as well killed him. Nikoda's just looking for it. Really wants. But in fairness to the ENCE, why would they peek this now? 5-on-3, just leave it alone.
Yeah, there's no need to be aggressive now if your ENCE slow things down. Playing with fire as Nikodas has the op, although Madden's going to get the kill. Flashbang is going to force Spinks back. Oh, good timing shot. I don't even think he realized Jabby was there. Just a perfect timing on it. Can't land the final kill onto Hooksy. As you mentioned, low HP earlier. That op not landing. The M4 is going to come in and make short work of it. 7th round for ENCE's defense.
And nobody dies on that CT side, so
which is beautiful coming out of an economic reset as well.
It's everything you like to see. Wow, this is an intense game to begin with. I mean, we could have maybe guessed the problem because of the single elimination the format here. They're all intense games.
Yeah, right. Automatically, just by nature, it's gonna be very intense, very high pressure. There's no like build up into the group stage. It's automatically in the elimination games.
All right, heavily on the B side this time. Roy's still kind of showing himself over at A because someone has to. Otherwise, they're gonna know. But it looks like they want to try and hit this bomb site quickly, which sometimes you can find just a single CT defender in this B bomb site, so it makes sense. Roy again. He's actually on an incredible track record right now over there.
Information play. There's the pop flash. Doesn't land. He spams one through. That's a great find, and he doesn't even have to pay a heavy price for it. Down to just 73 HP. Plenty of HP left in the tank. This 3-man lean on the B bomb site with one in middle. It did not move off that kill from Roy.
That's really good to see. Yeah, they want to make that play once they lose a little bit of presence on the A ramp. They just need to find out.
It's instead of rotating off, let's get aggressive. Let's get the pop flash. Let's find the intel.
They still have a hard choice to make though on the ENCE side. What do you do? You've got sort of 2B, 2A, a little bit middle. It is a pretty spread out defense.
And you've left the op alone at the B bomb site. So if utility usage is on point for Copenhagen Flames, Spinks is going to have a bad time. We saw him struggling with this shot in the previous round.
Did they jump? I think they already made a little bit of noise out here. Still, nades are going to be coming in. Flashbang is good enough, but D-Hop, he swings into it, and they're walking into a huge crossfire. I don't know if that's what they were hoping for, Copenhagen Flames. And now they've been slowed down again. 17 seconds on the clock. Nice headshot for Hades. And they'll follow it up, taking down Hooksy. Real good defense. I'm pretty sure they wanted to do that double jump across the board to get over. And I think they failed one of those jumps and it made noise. Because I already saw on the minimap, you could see those A defenders were already moving even before any shots were fired.
Well, and you've got a player behind sandbags to defend the A bomb site. So he's kind of your early warning system who can hear utility use, who can call out the kind of take that's coming in. Focusing on this portion of the round, this is the second time we've seen ENCE kind of late round endgame execute onto the B bomb site. And the utility that they're using might want to, these two times has at least fallen flat. It hasn't let them cross into the bomb site. They've had to pay with like 2 lives to even cross people over in the initial attack onto the bomb site. So those B hits have been really, really ineffective.
Which is a real shame, because once you're in that position, that's where you should be able to make it work. Like the utility, as you said, on the bomb site should be really good. So that is... It's not what they were looking for. 8-3. Still a good first half for ENCE.
It's a great first half for ENCE, and they have the money low, denying bomb plants as well. Might be the last strong buy we see from Copenhagen Flames before they have to drop down to Tech 9s and Deagles again. This time the aggression doesn't net a whole lot of anything. Not even really a whole lot of information either. Roy, as we've said his name a number of times, been very impactful here. Snappy getting aggressive. Madden up top takes a headshot. Roy again. He's just stellar. We said it wasn't going to happen all half, and he's proven us wrong.
It's actually so crazy to see. It's so difficult to do what he's doing right now. He's going to get the trade. Hades, though, with an unexpected double kill. Definitely thought he was going to go down right away, but somehow gets away with a lot. That might have saved his team in this round. Snappy's going to move forward. They said in that interview they were an aggressive team, and look at how many chances and how many opportunities they're creating just by trying to take a couple of steps forward on that ramp, nearly getting that headshot.
This lurk is everything. We mentioned the power of the lurk in middle on this map is massive, and now he's kind of cut off the rotation. Spinks is really, really nervous coming over. So is Snappy. And Jabby has so many different angles he can use. He hides back behind the box, waits for the sound cue, peeks up, grabs Snappy. It's all on Spinks in a 1v3.
And he can't really unscope, so he has to keep this up, hoping to get at least one of the kills and make it a 1-on-2. There's the one. He knows that someone's in middle, but Jabby really quick with time. There's no way that Spinks can know that. It's not really his fault, right?
You got to take a risk, and he's taken the risk that Jabby chose to fall back and go back towards the B stairs, seeing that he'd given up in his position earlier. Just a wrong assumption, wrong guess there. Unfortunate, but another good round for Copenhagen Flames, and again off the back of a stellar opening from Roy, who continues to deliver.
I don't know if anyone is ever keeping track of these things, but to get that many openings on the A ramp alone is just from the eye test, you have to assume that's very, very rare for someone to do that.
Yeah, it's spectacular. What a great luxury that Copenhagen Flames have had in this half with that kind of performance from Roy. It's not even a great volume of kills. He's only got 9. It's just the impact and the importance of those kills has been everything.
That's a very, very quick flick coming up from Hades, looking at the edge of the smoke, and he'll find Nikodos on the other side. So kind of a nice win to start with here. Are they doubled up in middle once again? Kind of leaving the E-bomb side a little bit alone. Yeah, I think they were.
They've just had so much success there. I think they're willing to kind of risk it, especially on a buy like this. You do have Madden on a 5-7. You've got low utility. Finding some different places to take risks to alleviate the pressure of a weaker buy. Bomb rotating back to join up at A ramp. Jabby's left alone to lurk underneath B.
I mean, this used to be, we used to make memes about this, calling the A ramp simulator on this map, right? So usually when a T side would get this kind of control, they would just always go A ramp because the executes and the smokes are so effective, but
they don't have them.
They're not feeling it. No, and you're right, they don't. And once again, they've kind of been repelled at the A ramp, and it's not that many seconds now before ENCE realize. Now they definitely will. That's the bomb in the middle. Oh no!
All alone.
No,
as
yeah,
well.
this round is lost. They can't win it.
Yeah, that has to kind of be a miscue. Maybe he's just in a position, just didn't realize he has the bomb. But yeah, it's unfortunate. They can't even fight for it. 15 seconds. Madden is thirsty. Not that thirsty.
He just got more than he wished for.
Well, 9th round for ENCE. They're going to be up 5. They sustain through a weaker buy. Roy and Jabby keep their AKs in hands. They'll be able to buy up full utility for the next round. Good find from Hades around the edge of the smoke. even relocating to find another kill. As Copenhagen Flames just running out of tools to work with there.
And patience.
And patience.
I can't really blame them.
And composure.
all important pieces to try and stay cool in the game, but it can be very difficult. And again, because of the nature of the format here at the showdown, the pressure is going to be there immediately, right? A random cone being thrown into the smoke, trying to defend the B bomb site, throwing everything at them, but the kitchen sink. But traffic cones are there. Don't know if they do damage if they hit you, but I'm sure.
Lighter than the kitchen sink. Easier to throw around.
True.
Okay, off behind sandbags. There's plenty of Molotovs as well. Flashbang is out to set up his teammates. Oh, mid-round aggression. Beautiful double kill from Snappy. That allows Hades to swing out. That allows Snappy to get 4 kills, all stuck on the ramp, and it's an absolute slaughter.
And the timing on that flashbang is truly disgusting. There's just not much they could do. Well done. Not even giving Copenhagen Flames in this round a chance to try to play out their own round here. They just snuck it away from them. Well done. It's going to put us into the 15th round. Last of the half. And they're going to play with pistols. My God.
Yeah, it's not fun. Well, they got one MAC-10. Don't tell them short.
They do.
Well, they've eaten a massive nade early.
Those are better than traffic cones. You're going to be throwing anything at the enemy. Ooh, yeah, it softens them up, and the M4 will do the work. Good double kill for Spinks as well. The bomb is down, and wow, that is the first half done. 11-4 in favor of ENCE. Absolutely spectacular work. We'll see if they can continue in the second half. It's coming right up.
I'd rather play the SMGs.
I think would be like the best thing that could happen for the game.
Just bring some more.
Astralis, of course.
So my wish list for 2022 changes for weapons, I would say that we would get a reduction in price for the A4. I think a slight nerf on the A1, so maybe like a little bit harder to control recoil.
In terms of weapon changes, I would like the M4 A1 to be a little nerf. I think it's buffed too hard right now.
So on top of my list for 22 weapon changes is I want the FAMAS to be a little bit more viable. I feel like it's not really being played that much. Most players, especially me, I rather play the SMGs than play FAMAS, honestly. I think the CT's just like something with the economy, maybe. I mean, right now they have the very OP silencer, so maybe they should balance that out with the M4A4, so both weapons get a little bit viable, because right now I feel like 90% is just playing the silencer.
Top of my list for 2022 in CSGO is more maps being introduced. More fluent map pool. Kind of tired of playing the same 7 maps. Just bring some more.
So I'd like a new map, like a rotation or something, I don't know. And I'd want like Dust 2 removed. I feel like it's been in the game for a long time, and I don't really like it. I don't like the change they did now either.
I think it would be nice to get another map coming into the pool, like a completely brand new map. And then I think just like some small changes on like maps that we play a lot, or like removing old ones like Dust 2. I think I would just prefer that to just be removed and then put in something like completely different, or something that we had before like Cobble. Just getting one of like the maps that we used to have, just like revise it.
I think Ancient is not ready yet. I think there is a lot of wasted space on the map, and I think there needs to be some more rotations on the map.
How many trophies am I winning? That's a good question. I think 1 major trophy and 3 big tournaments.
Yeah, I can flash these tests.
Zero something.
I'm pushing in front of you, Pavel. Pushing
Two
there.
pushing. Two guys after headshot. One more sixer.
I'm blind.
Dead one.
Six
Dead
are
one.
dead.
Nice.
I'm one HP.
Nice.
One
Let's
HP.
play from the left.
Flash.
Last one flashed.
It's heavy tree. Go to
Maybe
double
up.
pick. Go
Yeah,
double
two.
flashing.
One. Wait. Boom. Chill,
Maybe
chill,
double.
chill. Stay
Maybe
there,
six.
stay there.
Nice.
Take off if you can.
Every bit out of the map, sorry.
Nice push.
A lot of talking on top of each other there, but the excitement wasn't lacking.
No, it's good. It's good as well. I mean, it's proactive talking, right? It's I've got the flash, just one flash. Let's not overdo it. Just one flash. Oh, okay. The guy in the back says, "Oh, say stay there." We have a vertical stack that the front guy might not realize. We're in a good position. Good stuff from ENCE on the retake, and good stuff from ENCE in the first half. 11-4, as they switch over to the T side. Dualies on Roy.
He really was phenomenal on the first half. It's a shame that it only really led. If you just told me that Roy was going to get 6 or 7, maybe even more than that, openings on the A-ramp, I would have guessed more than 4 rounds.
I mean, I don't think they have 4 rounds if Roy's not getting an entry.
Yeah, well, that's true.
It's like, I think in terms of, like, again, 10 is not like a huge number for frags, anything that's gonna cause you to keep looking at it and be like, this is crazy, but the impact of those kills was everything in those 4 rounds.
Yeah, it truly was. Jabby was alone over here to begin with, so he's going to fall back, and I can't really blame him for it. Bomb attempted once, expecting a reaction there. ENCE actually giving the opportunity for Copenhagen Flames to maybe throw the round away. Now they're going to go for the full bomb plants. Siphon not hitting anything on top, and HooXi goes down. Finally, the dualies do a little bit of work, but they're quickly extinguished. And this is looking great for ENCE. They are well on the way to winning this map right now. Pistol round could be everything. DR will take the last kill, and that is a good start to the second half.
Yeah, I think that retake was just like a little disjointed. It didn't feel like Copenhagen Flames ever came up with a plan for any kind of a team retake. You know, Jabby's still jumping up on the boxes when the smokes are down. He's the only one fighting in that scenario. Snappy's able to find him easily from the ramp. He's just covering everything over the top of the smoke. And then you're just getting kind of picked off as the smokes fade. And unfortunately, could never just get organized to pull the trigger as a unit.
I really like the fact that they went for the fake bomb plant to begin with as well, because when you meet that little resistance, it could also just be that you're running into a double or a triple nade. So giving them the space to actually to pull some sort of trick on you, and if they push with the smoke, then you're ready as well. I kind of like that idea.
And have plenty of time in the smokes as well when you pull that fake as well. Just tap the bomb.
Yeah.
So Snappy's going to investigate with the MAC-10 quietly at the moment. But with this position, ENCE feels super confident. All 5 players going to rotate over towards a ramp. Spinks guarding the rear.
I know I might have mentioned it once or twice before, Jason, but
here we go.
This is the perfect opportunity, like this position here, to do the running Zeus, run boosted Zeus, like flying down. I bet you it would have worked here. I'm saying it now. Still on my wish list.
You know, I heard you during a cast at EPL talking with Maui about your run boost Zeus idea.
I think I almost convinced him.
I felt bad. I was like, I've subjected Anders' crazy ideas on someone else.
Corrupting the new generation.
I know. I was like, someone else has to deal with it now.
Yeah, poor Alex. It's how it goes. But one day it will happen. I guarantee.
I'm sure. Yeah.
If not, I'll have to do it. I'll have to find a way. Snappy is 18-8. That's pretty good. Spink's not that far behind him either. HooXi taking a minute while they were still airborne. It did look like he was like, you know what? I'm not even going to try and hit this shot mid-air. Let him touch the ground first, and then we'll take the fight. A lot of damage on top there. It's looking like a pretty decent round. And Copenhagen Flames, they need it so badly.
It's actually really good that Copenhagen Flames has handled this round well so far. It could still spiral out of control or spiral into like more losses than they need to take, but this is something ENCE enjoys doing. The change of pace on their T sides, especially when they have MAC-10s and Galils. They'll even sometimes drop down when they could afford an AK-47 and still get that MAC-10 just so they can change the pace and have those guys leading the way. So it's good to see early on at least Copenhagen Flames puts a stop to this round, because it would have really just spiraled out of control otherwise.
And they just got off the boost inside of the smoke. I think Siphon would have been dead if he would have peeked that earlier. It's a nice idea. Flashbang right in his eyes, but the peek is not quite there quick enough. Siphon able to turn it around. Jappy guarding the back, and Dihar on his own. 1 versus 3. He's got 2 health left, so not a lot to lose.
That's a massive kill. That's a massive 3rd kill, and he even spots out Jabby. Ooh, ducks down. Flashbang in his eyes.
There is an AK there, but he wants to try and see if he can fight it out at the end. You're right, that is expensive, though.
Yeah, that 3rd kill was great from Dia, just finding it through the edge of the smoke in the wall. Unfortunately, the early play, the change of pace play doesn't really work all that well. Spinks was looking for the follow-up peak.
He's disappeared. He's
Even in victory. This is, they've been put on tilt early in this game, it feels.
Yeah, literally.
We've seen it a couple times from players on these webcams. First time out used by ENCE.
Tensions running high. Yeah, can't really necessarily blame them.
You have no reason to be afraid at the moment, obviously, if you're an ENCE fan. It's still like early on in the second half. Yeah, you lost the first gun round, no big deal. But this is like one of the strengths that I think about with the ENCE team is all the different solutions that I've watched Snappy find over recent memory watching ENCE. Like his T-sides, when they have this many rounds to play with, as an in-game leader, he is going to find the solution. He's going to find the answer.
Yeah, I agree. I guess it's just, again, the problem of sort of Danish Counter-Strike, and especially when you're not playing in a Danish team. But you know, people just tend to kind of forget a little bit, I think. But he actually, even before this team, he's had some really interesting projects and some cool stories behind him. So I would agree with that. We got a Krieg on Hades and a Tech9 on Madden, and he's already inside of the smoke. And it doesn't look like Roy necessarily knows he's going to find Snappy, though. And still, he's running out of bullets. This is a little bit scary. One of them has already made his way past.
Madden's waiting for him to fall back. He's waiting for him to get the hell out of this position and come right back towards lane. He spots two. Nikodas is there. Missed the chance. I don't think he expected the second one.
No.
Roy's got a good response, and all of a sudden, all that danger that was there, that was present, is no longer.
That would have been what a nightmare that would have been if he would have fallen back and the Tech9 was waiting for him. So it's a good job that his teammate was there to help him out. 2 versus 3 now. Jabby sneaking in, just crouched, and the spray is extended for another headshot. That's not necessarily easy to do.
No, great transfer. Great transfer in the middle of that spray for the headshot onto Hades. So still a little bit of fight left in Copenhagen Flames. 6-13 is going to be the scoreline.
Jason, what did
yeah? What have you got? What's that smile on your face mean?
What did Yoda say when he saw himself in 1080p for the first time?
I don't know. What'd he say?
HDMI.
I hope you're ashamed of yourself. I hope you're ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, obviously.
It was a good attempt at the Yoda voice, though. You didn't commit. You like kind of halfway went in. You were really worried about how it was going to sound.
Too stupid. That's the problem. Yeah, I should have been practicing more in the hotel room. I could have done a better job.
When did you decide to make that joke? Was that like a spur of the moment thing?
I think. No. If only. Diha goes down. The boost is a good idea, though. You like to see it, but still a 3-on-4. Oh, that's actually... They just got grenaded all the way down, almost. I'm shocked that they got the kill out of that one. Not bad. Snappy, though. He can't really find a rifle. That's a shame. Still, they're doing enough damage in some of these rounds to make it interesting for themselves.
Yeah, finding some opportunities to make it a little bit more possible as well. Either way, they get back to the guns now. 13-7. The lead has been cut down.
Just a little bit. Yeah, this is a quick headshot. First bullet accuracy on that Krieg is still impressive.
Yeah. Hades is one of the few people I still see like busting it out with relative frequency. Obviously, it's been picked up now by Hooksy over on the defensive side. Hades has another one again.
I'm excited about both where the Krieg and the Org is, because it does feel like it's not really mainstream, but there are just some players that can do some interesting work with it. I like that as an idea for those kind of weapons. Oh, that is a great flashbang. Jabby, he can't hold back the flood coming from middle any longer. He's going to get traded immediately, and that's around 1. Well,
yeah.
It should be.
Yeah, it probably should be. I don't actually even know if Copenhagen Flames is going to go for it. Money's starting to be a bit spicy on guys like Nikodas and Zyphon. I think they want these weapons to be able to drop one over and just keep buying moving forward. Felt way too locked out of the bomb site with that quick of a take. The timing from like first utility to when they're like actually turning that corner is brutal.
Yeah. And it's interesting, right? Because it feels like if you challenge them in the middle, you're going to be fighting 3 people. But if you fall back like they did towards the B-bomb site, that flashbang is just so well timed.
Yeah, Zyphon really found himself in no man's land. I think he kind of hesitated on his decision, because I think obviously if you feel that mid-pressure, what you want is Jabby throwing the flashbang over. And unfortunately, yeah, just not a comfortable position to be in. Zyphon goes down, and another trade into the bomb site.
classic hands questioning. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
What are these idiots doing?
He just swings?
Yep.
He's just
They're just rushing.
Good times. Not so much for Copenhagen Flames.
He's got ENCE pillows. Throw pillows.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well. He's got the whole, he's really kitted out with that stuff.
How many gamers do you see with throw pillows? Decorative pillows.
It's probably rare, especially a team like that. Ooh. Quick trade right there. That is at least something.
Oh my lord, there's that Krieg. There's that Krieg waiting for the swing from the op around the smoke.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this 1-for-1 trade at the B stairs, ENCE is going to love that, especially now that they found the follow-up kill. They can spread this defense real thin. Snappy didn't expect the off angle. Was trying to come with contact to delay the information.
Decent grenade, at the very least. And they're going to buy some more time with that smoke. Again, it can be used as a way to build an actual one-way on top of. They've already shown ENCE that they know how to do that, so want to be a little bit careful about that one, but
look at the defense though. It's split. One defender at A, top of A ramp, just peeking down for intel. One player in middle. HooXi can turn and help out at this B bomb site, and then Jabby over anchoring things down at B. Will anyone get pulled away by that small amount of pressure?
not right now. They're staying cool, but I mean, I don't like the spread either. It could be very tricky. Oh, the Molotov, that's deadly. Jabby, he can't do anything. He doesn't have a smoke to get rid of it. He has to just run out and fight, and he'll do it successfully. The fact that he got a headshot is huge. If he just goes down, that could be the end of the round, and maybe the end of the map, in fact. They're going to be swinging into the bomb site. HooXi only getting the one. It's a quick return. And now it's a one-on-one. 17 seconds on the clock. The bomb is going to be planted, and a straight headshot to bring him down. Spinks is still absolutely lethal.
Yeah, that's Spinks for you. We mentioned he's a talent to look at, and I mean, I think everyone's kind of getting on notice that he's a fun player to watch. I want to see that reaction, that trade into the bomb site. That had to be a very fast snap over. Great utility, though, for ENCE at this B bomb site. Yeah, first bullet as he goes over to HooXi. This one's great as well. Dodging the nade as much as possible. Roy didn't expect the peak.
No one's happy right now on the Copenhagen Flames side. And I can't really blame them. 15-7, they need to go on an 8-round run.
And this is where ENCE like starts to get at their most dangerous. Like one of the great things about Snappy as an in-game leader that I've watched recently has just been his willingness to kind of say, we have an advantage. Let's be a bit bold. Like, we don't have to play this super passively. We know we have the better weapons. We know we have more utility. Let's apply some pressure in the first 30 seconds of the round.
And they're definitely doing that. You could tell. Taking a couple of fights over here at the B ramp. You see, on top of everything else, they're going to be catching HooXi. Fair play to HooXi. If he could have snuck down into a forward position, given the weapons that they have, it would have been a huge help. Because they almost have to take risks as well, Copenhagen Flames, with the weapons that they got in this round. If they just wait around, it's unlikely to be as successful. And they're backing off. No one's at the... Well, Roy is only now showing up at that A bomb site, so they are in a little bit of trouble right now.
A lot of bit of trouble. But I mean, at some point, they're just going to have to gamble. Seeing as how they don't have utility. Not a lot, either. 2 smokes. They have weaker weaponry, vastly inferior weaponry, and everyone gambles toward pretty much a near impossible, as close to impossible as you can get in this retake.
Yeah, I'm calling it now.
Yeah, you gonna make that bold prediction?
Yeah, I know. I'm stepping out on the ledge here. I'm really... My reputation's behind this one, but there's just no way. 4-on-5 retake. 4-on-5 retake with no kits, no guns, no grenades, really. They've got a smoke that they've set up, and Snappy's already there with the headshot to take down Nikoros. What an incredibly hot pace that they set to begin with here, ENCE, and they're going to win the first map 16-7. Absolutely stunning result to begin with here. Single elimination, so right now, Copenhagen Flames are in trouble.
Yeah, you saw a little bit of everything from ENCE that makes him a dangerous team. You obviously saw Snappy playing a great game. Saw that Gresh game interview. You saw some of the individual prowess from guys like Spinks, guys like Hades having huge impact. And I mean, that's just a great start to the series. I mean, a beautiful, beautiful way to win Vertigo if you're ENCE.
It is. That looks so well put together. I'm actually super impressed.
We mentioned it a couple times throughout that. We mentioned it a couple times throughout that game, but one of the most worrying signs for me for Copenhagen Flames is they seemed stressed right out of the gate. Like we were seeing that on the webcams like round 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had a good chance to run it back, but just couldn't really make it work. It's a shame, but we'll see if they can do a better job second half, or second map actually.
Second
map.
Up.
Yeah, after the break.
Pistol and GG no Riri.
No left has behind.
I will fake once, boys. Don't block.
Do it.
Headshot.
I think.
They're flashing out.
Headshot and HP. Headshot dead.
I will plant now. One more headshot.
Marco has a flash.
I'm flashing. I'm going to smoke.
Boom.
Backup one headshot. Dead backup.
I don't see headshot.
Headshot one.
Headshot dead. Headshot dead.
Get behind.
No. Headshot dead.
Get behind.
No. I'm gonna go city, but
Back
I'm gonna
up,
go city.
Nice,
guys. Good job.
The sweet taste of revenge as ENCE steal away their opponent's pick 16-7 to close out Vertigo, and one step away from Copenhagen Flames eliminated from the Spring Showdown. But before we get on to Mirage, that'll dictate about the first round of Vertigo. Pacing was a key theme through and through throughout this.
Yeah, it was very clear to me the Copenhagen Flames, given they picked the map, obviously where they were going to start on the T side, and the pace they came out with, they played super fast in the first 6 rounds. And as you saw in the game, they got shut down time after time. We talked about it, Nifty, in the green room as well. It was almost like they tried too hard and they realized too late that slowing down was a much better fit for them.
Yeah, it's weird how it happens in Yeah, it's weird how it happens in Counter-Strike as well. There's always that 6-0 up or 7-0 up, and then the team takes attack or something, and then all of a sudden the pace changes, right? I really liked seeing all that great stuff out of Fast in the first 5, 6, 7 rounds, and I said to you, I was like, man, it would be really cool if they just slowed down and they just took their time. Every round finished before like 1 minute.
And that's something that Mahone into this map of Vertigo, talking about Roy on that A ramp in particular, but it seemed like ENCE, they had a bit of better read coming into it.
Yeah, I think they prepared for it as well. It was a great little education from Mahone, and we actually have a clip that showcases a little bit of that. Roy right here on the ramp, doing the one-way smoke, doing the flash, trying to find the peak, but ENCE were not giving anything away. Instead, they decided to play a little bit more defensively, but then with the counter-aggression in the middle of the round. You see right here, they're setting up for it, a guy at sandbags with a flash. Flash comes in, and then they absolutely manhandle Copenhagen Flames right here. It goes so fast that I'm not even going to try to commentate over this, because in the matter of 5 seconds, every single player from Copenhagen Flames is removed from the server. So yes, it was very clear to me that ENCE were prepared on this ramp duel, as all teams have to be on a map like Vertigo. It's all about the ramp. But this flash, this setup, it was super, super hard for Copenhagen Flames to do anything against.
And it was kind of difficult as well, particularly speaking about Roy coming into this. I know you were talking about when we were watching the game, the fact that it was limited success, as we just saw in that round, for him to sort of get anything done on that ramp.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I would have liked to see more out of like Nikodos, but I think it's just the nature of Vertigo and the way that it works with opping sometimes. You're always on the Overwatch, you know? So yeah, they kind of were down a player, it felt like, as well. So, but Roy was working hard.
Yeah, I think that's kind of something you kind of have to expect coming into Vertigo, just talking about that ult role a little bit more. The same impact we might see on some other maps.
No, you're dependent on your teammates in the sense that if your teammates is getting shot down, then there's only so much Nikodos can do. But if he ends up in a 3v3 or in a clutch scenario, that's when you come into play. That's when the op come in sufficiently enough. So when the team is being owned, to put it in those words, then there's only so much Nikodos can do with it.
And I think another name we need to put under the spotlight is Spinks, somebody that we talked about coming into this game in particular, just looking at his trajectory throughout 2022 as well. He continues to spank his opposition again.
This guy's insane. You know, we know it, and we have known it for quite some time, that he's a great talent. But I think during the RMR qualifier, he stepped it up a notch, and it looks like he's going to continue down that path. He's just so versatile with the rifle as well. He's not afraid of taking duels. He's not afraid of constantly being on the move as well. One of those players that, as I said, he can dictate the pace of the game. In this case, shutting the game down with the rifle. There's very few rifle players out there who have that, I guess, ability to take over a game, or Lynx is one of them.
Absolutely. Natural progression out of a player. I feel like Spinks is at this stage where he gets to just decide, like, you know what? Like, it's time. I'm just going to perform every single game, and I feel like we do get that out of him. So, strong player for ENCE, man. I'm excited to see what more they I'm excited to see what more they can do.
I think something as well when we were coming into this game, we heard it from Banks in the pre-game interview too, saying that we were actually looking at this as being quite a 50-50 split. Were you disappointed to not see a bit more coming out of Flames in this particular map?
Given this is the map pick of Copenhagen Flames, given they knew that Vertigo was at hand, yeah, I expected more from Copenhagen Flames, and I'm pretty sure the players themselves expected more coming out of them as well. ENCE is by no means a bad team on Vertigo, so I thought as well it could be a close game. I thought ENCE had a chance of stealing it away, but for Flames to come out here and not even be close to make it competitive outside of the 10-4 scoreline, that is a little bit disappointing. It should have been closer.
Well, we're going to be moving on to the second map. That is indeed going to be Mirage. The pick up ENCE coming into this. You said you were very excited about this. You're making a little bit of hand gestures as well. Very excited to be getting onto that map. Why is this a map that you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, so just the versatility around Mirage, but we're going to see explosiveness out of both teams. We're going to see a lot of BAPs explodes and all kinds of contact plays and all kinds of mid control, and it just promotes the diversity in the play that we get to see. But also, it's an op heaven. So this is where I'm going to get to see Nikodos really go to work, and I'm just really excited for that because I love watching him play. So I think we're going to end up with a 20-plus round game, at least. 20-25. We could even see an overtime in Mirage.
Yeah, I'm hoping so, too. Are you expecting to see more from the AWPers, as Nifty was kind of saying, coming into this map?
For sure. It's an AWPing playground. You can move wherever you want. If you want to go down A ramp, you do that. If you want to go A palace, you do that. If you want to go middle, you do that. And you can even go towards B, get a boost into BF. So you have no excuse as an AWP not to find impact on Mirage.
Well, let's take a look at our betway odds updated for this series to see exactly where the markets are lying after ENCE winning that, heavily favouring them, particularly coming into their map pick of Mirage. Nifty, you mentioned the word explosiveness as well. Anybody that we're particularly looking at other than kind of the AWPers on both sides of the equation?
I mean, we'll be looking at Spinks, and I think we'll be looking at Yabi always.
Anybody from you, Pimp?
That's a good call. Roy, I believe, is a great player. Mirage as well. Again, a player that likes to take control over the map, that constantly is on the move. And if he's having a great game, there's a chance that the Copenhagen Flames can fight back. I will say, though, that last time they played Mirage, they had a rough loss against Apex. It was online, 16-6, so it wasn't really competitive. And that's one of the points I kind of want to bring up right here. Copenhagen Flames, they seem to thrive better when it's bigger tournaments, like major qualifiers, than when it's online games where they're not together. And I don't know what that is, and maybe we can ask the players, but they seem to struggle a little bit when they're not online.
And that's a point that you were bringing up as well coming into this, Nifty. Potentially, we're looking at kind of the stars of tomorrow. So you are kind of okay with seeing this wave of consistency, or are you hoping for a little bit more?
Well, it's really interesting because I actually just want to jump off the point of his, where it's like there's something mindset-wise with players compared to online and LAN and like what the stakes are. And the environment seems to matter so much more now with the players of tomorrow. They really need to feel as though they're in that spot, but there's something that they can do where they can really put themselves in that environment mentally. And that's really what players need to work on.
And the interesting part, it's usually the other way around. You often talk about teams, they're great online, they have all the confidence in the world, they feel comfortable when they're sitting in the basement playing Counter-Strike. But in reality, some teams, it's the other way around. They feel more comfortable when they're together, when they feed off each other's energy, as you're explaining right here as well. The environment, the confidence, it's so important in Counter-Strike. So that's definitely something Copenhagen Flames have to work with, because we saw it after last major as well. They did so well, and then it completely dropped off. That cannot happen again.
Well, they're going to have to be working hard coming into this particular map, the second one of this series, and one step away from them potentially being eliminated early here at the Spring Showdown. And Anders and Moses will be back with all the action, and you don't want to miss a second of it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can tell, Hades and the rest of ENCE managed to send Copenhagen Flames to the underworld. So tough times, they don't like it.
No, they don't at all. And we mentioned like that was going on from the get-go of that map. Like Copenhagen Flames, Copenhagen Flames, like mentally felt like they broke and collapsed a little bit. So that's going to be an extra element to the second map of how much can they recover emotionally to be prepared for this kind of a game. ENCE looked great though. ENCE looked really, really good in that first map.
Yeah, they were slightly favored in the odds to begin with, and now they are heavily favored. It is for the whole series, not just for the one map. So still, it makes sense. It's a best of 3, and I think right now they're primed to take it. It's going to be the second map coming up, and Copenhagen Flames, they picked the map, and they did not look like they were ready for what ENCE were bringing.
No, and I mean, I think PIMP highlighted it pretty well, and I mean, obviously you combine that with kind of Mahone at the beginning of the day as well, leading into the map, showing off what we were going to see. I think we kind of got the impression, I got the impression at least that ENCE was very well prepared for what they're going to do. And that's even all being said while Roy was having that success on A ramp. They still managed to neutralize everything with Roy having that kind of a solid performance. It's just going to have to all get reset here in Mirage. Going to be really, really interesting. But another map where that CT-sided aggression can be extremely impactful at multiple different portions of the map.
I look forward to it. ENCE are going to be on the T side now with Copenhagen Flames on the CT side, and this is single elimination. They have to pick it up right now. Whatever frustration they were feeling, Copenhagen Flames, I hope it's gone, because they're going to be put to the test once again. And it looks like ENCE are setting up for a fairly rapid kind of an A execute. They don't have anyone else across the map to signal anything else, so once they go, and it's going to be right away. The smokes are already down, and this is not a fake or anything. They're just all in on the A-bomb side. Nice headshots to begin with, though, from the CT side, and that is a quick way to try and win a round here. Madden's on his own. 1 versus 3. Glock, and he's trapped in the corner, trying to fight his way out. A little bit careful now, because it could still do some damage here. He's finding another headshot and turning it into a one-on-one. That is so close.
Oh, you have to be so relieved if you're Copenhagen Flames. We saw all the tilt cams to start this series. If they had lost that one, we would have seen it all over again. Good round from Copenhagen Flames, but a bit dicey that they couldn't close it out easier. Madden essentially in a 1 versus 4, probably closer to a 1v3.
That scared me for a minute. I was like, you could almost tell when he gets the first of the 3, you're like, ooh.
You're like, uh-oh, here it comes. We could feel it.
They're hunting into that corner, getting close to the Glock as well, kind of limiting the range of that USB.
At a perfect jiggle peek as well. Important kill for Nikodas. That was the Hero AK put onto Snappy's hands. He's dropped first. A lot of FAMAS peeking up mid. Gotta be careful. Molotov comes in. Gonna be put out, extinguished immediately. No damage taken from the Flames by Diha, but that's a lot of resources and really no success in middle. Hades, however, has snuck into the B-bomb site off the rotation.
He needed that headshot, though. It's still a really, really cool move, but the problem is the element of surprise is gone. And HOOXi, no real subtlety in that. He just ran him down with the MP9. It's like, you know what?
Which is good, because you want to handle that player, that little lurk, that little trick play, before the rest of his teammates can meet up with him. That's a much harder route to run if Diha and Madden are actually challenging up in those B halls. Spam coming through. Diha takes 75 damage through the wall. And this round is being handled well from Copenhagen Flames. 5 on 2. All you have to do is not lose players from this point on.
I'm almost sure that you were going to jinx them right then and there, but you're right. That's what they needed, and they got it. Good stuff. Hopefully won't be seeing nearly as many severe reactions on the side of Copenhagen Flames. Even just a couple of rounds here early on will, hope, bring them back into the right mindset.
Yeah, you'd like a nice, clean, easy start to allow yourselves to kind of settle down from Vertigo. That was extremely frustrating. I'm just Deagles picked up, no armor, no Hero AK-47, not even any nades brought to bear for the ENCE attack. They got that free AK-47 last round, so yeah, things are going... You got a lot to smile about if you're Copenhagen Flames at the moment. Take that back.
The Eagle headshots. They're always out there somewhere. HOOXi setting up a flash for the middle. All the way from back there. There's always something else to learn.
That was a peek or a flashbang for Roy and Jabby to peek off catwalk together towards top mid and clear things. Top mid and clear things. They didn't see anything. 5 on 4 for ENCE, although Madden's down very low. Diha at about half HP. Got to be careful with those deagles. Exposing yourself, Roy. Gonna take the angle. Spinks wanted the fight. Can't find it. Might have set up Madden for a perfect bait, but Zyphon handles him as well. And all the danger abated. Good shooting from Copenhagen Flames. However, there's been a gap opened up for this window boost.
Yeah, it's very late in the day to be in the window here, but looks like Saffron's even aware. Yeah, he's thinking about it. Probably suspicious seeing Snappy going down in the underpass like that. So good communication between the two team members right there. When Saffron makes the run back from the ticket booth over to the other side, that did seem very dangerous, but he's actually spotted 3 people doing it.
Yeah.
So on that side, if he doesn't get shot in the face with the deagle, it's even if he's just running across that little position, it's still pretty good.
There's an element of danger, but I mean, you have to feel like that's a low percentage shot for a deagle to hit that one. But yeah, it does make you like hold your breath a little bit.
Yeah. Well, especially when you've already lost 1 player, but you're right. Would have been hard to hit. Okay. Early on for the side of Copenhagen Flames. We'll see if it's going to keep up. AK's on the other side now. Only Madden has any kills at all on ENCE right now. Everyone else is 0. Not a big deal, but...
Good on Madden.
Yeah. It's putting in the work. Alright. Middle. Smoke up there. They actually run out a little bit early. I thought maybe there was going to be a gap there. Nikodos is going to get the kill on Hades. And a quick trade. Jabby is there, and it works so well. Roy, I think with layered flashbangs behind that whole thing, I think there was 2 of them just stacking them up. That's going to work incredibly well. They just crush it right down the middle. ENCE not even getting a chance to get into this round.
Yeah, not at all. Madden might be able to do something. He's been spotted. Crossfire from Catwalk in the A bomb site, nearly impossible to deal with. And Spinks is locked out. I didn't see who the first player was for ENCE to turn that corner to go down in middle. Was it might have been Snappy. No one else turned the corner. It seemed like he spotted them dropping down, so they kind of knew the play, but no one really followed up on that initial fight, and that's where those staggered flashbangs from Roy were just all so powerful. No, it was Hades, excuse me. But there's no follow-up on that one, which sets up this aggression with the flashbangs. Snappy coming in third, can't do anything. Good kills from Jabby.
Yeah, really, really well done. I like that mid-aggression so much. It's something
I feel like we don't see that too often these days, like the full mid-aggression to the top of mid.
Some teams will just never do it, it feels like. It just is, it isn't a priority ever, but...
Well, you got to have the players who enjoy doing it, right? Like, some people just hate that push. Me, for instance. I hate that push.
The danger is you can get stuck in this really awkward way, right? Where suddenly you've lost underpass, and now you're just at the top of middle on a little weird island. Not enjoying life, but it's worked out this time. Looks like they want to try for some sort of explosion towards the B bomb side if they could get the opening. If they can't, it probably is not going to work at all. But yeah, 1 quick headshot here on Hooksy. That'll do it. First the smoke, then the Molotov. Hooksy absolutely doing a good job there, assisted by Jabby, of course. And now he could try to escape with a little bit of health left still. Yeah, solid work.
Ooh, hello.
It just doesn't really work. But,
no, it looks silly.
Listen, that's why that shot with the AWP that we all recognize is
the Cold Zero. Yeah.
That's why it's legendary. Even with an AK that can shoot significantly quicker.
No, but if you're NBK with a shotgun or a scout,
yeah,
that's your home.
That'll get the job done. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I mean, I don't really blame ENCE for trying it. I feel like I don't know what else they're supposed to do in a round where they just have the pistols. Nikodos making a quick dive down underpass. And they actually have the double AWP. Finding the kill on Madden.
He's turned for the flashbang.
Yeah.
Turned for the flashbang, which makes it easy shooting for the AWP on Nikodos, although he's now kind of stuck. Nikodos. Gabby behind the smoke.
Oh, this is awkward.
Gabby behind the smoke.
Oh, this is awkward.
Oh, it clears. There's the first good trade from Spinks.
That's really interesting. Siphon with a nice shot onto Snappy there. Kind of hard when the smoke fades like that and you're all inside of it. You sort of have to actually realize, wait a minute, that is actually not my teammate.
And this will be the interesting thing. How much can ENCE actually keep track of the fact? Remember, they had the Opera on Nikodos that they know was stuck in underpass, so they have to be calling that out. So how do they manage that information? There's going to be a flank coming in. They're stuck in the bomb site. Spinks over towards Cubby.
Actually a little bit impressed that they even got the bomb down so quickly. It's very hard to do like this in a 2-on-3 because someone kind of has to cover 3 different angles while the other person is planting the bomb. Grenade and Molotov into the corner, but it doesn't really do anything for them. Hades and Spinks still alive. Nice little, just going for it straight up with the USP, and Spinks has to do it all on his own. It's a 10-second defuse. Oh, he might have just won the round right then and there. HooXi out, and it's a 1 versus 3. Absolutely sublime mechanical work for Spinks.
That's unbelievable. That will take all the wind out of your sails if you're Copenhagen Flames. The first one was labored. Remember, he misses the initial spray on which you feel is like a free kill, essentially. That tap over onto the second frag is unbelievable. Beautiful verticality. This one right here. Initially, I mean, he does everything right. What a heroic effort.
He is so quick and so accurate.
It's cracked, I believe they say.
They do say that. The Sumas. I like it.
Gotta start endearing myself to the next generation.
Yeah. You gotta tweet it, Moses, if you have any any good words like that.
Zoomer saying.
We have to keep up, you know. But yeah, that's impressive. And you're right, that 3 versus 1. The 10-second defuse, though, also obviously creates a huge obstacle, right?
Yeah, it does.
So that's...
Yeah, when I saw that at like 8 seconds, I was like, oh, that hurts. Because you think I'm just gonna stick it. There's no chance he's able to make it around. I'm just gonna stick it. There's no chance he's able to make it around this corner. And it looks like they would have had plenty of money for kits. So someone didn't buy a kit.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue. Somebody go back and maybe look over. Nikodos trying to play under the smoke here. They've been successful with the aggression before. If not for the flashbang, he probably would have been run down with that Mac 10, but seems to have worked out in the end, so no one actually takes any damage at all.
Strange. Yeah, Snappy might have caught that full force, or he might have just assumed that there was going to be someone protecting the AWPer, but with the Mac 10, it's that all-important weapon. 2 Mac 10s. Mentioned this on Vertigo as well, and they love switching into these Mac 10s for a change of pace, and it looks like they're going to be lining up for just a really, really heavy B execute.
This jump over here that HooXi's engaging in, you can kind of do it both ways, right? You could do it so that you jump into the corner, or you could do it so that you jump away. Now, jumping away is you're more airborne, so it's more risky, but jumping into the corner is also risky, right? Because you're actually jumping into the action. If they run and you're a little bit off with the timing, then you're suddenly really deep in there. The smoke is what amazing timing. He's only going to get the 1 kill, but that is still pretty solid. Jabby all the way back here, and they think they've already checked this. They've already killed 1 player here. Why would they go for a second peek? So incredible movement from Jabby to get that double kill. That is just, he just absolutely mind-gamed them.
Yeah, that's magnificent. Snappy's going to have to do a lot because his teammate is not connected. Plant's going to go down. They don't know where the second player is. He's in mid. He's going to start coming up catwalk now. So 2 versus 3, and actually Copenhagen Flames have let them get into pretty decent positions, all things considered.
Be incredible if they had another smoke or a Molotov here, ENCE, but they kind of don't. Just an HE, probably not worth throwing that much in a 2v3 like this. Madden with the first kill, the crossfire is in effect, and that's going to probably give them the round. Nikodos here with an AWP. I have no idea how you're going to get out of this one. Walks into the HE, and he's just waiting for it. If he misses the shot, he should be dead. And he will be. Snappy, the nice victory here for ENCE.
Snappy had a lot of freedom to kind of jump around in the bomb site, get that plant down, cross over back towards the bench as well, even throwing a Molotov.
You notice how when he went to get the bomb planted, he actually jumps from the car to look over the bomb site, into the market. That's a nice little strategy. I'm going to try and see if I can remember that. But
that's just a beautiful crossfire setup as well from Catwalk, looking for the exit on that doorway, and Snappy just ready to swing from bench as soon as contact is made. Great post plant from ENCE. Gonna take a lot of the money away from Copenhagen Flames. Still an op in the hands of Nikodos, but 2 SMGs on HooXi and Zyphon means they're hurting.
Yeah, money real low on all sides. Actually, ENCE has a little bit more than Copenhagen Flames do. A little bit more of a common sort of standard setup for Copenhagen Flames early on in this round. Not that that is necessarily a problem, but just to say they've gone away from some of that mid-aggression. They haven't really made up for it. Ooh, nice shot. They haven't made up for it yet by Palace aggression or B-hallway aggression or anything like that. There are other options if you really wanted to.
Look at Spinks just walking up A-ramp. He's found 1. No way for him to predict the follow-up swing from Jabby and Copenhagen Flames. Their defense has just slowly whittled down this attack to just 2 players. Hades and Snappy, the last 2 remaining. They've got the bomb in hand. And back towards the A-bomb site we go.
Seemed like a bit of a careless move from Roy. Wanting to get out of there, I guess, but kind of jumped the gun a little bit.
I think this is nice too. This call to go back towards the A bomb site. You know, I'd wonder what the information was passed over from his teammates. But obviously, after the mid player goes down, after NKT gets that pick, I mean, there's 2 smokes dropped, one in connector, one in towards Palace. So I think they might be saying they've used some utility here. They've already encountered a lot of pressure. They've encountered that lurk, and they've encountered one in connector. They might think we're going elsewhere. But Copenhagen Flames has a pretty decent setup at the moment. Everyone playing passive, letting them commit to the bomb site with just 15 seconds left on the clock.
Payne doesn't seem like he's afraid at all. He actually just walked onto the bomb site without even scoping the gun. He's going to go down to NKT and Snappy. There should be no way to win this. 1 versus 3. They're all around him. He can't really escape the bomb site, and he's going to be found. Good stuff. Copenhagen Flames back on top once again. They would have had to have saved if they lost this round, so this is real important.
That's huge. Snappy just had nowhere to get comfortable, nowhere to find a one-on-one fight once you plant that bomb. Good opening kill from NKT. Just good play from him passively as well, and ignoring the bomb planter, finding Hades.
Where are you on the LEDs on PCs? I think it's Jabby who's got all the crazy LED fans in the background.
I'm not a huge like I guess they're, I don't know. I don't care about those kinds of things. That's where I am. I don't care one way or the other.
All right, you don't even. All right, you don't have no specific opinion on.
No, if my PC works and runs the game well, that's all I care about.
Fair enough.
It's not a decorative piece, you know. It's utility.
I can appreciate that. I think it's easier. It's practical that way. 6-2.
Look at the nades on ENCE. This is just going to be contact. They don't even have a flashbang.
But they do have a Krieg, and at this range, it could defeat the AWP if you know what you're doing. Biha opening up that one. NKT straight back there. Witness a nice flick. He was maybe a second slower there. He would have been dead right away. Hades very low on health. Trying to see if he can escape. And he really is on his own now. Trying to find out an opening, but Hooksy will take him down. 7-2. Copenhagen Flames are making it interesting.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about Roy on Vertigo with his entries on the T side in the first half. I think here you got to bring up NKT with his AWP is starting to be really impactful, hitting some nice shots. He's had some opening kills. Here he gets the trade onto Diha. This follow-up had to have been a kill for Spinks. And as good as we've seen him shooting at various points, even in this map, you think it would have been.
Yeah, it's definitely a kill that he's able to close out right there. NKT, I think Nifty mentioned it, that Vertigo could be one of those maps where it'd be really hard to do a lot with the AWP because you're just kind of covering for your teammates and all the rest of it. I think he called it an Overwatch position, which makes sense. But on this one, he has a lot more to say, and I still think NKT is an incredible AWP player for that part of it. Pistols all around, a quick bomb plant, but as everyone should know by now, getting the bomb down to the A bomb site's really not a big problem. It's holding it afterwards that can be really, really tough. Get a kill on Roy, though. Does make it interesting. 3 versus 4 now. And Jabby just walking right through. He got away with so much there through the smoke. Well done. Spinks on his own. 1 versus 4. And even with the Tech 9 here, there's not much he could do to save this one. Siphon's going to find him. And they'll get the round.
Yeah, this defense is looking real solid. 8-2 at the moment. That's brutal. Yeah, I think that's a fair point to make, too, if you go back to Vertigo. It was one thing kind of Fallen mentioned when I was with him on Liquid, is, you know, talking about T-sides and Vertigo. He just said there's not really a whole lot of comfortable fights to find as an AWPer. Sometimes you can feel like you're just blocked off from utility, blocked off by aggression from the CT side. Yeah. Sometimes it just felt like a coin flip. But here, a map like this, an AWPer's playground, essentially, you could see NKT having that impact we didn't see him get on the first map in the series.
And even more so when the T side is economically disadvantaged, because you don't have the smokes and the flashbangs to deal with, right? Like a lot of the time he's just swinging to get the fight, so it's even more true. Pillow, you know, Maui said that apparently there are pillows where you'd have a thread count on them. Have you ever heard of this? Like an 8,000 thread something.
Bed sheets, I've heard of the thread count.
Okay. So
I go high thread count on bed sheets.
It's just me who's a troglodyte, then. I have no idea.
Oh, bro, you gotta get.
I just buy a bed.
You gotta get yourself some nice bed sheets. It's key. It's gonna change your life. I'm not even lying to you.
Okay.
I'm lying to you.
Okay.
I swear to God.
I believe it. I just
go get yourself some of that Egyptian cotton.
All right, I'm out of the loop then. That's good. We've all learned something today.
Pillows, though, get out of my face.
All right, they're just pillows. All right. Stops at bed sheets. I'm glad we've cleared this up. Hades walking right in. He did this only with the AWP. I actually think that could be so lethal. That's so hard to read on the CT side. If someone is just going to be walking into the bomb side, especially with the Krieg and that first bullet accuracy, I would have loved to have seen that work from Hades. I think that's a cool idea. Now they're going to get cleaned up. Roy taking a couple of kills for himself here, getting himself back into the mix, and Snappy goes down, 9-2.
Okay, and this time kind of a change in philosophy on your attacking side. As you mentioned, kind of walking up in a more contact style. You don't actually deploy the utility even after you get those opening kills, but it still gets all ripped away from you. This time it's Roy on the rotation coming in. Spinks obviously knows there's a second player as well. Clever route to drop down and find him, but not even time because there's too much pressure being applied to drop a Molotov, to drop utility. You can see his teammate gets killed throwing out a Molotov to prevent that play from Roy. Just the timing not there after the initial kills for ENCE. And they're just getting stumped. 3 timeouts now used from ENCE in this opening half. Just trying to keep their head above water, really. This is a dominant defense from Copenhagen Flames.
It is starting to look really, really impressive. They managed to avoid the economic reset that was almost upon them a couple of rounds ago. And now it's getting better and better. 3 out of 4 timeouts have already been used by ENCE in the first half even, which is a lot. That's kind of crazy. Hopefully they can make something off it.
We had a conversation with Cadian out in Germany when he was casting with us, and he kind of mentioned you know, CT side, sometimes it's easier to adapt. So, you know, you don't have to save timeouts to try and figure out a solution. It's nice to have them, but, you know, T side is probably the most impactful, more impactful timeouts.
That's a fair point.
Might not have been what he meant word for word. I'm paraphrasing a little bit there, so don't want to put words in his mouth, but the concept remains the same. The T side just more useful for the timeouts to have that extra time to discuss things you're seeing and going up against.
I'll take that as a concept. That does make sense to me. I'm not going to argue that. They've got some good mid-control this time, and seemingly for free. They've had to run into a little bit of opposition earlier. Madden right around the corner. Doesn't want to risk the knife. I can't blame him. Spinks has got a headshot as well on Siphon, and he's going to go back for more. Even has that shadow advantage. This is a round where they've won 3 opening fights all across the map. It doesn't really get any better.
Yeah, the question becomes now, Copenhagen Flames towards the end of this half, are they going to let this half slip away from them from how dominant it's been? Because this is that change-up style. We're starting to see less utility used, less information being given over. Oddly enough, there's like a one-on-one here at this bomb site. Spinks has got to just make himself a small target. Won't matter either way. Hooksy gets 1 more kill, consolation prize, but surely nothing else after this.
Yeah, I mean, he could just kind of try and go for it, but yeah, they're going to be watching it. So
these last, like, what, 2 or 3 rounds of this half, if you're Copenhagen Flames, the conversation for your defenses has to be like, look, they've done this contact out Palace, they've done this contact up A ramp, now they're doing this, like, kind of this move up Catwalk very, very quickly. Things are changing, so be on your guard. Something new that we haven't seen through the first stages of this half. It's not this kind of setup, utility, map control style. Now they're starting to try and really test the gaps in this defense, see how far they can get before they're noticed.
You're right, if it turns into a 9-6, I mean, it's not a pretty good lead for Copenhagen Flames, but I'm sure mentally it's going to feel a little bit different. And to try and solve that problem, at least momentarily, they look like they wanted to go a bit aggressive in middle, but some of those smokes in the window and the one at top mid here, kind of making them think maybe it's not worth it, because it did isolate that alt player down the middle. Nikodos, he had to fall back from that position.
They're masking a B-split. They're masking a B-split massively. So much pressure on connector. 2 defenders are stuck here. 3 players in the upper tunnels for ENCE, and you've got Madden up on Catwalk now. He's in position, so when does ENCE pull the trigger on this hit?
Actually, the timing would have been incredible if they would have done it right away, but they can't necessarily know that. Still deep in on the map. Roy gonna go and investigate. Starved for information, Copenhagen Flames. They really want to find out what is happening in the middle of this map, and Madden again taking down Nikodos. That's a hard spray through that vent, but he's able to do the job anyway. And he's kind of sucking in a lot of attention right now. They have to worry about this on the CT side. They can't really ignore it. Off angle, Roy will take him down. That's a real shame. Now they've got 3 of the B-bomb side.
Oh, and I think Copenhagen Flames called out what that pivot point was, what Madden's presence means. Diha with a stunning shot, but they think Roy's the second player. Jabby's still alive inside the bomb site. 1-on-2 for him. Reinforcements a long ways away. Spinks has the angle, and Jabby can just chill. Hades asleep at the wheel. A little bit slow in the shot, but now it's his turn for the clutch.
1 versus 2, but only 20 seconds. Yeah, he's waited a long time now. Siphon's shown up, and the timing is not with him. I think he was going to be dead either way. 10-3, and I think you're right. That's not a lot of information to go off. Just finding one player in that ladder room, and then you actually put 3 people in B.
It's because the hit got so slowed down in B tunnels. It's because that smoke was there. They were waiting behind it, waiting for it to clear to really pull the trigger on it. And you have Madden in that window room as the pivot point. You feel no pressure from Palace. You feel no pressure, no utility from A-Ramp either. So you kind of start to put the pieces together and make an educated guess. And Copenhagen Flames just got it at the right time. Bringing that third player over to the B bomb site was everything.
Oh! Beating the AWP with an AK. Nikodos, the whole reason he's there is to try and take that fight, and he just gets absolutely busted. Siphon with a good double kill in return, so the celebration is kind of short-lived here on the side of ENCE. They're going to find one more kill. Good shot for Hades, and it's back into a 3-on-3. Good position to be in right now for ENCE. They could do a lot with this.
Yeah, full mid control, connector control as well. There's a smoke still up in window. Quietly gonna march their way. Smoke behind him to block any peek from Catwalk that's forthcoming. However, position on A-Ramp is so strong. That's Xiphon in this position. The insurance policy, if they can plant safe, but he'll have a lot of information. He's planning out the open, but they're watching it. Good kill from Diha.
That bomb site was so suspiciously silent that they were kind of wondering, wait a minute, no one's defending it? They've got to be somewhere. Great finds, and that is finally another round for ENCE. They've been struggling to get there, but yeah, I guess they finally take one step further.
Yeah, for how dominant of a half it's been, to have a chance at 5 rounds would be spectacular. This has not been, obviously, super impressive from ENCE's T side on Mirage, but if you can get away with 5, going to be very pleased. Good shot. Yeah, transfer over.
He has to, I mean, he has to stop his player model instantly to make that shot. Because when we did assume he was almost running still.
Yep. Here we go. Standard smokes down, base of Catwalk, one in towards window as well. Molotov towards Con to prevent any wide swings. Aggression from the pistols, the upgraded pistols of Copenhagen Flames, all they've got to play with. Roy brings Hades down to 28, but it's 2 kills for ENCE to start the round. 5-on-3 early. 4-on-3.
Siphon's making a lot of noise. Snappy. Yeah, he heard that coming a mile away. But yeah, he wanted to get there, obviously, to help out his teammate. He thought that was going to be some sort of a quick B hit.
Yeah, his teammates were probably calling it out, and maybe just a miscall. Someone said all in B. I heard 3, heard 4.
Oh, dear. That's actually a big issue. Jabby with a double. He picked up the AK, and they were not under that much pressure. I know they wanted to rotate away because they got the 1 kill on that on the A defender. I think it was Siphon coming through. But still, that is so dangerous. They just ran right out there, making a lot of noise. It was over a minute left, and now 1 versus 2 against Jabby. He's got the AK up here. They should still be able to win this fight, and they will. But that is a little bit more scary than it needed to be.
That's spicy.
10-5 in the first half. Good return from Copenhagen Flames. Let's see if they can close it out in the second half after the break. Welcome back, everyone. ENCE are far behind on this map. It is the second map. They did win the first one, so I guess that's good. They have a little bit of a buffer, but ultimately, they'd like to win this 2-0, and that is some distance away right now, Jason. I don't know if that's going to be possible.
Yeah. Well, it's out of reach to be super confident about it, but I think if you go back to Vertigo and the defense they had, I mean, let's see what they're going to bring out in this one. Obviously, the pistol would be great, but we mentioned, and we saw it even from Copenhagen Flames in the first half, you can be aggressive. A lot of different players. Missed opportunity for Hades. Doesn't want it to slip away entirely, but this has left his teammate at the B bomb site all alone for a very long time. Spinks has one. Gotta hold on to the pillar. Gotta hold on to Shadow, but just can't do it. Good trade from Zyphon. We're gonna have a 4-on-3 post plant.
Ooh, even that one kill for Spinks, though, it does help things a little bit in the retake that's coming up. They do not currently have a defuse kit picked up. Spinks had one on the ground. Zyphon's gonna get one kill. It follows up with another headshot, and now it's looking great. Trying to get out of the market there is Madden, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily going to be easy. Snappy's hoping for one more shot, but right now Copenhagen Flames happy to sit around and wait for more to happen. Zyphon absolutely winning the round. Quad kill on that Glock.
Yeah, the peak from that position was so brutal to a heavy retake on Catwalk. 3 players coming up for a big Catwalk retake, and they got annihilated. 11-5.
Just a solid start here. Everything that they needed. Ancient would be the third map. Scary map, I think, to decide anything on these days.
Yeah, I like it though. I don't mind Ancient as a decider. I think it's got some cool elements to it. I think it's a lot of fun to see teams like this that are willing to be aggressive on CT side. It's fun to watch them play Ancient.
True, yeah. And still presumably a map where you only have to figure out a couple of interesting tricks, and you could be way ahead.
Yeah, it's not like the other maps where we've got like kind of a defined meta set in stone that's proven to be effective over and over again. You're still got plenty of time for Ancient to get figured out in a deeper way. 2 scouts picked up on Hades and Spinks. Deagles on the other 3 defenders as ENCE try and recover in this before the game gets too out of reach.
Double scout. I like it. Can't really have too many scouts. I feel like I'll pick the scout over a FAMAS any day.
Would you really?
Yeah, I would.
No, that's gross.
I just have so little trust in the FAMAS. It's more a measure of the FAMAS than it is the scout, but still.
Okay. You know, I don't believe for a second that if there was a game you were playing with $250,000 on the line and you had a chance for a scout or a FAMAS, I don't believe for a second you would pick the scout.
If you were on a team with me, I would. I don't know. Plus it feels more liberating. You move so fast.
Okay.
There's something about that.
Well, that is not what you like from Diha. He'll be upset. Didn't land any of those shots. He had an advantage in the peak, had a moment to find a kill. Snappy's going to get put into play, and he's way too committed now. Not getting away from that. At least sees the information early. That'll get Spinks deeper into the B bomb site. Good kill from Diha. Makes up for earlier, but here's your scout. He's got a tag.
It's not bad, but down to 20 seconds. He needed that shot, though. More backup is coming in. They've got a 3rd player in the market right now. 17 seconds on the clock. Nikolos with a great double spray down. The Galil doing a lot of work right then and there. 10 seconds. Yep, that is the bomb out there. 8 seconds, and they're going to be able to put the bomb down. Madden is just not going to be able to get there quite in time. Yeah, they could have maybe got the spray through, and that would have been a disaster. But now it's a 1 versus 2. He's managed to snuck in behind here. No kit, but he's got plenty of time right now, so I'm not sure that is the big difference maker. Sneaking in, he's already got the angle, and Roy's walking up behind him. Nikolos was actually pre-aiming that position too. That is a really close round.
There were a lot of opportunities for Copenhagen Flames to lose this round. This is the one I think Dia's going to want to have back. Shot a bit too early, wasn't really ready for the fight. Also very mindful, try not to overexpose himself. He does recover quite nicely. He didn't catch that one. That's beautiful. But Nikolas saves the day. His AWPing in the first half, and that impact right there with the Galil is everything.
12-5, and obviously ENCE. Oh, they could have, because their defense was really good. You're right on Vertigo. If they could have saved this round with just the Deagles and the Scouts, it would have been a really interesting potential comeback. Now they'll have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, now there's not any forgiveness anymore, is there? Like, it's next gun round. It better be lights out from ENCE for a long period of this half if they want to make a comeback.
I think they did prove something again on the CT side of Vertigo, which is that the defense is not just a static defense. Like, they do a lot of different things. We saw the pop flash to the A ramp.
Yep.
They had like pushes down the ramp. They had a lot of different things going on. So if they get into the right groove right away.
Yeah, they haven't really had the time or the resources to showcase that here on Mirage just yet. We'll see if they can buy themselves that time.
Did he even stop moving?
He did not.
He's in one of those like carnival rides, shooting out of it. Just it's good.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. Yeah. He just shoots. There's another one.
The frustration has switched. It's been passed over to the end side of things.
I have a project in mind. I'm collecting these little phrases that people like to say. Like, he just swings. He's just shooting. He's just like, we need like a collection of those. Those are funny.
A soundboard.
Yeah, exactly. Because everyone recognizes that. He's not flashed.
Yeah, we all know what it means. Good kill from Diha. He's got support and Hades up in the window. But Hades has been spotted by Nikados and still looking for that follow-up peek that is yet to come. Nades raining in behind those boxes at the top of middle. So Nikados is neutralized for the moment.
Decent start. Again, this defense is going to have to be incredible, so the sooner you can get it rolling, the better. Nikados, though, will find Spinks, and a nice shot right through Diha. Able to take down Siphon. Madden. A little bit scary. Just back into it with a grenade in hand. If they'd still been waiting with the AK, he's probably dead right then and there. But luckily, he's got teammates. And they were going to be able to help him out. Not bad. Although that did look like... It looked like he had lost his mind.
Yeah, because he even spotted it out. He even knew he was there when he takes that swing with the grenade. He might have thought he would just remain passive in towards Palace. Either way, excuse me, no harm done. So first gun round, as we mentioned, for ENCE would have to be right out of the gate. They at least accomplished the first round and let the comeback commence.
Yeah, in a good position to do. I mean, 13-6 is. It's a sizable gap, but it's not completely overpowering. I wouldn't feel too safe if I was Copenhagen Flames just yet.
No, not at all.
Mac 10 make a deal. Everything about this buy screams B explosion, and that is in fact what is happening as well. Though Spinks is quick to shut that down. Long range, not worried about the middle. He's got a teammate there. He could just stay scoped up on this part of it. Very hard to do anything about. Solid lockdown, really important. Those B explosions, it feels like everything is decided almost on that opening kill. If it goes your way, you probably create the space, you get the bomb.
Yeah, because that first player pushes through the bomb site or wraps around the pillars to be able to drop the players who have some safety on the back end of the bomb site. But, I mean, that was actually a really dangerous one. Snappy was caught out in the open with the awkward timing. It's this kill right here that maybe not saves his life. Maybe Snappy still would have won that battle, but he probably would have taken damage, probably would have had to reset his spray, probably wouldn't have been able to have a clean follow-up fight. So that kill from Spinks was very, very nice for him to find to give Snappy time to recover.
Now we're working with the double AWP on the side of ENCE. And they're up against pistols, Glocks. Might as well be paintball guns down the middle, not really doing anything. That double AWP on the CT side of Mirage, you don't have to do it all the time, but I love the luxury of having that B.
The deep B angle?
Yeah, I really like that, because you can suddenly be 2 middle to A, basically, right?
Yep. Can do a lot of things. This was just a turkey shoot. Quad kill from Diha with Hades grabbing the 5th.
I feel like if you took an AWP to shoot turkeys, there wouldn't be much left to actually eat.
You wouldn't be eating dinner, that's for sure.
But you would win.
You would win. Actually, turkeys are difficult to hunt.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're skittish creatures. You can understand why. They're turkeys. Matt,
I know.
Getting his feet shot at, but he's going to take a fight towards top mid. HooXi finds the timing, traded immediately. They have the information, one's below. Snappy calling out the B rush. They're already out. Good kill from Snappy with the ult, but Jabby has the pillar. Now it's on Spinks out in the open against a headshot angle. Awkward fight for Hades that he somehow wins. And ENCE maintain an advantage just barely.
Oh, he should have lost that. That is interesting. Nico's burning alive. Yeah, he's going to have to try and make his way out. Oh, this is such an awkward round in a lot of different ways. And Diha, he should have the angle on Jabby here. Misses the first chance, but Spinks takes him down instead. And Nico's no way out here. He's going to be found, and it will be a 9th round for ENCE.
I wonder, I think you have to imagine Copenhagen Flames is going to come back to a B hit. It's now 2 B hits that we've seen. They actually had the right timing.
Yeah.
This time they almost make it work. I think they're going to cock to that B play at least one more time in the remaining rounds of this game. And if you're ENCE, it's just a question. Remember that B defender we used to talk about all the time, the cold position. Maybe you don't see anyone for the next 4 rounds. It's going to come back to you at some point. So if you're Spinks and you're Snappy, that's got to be in the back of your mind. Like, they're coming back to us at some point.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're really up for it on the Copenhagen Flame side, you could even start to play around with that and try to sort of, you know, pretend a little bit early on. Send a couple of people maybe to try and fake it out, maybe create some space in the middle. This time, though, that A ramp is what it's all about, but they lose the mid pressure, and that's a problem, though. Jabby with a good shot, at least to take down that CT player in Hades. Still a 3-on-3 now. They've cleared open the bomb site. They should be able to get the bomb plant as well. Actually taking some space in TT spawn. I really like this move here from Siphon. I think that's super smart, because otherwise you just can't really hold the bomb site. Snappy, though, with a nice swing, and the bomb is down, sure, but Nikodos is on his own back here. Straight headshot to take that one. A little bit of a nade damage. On top, he swings and he crab walk sprays right in that 1v1. And that's going to be the win on the side of Copenhagen Flames. That is huge.
Yeah, frustrating, I think, for Snappy there. I got to be frustrating for all events. Hades even gets caught up on top of those ticket boxes, misses a shot or at least legs someone. No chance to recover. Snappy as well towards the end, jumping up on that box. And when he slides out, there's nowhere to really go. Nade comes in, and that's just a quicker peek than he expected.
Yeah. Nothing makes me more furious than getting killed by people who do the crab walking spray thing.
The crab walking spray wide swing?
Well, it doesn't even have to be just in general. That just something about it just makes me really angry, irrationally angry.
Well, Copenhagen Flames really picking up the pace. This one's fast, already up in mid, already with the man advantage. A lot of pressure on the B bomb site, but it's just Snappy. He has to push towards Catwalk to find safety.
Yeah, kind of only a little bit of safety, and now it's definitely gone.
I don't know why he would not even consider that room would have been a point of danger. I'm very confused why he didn't even consider it. After all that pressure in middle.
Yeah, they'd been smoked off, so he must have known that they lost vision on that for a second there. But a lot was going on.
Yeah. Lost in the chaos.
Easily happens, right? And he probably felt, because of the early kills limit, he wanted to help his team out and try and see if he could sneak in there. It's going to be another round, so 15-9. Good closing power so far on this map for Copenhagen Flames. Not really leaving the door open for ENCE to start to get back into it.
Yeah, they haven't even had to go back towards the B bomb site yet, because, I mean, they obviously won off the pop up the A ramp through the smoke. Now they've won with this fast mid play as well, so finding success all across the map. Tiad Madden just holding on to these weapons. Should be fine. Don't think we'll see any kind of a hunt. They've got money to drop Snappy over a weapon as well. But they got to rattle off 6 straight to take us to OT.
Still sounds totally possible. But Copenhagen Flames are kind of, yeah, they're reinventing themselves in front of us.
They look great on this map. We mentioned they were like the frustration from Vertigo. They were going to have to kind of find a way to settle down between the maps. Got out to a nice start. I think they started the map out like 5 or 6 to nothing, which is obviously going to be a feel good opening. Yeah, that's the one right there.
And given the run that they had during the last major, you would expect for them to be able to reset things a little bit. Frustration is now with Hades instead. They've cursed him. They've sent it over his way.
Yeah, your turn. Enjoy playing pissed off for an entire game.
It's never the same, is it?
15-9.
Nice smoke there in the window. Oh, sorry, Molotov to try and block out the smoke. To make sure that Hades could get a little bit of a shot here. Yeah, he's got 11 kills, same as Snappy, so not quite as impactful maybe as in the first map. But this is it.
Oh, because of that Molotov and smoke, Hades has a lot of information saying there's no presence in mid. So if you're the defensive ENCE right now, you got to be very, very cautious about plays on the extremities towards that A bomb site, towards B. It's passive setups at both, so you don't really have any of that deep information coming. Copenhagen Flames lining up 3 at A ramp, 1 in Palace. And 1 player towards mid, just pulling attention in this direction, and it's working.
Hades with the early kill taking down Siphon. I don't realize, yeah, Roy, I mean, he had the right idea. Could not win the fight, though. Fuxi and Nikodos, 2 versus 4. Fuxi sneaking in. That's very awkward, trying to get off the ladder. And Madden's going to be found now 2-on-3. Don't give this one up. ENCE, you have a good lead, at least in this round. You could try to push it a little bit closer, but they're still moving around a lot. Hades going to be found. He's not going to be happy about that one. Nikoto's now 1 versus 2. Still 35 seconds. Yeah, he can't really run back to the B bomb side any longer.
No, he has the right read, though. He has the right read that someone's on the flank. Just Spinks, you're so far away. Will never give himself up. Same with Snappy. There's the swing. There's the find. Good timing on that. Clutch slips away from Nikodos. So, 5 more in a row to force overtime.
Yeah, one more step in the right direction. You could see that they were... It's always a little bit scary when you're moving around a lot, because they were really slowing it down. It's a good call for Copenhagen Flames. They realized the time that was left. They're like, all right, let's see if they actually give us an opportunity, and they nearly did. 15-10. Timeout being used, the first one for Copenhagen Flames, so that they have some luxury here. They can chill out for a minute.
Yeah, they had no problems in that first half. No reason to ever call that timeout. Vastly different from what we saw in Vertigo.
Some nervous, you can see everyone's kind of like popping in their seats. No one's feeling 100% confident right now. Ancient to end it with. That would be cool. Again, it's single elimination, so it's tough.
Your entire life in BLAST Premier Spring Split falls onto Ancient.
Yes.
15-10. 5-round lead. Copenhagen Flames keeping it simple. This time 3 at the ramp, 2 in Palace. Only 1 initial defender. Snappy's going to swing from top con. Spinks over in the window.
If they go for it now, I think Madden almost has to fall back from that position. I don't think he could really defend it on his own if they throw the full wall down. Oh, he is going to stick around. Snappy actually takes his teammate, but Jabby, that was through the smoke even. And Madden, yeah, he's out here in the middle of nowhere. That's why I wanted him to leave to begin with. 4 versus 3 now. And a real good chance right now for Copenhagen Flames to maybe get this map and put us on a third. Right through the smoke and jumping down the stairs is Roy with a Mach 10. He's going to be cancelled out by Hades. That's a pretty good shot right there. And it's back into a 2-on-2. They've managed to slow down the attack. But Spinks moving into position. He must have seen the face of Nikodos. Might have saw some, I don't know, he must have seen him surely. Otherwise, that is such a quick reaction. And now it's on Hades. 1 versus 2. Yeah, he's moving into a better position. This actually makes a lot of sense, but he might overstep it now, surely. Oh, dropping down. That's going to give it away. They know. He still gets a shot on Nikodos. He spins, but he can't find it. And it will be a third map instead. Copenhagen Flames with a real good run here on Mirage.
Yeah, great recovery. That was actually super cool in that clutch, just slowing things down to the 2-on-1, forcing Hades to make the play. But what a great recovery on the Mirage for Copenhagen Flames. Completely different team than what we saw in Vertigo.
I'm happy to see them do that. They looked frustrated when they were on that first map. Second map, they managed to pick it up, and they get the just reward. Going to be playing Ancient now instead to decide.
Is that the just reward?
I don't know if possibly it is.
Ancient to decide your tournament life. Congratulations.
It depends on how much you love it. I think either way it's going to be exciting. We've been seeing some good Counter-Strike out of both teams so far, so I'm happy for it.
Yeah.
I want to see it. Third map, it's coming up right after this.
The game is like this, I can put do.
There's always going to be that feeling of getting CSGO'd. It's just kind of depressing.
I use my time wisely.
You never know till the end, like to the last second, what will happen.
It's changed my life. Thumbs up. So I've been playing CSGO for 15 years now. I think I have around 16k on CSGO, which is a lot, I guess.
So yeah, I've played over like 10,000 hours. I've played that for 14,000 hours according to Steam. I really love the gameplay of CSGO. Obviously it's an amazing game in terms of the competition and the competitive aspect. But yeah, obviously hitting amazing headshots and all that, I think especially with the 1D, like a one tap with the AK, it always works out. They have built an amazing game and it's like one of the only games I find fun to compete in. And at the same time, it can be a very disappointing game at times. But I really think we need some new maps in the game. I guess the developer could really be more active sometimes, but I think it's all good where we are now. There's always going to be that feeling of getting CSGO'd or like a smoke going through the floor, so...
Nowadays my CS is different than before. I used to play a lot. Now I don't play a lot because I feel bugs are way too bad.
At times the game's a 10 out of 10, at times the game's a 1 out of 10. So for that, thumbs up I guess. But yeah, a thumbs up. Could be, so you're seeing some improvement though. I would definitely give it a thumbs up based on the amount of hours I've played already.
So I just focus on the team, that's it. I use my time wisely.
I've spent 11,000 of CS already.
I think I've got about 2,000 hours at least.
I've been playing this game for 15,000 hours.
18,000 hours. Just imagine how much I'm playing CSGO.
I've played 12,000 hours.
I gave you a thumbs up.
CSGO is a great game.
I really love playing it.
Because of everything, of strategy, because it's fun to play with friends also.
You know, of course I give the 5 stars to CSGO because it's my favorite game. I love this game.
I've spent countless hours on it.
You know, half time of my life is CS. This game is my life for more than 5 years.
It kind of reminds a chess.
The tables turn as Flames flip the script and stole away their picks of the Danes return fighting on the grounds of Mirage. That does mean it is 1 map apiece in this best of 3 series. So Noah, what do you think was the most surprising thing coming for Copenhagen Flames coming into this Mirage, considering, you know, we were left with a bit more to be desired after that Vertigo?
Well, I think we needed to just see more from all the players. And obviously, Nikodos was an X factor here in this game, in which I was really expecting, because on Vertigo, I think he was just stalled out by the map and the way that the meta plays on that map. And what's funny for him is that, honestly, I think at this game, even though a 26 and 15 stat line, he only played at 30%.
Yeah, you were talking a lot about just the mentality from him and the fact that we can see the player cams as well in the green room. You were talking a little bit about how, you know, you feel like there is more to come from him, but he's still doing the job that he needs to do.
Absolutely. I can see it right on the cam that actually he was uncomfortable in this game for the most part. You can see it in his chair, and he's aware of it. That's the thing, you know, and he knows that he can do so much better, but he made the right decision to not overextend and try to be this superstar hero of Copenhagen Flames, and he just kind of did his thing, and he did well.
And that can be really crucial, particularly, you know, when we were pre-facing this map in particular. The fact that the AWPers are so instrumental coming in.
Without a doubt, and may I say, you know, if this is Nikodos on 30 to 40%, I'm gonna be afraid of looking him into 100, right? He was playing a game of Counter-Strike, finished with 100 ADR as an AWP player. That's not bad. Again, you look at the way he's playing. Sure, there were a couple of moments where he could have done more, but I think overall he had a great game, especially on the T side. He was the one player actually stepping up for Copenhagen Flames to shut down ENCE on the T side. He went 12 for 6 in that side, and we know it, right, Freya? T side can be very rough on players, but not for Nikodos.
I do want to talk about the T side, but this time for the side of ENCE, because we saw Copenhagen Flames having a really hot start, and you were picking up the fact, Pimp, that you know, that ENCE did win a few rounds, but they were incredibly hard fought to get them over the line.
They had to fight for it. They had to fight for it every single time. We even have a clip that is going to showcase that, with Spinks doing a fantastic 1v3. It starts out with a bit of back and forth here in middle, and that's usually how it goes on Mirage. You always want to fight for mid control. You always want to contest it, and no one really won that duel. You know, know, in this particular round, you see Yabi here trading 1-for-1, still a 3v3. So you can see right now, ENCE, they are fighting and fighting and fighting just to get a slight advantage. And unfortunately for them, they lose it right here. It is a 1v3 in just a couple of moments right here where Spinks is left all by himself. Can't quite get the first kill, then readjust, get the first, get the second. And the way he's playing out this one is just beautiful from Spinks. Once again, showing the individual skill. But the reason why I wanted to showcase this clip is that without these heroic moments from the ENCE players, without winning a 2v3, winning a 1v3, they didn't get anything done on the T side.
Yeah, it could have been a really scary prospect, the fact that, you know, ENCE could have walked away with even less rounds in this game.
Absolutely. Actually, watching them, this would be something more for their coach to look out for. Just even seeing in the cams and how like Hades is reacting, and even Medden sometimes, you know, a lot of negative body language, and you got to be really careful with that as a player because it really does go into the play. I know that there are some players who use it actually to release the negative tension in their body, but this is very important to look out for because it does reflect in the play and in their communication throughout the game. And what it typically says is that like they think everything should be going perfectly. Why isn't it going my way? And this is something that you see more in amateur players or, you know, these soon-to-be rising stars compared to the veterans of the scene and who are always playing at the tier 1 and winning tournaments, is that these players are not frightened when they're losing rounds or they're losing clutches or their plan isn't working. You have to just relax and stay calm. So this is something that I would like to see ENCE do better in the third map especially.
Well, let's throw it back over to that clutch from Spinks and then this mic'd up moment from round number 6.
I don't think it will. I'm planting, yeah. You can just plant. I'm going to
is 1 HP.
One still city. Let's smoke default.
We could have pushed this one.
We could push this one behind us. I'm winning city from sandwich. AVP connector. That's him. He didn't push.
He's 1 HP with up.
I don't see him. That's pushing for city.
On the side. I'm playing shadow, bro.
I'm winning city.
Connector.
City one.
CT. Ticket.
No, like position.
Close to me.
HP.
Man, how we didn't die, this guy?
Onliner.
Really clean there from Spinks and some great communications from the side of ENCE as well. But I do want to flip it back over onto Flames and put another name under the spotlight that we were talking about in the pre-show. Of course, Yabi coming into this. We were comparing some of his statistics from previous events as well. And the fact that the rise we've seen from him is exponential.
He's good. He's a good Counter-Strike player, especially with the rifle. We saw that in this game as well. Yabi is a future star, as you like to call him over here, Noah. Again, not afraid whatsoever of taking the duels. Maybe on a cheap background right here. Doesn't matter whether it's a save or a buy. He's always willing to take the fight. And as I said, sometimes jumping around right here. He's not playing the most sexy positions in Counter-Strike. You know, playing towards the B bomb side right here with an AK-47, playing B on Vertigo as well. There's better roles. It is a player, though, that is constantly maneuvering around, being in connector. We saw him a couple of times on the CT side as well. So, to me, this is a player with a great potential that is able to do a lot of different roles in once.
Yeah, huge props to Yabi coming into this one. We can take a look at the Betway odds coming into the third and final decider map of the series. Of course, it is going to be Ancient, a bit more even than when we saw them coming into the grounds of Mirage. I want to get your thoughts, Nifty, coming into Ancient, not a map that we often see as a third map decider. How are you kind of weighing up both of these teams coming into it?
Well, I think that both of these teams actually play Ancient very well. I actually think that we're going to see... I'm really in favor of Copenhagen Flames here, but again, I could see even an overtime here. But again, I want to be looking out for Nikodos. He is going to be impactful on this map. He's ready. He's primed. I'd like to see him at 50-60% this game.
Both lineups are great, as you said, at Ancient. Both of these lineups would pick it against other opponents in a video. ENCE haven't lost the map 5 times in a row, right? They won 5 out of 5 lately. Copenhagen Flames have won 6 in a row. So one of these teams will have their streak ruined, and one of the teams will continue the streak. And that's just to highlight the fact right here that we have 2 teams who are very, very capable at playing Ancient at a very high level. So yeah, I'm buying you overtime. I'm buying you a close game right here. I do think ENCE will win, though.
What are you looking at for ENCE coming into this? And you know, you're saying Nikodos is the person you're hoping from Copenhagen Flames side. So how are ENCE going to have to answer back to that?
I would really take care for Snappy here. I think his calling needs to be spot on. He needs to be very, very just clean. He needs to be clear-minded. He needs to be very clear with his team what they want to do. And he also needs to take care of the attitude. how they're approaching these rounds, and if they lose them, they need to calm down, they need to reset. I would suggest even more tack pauses, because last map was definitely more stressful for them, because I think they kind of got upped on the vertigo and were like, we smashed these guys, you know. but they need to reset, and it's like it's third map, it's a new game now. Let's see what we got.
And that's an interesting point that we heard from Madden as well coming into this in the pregame interview. The fact he was saying, you know, Snappy gives us quite a lot of room to work with. There's quite a lot of freedom. Are you hoping, like what Nifty said, that he's going to have to be a little bit more compressed coming into this map?
Not necessarily. You know, give all the freedom in the world you want to a guy like Spinks. Last time he played Ancient against Heat during the major qualifier, he dropped 40 kills in a 16-8 victory, a 2.45 rating on HLTV. So Spinks right now, he is very, very hot. He was even playing Wilhelm Mirage where they lost. So if I'm Copenhagen Flames, I'm going to avoid him.
Well, it's one map apiece coming into the final map of this best-of-3 series, and it is coming down to the grounds of H. And Copenhagen Flames taking on ENCE for a final lifeline here in the showdown. It's all coming up after this break.
We're back once again, and with Copenhagen Flames taking the second map, they do look more excited this time. Some more smiles. It's nice to see.
It's easy to be smiling and looking excited when you're winning, when you have like a dominant first half. We haven't seen either one of these teams kind of dig out of that hole quite yet. Both of them have kind of been beaten up in the first half. Neither of them have been able to really reverse that in the second half.
Well, time is running out for one of these two teams. The odds are back to where they started, pretty much.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. It makes sense. Both of the teams, as the analysts were saying, do play this map. They're both good at it. They both have a bit of a streak going on. So this is going to be heartbreaking in a bunch of different ways.
And one conversation we just had in the green room real quick before coming back and sitting down was just like Ancient feels like the one map where, like the one new map that we've had over the years where there wasn't like an established dominant team. It seems like everyone's gotten to a certain level of competency on it. It's been a pretty grueling battle, but we got to be excited to see both of these teams play it. Both of them have shown they're willing to be aggressive, willing to be assertive, willing to be proactive on the CT sides, and really ready to get into a ton of action, a ton of fights. Copenhagen Flames going to be starting on offense, and already engagement in middle. Spinks is going to win that onto Xiphon, and they have control of Cave as well, but Snappy knows a lot of players lined up here on lane.
Oh, they're going to go for it anyway. That is interesting. They have one way in, one way out of this bomb site. They're actually walking into what looks like a huge trap that's been set right here by the ENCE side. Nikodos, he's playing. Oh no. Hide and seek, and eventually got found. Hooksy and Jabby 2 versus 3 now that they get that headshot. Jabbies?
They heard him. They heard him run away. They were pushed down lane. I don't think he ever knew that. So with the bomb, Hooksy's going to go all the way back towards A, but there's actually a jump on this from ENCE's defense. They already know what's happening on the map, and Hades has slipped in towards Donut.
It is a very... They don't know about Jappy. I mean, they don't even think about it. He could have got the shot right then and there. He spots out the second player, so at least he knows. Hades has shown up, but Hooksy will take him down. That is a big kill, and we're back into a 2-on-2. It's slipping away from ENCE. Oh, no! They have to win this round. It was all set up for them. They had all of the control. And now it's a little bit awkward. 40 seconds here. Snap, he's yet to hit a shot. He's had a couple of chances here, and he's going to go down. Now it's on Spinks. An incredible piece to have left on the board at this point in time, but still, they should have already run this round about 25 seconds ago. And now, bomb making its way into the bomb site. 20 seconds on the clock. Spinks, he's running for it, trying to punish it. It's a nice move, and oh, what a headshot. A triple, a 1 versus 2 clutch, and ENCE win the pistol.
That's so filthy. That's such a tense 2v2 as well, because Copenhagen Flames cannot get the bomb planted anywhere. They don't have utility to block any of that off. That kill on a Snappy alleviated so much pressure, and the 1v2 win steals it all right back. What an incredible show from Spinks in the pistol round.
You have to have so much confidence to do this. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Well, you just know if you can get there fast enough, it's so hard to protect the planter. It's so hard for that second player to hit that shot quick, especially you're never going to expect them to jump in like a madman in that fashion. 1-0 in the favor of ENCE.
Jabby is up the middle. He's got a quick AK there. Could have had that second kill on Spinks easily, but somehow it doesn't really work out with a spray at the end. Pop flash is amazing to take down Madden. He was going to be blind.
And the B-bomb site's wide open. They have complete control. Spinks can't even challenge the Molotov. Can't even use the smoke on it. Really, they need everything they can for the retake. There are no kits for the ENCE side. Somehow, Copenhagen Flames have found an advantage in this round.
This is really important. Again, that T side can be so hard to play on this map. If they can convert this early round, they've got themselves set up in a nice position. Xiphon with another kill. Spinks and Diha now 2-on-3, trying to make the opening, but it's not looking likely right now. Diha's got a smoke and a Molotov. I'm not even sure that helps him right now. Normally pretty good tools to go for a retake, but with health this low, it's not going to be possible. And he's trying to escape with the AK-47. They're not going to let him. And a huge second round for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, that pop flash over the double doors to come through that smoke was absolutely brutal on the player tucked in. He got trucked by the Deagle.
Yeah, that was Madden playing in that corner. Yeah, he just had...
He didn't even spray. He was just so blind. He's just like, I know I'm dead. There's nothing I can do. I give up. You win.
Trying to tap out of the round, yeah. Third round. And we've got some Deagles and some HEs, so it's not like Copenhagen Flames can completely take it with ease here. Running it with a MAC-10. Sort of a disposable weapon, so why not? They must have heard some of that running, but still, I like this position. Hanging around outside of the B bomb site. Snappy's kind of close by. And Jaguar Cave trying to get something done. Nade a little bit, but nothing really worth considering. And a nice shot. Spinks. He was ready for it.
Hello.
Yeah, now it's interesting.
Yeah, nice little 5-on-4 found. All 4 players here as well for Copenhagen Flames. are going to back away. They no longer liked it. Diha gets a tag. HooXi's down to 67 HP. Smoke to deny the access, but they got to hustle over. Hades, so much to do. Good headshot. Oh, and he completes the kills on HooXi as well. Now he's got an AK. Finally, Zyphen's taking him down, but the damage is done. Copenhagen Flames against the ropes in round 3.
Fantastic work from Hades. That's so hard to do. I mean, especially with the deagle change, that's not so recent anymore, but you can't really get that close range spray down the same way, and he was relying on the headshots instead. 24 seconds now. They basically have to run at this one. Madden's going to hear them, and the backup is going to be called for. Surely Spinks is making his way down the middle as we speak, so they're going to be found out. Yeah, they already know. 14 seconds here. Madden in the corner. All right. Straight headshot to bring him down. Some random spam coming through. Not really stopping the bomb. 1 versus 3 for Nikodosen.
Oh, no.
Oh, it could still happen. He could still win this one. Gotta be careful now. Don't jump the gun. You have enough time here. Nice stink as he swings. And Diha saving them at the end. Wow. Back and forth we go.
Yeah, you can see that first kill, though. He gets in the 1 versus 3. Everyone from ENCE is like, oh, dear. Slow it down. Everyone chill.
Yeah.
Could have been dangerous. 2-1. We're trading rounds back and forth. Good deals from the ENCE side of things. Fantastic play from Hades and Donut. This kill was something special, as Jabby falls right into the perfect angle, but this was great from Hades. HooXi had been cleaned up, or had been tagged earlier by Diha, so nice little cleanup there.
That first peek that Roy does against Hades, actually he's running, so it's a really hard shot to hit for Hades.
You can also, it's a cool round to see like what positions on the map ENCE prioritizes, though, in terms of information gathering when they're like shuffling between bomb sites. Obviously, Donut was a huge position to have for footsteps, obviously over towards Cave. And Jaguar is a massive position to hold on to as well. When it's quiet on the map and you don't know what's coming, ENCE favoring some relatively safe positions. Zyphen gonna eat a nade, but he wants to go for this duel. AK against the headshot angle, and he just couldn't find it. Good kill from Diha. Slips into an off angle as well. He dropped by Nikodos.
Not bad. I mean, it takes away that A defender, but the problem is they still can't really get in there and get the bomb down easily. They have 1 smoke. The bomb site's not that... I mean, the plant zone over the bomb site's not that big. So smoking off 1 position, still going to be very tricky to try and get that one done. At least they create a little bit of confusion. Down the middle, Snappy, they've got him out in the open, but they line up instead, and the timing just works perfectly for him. And that probably should be the round here. Roy is going to be found, leaving HooXi on his own. 1 versus 4. Tough times.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That is just rough timing. There's no way to predict you're going to line up when Spinks is just kind of walking down and just has the perfect angle when you turn the corner. That'll be frustrating. HooXi just looking to grab 1, maybe 2, potentially a plant if he can even get there, but weren't even at the stage to think about it. Good final kill from Spinks. And ENCE is going to take control. They're the first one to win 2 rounds in a row. They'll gain control of the economy in the early going and maintain a 3-1 lead.
So it's interesting when you look at timings like these, because that position for Snappy is suddenly very, very good. But if they come out a little bit earlier or a little bit later, it's possible that they just catch him in the middle of nowhere, and actually his position is not that great at all. So it doesn't take a lot to change the outcome in that particular fight. 3-1. Copenhagen Flames right back to misery. They must have known that they had a very, very good chance of getting a decent lead here, winning that second round. And the fact that they don't capitalize on it, definitely frustrating. Now they're allowed to be frustrated.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Good hold on to mid against weaker weapons. Yeah, I'm interested now. I mean, that could be both CT sides in these first 2 maps have been great in the opening halves. The teams that start on the CT side have taken those massive leads into the second half, and obviously relinquishing like that early jockeying for control for Copenhagen Flames is going to be painful. That'll give some rounds over to ENCE that they don't want them to have.
And again, single elimination. So the pressure's been on from the beginning, and that's going to be true for every game. On some level, that's kind of the beautiful thing of this format, I feel like, is you just know every game is going to be a heartbreak.
Yeah.
That's something...
It's a really tough stretch of the tournament, of the tournament series.
Yeah. And obviously, during the regular sort of the regular season or the start of the season, it also is why it matters so much that you perform well, because you don't really want to be playing here It's tough.
Especially when you see like teams early on, like, you know, the group stage feels like a while ago.
Yeah.
But like seeing Heroic drop down, seeing NIP drop down, Astralis drop down, even though Astralis has been a little bit diminished, like still formidable name that you just don't, you don't want to be going up against those players in a best of 1 or best of 3 single elimination.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
No, definitely not. Spinks, he is deadly accurate. I don't know what.
Oh my lord.
Dude, what are they gonna do? How do they stop him? He's 11-1, and he's hitting every single shot, and he's moving across the map. So even if you kind of want to stay away from him, it's not gonna be easy.
Well, you finally taken him down there. It cost you a lot of HP. Good find from Nikadaz. Quiet and slowed down. Oh, they're getting caught. That's so dangerous. Madden brought down to 11. Diha even takes some damage. This isn't even fair. All of a sudden, a 2-on-4, and unfortunately now down into a 1-on-2. 38 seconds, and Nikadaz has the whole map to play with.
He wallbanged him from the other side. He actually got him. And Madden taking down the last player. That's a ridiculous way to break open a 2-on-2.
No.
He did.
It can't be like that.
He did.
I didn't even catch it.
It's so stupid. Oh, this is some beautiful work from Spinks, though. That crosshair placement. But yeah, look at this.
Oh, no.
Yep.
That had to have been so confusing as well in the columns. Yep. Just like, I don't know where.
I have no idea what's happening.
Oh,
that is devastating.
You don't want to get the feeling like the game's against you as well when you're only 6 rounds into things. On top of Spinks on an absolute tear. 11-2.
Good couple of Molotovs out there by the door. Double Molotovs on either side did do some damage, but I mean, even he could have even done more, I think. So I like the idea. And only Deagles in play.
Only Deagles, and they're all getting shut down. Snappy's having himself around. Quick triple kill from him as he's moved positions and changed locations. 2-on-5. And, I mean, remember, just a few rounds ago was 5 players from ENCE surviving against those Glocks as they came through a smoke in middle, and now you just have a situation where the economy is growing for ENCE's defense.
Ladies, ready with the AWP. They're going to be loving that round in terms of not losing anyone else. Just 5 people alive. It's a pretty good first half right now for ENCE. They're building it round by round at the moment. How do you put a stop to this if you're Copenhagen Flames? They need to find a pretty quick answer, because if that economy starts to really build, and it kind of already is for ENCE, it's going to get so much worse, isn't it? Snappy's doing well. Spinks is doing well. A lot of things working against the Danish side at the moment. Molotovs again. We spoke about them last time. The double Molotov out there or on either side of the door. But this time Roy actually burns all the way down, which is definitely shocking.
It's one of those positions like Banana on Inferno where sometimes the utility exchange there's just nothing you can do. You're just going to take damage, and sometimes it's just going to take you down all the way. Oh, Hades has got to be frustrated. That is an angering death to take. You had the angle, you were scoped in, and just gave it up at the wrong moment. Spinks has no idea there's 2 players here. He has no clue. Jabby's got him.
And he did also pull the trigger a little bit and had to sort of run to try and catch one of them. So slight mistiming, both for Spinks and Hades in a way. But yeah, you're right. That is a classic. You unscope, and that's exactly when they move in. Well, Snappy goes down.
I think the frustrating part of that for Hades is there's no reason, there was no cause for you to unscope. That was just like a little unforced error that has massive consequences. Does anyone have a smoke? Madden has a smoke. They could maybe be a little bit crazy.
Oh, he really wanted to. I like that. That's a nice idea. I actually love the fact that he went for that. Even though it was obviously very, very late. Still, sometimes you can get away with it. Jappy, I actually thought maybe he could have got him on the other side. Looked like for a minute, but nope. Madden's going to stay safe, and that's not bad. Very, very important round here for... Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, what are you supposed to do about a 3rd Molotov as well? You just don't expect that one. Blinded up, I think, also, when that 3rd Molotov comes in. There's the mistake from Hades.
I don't know many people who can pull off the round glasses look, but Hades has got it. He's made for it.
Hades, Liaz.
Yeah, that's true. There's a couple of people.
Semler.
Yeah,
Semler's got the round glasses.
You've apparently been studying the subject.
You didn't expect me to have examples ready, did you?
Well done. I appreciate that. quick trade. Oh, and Hades actually speak of the devil. Gonna be getting that kill, Snappy. Nice spray through. They're shutting them down out here. Good little kill in return, but actually ENCE, a lot of the power that they have right now is really crushing Copenhagen Flames outside of that B bomb site. Whether it be with grenades or aggressive pushes like this, Spinks coming in from the middle in the other rounds, they're really doing a lot of work here. Yeah, now they're slowing it down.
NKT has made a huge play. This is actually massive. He's pushed into the bomb site, obviously smoked off, and that prevents the peek coming in from Cave. That's Snappy, who realizes NKT has control of the bomb site, so he can't do anything. And NKT can also hold back the rotation from CT spawn, as you can see. This is a weird, difficult round for ENCE, considering how powerfully it began. Another 4-on-2.
What a risk to take. I appreciate Hooksy trying that, but what else are you supposed to do? Out in the open, you almost have to try and go for it. Snappy and D-Hub will end the round 7-2. So they get a round, and then they're right back to losing.
I'm kind of amazed they didn't just plant the bomb there. I wonder what the conversation was or what the big worry was. They knew one was locked in Cave. They knew they had them locked off towards CT spawn.
I think they were just worried about someone peeking down the stretch of it, but you're right. I mean, they had to take the risk. Right?
Well, you're just giving a lot of time for them to kind of like jiggle peak angles and see if they can find a fight. You're giving them a lot of timings as you're switching back and forth between two different positions you're watching. If you get the bomb planted, you know they're gonna have to come to you eventually. You can be a little bit more comfortable, but yeah, that's a bit nitpicky of criticism. Spinks blinded, gets a grenade onto Yabby. Snappy's gonna add another one again. Lane control early on in these rounds, heavily favoring ENCE on the CT side. I think pretty much every player we've talked to about Ancient since its release has just said that part of the map can just, some matches it's just a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also so essential, right? Because any place, if you wanted to give up on doing this mid and outside of B, if you're wondering at home, why are they doing that? The problem is, if you go straight to the A bomb site, you have to run down that long corridor. It's going to be super telegraphed. Even if you want to go A, it still feels like you kind of have to take mid and B and sort of push them back, and then you can, if you wanted to, you could switch it around, but it's tough. It's tough out here for the T side of anyone playing Ancient right now. Don't know many teams that have really done an amazing job, and it just gets so much worse when the CTs have the economy. Because you could see all the Molotovs they can throw down, at least if they were close and they only had flashbangs and some HEs and smokes. But once they have the full arsenal up and running, it's different.
You have no reprieve from the hellscape of like 3 Molotovs, 2 flashbangs, a smoke, and off angles everywhere. Good final kill from Diha. 8-2, 6-round lead. Coming in hot for ENCE.
He's been practicing. He actually threw the HE and didn't even see anyone after that, and still somehow got the double kill.
Yeah, he probably was super happy when he got unblind though. He was like, "Yep, meant it the whole time.
Yeah,
exactly as planned."
Just take your hands off mouse and keyboard. And just, yeah, it's all good. I did it. Round almost certainly won at that point in time. Timeout being used now by Copenhagen Flames. I can't really blame them. It is really worth remembering, though. It's possible that they could have just as powerful as the defense on that CT side. So with switch hearts, that's also, I mean, this is the one thing that I really do like about Ancient. I tend to like CT-sided maps because you have to sort of remember that they're just angling for maybe a couple of more rounds. If they get up to 4 or 5 in this first half, it's still winnable. They could do it. Spinks and Snappy, they're still doing so much work.
Yeah, Snappy's been great. I mean, Spinks, I think, has the more, like, highlight, friendly sequences, but Snappy's done great work underneath him. You'll never check that. You'll never in your life check that one. That's going to pull a player away. That's going to pull Snappy back towards middle. Only one player finds an easy kill back towards lane. They have the angle on him. So well done from Copenhagen Flames with Tech 9s and Deagles to find really good advantages.
How does Siphon even see him at that early? I felt like that was such an early shot, but well played. So nades ringing in. Madden wants to stick around. Yeah, he wants to help out his teammate on the other side. Hades is out there making a little bit of noise, but they might have to respect this. Oh, he is jumping through. That seems like a huge risk, and he's still going to be found. I wonder if they heard it. I would love to hear the comms there. Otherwise, it seems unlikely that Jabby would even be ready for that fight as he ran through the, sort of to come back and check the cave, but He did.
I thought that was such a cool play, but I'm with you. I'm assuming they heard a footstep at the jump and somebody called it out.
Must have been, right?
I'd like to see that play I'd like to see that round just replayed from that moment where instead of jumping through cave, he tries to jump at the pillar and drop the bomb planter.
Yeah.
That could have been an interesting decision as well. Obviously, massive risks involved in both of those choices. And Copenhagen Flames find a third, an unlikely third, with Tech9s.
Yeah. Hades even losing that second AWP at the end.
Diha might lose it as well. Coming for him. Yep, there he goes. Never pulled the trigger. Roy's got the final kill. That's a lot of weapons taken away, a lot of money taken away from ENCE right at the end.
It's so early. I don't even understand how it's possible. That is interesting. Yeah,
he heard it. Or someone called it out.
It must have been.
100%.
Yeah. Well, this is where the fun starts. That's not just the third round. These rounds, you have to think that they basically count double or triple when you're playing this. At least on some versions of this map, right? There are games that we see where it's a little bit more even between the two sides, but it can be very one-sided. Snappy's in the middle, and he's gonna be able to pick up a couple of kills. Spinks just seems like they can't really defeat him in the middle. It's not even worth it.
I mean, between him and Snappy, they've been able to kind of have any kind of aggressive play they've wanted throughout this half, and I think a conversation for Copenhagen Flames that has to happen, whether you win or lose this map in this series, is when we run into this again, how do we handle the player in this position? Because the amount of double kills that Snappy's gotten is absurd in this half.
Yeah, he's having himself a great time. And the problem is, we've already kind of made the case for the idea that you need to control outside of B and middle, and that's where Snappy and Spinks are, and they're playing super well together.
Yeah.
You got the two hardest hitting players right now on the team, and they're in the center of the action every round. It's hard to really escape, it feels like. Second timeout from Copenhagen Flames. Yeah. Flashbang. I think he set this one up himself, right?
I didn't, yeah, he did. I didn't catch it, though. Yeah. Even a third one through the smoke. That's wild.
Some good landscaping going on, Jason. I know you're working on that yourself.
We had a very adult conversation about landscaping earlier. Yes, we did.
That's
some beautiful work right there.
Yeah. Would you build like an Aztec team in the back of your backyard?
I might.
Too much? Okay. Well, we'll see. Oh, that actually was even more cruel than just shooting him. They were like, we're gonna let you hold this position.
Let him burn.
Yeah. If they repeat, maybe he has one shot Jabby, that would be worse than even if he dies, right? But they're like, no.
That's a very all-in play, though, for that kind of opening swing. I wonder if that's like a little bit of frustration, or if something was just missing. Some piece of equipment was missing from that play for Jabby.
Yeah, it's possible. Definitely an all-in. Roy finding a great angle on Snappy. That's surprising. Syph only got the opening first, and now he's picked up a second to take down Matt, and it's a really, really good position to be in right here. Oh, Smoke got caught by some little ledge on the ground. That's scary. Don't think it'll necessarily lose them the round this time, but you just never know. Diha and Spinks, 2 versus 3. Spinks coming in from the middle. Diha with the opening to take down Syphon, and now it's interesting. Nikodos, is he going to be forced off the angle? No, he'll stick around for it. That is real important. If that kill from Diha had moved Nikodos back somehow, who knows what could have happened, but a good round. This is absolutely critical. Copenhagen Flames, big steps in the right direction.
This is a great round from Roy as well. This is like when we saw Copenhagen Flames at the Stockholm Major, like making their run and how impressive it was. A lot of it, I recall, is because of Roy's play specifically on Ancient. This one is just, you've got teammates coming up that ramp, let them take the attention, you lurk in towards Jaguar afterwards and clear out cave for him. Snappy had to decide which position he was going to watch and just catches a nice timing on it. That opens up that bomb site for Copenhagen Flames. You said if you get up towards 4 or 5, it could start to get interesting and be very doable moving forward. Oh, what a great flashbang from Hades. Another double kill for Snappy. I was just about to say, they could maybe get up to 5. They obviously have 4 already. They're right in that kind of like win zone that you're really appreciating for a second half.
Yeah, I think so. I think that, again, 5 I think would be obviously much preferable, but how often does the round... It seems like more than half the rounds that we've been seeing so far are decided in that opening volley outside of the B bomb site, and just every time it goes ENCE way almost. It's just so much of these. The first half is just decided out there.
Yeah, you're right. We haven't really seen Copenhagen Flames kind of test like a hit or a contact or a timing play towards A main at all. I mean, they have tried to go mid. They've been shut down there as well. Ooh, you know, that's exactly as you mentioned. Snappy here controlling this lane. Spinks controlling middle. Like, those are the two main points of contact in the early going of these rounds, and it's just been overwhelmingly ENCE.
Well, Tech9's Galil out the middle. They brute force the problem. They just throw more people in there. Hades, though, looking for another headshot. He's very aggressive. I actually love this. Gotta be a little bit careful, though. Hasn't reloaded yet. And Hooksy just finding him. Last player to come through. Instant shot with a deagle. Madden, close position. He'll take down Siphon, and he wants to swing for another one. Bomb freshly planted right in front of him. He had a smoke. He could really force them into the fight here, but instead, he'd have to try and go for just a naked defuse, and that never really feels that great. There's the smoke from his teammate, and he's going to go for it. I don't think he's going to come off this at all, ever. Roy will get the headshot. 1 second left, and it's Roy to close it out. A critical round at the end. That is so close.
If he gets covered by his teammate, if that kill on Roy happens, that defuse is in.
Yep, 100%. Wow, what a way to end it. First half is done. The second half is going to be really exciting. It's coming up after the break.
I'm so bad with words, it's insane.
Was not prepared for this.
I have not played it before. This is insane. Why is this so hard?
I will Google.
Hey, I'm carrying it, and I'm playing Wordle, and I don't like it. I've just seen it every morning I wake up, people are doing it, and I don't know what it is.
This is hard. Oh, man. No, I see it on my timeline, but I have never looked at it.
Negative. Yeah, that's a weapon.
And it's a 5-letter word. Man. I guess let's go with flags then, because there's a lot of nationalities in CS. What does the yellow mean again?
And A as well. Oh, okay, it's almost green here. Oh, my brain can't look this up. It has to be an E right there. I don't know what to say, man.
I mean, the word rifle would just work then, yeah. I was not prepared for this. Man, I don't know. I feel like the final word is recap, no?
Dusty then. Oh, the next row, sport.
I would like to pick the word water.
This is not looking good. I'm so bad with words, it's insane.
Oh, okay, it doesn't make sense anymore.
I go next row, image. Nothing. This game is not fun. My brain is only used to running around. AWP, okay. AWP. Alright. And opera.
Man, you guys pick opera as the word? You guys pick opera as the word, man. Blast is even op abusing, dude.
It's actually hard to find a 5-letter word. Okay, so knife.
Other.
We are down to the final half in this best of 3 between ENCE and Copenhagen Flames, and someone is going to get knocked right out. It's heartbreak time, Jason. I think you're one of the few people who picked ENCE for this one. Everyone went to Copenhagen Flames for some reason.
There's a couple other ENCE believers in the crowd out there.
Okay.
They're few and far between. I did try and sway some people over to my side. Didn't work.
Didn't work.
People tend not to listen to me.
Yeah, that is true, actually.
No matter how right I am.
over the year. Yeah, you have a track record of that. I don't even, I'm not gonna lie, it's true. Here we go, straight to the A-bomb site. D-Hub with the opening jabby, quick return, and he wants more, but he's running out of bullets. Also running out of health. Spinks will hunt him down eventually. Good double kill with the P250, and now it's a 2-on-4. Bomb is swiftly planted, and this will be a near impossible retake. And for Copenhagen Flames, with a 10-5 first half here, they need this pistol round. And Roy, oh, he's bringing it back. Big headshot to follow through. Now looking for Snappy. Not quite able to jiggle that one out there. Nikodos has got some health and a kit, so he's going to be the one defusing this bomb, surely. Yep, that is just to pretend. 9 seconds. It's just such a long time. Now they move Nikodos in. I don't know, can ENCE even get back here? I don't think they can make it. They don't even realize what. Oh, no.
Could they not see him in any way?
No.
I'd be very curious. That's Snappy with the P250. Oh, what a round to literally, in every sense of the word, Copenhagen Flames has stolen that round away.
They really did.
I cannot believe Roy gets these 2 kills. Like this fight is just, everything's great for ENCE. This follow-up from Roy, they double up inside the bomb site. They're both lined up and just never expecting an off-angle defuse of that fashion. Yeah, all you can do is just shake your head. 4-on-2 slips away.
I mean, maybe they could see, obviously, the wires, so maybe if you had but a Glock to shoot through the box.
Yeah, but he had a P250 back at A main. I just don't think there was a clean angle at it, I guess. Wild. That is, what a turn of events. In the 3rd and deciding map of a single elimination series.
Oh, it's absolutely possible that defuse could end up winning them this game. It makes a huge difference playing on the CT side of Ancient. D-Hado, good opening, smokes it off, and wow! We had this reversal in the first half in the second round. It looks like ENCE want to do it again.
That's too much. That's too much from Diha. Gambling, walking through the edge of that smoke. Look at the HP on your teammates. 36 health and 47 on Spinks. You just lost a post-plant in heartbreaking fashion in the pistol. You've given an opportunity over for Zyphon and Nikodas to work their way in. There is still a kit as well in play.
And a smoke on Siphon. They could do it, but they need a little bit of an opening here. They're trying to run into it. Huge crossfire setup. Siphon's got the smoke down, but the kit is lost behind him, and Snappy will find the headshot. It's like a double kill for him, and a huge round to steal back. Well, is it stealing if you steal it back? If somebody steals your bike and you steal it from them, is it count?
No, there's probably a word for that. I don't know what it would be.
Okay.
Moral theft. Nope, that doesn't work either. We'll think on that one.
Get the philosophers on it. I think Maui Snake has a degree in philosophy that he doesn't put to use at all.
How does anyone put a degree in philosophy to use?
To solve bike stealing problems, obviously. I don't know. Either way, we're going into the 18th round. Copenhagen Flames not really well equipped to fight this one.
And ENCE kind of starting this map out with a more contact, more dry, walk into your fight style. That caught the defense completely off guard in the previous round. Another smoke in towards the double doors. Roy is going to get activated. He finds one, but not the next. 2 kills in return. Trades all around. Nikodas, you're not getting away from that one. Even brought out a smoke to try and drop it on the ramp. It's all on Jabby. He does have a teammate, Hooksy, with only 4 HP, but Jabby's going to work his way out towards the pillar, hoping that P250 can be a distraction, and it was for a moment, but not long enough.
That actually worked so well for a distraction. I was really surprised by how much they almost ate that one, but it's a good round for ENCE. They're going to be happy just winning it. Putting themselves at 12, they're not that far away right now. Deceptive scoreline nonetheless, just remember that. It could well be that when the Danes start to pick up some rifles, it's going to be a little bit more tricky. But so far, so good.
Possibly, but pretty quickly they're going to be in the same position that ENCE was in on Mirage, where there's not enough rounds for you to make mistakes. It's got to be just a comeback right at the get-go at the next buy.
Yeah.
I mean, if this gets up, let's just say this is going to go 13-6, right? You have, like, if you ever get reset again of your economy, that's basically the series.
Just USPs. A single flashbang. Respecting the game. I feel like that's...
You were a big proponent of the single flashbang for years.
Yeah, I feel like $200 investment. Never know what you might get. Slaughtered in the middle of time, it feels like. Well, get a couple of kills. Better than nothing. And they're going to be okay with it. I mean, think about how much equipment value they stole from the other side of those 2 kills. For $200.
For $200. That's a good point. Return on investment.
Yeah. It's nice. Right now, though, they need more than that. Small economic victory there is not going to help them. 13-6. They need to start the comeback right here. No AWP in play on the CT side, unfortunately. But there is one in Hades. Alright. Doubling up with that mid defense. And no real quick move. Snappy, the most forward player, playing outside of the cave. This is what they did. This is what he did to them. All over the place in the first half, so it must feel like justice if you're Roy. You're like, please.
It came through the smoke, and it actually was a flashbang from Madden that I think bothered Snappy on the initial engagement. He just couldn't get the tracking back after that. Bit of a miscue. Deep smoke in middle to delay a little bit longer, just as utility is starting to be spent from the ENCE attack. They are going to hit the A bomb site. The X factor is going to be Madden towards B ramp. When does he choose to pounce out of that corner?
It's one of those positions that could be converted into something amazing if he gets the timing right. It's also possible that he's just going to get shot in the back. There's the timing for him. Jabby's quick on the return, so he's going to know that no one else is there, but it's still left Typhon very vulnerable over here. He's on his own, and if he goes down, he's just in that off angle. Great defense to be put up right there. A triple kill, but even just the first one, super important. The critical thing is him not dying for nothing there, but yeah, the fact that he got all three, obviously, very impressive.
The angles around that box are so tough to deal with if you're a T-side trying to be like quiet, trying to go contact style, trying to kind of work your way in slowly without giving away the game with utility. So brutal. NKT thought he was covered, thought there was no way someone was going to be able to peek up that fast because of the position of his teammate. But this is all Zyphon with that triple kill to close it out. Mac 10 on Madden. Galil's on Spinks and Diha. AK's on the rest, and the Mac 10 is going to lead the way out. Madden, a low HP on HooXi, but the defenders have won their initial battles, and now Spinks has got to lead the charge into the bomb site. Spots the offer, stops for the fight. NKT's lucky to be alive. He knows one is coming from Donut, blinded. Great flashbangs over, and HooXi trying to hold on into the open. It's a 2-on-4.
Who does that if you're Spinks? Who sees that AWP in CT spawn and thinks, I'll take that fight?
I like that fight. That's the one I wanted.
I'm ready.
With a Galil.
Exactly. It seems crazy. He did almost win it, so who are we to say? Dihar on his own. Was an opening for a minute here for ENCE, but it's about to be 13-8.
It's the kill on HooXi, is those flashbangs as he comes out of Donut, because that was, they knew exactly what fight was coming next. They were ready for it, just not ready for the flashbang. Good little tap from D as he crouches into the fight.
It's actually disgusting.
Was that a one-tap?
There's something about that. Yeah, that looked so smooth.
Yeah, he was ready for it. Not enough HP for this, I don't think. Roy over in Donut. Too many angles you have to worry about as you come jumping out. Another round for Copenhagen Flames. We said they had to get started at that moment, right when the guns came out. And they have. They rattled off 2 in a row. And that should take the money away from ENCE's attack, especially without getting bomb plants in these rounds.
That shadow on the ground. It's very, very smooth.
Too, but it was first bullet headshot. We'll give it to him.
13-8, back to pistols for the side events. Interesting to see if they have a solution. Well, they're going to run right into the B-bomb side. Jabby having himself a shootout. Just nothing but heads. Could have probably been even more there. But he got the job done anyway. It's good. Spinks making noise, and he'll be found at the end. 13-9. I mean, this is what tends to happen. I feel like when that CT side starts to get things rolling. I still feel like at least there's a bit of a runway. I'm so curious if ENCE have solved the problem for what to do outside of that B-bomb site. If they know.
I think they're going to have a way deeper playbook than what we saw from Copenhagen Flames in the first half. Not putting shade on that on Copenhagen Flames T side at all. I thought they did a great job to get the 5 rounds, and obviously, as you mentioned, opens up some great possibilities for the second half, but I think ENCE is going to be much more willing to go off script and improvise.
Oh. Well, Spinks playing around it. NKT's just running to try and help out outside of the B-bomb site, so he didn't even really think about it, it looked like. That is shocking. Spinks keeps going a triple down the middle right now. He's basically won this round for his team.
He's playing Gladiator. He was just out in the open waiting for the follow-up peek, like 7 bullets in the magazine remaining. And ENCE has just hit the pause button. What's the reaction? Copenhagen Flames is already trying to think of where they're going to go to be able to save these weapons. Jabby has no money in the bank. That being said, even when Spinx gets the opening 2 kills, like, look at the HP of ENCE. Like, it's still possible to bring this round back because they've been softened up by so much utility. And actually even slowing it down to this degree opens up the possibility. Like, the potential is still there, however unlikely. Imagine if they choose just to gamble and double up save at a bomb site, but at this point you have to know there's going to be at least one player from ENCE investigating. It's Snappy. He spots one.
Yep, they know. Jabby realizes 35 seconds. Spinx, if he can win this fight, Jabby, it's suddenly a little bit more interesting. Roy trying to put some pressure on over at the other side. Spinx will find one more, tapping away for the ace. Absolutely shocking round.
All on his lonesome out middle. Spectacular to deliver that performance when ENCE needed to grab a round.
That is so disturbing. What a super weapon to have.
Yeah.
On your side.
You've got to love it. That's a little jump around. Nikadaz, that smoke misthrown.
Yep.
Catches into a pocket, doesn't cover the entire choke point, which means this round wouldn't have been possible for Spinx to put together if that smoke is thrown accurately. Just again, small mistake, massive consequences.
So cool to see him playing the mirrored side. He was obviously playing on that CT side out of the middle, so yeah, when he sees that smoke, he's like, all right,
yeah,
I have to take this open.
I have to challenge, see what I can get with it. That's a bummer if you're Copenhagen Flames. 14-9, 5-round lead. And if it wasn't already rough with a 5-round deficit for Copenhagen Flames, just no money in the bank.
Yeah.
If they lose here, it's going to be so painful.
Yeah, they probably get wiped out. Hard way to go down. Madden calculating that Molotov really well. Scary for a minute there. Flash is coming in. It bounces off the corner, but that is a quick turnaround. Excellent mechanical work here from Madden. That could have easily crushed him. And now he's trying to hunt him down, see if he can sandwich them in. Spinx is on the other side. Yeah, it's not bad. Another headshot and a 3-on-3.
Spinx just grabbed an angle through the smoke. Diaz cracked open the A bomb site, although not completely open. Nikadaz is here with the op scoped in. He had never had any idea Diha was already in. Great bold play from Diha to gain that much ground, create that much space, excuse me, for your team. However, a little bit tricky because the bomb is all the way back at B.
Diha's still doing it.
Well, he's
outplaying them just by his movement.
Well, he also had to push forward because there's no way you're going to send the bomb alone to traverse the entirety of the map to the other side, right? So you're continuing to push forward because you're saying, we're not going to meet up at A. I'm going to come through CT spawn. I'm going to see how much I can find. We're going to join up at the B bomb site the whole time. This just leaves Zyphon in such a tough situation. No kit, no utility, and he's got to go for it in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, I agree. This saving the AK is no point, I think. Just try to win this. Be the hero if you can. The lack of a kit certainly makes it tricky. He's doing the right thing in terms of running and just trying to get the shot, but crossfire is too much, and Diha will get a 3rd kill. I'm really impressed by the DR kills in this round, just because of the positional play here. Scoped up, not seeing it, and then moving into CT spawn.
Yeah, and enough attention is taken away towards middle, towards different parts of the map that Nikadaz was just rotating back into that position. Never had any idea that Diha would have slipped into that crack in the defense.
59.
And look at the weapons they got to play with for the series, for your life in BLAST Premier Spring Split.
Yeah, it is. It's not an enviable position to be in. Rushing the smoke and the Molotov. Oh, that's a weird smoke. They want to try and play around it. Roy's pushing up behind, but again, the weapons, they're just not there for it. The fight is heavily favoring the ENCE side, and they're getting all the kills. Hades with a double, and leaves Jabby on his own. 1 versus 5 inside of the bomb site. He needs about 4 more of those headshots. Look at how low they all are. They almost lost this fight outside, but I don't think that's going to make a difference now. The bomb is surely going to be planted in the A-bomb site. Oh, man. And Spinx holding the middle with all the health in the world. 28 kills. He's going to be mad, and instead it's ENCE to send Copenhagen Flames packing.
Yeah, really nice 1st and 3rd maps in this series from ENCE. Mirage you can kind of forget about, but Vertigo is dominant. Even Ancient seemed very strong. Good on Copenhagen Flames to get those 5 rounds in the first half, but this was all ENCE. This was all Snappy. This was all Spinx.
Yeah, really impressive work, you've got to say. They figured it out so well. Getting that second round conversion obviously is amazing for ENCE, and the fact that Spinks can walk into the middle and just crack it.
Get 5 kills.
Yeah.
Off 1 missed smoke. He's like, I'll take all those.
That's a bit much. That's hard to deal with.
Yeah, it really is.
Fantastic work for ENCE. We're gonna have the desk ready to break it all down for us.
We go the full distance in our first series of the day. ENCE wrapping up that series by wrapping up Ancient. Of course, that does mean the savagery of the showdown. Copenhagen Flames are eliminated from the tournament. But man, we've got to talk about Spinks on the side of ENCE. That man is just unstoppable. Once he gets that Flames underneath his feet, he was looking so solid through and through that map.
Yeah, obviously it sucks for Flames to be eliminated, but we got to take our hats off for Spinks. He, I wouldn't say so single-handedly eliminated Copenhagen Flames, but he was a big part of the reason as to why, starting out with another massive pistol clutch coming in from the man Spinks. Doesn't matter what position he's in, doesn't matter how pressured he is. You said it, Noah, while we talked about it in the green room. He just seems so calm in all situations, right? He already had an idea of where to look for the second kill all the time, and the way Spinks is playing right now, unplayable.
Yeah, absolutely. And the encouragement that he provides for the rest of his team while he's performing this way, it makes it unstoppable, right? Because every other player just rides off the back of that, and they feel comfortable, they feel calm, they know what they're going to do. They're just like, yeah, like I can follow Spinks, it's the Spinks show, and we're just going to do our thing. So it's been really fun to watch.
Well, we can see if he's cool, calm, collected on the server, on the TeamSpeak side in this mic'd up moment.
The other guy should be city somewhere.
One window.
Window, he saw me. He's going gay.
No Kevlar either.
Two on side. Okay, I'm running city.
They have
no
Kevlar,
one no
side.
Kevlar.
It's hard to plant. Two guys
Xbox one.
Xbox Marco. Both. One temple and Xbox.
They can't plant, boys.
Yeah.
Together and
They will fight you. He's fighting me from temple.
Yep. Both on the right side, off side.
Temple.
Ah, not anymore.
Temple lost.
Nice! Nice. Who the f is this noob guy?
I said one long, twice bubble.
I love that we get to hear that insight from the side as well. And of course, that was only the first round of this map of Ancient. We do have way more highlights to be looking into. We do have an eco play to pick up next.
We do. It was a messy game, a back and forth game. Copenhagen Flames then managed to win the second round, but then ENCE came in and won the third round. As said, back and forth, starting off with, of course, Mr. Spinks himself with a deagle. Again, this is a must-win round for Copenhagen Flames. Losing the pistol, winning the second round, you go in against full deagle, a weak force buy, so to speak, but they get absolutely shredded by the deagles left, right, and center right here. It's a massive, massive round for ENCE because this gives them confidence, it gives them economy, and it effectively shut down what could have been a great start for Copenhagen Flames. You see the guy here ending up in a 1v2, and we praised him all night long. Nicodas is a great player. This time around, he couldn't get it done, and that just spirals out of control for the boys of ENCE. I believe we have a round graph as well that showcases that ENCE kept on winning and winning and winning based on this eco play, based on the round they won, because the money was completely gone from Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, and it was that impact that you were talking about, Pimp, the fact that this managed to really catapult ENCE to win so many rounds in a row. Nifty, you were talking about you expected this to be a really, really back and forth game going into those OTs. Crystal Ball was maybe looking a little bit hazy there because ENCE came forward to be a bit stronger than maybe we anticipated.
Yeah, of course. I mean, right in the beginning when we had those back and forth rounds, those force buys and everything, like I honestly thought we were on for like, you know, a 30+ round game. You know, we were going to see an overtime, but it didn't turn out that way. I mean, the way that Snappy performed in Cave as well, I mean, every single round it felt like for at least the first 10 rounds of their CT half, he's peeking out of Cave with a flash, he's getting a double kill. But they were also just bombarding this entire alley with mollies and grenades and everything. So they were doing fantastic.
Yeah, they were doing fantastic. I'm not going to lie. Snappy on the CT side, ENCE on the CT side. Firepower-wise, you know, I try not to use that word too much anymore. But firepower-wise, ENCE were just better. It felt like they were doing a fantastic job. Snappy was doing a fantastic job, especially considering we highlighted him coming into the game, going up against Hooksy, and we kind of portrayed him as the in-game leader that likes to be explosive, likes to call an explosive CT side and an explosive CT side, but individually speaking himself, he's never really been up there with the very best, you know. He's not I would say, a glaive style of in-game leading. He doesn't have that output, but in this game, on this CT side, he was firing on all cylinders.
And that's the really interesting thing. I like that you brought up that comparison in terms of the in-game leader style and what kind of impact they would have, because I know, Nifty, you were speaking about it in the green room, the fact that he was looking so dangerous on this map in particular. That spells kind of disaster if you're on the side of Copenhagen Flames too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you're going to have your Cave player pop off, I mean, and you're going to have Spinks on the same team.
Yeah.
Now we've got problems. So they definitely had a tough time, but I really would have liked to see Flames just take a little bit more time and use the map to their advantage, maybe use the A side a little bit more or disrupt the timings. It still felt like they had a little bit of a pacing issue and they were just going too fast into the B alley, or they were going too fast in the middle and they were just brute forcing everything. So maybe just a little bit more tempered next time.
Well, speak of the devil, we are going to get a few words from him after that victory at Snappy with Banks.
A solid match here, Snappy, and I wanted to see how much of that Vertigo game was a good game plan against Copenhagen Flames, and how much was it just you and Sphinx popping off?
On Vertigo?
Yeah.
I think we've just been working on our Vertigo. I think we've won 3 out of 4 games now. It was the map in the pool we couldn't play before, really. So we've been working on it, and I think it's showing with the wins over NIP and now also Flames. So I think it's just that we got better on the map.
And do you think across the series in general that you were out-calling Copenhagen Flames?
Nah, I don't know, really. I think they're a good team. I think we had a map each where we got both the pistols, Mirage and Vertigo, so it's always tough. That went opposite ways, right, of the pick. And then on Ancient, I think we won more of the key rounds, and then it's always good to have Sphinx popping off.
It definitely is. Now, talk to me a little bit about Sphinx, because he's certainly showing that he can be a star player, but he just seems to be getting better and better. What is it about this guy?
Yeah, I mean, I picked him up, 2 years ago from FPL, and I think ever since then, because of his personality and his humble persona, he just keeps on improving. So I think he will get even better, even though it sounds crazy maybe.
Well, I look forward to seeing him, mate, because it's certainly very exciting. Congratulations on your win, though. You've made it a step further, and we'll speak to you real soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one, Banks, and great as always to get to hear a little bit from Snappy, of course. As we are alluding to, the showdown is incredibly savage. Copenhagen Flames, unfortunately, eliminated from the competition, but we're talking about this, Nifty, the fact that we're kind of looking at the stars of tomorrow. You kind of frame this as, so it's not all doom and gloom. We will get to see them at the major as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still plenty of more to see from Copenhagen Flames, and they're just so fun to watch. And again, stars of tomorrow. I really think that, again, Nico Doss, we saw 30-40% out of him today. And again, I just don't think they should play Vertigo, actually. But
yeah, didn't really start off too solid for them. And the fact that we're talking about Nico Doss so much, you were hoping, to see him go up from that 30-40%, maybe to 60-70% on Asian, just wasn't enough for them to push over.
No, not enough, unfortunately, for Nico Doss and Copenhagen Flames. They got outmatched by Spinks. I just looked through the stats as well and realized that he was the only player on the server throughout this matchup who went plus KD on the T side, plus 11, where the next closest player was -2, right? He was dominating both on the CT side, on the T side. So whoever's going to face ENCE in this tournament to have to find an answer to the boy Spinks.
Well, congratulations to ENCE for making it to the next stage of the Spring Showdown here. But of course, we do have 2 more matches on the way for you. 1 more coming at you from the EU region as well. And the underdogs are going to need their teeth to be razor sharp coming up against Heroic. It's NKT to be taking to the stage next, and you don't want to miss it.
don't want to underestimate any opponents, and not NKT either. So it's full focus from game one.
Second headshot for Stout. We need more. Oh, a third one on top of it.
At least, at the very least, we want to be able to play against Heroic like on equal footing. We want to try and put our best game against theirs and see, how far we can go, how much damage we do.
It's David versus Goliath in our next series of the European Division, 4th in the world rankings and top seed coming into this tournament. It's Heroic taking on the underdogs of NKT in this next series. Jacob, NKT, they're going to have a tough task on their hands if they want to take down the Danes.
Let's be real, right? It's a team that is coming in with next to no expectations, I'd say. We heard it right here. They just want to put up a great fight. They want to play the best brand of Counter-Strike and see how far they're coming. You look at some of the players and a couple of the names you've probably seen before. Impression you've seen before. Shinjin you've seen before as well. Annihilation as well, a player that is recently picking up some flair as well, has been producing some great stats. So let's be completely honest as well. When it comes to European Counter-Strike, these names are not necessarily names that pop out, but if you were to watch a couple of their highlights, you can definitely see that mechanically speaking, they have something to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this team coming out of nowhere, I would say that their expectation would be like, let's take it 3 maps. Let's make it really competitive. Sure. Maybe we can upset them. It's possible. Of course, they're going to have it in their minds. They want to do the very best that they can. But yeah, like you said, let's be real. I mean, it's Heroic. They're like on top of their game at this point, at this stage in their team. So they're lined up to really go far even in the major.
Well, to give us some more insight into the side of NKT, we do have Impression with a few words with Banks.
I wanted to ask, with you now being here at the BLAST Showdown, what did actually qualifying for this big event mean to you guys?
I think for us it really means a lot because being able to play against some of the top teams in the EU is something that we always want to do. We always want to try and test and pit our best brand of Counter-Strike against the very top in the world, right? And to us it really means a lot. And to me personally, it's really great. It's really fantastic because it's been a long time since I've been back here in this region, and and it's also been a very long road because it's been like 2 or 3 years since I've last played in an international event. So it's great that I proved to myself, my friends, my family, or everyone supporting me and all that we have the ability to be here. And now the next step is just to consistently qualify for events in the EU. So we're hoping and we're trying to do that.
And how's the practice been going here in Europe? Has it been quite a different style from when you were last here?
I think the European practice system is a lot better. There's also a lot more teams to practice against, and every team brings a different style, a different brand of Counter-Strike that you can experience practicing. So I think it's quite fun. It's a lot easier to get games here. Unfortunately, we didn't have that much time due to a lot of issues with like bootcamp, computers and accommodation and all that stuff. But we're gonna make our time here as useful as possible and try and bring that knowledge back with us into Asia.
That's what it's all about. Now, today you've got a really tough opponent in Heroic, but what do you think gives you an opportunity to upset them? What can we expect from you guys that might be able to catch Heroic off guard?
I think we are a team that play a type of CS that is not very common in Asia. And we also are able to play what is traditionally called Asian Counter-Strike, which is pretty crazy, pretty dynamic, explosive, and sometimes a little bit too much. But we try and find that balance. We try and make that work for us. We try to use the pros of all this Asian Counter-Strike stuff and try and throw away all the cons and negativity of it. So yeah, we play a good mix of Counter-Strike. And we also like a good mix of international players from the region. So I hope that individually we'll be able to showcase our skill. As a team, we will showcase a brand of Counter-Strike that would be interesting for the viewers to watch and something that is fun and people would appreciate. That's what we really want to do. We really want to put Asian CS out there on the map, on the global map, and we're gonna do our very best to do that.
That was a really insightful interview from Impression. I love that we get to hear a little bit more about how the team's kind of working, particularly coming over into Europe. And that's what I love about the Showdown, the fact that we get to see teams from so many different areas of the world coming over to Europe and at least playing against some top-tier opposition.
I fully agree, and I just want to pick it up, right? Because let's be realistic. There's not a great chance that they're going to be Heroic right here. If they can make the game competitive, that would be nice. But the real W right here for these boys is the fact they get to stay in Europe and practice against European opposition. So they can learn a lot from this trip, regardless of how this game is turning out.
Well, I do want to get a little bit of insight from Danny, because I do believe he has some analysis to show us, particularly about NKT and what they should be showing coming into this matchup.
Yes, so NKT, for them to really have a chance against Heroic, they're going to need to display some unconventional CS, something that's going to surprise Heroic. And I actually have a round that's going to display exactly that. So here we're going to see a round just at the start of the round where NKT against IHC. So this is Asian Counter-Strike. What we're going to see here is first on the map, you'll see a 5-man B push, all 5 players. But the way they're going to execute this B hit is going to be a little bit different. It's a little bit different than what you see from a lot of other teams. First, we're going to see KNTZ. He's simply going to throw a window smoke as well as a Molotov towards car. But what we're going to see very quickly is they're actually going to throw 2 more smokes. They're going to throw a smoke for the van position and also a smoke towards the default area. Now with these 2 smokes, they also add in another 3rd smoke, a smoke for the balcony. And what this does is actually creates a wall for them to actually get closer to the bomb site. And you're going to see that's exactly what they do. With these players, they're able to kind of creep up and not make that much noise. They can kind of walk all the way up to the site. So rather than executing the hit, from back here like a lot of other teams do, they're going to try to execute the hit from over here. And what that does is it allows them to kind of pop into the bomb site and surprise the CTs. And you're going to see that's exactly what they do. You'll see right here that sign, he's going to throw a flash that's going to pop just above. And with this flash, they're able to flood into the site. Impression, he's able to find 2 kills here. And at the same time, you'll see that KNTZ, he's able to go through those 2 smokes and clear out the bench position. Now, something else that you might notice about this round is the fact that these 2 smokes here, this smoke at the window as well as this smoke at the balcony, are actually one-way smokes. Because they're one-way smokes, what this allows them to do is to have 2 people post up. You'll see that both this player and this player, they're going to creep up towards the smokes. They're both going to look through the underside of the smoke so that they can spot if CTs might be peeking. You'll see that Dobu, who's going to peek towards the site. And then Impression, he's able to find this kill onto KB, who's pushing up. It's with these 2 one-way smokes that they're able to punish CTs, where if they see these smokes and they don't see anyone come out, the natural inclination for them to do is to actually see if there's any information to be spotted. So by him being able to push up here and by them using these one-ways right here, they're able to punish CTs who do exactly this. And that's how this round breaks down. So all in all, NKT, they're going to need to pull out many of these type of tactics to beat Heroic, because if they decide to play standard CS, that's probably not going to win them the match.
And I really like that insight in terms of the surprise factor as well. It's something that we've all been discussing in the green room. That is what is going to make the difference if NKT have any hope of taking down one of the best teams in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, for these teams in this scenario, you're looking for any unorthodox, gimmicky way to get rounds on the other team, because you know, like the players know in the back of their minds that like the fundamentals, they don't match up. The experience, it doesn't match up. The competition that they play against, it doesn't match up. You know, so obviously you need to find a way in, a crevice, a crack, a cranny, something. You need something to build rounds and to build a storyline for yourself throughout the game that gives you some sort of hope. Like, hey, we can actually win this.
But that's what makes me kind of nervous. We were talking about it earlier on as well. The fact that if it was kind of any other team in that top 10, top 5, I wouldn't be so nervous. But the fact that it's Heroic, we know that they can stand up. We know that they can have some surprising, some crazy plays of their own.
They thrive in that chaos, right? Because they always try to create that chaos themselves when they were playing Counter-Strike. That's the problem with a team like Heroic. They're so good at dealing with these, let's call them underdog teams. Because you were alerted to it right here. You know, the recipe for success if you're a massive underdog is obviously have gimmicky plays, pace in your paces where you won't play fast Counter-Strike, and the more messy you can make the game, the better. But that doesn't work against a team like Heroic, because that's what they're doing whenever they're playing Na'Vi, when they're playing Vitality. They like to constantly being on the move. They like to create chaos, and that's where they thrive the best. So I'm afraid to say it's going to take something extraordinary for NKT to even make it competitive.
And we could just look at some of the statistics up here on the screen, just some of the huge shining lights for the side of Heroic. They've just been looking dominant, going from strength to strength to strength.
Absolutely. We've had players like Stown and Tesses doing so extremely well. Like at the RMR, they performed over the head. EPL performed over the head.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, what can you expect? I mean, these are players that are performing at the top of their region right now, and they are looking to cement themselves as not only a top 5 team, but maybe one of the best teams in the world now.
Another name that we've got to add to that list is Refresh, and we do have a few words from him, courtesy of Banks.
You had a lot of impact, especially on the Na'Vi game in particular. You guys getting a big win over them was obviously huge for you guys. So is there something you've changed up? Is there something that's changed within the team that's enabled this for you?
I mean, of course, we
always try to strive to be the best on as a team. But personally, I try to be more calm, like in game, because I like to be energetic and show my emotions. But I try to cool down a bit and be more focused on each round, on each map, and I think it helped me to perform better and be more focused instead of being hyped all the time. So yeah, that's what I changed.
Nice. And was that just something you wanted to learn yourself, or did someone kind of say this is what you needed to do?
It was mostly for myself. Personally, I have a stutter sometimes, and when I get too hyped, my stutter keeps growing and gets too much, and it prevents me from communicating as well sometimes, because things have to go like really fast, and it helps me a lot to be more calm. Then I can communicate better, then I can make better decisions, and everything just improves, and there's not as much stress.
Smart man, smart moves. And also, now you've been on Heroic for over a year, you've got some good achievements and results under your belt. How much further do you think you guys can push it? Because you've kind of stuck with the roster for a long time, and slowly but surely you guys are being very consistent.
Yeah, I mean, we started out on a high, winning our first tournament together, and then we had some struggles, but we still made some deep runs in the major, some top fours at different LAN tournaments. But I think we still have like more in store. This is a really young team. We are not that experienced in LAN tournaments. Of course, we have gotten a lot of lanes the past 9 months, but I think we still have more to learn, more to improve on. It's not like if you compare us to Navi, where they have like simple electronic, and like Boomich, who is like veterans, have played a lot of tournaments, who can guide the younger players. Like all of us are like inexperienced in that sense. Maybe Casper is a bit more experienced, but I don't think he has played in the biggest stages like hundreds of times. And I think you will learn more stuff if you like get more opportunities. And we are a team that have shown that we get that we learn from each like tournament, and we improve. And yeah, it shows on the last year that we kept being in the top 5, even though it went to LAN tournaments. Many people had doubts, but like right now we are top 4, and that's not bad. But I mean, I think we have more.
That is incredibly interesting. I had no idea that was something that Refresh was kind of having to deal with in that communication side, and really great to hear that, he's aware of it and he's trying to move it up to the next level.
I absolutely love it. This is what a stable home gives you. A lot of players are constantly stressed out about their performance. They're constantly stressed out about their stats. He's right now found a home, right? This is a player that was maneuvering from one team to another, couldn't find anywhere stable to play Counter-Strike, got into Heroic, and it just instantly clicked. A couple of months in, he was doing well, and now he's finally had time to work on himself, right? Self-improvement, realizing, okay, I have some weaknesses, I got to work on them, and that will bring me to the next level. This is what a stable home does to a player, because a lot of players, as said, they are constantly stressed out about results, having to put up better stats, having to play more deathmatch. Refresh, you have the time, you have the calmness to actually work on himself.
And that's what we absolutely love to hear as well, the fact that he's elevating himself to reach that kind of peak. You were saying it, Noah, it's really great that players get that opportunity to kind of reach their peak form in all the aspects.
Absolutely. I think well said. Pip, I honestly, that's really well said, because this is like my kind of thing as well. Like, I put a lot of focus in this. I study this kind of thing, and whenever I see players being very self-aware, and they're not only doing, that's the key to quantum leaps. This is how you go from being this player playing on this top 5 team, and okay, you're having some good performances, maybe some decent performances, and every now and then a bad one. But that's how you go from there to now being consistently good, but also being the best teammate that you can be, and reaching a new level for yourself so that you can find more fulfillment and more satisfaction.
We can see the picks and bans rolling in for this best of 3 series. NKT going with the pick of Inferno. Is that something that you expected, maybe, Pimp? I mean, we don't know too much about this side either.
I just know that when your pick against Heroic is Inferno, you're going to be in a bit of a trouble. Heroic have a deep map pool. They play a lot of different maps to a high level. NKT obviously have to pick something they're comfortable with. There's no point in trying to surprise Heroic, because there's nowhere they can go in this video to surprise them. So pick something you're comfortable with yourself, and then, as they said, they want to showcase the best version of themselves. So why don't you do that on a map that you're good at?
Yeah, no, it's a really good strategy coming into it. We can take a look at our Betway odds as well, seeing the updated markets for this best of 3 series. Of course, no surprises really to see them so heavily favouring the side of Heroic. Putting Inferno under the microscope, though, Nifty, we're talking about NKT having to pull out maybe some surprise factors, some crazy plays. Anything you're particularly looking for coming into this one?
I think we want two different things. We want very well-timed apps pops, and we want good mid-rounds towards B. That's what we want to see if they want to lock down some rounds on the T side. And CT side, well, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I hope they give it their best shot.
Heroic have taken down Navi, EG, Vitality, and OG in 2022. They've beaten some of the best teams in the world on Inferno, so if NKT want to make this game competitive, as you said, they have to play the best brand of Counter-Strike they've ever done.
We're really going to have to see the best version of NKT coming out full force into this first map of Inferno, potentially their last stop here at the Showdown in this single elimination gauntlet. Inferno is first up to the plate, and we're jumping into all the action in just a few.
We've got our second match almost ready. So Heroic versus NKT. Gonna be an interesting match. Hard to predict. Understandably, the odds are favoring Heroic.
Yeah.
Name brand alone, presumably also just the world ranking situation, all the rest of it. Makes sense. But who knows what can happen? I'm curious.
I liked kind of the outline that Mahone given in his video about like some of like the smaller like cheese tactics, like the little details that'll change that NKT is going to have to bring out if they want a real chance in this, because it's going to have to be something a little bit unusual, going to have to be something that Heroic hasn't really had to deal with before, that you catch them off guard with and you're able to really kind of milk it for all it's worth. And I mean, dude, just an upset of this stature in a best of 3 would be absolutely mental to even consider as a possibility.
You also have to think that, you know, with the major lurking around the corner, probably Heroic have a lot of different things that they want to...
They got a lot on their plate at the moment.
They have a lot on their plate, and NKT is probably not going to be one of the teams that's going to be very... I mean, they have to take it seriously, but there's a lot of other teams to research out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this isn't going to be one that you're going to feel like super like, you know, when you research a team like this that comes from like an under, I don't know what the best way to say it is, just a weaker region. Yep. Like, you never know if like what they're coming out with is something you actually have to be, you know, super worried about, or if it's just something that's like working on that level. But I mean, just any like detail you can find just so you feel comfortable. I think a starting point too, and this is something I also talked with Katie in an interview that we did yesterday for Media Day, just mentioning that, you know, when you go up against a team like this that's like roster that you don't really know about, sometimes the best thing you can do is just kind of memorize where they play on the map.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you take for granted so much when you play these matches against teams that you've played against, you know, 10, 15 times across a year, or you practice against them frequently. Yep. You know immediately in the back of your head, just instinctually, which two players are at this bomb site. So, you know, if you kill one, the other one's around the corner. You can lose track of that pretty quickly against teams you don't really know that the whole lot about and you haven't played frequently. You lose that, like, instantaneous recognition that there's another player in this bomb site.
Looks like a cool little team meeting they've got going on using phones, so calling each other. They can do that on the PCs too, I'm assuming. So I just don't know why, but
don't use the Counter-Strike resources for a FaceTime huddle.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to minimize that. You know, we just saw that interview with Impression before the game went live, and his name is Anthony Lim, and for some reason, I've forgotten so many things in my time, but LIM is the cheat code in Wolfenstein to get to Wolfenstein 3D, to like the really old one, to get weapons and ammo. I don't know why that my brain has kept that information.
LIM.
Yeah, if you
there's just three letters.
Yeah, press all three at the same time.
Okay.
You'll get that.
That's a rather weak cheat code.
Yeah, yeah, true.
What was the old, like, was it Doom or Quake God mode? It was like IDDQD?
Yeah, and IDKFA, I think, for weapons.
Up, up, down, down, left, right, AB, start.
Damn. Okay, we're doing it.
Yeah, we're going all the way back.
Yeah, I think even ID no clip was actually a cheat code in those Doom games. So.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting times. I don't know. I feel like any kind of like math or anything else I've done throughout the, like, that's just been forgotten. But Wolfenstein 3D
and pop songs from the late 90s.
Yeah,
you know them all.
That's exactly right. There we go. Time well spent, I'm sure, memorizing those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Heroic, there's no disguising it. The odds showed it. Everything kind of points to the idea that they are going to be the heavily favored team, which most of the time it's probably a good thing. I feel like early on in CSGO, when we were like, you know, 13, 14, we had a lot of games that were sort of that around where you had a super favored team, and then almost because they were favored, they managed to screw. What is he?
I know. I feel bad. I'm only half listening to you because I'm watching Katie and really struggling with the cushion.
He did kind of do it, but
yeah, he got there.
It's tough.
All right, go on.
I was just gonna say, I feel like a lot of the time now, those underdog upsets are getting more and more rare. It feels like early in CSGO it happened a lot more, where like people were so confident that they could never lose, and then they actually did. It feels like these days not as much.
Well, we've swapped into more BO3 heavy formats than we had back in the day. I think that's one reason, and I think also to a certain extent too, like, you know, I think it's harder to classify them as like major upsets these days because teams have just gotten so much closer together, right? Like there's not as much of a disparity that you would be this shocking upset. But I know what you mean. I'm with you.
Well, I'm glad, Jason, that you are. Hope everyone is ready. A little bit of a delay to begin with, but now we've got Heroic on the CT side, NKT on this T side, and we're on Inferno. Good to be back on Inferno. KDN with the C set 75. KNTC walking up and taking down KDN to begin with in the boiler room. It's a good start.
Nice and quick. He's one of two defenders of this side of the map. The rest of the Heroic defense hasn't moved off of the B bomb site. Still 3 players stacked up here. The bomb is here in Banana as well.
Shush, down in the pit on his own.
I wonder how much they're going to challenge this.
I mean, it would be cool to break up that B stack, but they don't necessarily know that. And if they challenge it too much and start to lose players, a little bit of an issue too. Shush will find that kill on Signet. It's a pretty decent start. Now they're going to start to roll back, but Heroic are going to feel confident right now. They kind of know what's coming, I think. Definitely now that they spotted out. Dobu tries to make the run for it, but Stam will take him down. Smoke is up. Oh, not even a smoke, sorry. That's just a decoy. Tessus will find a kill. They probably needed the smoke, but Annihilation is spin around, and he takes down Tessus, and it's back into a 2-on-2. They're going to go for the bomb plant, and they will get it down. Stown can't quite catch him, and now they're falling back into construction. Nice headshot. It leaves Annihilation on his own. 1 versus 2 with a P250. 5 bullets now. He hasn't reloaded yet. 10-second defuse. Oh, that's tough. That's a long time. He swings for it, gets the fight, still 4 seconds more, but he's out of bullets. He needed that reload, and instead, there's going to be enough time here for Heroic to win the round.
Oh, no. That's a nice attempt from Annihilation. Good retake from Heroic. That's a pretty grueling battle all the way. NKT just wanted to throw a little bit of a fake. Throw the flashbang to make it look like it's going to be a Halls pop. That player jumps out back towards lane. You all fall back towards the B bomb site. Hope maybe you force a rotation, or at least someone out of position. What great shooting. You know, that's something we can say, you know, about Asian Counter-Strike. We've always kind of obviously know that they're going to be a little bit far behind in terms of the meta, a little bit further behind in terms of tactics and strategies, but they can shoot. They can hit.
Oh yeah, throughout the history, even going like really, really far back, they've always had some very, very scary mechanical players. So
yeah,
something to watch out for.
We saw some of it in that pistol round. Some beautiful shooting. Second round by, all Galils for the NKT side. Got some nades to work with also. 2 flashbangs, excuse me, and a smoke.
And just in terms of what you mentioned with the metagame, I mean, it's tricky, right? Because you could obviously you could watch it online and copy it, but you can't practice it the same way that you really want to. So it is just probably a little bit hard to maintain in that sense. Refresh and Cadian coming up with a couple of good kills in the crossfire here. KNTC picking up the bomb and started to make his way back and also push down the bottom of Banana is down. So keeping a lock on that at the moment. Good defense over at Arch.
Yeah, great defense. Back to the B bomb site we go. The only option they really have. And they've used all their utility already. So this will just have to be some great shooting with those Galils. Smoke to delay, buy time to boost up Tesses with the SMG up on top of the ledge. And it's about at this point in the round, if you're NKT, if you're these 3 players, you're kind of like, yeah, this one's going to be tough.
It's not going to be easy.
This one doesn't feel good.
Very telegraphed at this point in time, especially with Refresh playing that forward position over at Arch in middle. Line up for Tessus. He's going to get a couple of good spray downs with the MP9, making himself some money, even upgrading the weapon. It's everything you want. It's not bad.
Yeah, this round should be much easier also. Not enough money to really go for any kind of a powerful buy. Refresh gets the first, Cadian gets the second. And obviously we witnessed the cleanup at the end over here at the B-bomb site. KNTZ and Annihilation just looking for an open space fight. No armor. Tech 9, CZ, 3 Deagles for NKT.
Yeah, it's probably worth it, the attempt. Cadian showing some determination here and maybe even a little bit of boldness. I mean, he is that kind of player that likes to play that way, and especially if he feels like, you know what, we might actually just be a lot better. Maybe we can try to bully them.
I like it. I kind of like opening up with that style to a certain degree. Like, I mean, there's an element of risk to it. We've seen it sometimes where it backfires a little bit and you get caught off guard for maybe the first 5 or 6 rounds, but it is cool to see them flexing a little bit, and especially a round like this, they know it's going to be unarmored opponents. We'll see if that disrespect continues into the gun rounds. For now, everything's perfect.
Probably also worth pointing out, I mean, if you're allowed as Heroic to sort of swap into that style where you're like, okay, we're actually going to be super aggressive, it actually washes away everything that NKT might have been preparing for the game, because now they're not actually playing the Heroic that they're meant to be playing, right? They're playing sort of a really confident style. That can be very frustrating too.
It also, I mean, just from the mental aspect as well, I know it's kind of obviously a nebulous subject that you can't really quantify, but players like this that aren't experienced playing at this level of competition, you come into it and you think, I mean, you know you're kind of outclassed, but you think, you know, you always feel there's some kind of a chance. Those kinds of rounds, if they continue just getting demolished and you can't even ever really feel like you're running your tactics, that's when you start to get that idea creep into your head that, yeah, we're probably not good enough to actually challenge in this match.
Yeah, the mental aspect, it's true. It's kind of hard to necessarily convey. We don't have like a
metric.
Yeah, we don't have real metrics for that. But most people who have played Counter-Strike will know what it feels like, even if it's at a lower level. Good banana control right now for NKT, although there are still 3 people out here. Heroic taking some liberties early on, trying to get that KD in with the shot and the follow-up HE and smoke, so kind of hard for them to even punish.
Yeah, nothing they can do. And they just back away, back out of banana, relinquish control that they gained. 5 on 4. Cadian's already arrived at the A bomb site with his AWP.
Trying to see if they can sneak into top mid here. A little bit of timing there, both pushing out boiler room and middle at the same time. Gonna be Molotov slightly back. In theory, it makes sense to try and, you know, get some aggression to top mid, then fall back to banana. But the problem is, if you don't have control of banana already, you have to spend some time doing that, and they're gonna know.
It's time and resources. Time and resources. So yeah, a little bit of a mistake to relinquish complete control and then come back for it. Has netted them another death in banana and another death from Cadian's op.
Annihilation and Sign. 2 versus 5, definitely...
They're saving.
Yeah, not much else they could do. 15 seconds.
Yes.
You know, I had a terrible dream the other day.
Oh, interesting.
That I was in a ferry going somewhere to like an island or something, and we got attacked by a giant pufferfish.
A giant pufferfish. Was this fish? Is this pufferfish puffed up?
No,
inflated.
They're just. Have you seen they can eat anything?
Yeah, they have strong jaws. They can bust through a crab shell real quick.
And it's scary because they look so happy when they do it. So it was kind of like it's like a happy pufferfish, but it was like biting holes in the ferry.
Okay.
Not a good time.
Where did that go? Where did the dream end? Did you get consumed by the pufferfish eventually? Was it like a Jaws thing, where like the boat tipped in half and you slipped into its mouth, or?
It was like one of those Titanic moments where the ferry was kind of, you know, almost vertical, and you had to make your way through the ferry, climbing away from the teeth of the pufferfish that was sort of eating the thing below.
Naturally, yeah.
Good times.
Did you get away?
You
can't leave us on a cliffhanger.
I woke up before I think I managed to sort of I guess in a way, yeah. Yeah. I thought about it because obviously they're not pufferfish in the B bomb site. They're just goldfish. But it would have been much more scary.
Okay. So that's the association your brain made to get us to a pufferfish dream.
That's it. Welcome to some of the inner workings, I guess. But
there we go.
It's a good start for Heroic right here. It's a 4-0 lead. You like to see it. AKs, a Galil, and a couple of MAC-10s. You could accomplish a lot with that, but you do need one of those tricks that we were talking about to begin with. Smart little pop flash somewhere. Any way to open up a round like this would be great.
I like this a little bit more condensed and grouped up from NKT. They might need a few of these rounds to get themselves going before they can go back to that default spread where they're getting picked apart. Shush gonna drop in towards Pit. Good flashbangs gonna keep KD at bay. AK wins 1. A bomb site is lost. It's gonna have to be a retake from here, but they've already got a flank coming up mid. Utility's gonna be spent trying to do a little bit of chip damage. That actually lands very well onto KNTZ.
That was a cool smoke that he threw, Shush. I wonder what that looks like coming in from the T side. If he can even see what he's jumping down into, or if it just looks like a wall of smoke. Either way, they've got themselves into good position right now. NKT, maybe a chance for a first round here. Even 4 on 3. That bomb is pretty quickly planted. They don't have a lot of time here, Heroic, to try and get this retake on the way. Some nades down in the pit, but no kills yet. They're gonna finally find Sign. He was flashed, and now it's all on KNTC. 1 versus 2. He swings wide, and Refresh will take him down. It is down to the last second as well, but they'll get the round.
Yeah, wasn't planted for him either, so he was gonna have to make a play regardless of whether that smoke was there, so at a bit of a disadvantage, but a great retake from Heroic.
Look at the smoke that he throws down.
I don't know if that would be... Well, I'm assuming what that would be is, one, obviously you're in a crazy situation. He knows he's likely going to die, and he's just saying, I'm just going to drop this and see if it does anything for me. I think also, if someone's to go the entire length of that balcony and jump out on the other side, that smoke would be blocking them from spamming him, you know, potentially immediately. It'd be a little bit of a...
Yeah.
A little bit of a gamble into the smoke.
Could have some double effects. Was a team kill in there. They were all laughing about it, and why not? Still, that was a very close round. Ooh. Now, speaking of meta play, or meta games, the smoke that he just exploited at Refresh can be thrown in like 5 or 6 different ways. to either peek left or right behind it, or even sometimes to do a stack. And like, this just, it's so hard because when you're coming in from the T side, it looks like the same smoke every time, but it's not.
Those are the kills that are going to be really painful for NKT, just like losing one, like not just that specific play, but losing one player before you're really in a position to pull anything off. Always playing with the deficit. I do like what they did last round, though. I mean, just simple. You're not spreading out for map control. If you're going to be playing like the standard like meta protocol battles as like an individual or smaller groups of 2 players against Heroic as NKT, I think you're too far behind to really reliably win the game in that fashion. I think it's got to be about more grouped up, more set pieces, more just straight strategies. At least to give yourself the economic advantage before you can fall back and take some fights individually. Because otherwise, I just don't think you'll have the utility and response protocols down well enough to handle Cadian's AWP being mobile across the map, right?
They've already run into it a couple of times, and there we go again. Impression going down. Just 2 on 5 now, sneaking kind of close. Whenever I see someone like KNTC in this round who gets that close to the hay card, I make a little mental note in my head. I'm like, ooh, they can get that close. Maybe they could do it again, because I feel like if you're on the T side and you can get that close to the bomb side, it's worth thinking about. There's some interesting plays you can make from actually sneaking that close.
Yeah, if you find the right timing, it can be brutal. It can be such a strong position.
6-0 though, and there's no sign right now that Heroic are under any pressure. Like, they don't need to do much of anything different from what they've been doing now.
No, just rinse and repeat. You can play a pretty standard game. Refresh, gonna stick around and jump a little bit more often. Doesn't see anything in alt mid, although one player is at the base of halls. Look at the utility damage already onto NKT.
It's not fun, is it?
No. They haven't even really had a clean fight with anyone. Cadian is tagged down to 25 health, so that's something, but man, 3 of these players are just an easy mop-up for a spraying rifle. There goes KNTZ. Smoke down in the pit for any follow-up Molotov that just doesn't come. Hits, and they haven't even pulled the trigger on the attack yet. Stown has a push-down banana, and now NKG knows they're in some trouble.
They actually got a dink on him. That's pretty cool, but again, he can just drop the smoke and fall back.
They've got no utility.
Yeah, they're in a really tough position right now. And again, it's a sort of a intermediary goal here, obviously. Even if you can't necessarily win this round easily, just doing some damage would still be important, right?
Yeah, kills in a bomb plant.
Yeah. Look at the long view. Try and see if you can get that done. 40 seconds. And this is obviously also frustrating because there has been a lot of aggression out of Heroic, but now they're just kind of letting them be, right? You can see that NKT actually waited a couple of seconds there to try and give the CT side a chance to come and make a mistake, and they haven't really done it. Orb is there, Molotov is down, and I don't think they're ever getting through this one.
No, but they have to. 18 seconds. You want to go die here. You want to get the bonus money. Cadian's going to oblige and step forward into the fight. And just 2 players remaining. 10 seconds on the clock. Just now trying to get in, and it's a shutdown again. 7 rounds straight for Heroic with a 7-round lead.
Well, it's turning into a relatively one-sided match at the moment. Only that one round, 1 versus 2 over at the A bomb site so far that really looked like it could have been something. And obviously the pistol round, which I bet now they more than ever wish they could have won.
Yeah. It's such a close affair. I might have been able to change the nature, at least of the early going. Another timeout as they talk things over.
Yeah, again, the format of the showdown means it's tough. You pick Heroic in the first round of matches, you know it's going to be a hot day.
Yeah, well, I mean, for a team like this, for NKT, I mean, obviously, just it's phenomenal to be competing in a tournament of this caliber against teams of this caliber, and also like the kind of, I guess, the added bonus is that because you're having to play here in Europe, you get plenty of time to be practicing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right. There's a lot to be won, even if this is an opponent that's just a little bit overpowering at the moment. 7-0. Heroic obviously catching fire. We do have rifles back in the hands of NKT. See that? Maybe not quite the same smoke, but again, that smoke could be used to either get the cross, it could be used to peek left or right side, it could be used to set up an HE, it could be used to boost over. More HE.
Oh, dear.
Cool, thanks.
I know. Guys, Can I just turn the corner? And we've brought it up like twice already. These are the painful ones. I mean, you're right out of a timeout. You've obviously called something if you're the in-game leader, if you're the coach, and you know, something that you can try and kind of you want to try and execute, and you just lose a player already. You've got Annihilation at 47, 60 HP on Impression. You just are already battered in this round.
Should take a moment to appreciate good, strong, like one of those like early 2000s type nicknames in Annihilation. I feel like it's good. Throws me right back there.
We've gone to nickname analysis rather quickly.
Listen,
that doesn't bode well.
We're waiting for it. I'm just saying.
No, I appreciate it. You're right. It is good.
You're kind of putting a stop to it at the nickname, but we already talked about pufferfish. So I don't know why that's the problem.
That's true.
25 seconds, making the crossover, but there's already a boost and a huge setup. The spray is in. Stown will get the double. Maybe even could have had more Annihilation. Yeah, understandably paranoid. Oh, he's going to get one on TeS's, but get hunted down by Refresh at the end. 8-0.
Yeah, the utility usage from Heroic is just so on point, miles ahead, and NKT can't even handle it. They're running in blind. They're getting forced back from nades. Not enough players anti-flash at the right moment. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Deal with. Blown up.
Yeah, look at this when he turns the corner if we get all the way. Yeah, there's that follow-up flashbang just completely annihilated in blind. No, you put it in my head now. Congratulations. 8-0. Heroic looking good. Back to Tech 9, CZ, Glock on Annihilation. Cadian's going to get the deep angle down Banana.
He stood in some fire for a while there to even do that. Don't know really what that was about, but...
Confidence. That's about stat padding.
Okay. I mean, I'll take it. I think that's all right.
He's been lighting it up with the op, so yeah, why not step into more? Another great nade.
Shush down here. They don't have a Molotov to really get rid of him, and he's got a smoke that he's been throwing almost every single time. He's going to do it again. Impression goes down. Refreshing's down with a couple of opening kills. At least they're on the bomb site, but they need to get these kills a lot quicker. TeS's, if he had more bullets, probably would have won that fight too. It's a really good defense once again.
Yeah, no access. I don't even think, have we seen a plant outside of the pistol round? I don't think they've really even been able to get into the bomb site.
They had that one.
Oh yeah, they did. They did have the one.
But that's it. You're right. Tough position to be in. Is there that coach called MYM? That's a throwback.
That is a throwback. Meet your makers.
Yeah, a long time ago. Got some AKs back in that AWP. I mean, I feel like normally you would say getting the Banana control is a pretty good start, but it feels like Heroic actually don't really care to fight that much for Banana at all, because they're so confident in their B defense.
That Molotov ruined his day. And he is fortunate to get away from that nade in the right moment.
They must just be thinking, wow.
Please stop. Give us a chance.
Unreal.
All right, quiet descends. Not a whole lot of aggression this round from Heroic. No peeking down angles, no deep nades, just the utility usage at balcony. Actually, all things considered, Heroic has just dumped a lot of utility. 1 minute, they've got 1 smoke, 3 flashbangs, and an HE grenade. There's probably some nades left on the ground towards CT spawn.
Oh, no.
There's another utility kill for Cadian.
Had to be him, right? Trying to set it up, but he's going to get caught, Dobu. Otherwise, would have probably landed that grenade for some damage.
The grenade went to Refresh, who took all the damage for Cadian's kill. Which Cadian's going to love. Refresh probably a little bit less happy about.
Doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, there was a grenade obviously dropped on the ground. As we know, the stockpiling outside of the B bomb site. 1 smoke just went down. Stown picks up another one. They can run the clock all the way down to 0 with those 2 smokes.
And they realize they're just going to go back and try and save it. They can't really break through. This is really tough, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they are going up against one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, it's understandable.
It's a massive mismatch, yeah.
Bet they would wish they had some giant pufferfish on their side.
They could just call it in.
That'd make the difference.
Like a game of Worms. You get the concrete donkey, just drop it on a bomb site, and roll in.
Exactly. Oh. 10-0. Oh, shush. All right. Yeah, that's the Molotov right there.
Yeah, it burned beneath. So Homeboy thought he was safe like the whole time. He's like, oh, I'm good here. Oh, nope, not here.
That is actually brutal.
Yeah.
Light's gone out. In a bunch of different ways, it feels like. It's a metaphor for what's happening.
Metaphor for the match. Also, who's messing with the lightings during a live game?
Just a prank, isn't it? Classic banter. Yeah. That is, I mean, I think this is not too completely unexpected. I think we saw at the beginning of stats or the odds were like 10-1, I think. So
yeah.
So it's not a complete surprise.
No.
But you'd love to see NKT sort of try and prove a couple of their points or try to sort of make a couple of things work here.
Yeah, I'd like to see them have like some kind of a little like mini streak of like 4 or 5 rounds where we get to see some good stuff out of them and make it work. Although Inferno can be such a tough, restrictive map when there's this much of a skill gap and this much of like a team gap.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier with how sort of maneuverable KD has been with the AWP.
Yeah.
Hard for them to rely on, like, where could they avoid that? Shush has been playing really hard to get into the pit. Hard to get him away from that position. Can't really Molotov him easily. Maybe if you can get that corner by quad, maybe you could just triple nade him. But, I mean, you still need some space to get there.
Yeah, I mean, that's also... they've had a tough time managing their utility. They've run out a lot of times when they've wanted to kind of execute something late. They're losing players early on, losing health early on. Frankly, I don't think they have necessarily the courage at the moment after the battering they've taken every time they've tried to go up mid of being able to get into that position to set up a triple nade.
Technical pause, as you can tell. I'm sure we'll figure it right out.
Any more Animal Dreams to buy some time?
Anymore? I feel like
you were gonna make a comment after the last map, and then you said you'd save it.
That was the LIM, the cheat code thing.
Oh, that's what I was waiting for.
That's what. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's what you.
Unfortunately, it
built
was.
Me up. Okay.
I don't know. Like, I actually have like I have a recurring animal dream that I'm in a major city. Think like New York City or something like that.
Okay.
And all of the doors are closed. There's there are no people around. It's just me. All the car doors are locked. Like, I can't get into any buildings. I'm just out on the streets.
It's very I Am Legend going on. Okay.
Yeah, very much like that. And I'm being chased by 2 polar bears. And then they're not like right behind me. They're just kind of like they got my scent basically, and I just have to try and.
You're already dead. You just don't know it yet.
And I have to try. That's like I've had that dream many times for some reason.
You don't mess with polar bears. I think it's like a law in like some places where polar bears in the world. Like if you spot a polar bear anywhere, no matter how far away it is, like the advice is just get inside.
Yeah, leave.
Like that polar bear's hunting you.
Yeah.
you are very close to death.
Yeah. No, don't see it out in the horizon and think, oh, it's far away.
But it's like
fine.
It's the rhyme. It's like if it's like for the different kinds of bears, if it's black, fight back. If it's brown, get down, and if it's white, say goodnight.
Yeah, pretty much. That's good.
Just in case any of you listeners out there ever go into bear country.
Yeah. So right before you get eaten by a polar bear, you're gonna be like, didn't Jason said I'm about to die?
Yeah. He told me the rules. And much like history, I just didn't listen to him.
Yeah.
I suffer the consequences.
Tough times. Yeah, as you could tell, gold, not pufferfish. They do scare me though. There's some
pufferfish.
Yeah, even if they're small, there's just something faintly horrific about it. I think it's because they look happy. That's the thing that's really disturbing.
I had a friend in college who's big into aquarium creatures. He had like a lionfish, which have like the really poisonous spines in the back.
Oh yeah.
That you don't touch, or else like you're in excruciating pain for like 4 or 5 hours. So he just had one of those chilling around a bunch of college students, which is not a smart. We make bad decisions in college.
It's what it's for in many ways, actually.
He had an octopus.
Why you go to college.
He had an octopus once for a while.
That's cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I used to stick my finger in there because they're so strong. Tentacles, man.
All right.
Yeah. That was a bad idea as well, because they can hurt also, but I just wanted to test it one night.
I'm gonna close the window to any further tentacle conversations. And
oh, I see where we're drawing the line now. We can talk about your dreams all day.
Yeah, but your tentacle dreams, Jason, will have to stay off the broadcast. It's just in case people are wondering, we were joking about the power going out, but it actually did. The lights.
So it's not actually that funny of a joke.
Unfortunately, not.
But they still had power to the webcams and power to the PC.
Yeah, it's like a roaming black. I don't know what happened there. Like that is a good point.
Perfect.
Some of the last bits from the data feed just dripped into the internet tubes or whatever is going on, and then just made it, and then it was over. They're back though, which is good to see. I like.
Lights are on. Everyone's looking engaged, ready to go.
They need that desperately. 10-0 as a lead in favor of Heroic. Which again, probably not super surprising, but I'd be really happy to see a couple of rounds where we get a little bit more of a feel for the NKT style that we haven't really got to see yet.
We haven't gotten to feel it yet, have we?
Not yet. By the way, there is another game obviously coming up later today, right?
Yes, indeed.
Godsent versus Evil Geniuses, which is going to be Scrawny and Launders covering that one.
Yes, it will be. Yeah, and that'll be an interesting game as well. EG trying to get a bit of revenge. They got trounced by Godsent just a few days ago.
They're a really fun team, Godsent. I feel like they are one of those projects that kind of from the outset, I don't know if I had honestly that much faith in them.
I think there's a cool story to be had with Godsent about like Taco taking over the mantle of like the hardcore competitive like Brazilian scene. Obviously Furia is still there also, but like Taco being like one of the last holdouts from the original legendary Brazilian lineups, the early days of CSGO, and trying to reform a team with young stars and kind of be that leadership figure that he was looking up to when he started competing.
They do have a lot of really interesting players that are playing on that lineup now. So I actually
Penny's back.
Yeah, Henny's there. I'm starting to come around to this idea more. I'm like, yeah, okay, I could see it. I could see this working out. So that's good. There's something to look forward to as well. A little bit later on.
Well, chew on this while we're getting back into this matchup. The series they just played at the closed qualifier for Dallas. 16-6 victory on Overpass for Godsent. 16-12 victory on Vertigo for Godsent as well. So it was a nice 2-0. In Evil Geniuses, as we all know, as we've all been party to watching, really struggling to get this lineup going in the early stages of 2022.
That is true, yeah. Okay, well, we'll see how that goes down the road. A little bit of just kind of making a point top banana, not necessarily defending it heavily. Heroic, Shush playing forward. Tricky little smoke there. If you're not ready for it, if you haven't seen that before, you could just walk around the corner and die. Sign. Yeah, he's not feeling like he wants to test that.
That's what I liked though the first time, is seeing him a little bit more grouped up. At least this time they haven't lost anyone early on. They haven't taken a whole lot of nade damage. What they are missing is some utility. Smoke and 3 flashbangs for NKT for the rest of the round.
Yeah, that is very difficult to deal with.
That's not enough utility for 4 players defending this bomb site.
And at a minimum, you've basically one shot at doing this. You've one good flashbang to open it up, maybe, and then you have to kind of go. Bomb dropped in the middle. It's a good trade, though, to take down Katie and KNTC with that kill. Appreciate that. Shush playing around the pillar. He's going to be able to find it. So now they have to go. They have to go pick up that bomb. There's no choice. If they could have made their escape, it would have been a little bit more interesting for them. Tess is ready and waiting. Although Silence a good opening, and what a headshot to follow up with. Shush goes down. And this might be the best chance yet here. 2 versus 3, 25 seconds of the refresh playing inside of the smoke. I don't think they even realize that he's there. He's walking out. Yeah, they don't even check for it. 18 seconds, the bomb's still being planted. Spray right through to take down Sign. Absolutely brutal for refresh here, as he's coming up trying to see if he can win this 1 versus 1. Impression on the other side. And refresh, he's got some time right now. Could just wait for it. 10 bullets left. Hadn't really tried to reload yet, and I don't think he realizes he's fallen back into the site. He's going to try and see if he can elevate his position slightly on top of the hay cart, looking for it now. When he sees him, couple of more bullets, still hasn't reloaded. He's almost out, and he gets the headshot anyway. Last possible second. That is a real great round for refresh.
Yeah, great round for Zine as well. Over on the NKT side, unfortunately, just cannot convert it into a victory. 2 great kills coming out of Halls. The nice one rotating around towards Small Pit. Yeah, this is just brutal. These are great shots to open up this bomb site. He knew there was one in lane also, and even ready to fight for the retake, the peek out from Stown. Just refresh a little bit better. Impression here never found a fight he wanted to commit to. 11-0.
That was real close. And getting around like that, it's hard to know if it's gonna make them sort of believe a little bit more. Like we really can get. We just needed a little bit more. We would have had that one, or if it's gonna feel really crushing. Because how many of those rounds can you take before it starts to feel like it might never work? Oh, nade! Is it gonna follow them down? The nades are so good. He shot out the window and threw the HE right afterwards. They can't catch a break.
It's so brutal. The nade damage for Heroic has got to be off the charts on so many different players as well. It's happening in alt mid, it's happening in banana each and every time. Still nice to see them have a lot of utility left to play with for NKT to actually properly pull off like a mid take, follow it up into some kind of an A hit. The AWP is not here either. So no worries of Cadian thinning the herd, although they don't know that just yet. Still being cautious. Late presence in banana being applied by Impression. Gonna force back the defense, but a third player rotating over to the A bomb site for Heroic's defense.
I actually really like that from Impression because he heard that Heroic were throwing flashbangs to check outside, so he almost has to go back to do something, or they're just gonna know what's happening. Ooh, leading with the bomb, though. Annihilation, he has to win that fight, and he will. Taking down TES's 35 seconds now. Yeah, they need that bomb. Oh, this is so risky. Dobu, though, coming up from behind with a haycart and taking down Refresh. It's so interesting. Down in the pit, 25 seconds. Shush, if he wins this fight, dropping the bomb again, it would be a disaster. They're now throwing nades and a good headshot. But he's burning in this corner, and he'll never make it out. 2-on-2 and another good chance here for NKT.
The fact that Shush just got that final one before going down is so unreasonable. Good shooting. Cadian coming in late with the ops. Down's going to get the retake going a little bit early. They do have 2 smokes. They can fully block off pit and turn into the bomb site.
Yeah, they could. Even a flash around the corner if they really felt like it. But they're going to have to make up their minds pretty soon. Both of them have a defuse kit as well. They're swinging for it. Actually, they block off the bomb site to try and take the fight to pit. And now they're going to focus on Annihilation. He gets one of the kills, and he transfers it real well in the first rounders on the board for NKT.
Nice clutch win. They had a couple of those clutches come close. You think the pistol round, you think the previous 1v1 with Impression on Refresh. Finally, one goes in their favor. Nicely won round, especially with the bomb dropping in such a difficult position. Annihilation does so much. It's going to get a little bit lost. The kill from Dobu through the smoke.
Critical.
Yeah, we didn't catch it. I'm wondering if it was just kind of some random spam. Relatively knew the angle towards Library, was able to catch one. That helped save the day.
Yeah, because they might have had a hard time recovering the bomb.
Yeah.
If that kill doesn't come through. Flashes everywhere, and Impression obviously turned away to try and not get flashed, and as a result also turning away from TeS's.
Yeah, just missing the timing of when TeS's was actually taking that peek. Really, really unfortunate for Impression. 2 players in halls. Shush is going to challenge there from Graveyard. And this is a tough position to clear out. Nade comes in. Just tickles KNTZ a little bit. Smoke down to block the choke point, and Shush can reposition. 5-on-3. No damage taken from Heroic quite yet.
Yeah, they're back on track in a big way. And this is, I think, in a perfect world right now for NKT. They get to call a bit of a slowdown, and Heroic overextend and become more aggressive, and they win one of those fights, and then they can bring it back. But if Heroic are just going to be really passive like this,
yeah,
what do you do? Doesn't seem like there's much of a way out. More nade damage? Yes.
Oh my lord.
So, it's crazy.
We should take nades away, just to make things, like, even it up. Ooh. Good shot from Annihilation. That's the headshot onto Shush. 2 players in the bomb site. Cadian can just bait and lure them in to his teammate, but it doesn't even matter. He's got the timing through the smoke. And there's TeS's. He sees Annihilation jumping over the smoke and gets an easy one. 12-1. Look, we've avoided the goose egg. You gotta be happy about that one.
True. Yes.
Yeah.
Took my brain a minute to catch up to what you were saying, but yeah.
The goose egg?
Yeah, I thought there's chickens on Inferno. What are you talking about? But fair, but I understand. I'm a little bit slow. It's all right.
Got a tough time with animals today.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Also, a dog and a horse on this map. Not running around, but...
Just the noise?
Yeah. chickens and fish. And humans.
And humans.
Just, all right. Glad we cleared that up. Shush.
No puffer fish?
No, thank God.
You don't like horses either, though, do you?
No. It's because they're
it's so emphatic.
Murderous beasts.
Ah.
4 on 5. Yeah, might as well run for this one. You don't have much of a choice. Cadian is having himself a real good time. Nice shooting with the AWP. Quad kill on him.
Dude, he's skeet shooting.
Yeah.
That's what he was just doing right there. I can't believe someone hit a banger of a shot with the Tech 9 on a Shush and Pit. He was playing at the broken wall. Just got tapped on the corner turn real quick.
Slapped at range.
See, like, look, there it is. Yeah, it's him.
Oh, no.
It's just like, wait, what? Either way, that's a great shot. The final snap over. Cadian's looking sharp in this game. 13-1. He's 20-3, Cadian.
Well, listen, now's the time to build a record, right?
Yeah.
You can do it. He's out for it. Dobu goes down. Cadian again. Out hunting with the AWP. 15th round. Last of the half. NKT. I don't know. It's really hard to say. We don't have a lot of data to go off. But it feels like that quad pit side is one of the ones where they're at least they're getting a little bit of traction some rounds.
Problem is they've like some of the rounds when they've tried to even do it like later on, they've just run out of nades, or they simply just don't have like the HP on some of their players who've been dinged up in ult mid or dinged up in banana. Like you don't have the health to pay that price. And obviously the op of Cadian has equally been an obstacle. More nade damage coming in towards brackets.
Yeah, because why not? Refresh. Not hitting the shots just yet. I don't think he reloaded, did he? Just backing off slowly. I'm sure he will eventually.
Tech 9 style points.
Yeah, just he's trying to make a little show of it himself. 45 seconds. They're doubled up on top banana, so they pretty much know that nothing is happening over on that side right now. Gonna be feeling safe in that. Could be a little bit of a wraparound. More nades. Not that much damage on the KNTC, but still not exactly fun, is it? Refresh.
Ooh.
Getting the timing. Yeah, this could get interesting. He's sneaking around. Refresh might be dead. Nice find. And that'll open up potentially an avenue into the bomb side. Impression with a shot on the Shush. Tess is inside of the bomb side on his own. Only 15 seconds left. And oh, they don't know it. There's the spray. A big double. And they might still lose this round. They had everything going for them, but Tessus, he might have brought it back.
Absolutely did. Stown on the rotation. Tough position to deal with. Cadian can at least... Oh, he's going to go all the way through halls. Wants that angle towards Graveyard. 1v2. 21-3. Cadian's been on fire all game.
Yeah. Trying to see if he can get the job done. There's the first kill. Right on top of the smoke, though. How can he even see it? And he can't. Annihilation. Good headshot. They steal it away. They don't allow him to get that clutch. That's a great first half for Heroic. We'll see if they can continue in the second half, which is coming right up.
Whoever is listening to this, Project Swarm has gone critical, and the Void World has now broken through. Our test subjects have been contaminated, and they need to be disposed of. I know it's a horrible thought, but this mess needs to be cleaned up. This is a time-critical mission. The faster you can neutralize the targets, the faster Project Swarm can be put to bed. Now, there's a good chance I haven't made it. So please tell Launders that I love him. Good luck.
Communications deactivated.
No!
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the second half. It's still an Inferno. It's the first map. We had a little bit of a tech issue earlier, but we're back in the mix. It is Heroic, though, heavily winning this one. There's no, we can't really disguise this.
You can't really, yeah, there's not even really what's going into. 13-2, they were dominant in every facet of the game. We're going to see, I mean, it just feels like it's a matter of how long is it going to take them to close this one out. Double dualies for the NKT side. I do like that. I do appreciate double dualies. Oh, and they're both in halls.
There we go. Ooh, they're making it work. Sign with the double.
Yes.
ANTC with the double of his own. The dualies having the best time that we've ever seen, Jason.
I've been waiting like 6 years to get a clip like that with dualies.
And it was perfect. They all died at the same spot. It was actually cinematic.
If 4 guns in one place, what are you supposed to do if you're Heroic?
We need that in ultra slow motion, like where you see like the cartridges pop out of every pistol.
Also, you have to Photoshop Nicolas Cage and John Travolta.
Yes.
From the 2 players at the top of those stairs. We need real face-off vibes.
They should definitely make a follow-up to that movie.
He gave Nicolas Cage did an AMA on Reddit like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
All right.
It was actually, I would recommend looking it up. It's fascinating because as crazy as he is, he gives like really, really good answers. And obviously the best one is someone said, would you ever make a face-off 2? And he said, absolutely.
Beautiful.
So
that is the right answer.
We just need to get John Travolta involved somehow. John Woo back.
This might be one of the best slow motions we've seen in a long time.
Long time.
I love it.
But yeah, read that Nicolas Cage AMA. It's good.
Face Off 2.
It'll give you a new appreciation for him because I think he just comes off as a crazy character more often than not. But he's legit.
Okay.
I mean, he is still crazy, but in a good way.
It doesn't have to be a bad thing. If it gets us Face Off 2, who cares? Impression on the other side. It's a good time to have an MP9, although they do get traded for a little bit more. I don't know. Dobu didn't quite have the same impact behind him. Sign showing up, and he's going to be able to close it all out. Nice triple spray down. All right. NKT starting to get a little bit more. They're laughing. They're having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, it is good to see. And we kind of mentioned in the first half, we want to see him have like one good streak, right? We want to see like a little bit of what makes this team tick and a little bit of what makes this team work and some of the signs of like what the kind of win conditions for this squad can be. So I'd like to see him go on a little bit of a streak here on the CT side before, it ends. Or, I mean, I'm fine with a comeback as well.
I mean, no one's ready for that. That would be the real shocking moment if suddenly Heroic just crumble.
Yeah, we are not emotionally prepared for that level of a collapse.
Definitely not. Well, some rifles being picked up on the Heroic side, so they're ready to fight already. We'll see. I mean, it could be an interesting compare and contrast exercise between some of all the struggles that they faced NKT on the T side to see how Heroic try and deal with the same problem. Deep defense over on Banana right now.
Ooh, Katie almost catches one. That's Zine with an early peek as the smoke comes in. However, smoke in lane means Heroic doesn't really feel too comfortable with control of brackets, especially with that Molotov down. Forced a decent amount of utility. Actually, only 2 flashbangs for the rest of the round for NKT.
Impression, that forward position. All right, he's going to start to fall back. It's a bit scary, and he does get caught. They must have known that that grenade came from a ways away, the way that it was thrown. Started to check out the middle, which is exactly what Refresh wants. Patiently waiting. Oh, nice quick reaction on the FAMAS. I'm actually impressed. 2 versus 4 now.
Way better than the scout. Smokes are out. One towards CT spawn, one towards coffins down. Gonna start moving his way in quietly. 1 flashbang on Cadian. Utilized now so they can turn the corner. This is very patient from NKT. There's the pounce from Darks. Down's got 1, but there's no chance he's winning this. 10 seconds on the clock. Oh, the bomb's actually all the way up on top of Second Oranges. That's unfortunate. He looks for it, sees nothing.
Yeah, how? How do you get up there?
Physics, baby.
I actually need to know that. I don't think anyone jumped up. Did it just... I mean, obviously it does go in strange directions. Did it just bounce?
I don't think bombs bounce. I don't think that would have any kind of bouncing material in it.
It doesn't feel like it. C4?
And
They're called plastic explosives, but
still nowhere close to the most unfortunate bomb drop that we've ever seen.
Oh,
he did jump.
All right.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, there wasn't a chance he was going to win that, even if it was on the ground. Even if he picks it up and goes and sticks that plant, that guy's coming through that smoke 10 out of 10 times.
Sure.
Yeah.
Fair enough. 13-5. I feel like C4 though is the wrong explosive for a map with a fountain in it. I think normally Semtex is what you use for.
You're such a psycho. You're such a psycho. You could be right though.
Listen, I could be. I'm sure people, the Google people will be on it. KNTC.
Please don't Google that.
Hey, no, probably don't. You'll be on a list. Don't do it. It's true. He does hear them running away, but I'm not sure if that really makes a difference. You could probably flip a coin and probably there's going to be someone in second mid. A minute on the clock here. And Heroic still, I mean, investing into this round, obviously hoping to do some damage.
Yeah, some economic damage.
And they probably feel so confident. They're like, you know what, all we need is one opening.
Yeah,
we're good.
I was trying to think of a way to phrase that the best. You nailed it. Just like, oh, maybe just one AK on someone like Stown can just straight up win the round. Good thing he got the Molotov out. They're going to come through it. They didn't clear hard enough as they're trying to turn the corner through the flames. More utility to slow down this hit. I think it's going to do its job, although a second rifle is picked up now. 30 seconds on the clock. Heroic doesn't have a whole lot of options.
They really don't. They could run back. They can still make it to that A-bomb site, but they're going to have to be lightning fast here. They can't really slow it down. Still a couple of struggling defenders over there, so at least they have a presence, and they're going to realize now, but this does split the defense. 2 on A, 2 on B, and it might be a little bit tricky. They're going to try and make it onto the site. Oh, it's a team kill on top of everything else, and that's going to help them out a lot. Good stuff for the CT side.
Yeah, ambitious rotation back to the A-bomb site with time running down. Good defense from NKT. We wanted him to go on a little bit of a run. Here we are. 3 straight to start this second half. I should say 4 straight after this round ends.
Starting to make it more interesting. And Heroic, you know, these kind of force ups in the previous, it's not really honest yet. They could have done that against almost any team Heroic if they really wanted to, but there is a time where you realize, oh, okay, they're starting to get a little bit closer. It's not yet, but if they get up to you know 10 or 11 rounds here in KT, it could be fun to see what happens to Heroic. And I'm sure they're still thinking it's just a second away and we'll have this map.
Well, this is probably the most dangerous point of the game for Heroic when you have come into this as massive favorites and you probably know it on some level in the back of the head, no matter what speech was given to you to like stay focused and not underestimate them. 13-2 half, feeling supremely confident. You let NKT go on some kind of a run and get back into this game and get a little bit of momentum, and then, I mean, that's usually where you see, like, can you actually, if you're Heroic, snap back into the mindset of full focus, full, you know, on top of your game. Good kill from Refresh. Saw another one there, and he controls that as well. Zine goes down. 1 defender remaining at the bomb site. Annihilation with the AWP. Shots baited out. He's got no chance. That's a long-range MAC-10 taking its time.
Well, just as we were, I don't know if we're getting worried, but certainly feel like something could have been happening here. Heroic, quick to get a 14th round, not losing anyone in the commission of that A-bomb site. Dobu and Impression trying to save the guns that they can over at the B-bomb site, so that is to be expected. A couple of steps in the right direction here. By the way, I mean, Nuke would be a second map, that's probably going to be tough as well for NKT. At least, yeah. Even if Inferno could be kind of you could feel like you're a little bit locked down on the T side. On Nuke, it feels like if you lose track of where those Heroic players are, it's not going to be a good time.
Well, and it'll probably be your CT side that is probably the most difficult with all the complexity of rotations that, you know, Heroic's going to be able to force you into making decisions on. That can be spicy.
Absolutely trolled.
That's a hard fight for that defender. When your teammate goes down, you have that whole hallway to back up. Trying to debate if it's better to like slowly back up as you wait for the fight or just stand your ground and fight.
Yeah, and especially with the shots that that's ringing into the corner, and you're like, oh, if I pull the trigger now, I'm probably dead.
Yeah.
But I can't wait here forever either. Not easy to deal with. Another timeout used now by NKT. Trying to figure out if there's anything in the playbook here that'll help them out. 14 rounds for Heroic. A couple of steps away. And they've been in good spirits all along, Heroic. Haven't really no real pressure that's getting to them. I mean, I don't know why it would either, but they seem like they're having a fine enough time with it. That's quickly going to change for Heroic, because I mean this bracket is going to get just more and more difficult, right?
Yeah, ENCE is waiting for the winner of this series.
Yeah. I don't think Heroic at all think of that as an easy game.
No, you absolutely shouldn't. I mean, even if it was Copenhagen Flames, you wouldn't feel comfortable. Yeah, there's some dangerous teams. The other side of the bracket is the one that has Astralis and NIP.
Yeah.
Over there, as well as Movie Star Riders. And the 4th team is slipping my mind at the moment.
Yeah. Why is it slipping my mind too? Oh no! Why have you put this in this position?
I did ruin everything, didn't I?
Yeah. 4-on-4. Shush goes down. KD not close with the AWP, and it's just a question of timing. Down to the pit is Sign. He's going to get one of them. Dobo will show up with a quick flank to help out. That is critical timing. Bomb is going to get smoked off so that they can pick it off, and Molotovs to be exchanged. 2-on-2.
Behind the smoke. Plenty of time for Refresh to make this play. They know where one is. They know where Impression is, obviously. The question is the second player. Oh, Dobu, the timing on this is crazy. That is a nasty little off angle to contend with, and they're both looking toward... Oh,
no way.
They just walked out of his vision. Both players...
At least he can call it into his teammate. Impression would know. He's like, well, they're actually moving your way. Now, Dobu making a run for it. Can he catch him at the corner? Yeah, he can. Good stuff. They had no idea where Dobu was in that round.
Good calculation as well to walk just a little bit longer before pulling the trigger and actually taking that committed peek down mid. Not giving away the game before he can secure the kill. Good round overall from Dobu. It's Bad News Eagles on the other side of the bracket.
Oh, how could we forget that? I feel like there's been so much talk.
I know, a lot of conversation.
Well. 14-7. Auto shotgun being picked up on the CT side. Exciting. Never a bad thing. Cadian ignoring the AWP, flashes around the corner. They're going to take him down. Annihilation not ready for that kind of aggression at all. Yeah, Cadian stealing that.
Everyone's here for NKT. The B defense is evacuated entirely. They want to win or lose this round based off this mid fight. Oh, and as the smoke fades, it's just Impression. Solo play. Cadian didn't expect the peek. Can't hit the shot. Quick with the SMG. That's where the shotgun is as well. Oh, and it gets a kill. KNTZ finds one. Now going to get close up to the corner with that shotgun. He does it again, but Refresh has pounced. Cadian stuck in an awkward battle. But he's able to bait his teammate properly and find the final kill.
He did call him. He's like, can you come be a decoy and I'll...
He's that guy who's like calling for help when he's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And then you come over to help and you just get killed and he's like, oh, thanks.
Screaming.
Yep.
Oh, man. Auto shotgun got to see a little bit of action. I'm excited about that, but it is another round of Heroic. 15-7 now. We've got not that much of an economy going on the NKT side, so they're gonna then have to fight with what they got. Trying to see if they can take control of it. Cadian though.
Oh, sound's going through all day.
Yeah, he wanted it. Gonna get punished though. M4 on the other side. Annihilation sneaking in with the Deagle. A lot of map control that he's getting right now, at least potentially, if he wins the fight, especially. Oh, there's one that he sees, but he's been found out. And yeah, he was going to die no matter what. Cadian, I think, was all the way down to the bottom of second mid.
You can call it out, though. He spotted 3. 1 deep alt mid. 2 in alt mid. TESS is going to take up some empty space with the MAC-10. Oh, you'll never expect this. Except he is kind of ready, KNTZ. TESS is going to stick around. He goes down eventually. 3-on-3. That's the B defender. Heroic not hustling up Banana, so KNTZ has time to make it over here, but there's going to be a smoke in his face. Molotov in the follow-up choke point. Bomb's going to get planted, and for the first map in the series, it's a 3-on-3 post plant.
With Refresh covering this rotation as well, he's going to be able to call it in. I mean, how do you even do this? You're going to have to fight halfway through the retake with the refresher's going to be shooting in the back. He even has an HE and a Molotov. They're so far away. They just are not ready for this. No idea that he's coming. Setting it up and calling it in. And I don't know how you do this. Shush with another one. Impression goes down last, and it's 16-7 in favor of Heroic as they win the opening map.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the first half was just outclassed. That's a tough defense for NKT to have to up against on Inferno. The utility was on point. Cadian was an absolute beast. I think he ended at like 22-3 in that first half, something along those lines. Just dominant performance. And look, it was nice to see NKT, as we said, get something going in the second half, string together, what, 4 or 5 rounds or so. Yeah, just there's a huge disparity here.
Definitely is, but I was happy to see them do that as well. I think it would have been a shame if they would have just been completely wrecked. And they got to show some cool stuff on their own individually too. Nice stuff. We'll see if they can do better on the second map. It's going to be Nuke, and it's coming up after the break.
Oh, that's a tough question.
And he's the only guy who gave me the sense that I believe in everything he's saying.
I don't think a team can succeed without having a great in-game leader.
Welcome everybody to our roundtable discussion where we're going to be discussing the attributes and thoughts of an in-game leader. Of course, we've got Pimp, we've got Moses joining us as well. Maybe we should start off the conversation by discussing what an in-game leader actually is, because I feel like it is a lot more than just being in a server, you know, calling a strat, making sure your team are all on the same page.
How I would explain the role of an IGL, probably the same way that I would explain any other captain for any sport.
Oh, that's a tough question because there's really much going into it.
That's the person that makes the shot calling, and that's the person that all of the other players look to for leadership.
I think actually it has a different meaning for a lot of people. But for me personally, the in-game leader is the guy making the most decisions in the team. He's controlling how you play, especially on the T side, also coming with a lot of input on the CT side, maybe also deciding on the CT side. Probably the biggest voice in the team, having the most things to say, and probably also has somewhat of the best understanding of the game.
I don't even think it's necessarily like an in-game leader thing. I think it's just about being like a leader within a team, because I think often that person just coincidentally happens to also be the in-game leader. Sure. But there is kind of like an emotional leadership that needs to be taken up by someone on the team and by the team as a whole. And I think that kind of falls into, yeah, you're going to have your game plan and everything, but if like the team is on like different wavelengths emotionally in terms of their focus, in terms of their comfort, in terms of what's going on, in terms of that game plan that you construct, that game plan is going to have a tough time. I think there's an element of being an in-game leader or being a leader on a team that very much is like, can you actually get all 5 people to buy into this? Some days it's just a matter of like coming into practice and being like, yo, I woke up on the best side of the bed. I want to push. I want to practice these aggressive plays on our CT side. I want to practice these things that we can bring into our game. And just having someone who has that kind of an energy to get everyone excited about trying something new or everyone focused on the same thing. I think it's a very underrated quality in a lot of ways.
Fully agree. It's hard to define what an in-game leader is.
One short, coming. Shot, two short. Flash. Shot. On one.
Nice! Unlock now. Let's go, guys.
The first round win for the side of NKT, but it was tough for them to post any more on the board than that one, particularly on that first half, Jacob. I mean, any way we were going to be looking at this was an incredibly, incredibly tough task for them coming up against the Danes, who, no matter really which opposition they go up against, they always look fully prepared, fully in force.
Yeah, good performance first and foremost from Heroic. Obviously shutting down the game instantly, I'd say, right? Never really left any doubt that this was a game they were in control of. NKT, they were struggling. Again, you pick the first map, you come into Inferno, and you have to start on the T side. That's a rough situation, right? We know Counter-Strike to be CT side dominated, especially lately with the meta changes. So for them to come in and having this start, well, expected, but rough.
It's always very conflicting, you know, because it's like you have to decide in that moment, like, do we do what we practiced? You know, because what is that? That's probably default play. You know, you're practicing your fundamentals. But again, like if you play that versus Heroic, you're probably going to get crushed. They're just going to get up in your face. They're not going to let you play your defaults. So again, you know, I wanted to really see that explosiveness. But I think what's important is we just celebrate the fact that they're enjoying themselves.
Yes.
That they're here and they're just having the experience and they're getting to see what it feels like, especially as a team. And they just want to build on that, build some momentum, have some great moments.
And that was exactly what you were iterating before we jumped into this first map of this best of 3 series, Jacob. The fact that the real achievement for NKT is the fact that they get to come to Europe, they get to play against some top-class opposition, namely in the form of Heroic as their first and potentially only opponent here in the gauntlet of the showdown. But the fact that they are able to get that practice, that is an achievement in itself.
It's all a learning experience, you know. Playing in front of 40,000, 50,000 people on Twitch, probably a first for many of these guys. Practicing against European teams, probably a first for many of these guys. So yeah, I'm not necessarily, you know, too worried about them losing 16-7 right here. That's kind of what we expected, you know. So credit to Heroic for getting it done, but also credit to NKT for putting up a fight, or a bit of a fight in the second half.
I want to talk about what you were just mentioning there, Nifty, as well. The fact that we were kind of facing this as saying we needed that surprise factor from NKT, but as you were saying, it's kind of difficult to be doing that against an opponent like Heroic. They're one of those few teams that really thrive in that chaos when it comes to it in the server.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Heroic is just one of those squads. They kind of came up on that idea of play. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just very conflicting because it's like, what do you do? Do we stick to a plan or do we just try to develop some sort of chaos ourselves? But then you have all these thoughts before you get into the game, and then all of a sudden you're in the server versus them, and now they're throwing one ways down mid and pushing you down mid. Now you're down 4v5. Okay, what do? We don't have banana control. You know, we're just barely taking apps. Okay, now you know we have to make a mid-round call, and then all of a sudden they're pushing again, finding another kill. It's very hectic. It's tough to play against.
And that was kind of the tough conversation as well when we were talking about the map vetoes coming into this. It was either, you know, you go for something, you know, you can poke at Heroic and maybe poke a weakness into them, or you go for a map that is your strength. And I feel like you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't in either situation.
You just stole my words out of my mouth. Yeah, because that's exactly what I felt for right here. There's no way they could go right. Again, I would credit them for the fact that they choose a map they feel comfortable on. Instead of trying, as you said, instead of trying to force Heroic into feeling uncomfortable, which is not possible. Like you're trying to achieve something you can't, basically, right? So the more comfortable you feel, the better. Unfortunately, we saw a different in class right here. Heroic obviously being the better team. But yeah, I think NKT, you know, from what I saw coming into the game, they took the right decisions. They did what they were supposed to do. And unfortunately, they just don't have the skill right now to be able to compete against Heroic.
Yeah, props to them for really trying to show up and trying to take down Heroic in this one. I do want to talk about somebody who was feeling incredibly comfortable in that server, though, today. He kind of always does. Cadian, the man himself, we saw him playing up to the camera, which we absolutely love, but also playing up on the server as well, which we know and love.
Well, let me bring a nuance then a little bit, right? Because I think it's very healthy for Cadian to have a good showing right here, because often, and as of lately at least, he's been struggling a little bit with his individual output. This is a guy that for the majority of 21 was playing probably the best Counter-Strike he has ever played. Definitely calling the best Counter-Strike he has ever called. But individually speaking, at the later stages of 21, he was slowing down a little bit. And the beginning here of 22 hasn't really been to the same high standard. So for him to come in a game like this that is basically quote-unquote free for him to farm some kills, farm some confidence, that's something that can help him later on in the tournament.
And now we're going on to the second round of Nuke. Unfortunately for NKT, this is Heroic's pick. Things aren't going to get any easier coming onto this ground.
No, not at all. I mean, Heroic on Nuke, scary. That's all there is to say about it. That's all there is. And, you know, if I'm NKT, I'm just like, guys, no expectations. Let's just have fun, do the very best that we can, gain the experience, have the experience to the fullest, and just support each other. You know, have fun along the way. There's no reason to make this so serious.
Yeah, and it really is a learning experience, exactly what we've been iterating coming into this. What are you looking out for, though, Pimp, coming into this one, if we hope, you know, it's not going to be absolute decimation, Frank?
Well, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed if they don't choose to start on the CT side. That'll be our first go-to right here for NKT. We saw in the CT pistol and Inferno with the duels in apartments, right? They have a bit of flair, they have a bit of willingness to spice it up. Win the pistol, win the second buy round as well. Get up 3-0 and put a bit of pressure on Hero. Give us a competitive game. I think that's all I want from NKT. Can they get to double digits, 10, 11, 12 rounds? That in itself would be a massive victory for these guys where, as you said, we don't really expect too much.
Yeah, and we're going to see exactly what the Betway odds are saying coming into the second map of this best-of-3 series. No surprise, really, to see it heavily favouring Heroic coming into this one. I want to come to you, Nifty, for the final words, though. If we're looking on the Danish side of life, considering, you know, we're saying that they are an incredibly strong team on this particular map, what are you looking out for in terms of some really spicy plays?
Well, I'm going to see lobby pushes. I'm just going to see great standard fundamental rotations out of Heroic. I do want to mention just something about NKT is that it's so funny to think about because they really just, I would like to see them get like a lead, like a 5 or 6 or 7 round lead because they've just built some momentum and then actually lose it because they can learn so much from that experience, especially against a tier 1 team. So that could do wonders for them.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out as Nuke is waiting as our second map of the series, potentially the last for the side of NKT. We are going to see if they can flip the script, and it's coming up after this break.
Here we go. Second map. All right, KDN is in it. He's in the zone right now. But good news. So is NKT. They're having a good time, even if they did lose that first map on Inferno.
Yeah.
It's expected.
You always got to find the positives. You always got to look at the bright side.
Yeah. And the other bright side is the potential 21-1 odds It's across the whole series, obviously, not just for the one map, but still, that's impressive.
That's a hefty one. That might be the biggest disparity I've seen.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think it must be up
it's
there.
up there. It's up there with the big ones. Yeah, we touched on this on Inferno. It's great that they're having a good time and everything. Nuke's about to be very little fun. So I'm hoping they keep that kind of an attitude up, because this is one of those maps where you start to feel really lost if you aren't prepared for what's coming to you. And I don't think there's any way for NKT to be appropriately prepared for Heroic on Nuke.
Yeah, definitely not. Such a unique map in every way. And obviously, yeah, you can get lost. I think you said it. The CT side might be really, really difficult.
And I was about to bring that up again, because they're going to be starting on the CT side. Heroic's map pick, they'll be on the T side, or assuming that NKT picked to start on the CT side. And this is the one, if like you have a missed rotation or you miss a time and you don't get down to that lower bomb site quick enough, you're just locked out of retakes, and you're just in situations where you never feel like you can utilize any real teamwork to make anything happen. Let's see how it goes. NKT up against a very, very difficult fight here. They are going to be starting on the CT side. Up the ladder, Zine goes. Massive amounts of players for Heroic outside. They're going to run the gauntlet. No smokes, no utility. They stop to fight. Dobu grabs one. Annihilation grabs one as well. 5 on 3 for NKT.
Great stuff, great start. They actually heard it outside, I think, before they even saw anyone. And they, instead of just swinging for the fight, they acted appropriately. 2 big kills for Sign, leaving Tessus on his own, having to reload in the middle of the fight. Not exactly great, but that is, I think, a very cool response for NKT, setting themselves up to just use the advantage range of those USPs.
They almost over-rotated. They had 3 players in the lower bomb site. There was actually only one guy, KNTZ, defending the upper site, and they just realized it right at the end. Good shot from Tessus. 1 on 3. With a minute remaining.
Still a long time to go, but that does make you a little bit scared. He missed the timing on looking down the vent. Oh, he's going to get spotted out. Do you want to go for it? He's trying to be swift about it, but not swift enough. Yeah, laughing as well. Good round on the side of NKT.
I don't know if there's a good way to take that fight up the ladder.
No, probably not. I mean, I actually think it's one of the rare cases where, you know, like no scoping an orb or a shotgun or something might be.
It's like your best option.
Yeah.
Yeah, good shooting all around from NKT. 2 kills outside on the cross. Gave Zyna plenty of time to get into position down lower. 2 extra kills for him. P250s picked up by Heroic. No armor, no deagles. Just the pair of P250s.
Jump over. Who's understandably paranoid about what's happening on top. He's kind of back behind the container. It's a pretty good position. He's got Sign out here as well. I think he's managed to escape the worst of it.
Yeah, all of it with 9 HP after that first kill. Stoun's made his way downstairs, but just a Glock, not a whole lot of danger there. We saw Cadian hiding in a smoke over in ramp room earlier. It looks like Cadian's at heaven. Oh. No, what more can he get from this? He's going to drop into the bomb stage. He's just going to go for the plant. Oh, he knows one more is coming in. What? That's huge. The pre-fire. He's got a headshot, and he's got a plant. Oh, this is so weird. Stoun might just get one more as well, even with the Glock. Oh, but it's cleared. It's checked in the burst fire. He can't get it off in time.
That is an exceptional pre-fire from KD, and you're absolutely right. He read that so well. This is already a lot to get out of this round. The double kill already and the bomb plant. They're not going to get more impressions there with the MP9. But still, that's a bit scary, isn't it?
If Zyne goes down, if he doesn't check that and he goes down to that Glock and vents, then all of a sudden you've got a real problem on your hands. Cadian almost finds a way to slip one past the goalie. 2-0 for NKT.
But a good illustration of what happens if you lose track of even a single player on Nuke. That kind of is the issue. Suddenly, the whole thing can fall apart.
I didn't catch how the whole round played out, obviously, because Cadian was hiding in that smoke in the ramp room corridor, and there was actually a defender right behind it as well. And I'm just curious if there was another over-rotation, because we kind of saw it on the pistol round.
Yeah,
and that's one of those things I'm trying to keep my eye on, because you know, rotations for a team like NKT, who's so outmatched in this head-to-head, usually is like where you can kind of see how outclassed they are. So I'm just trying to keep my eye on that.
And it could easily feel like, if you're the heavy underdog, that you almost just have to do it anyway.
Yeah, like you have to over-rotate because you just can't match up man-to-man.
Yeah, let's just try and see if we get the gamble right, then it could work out. Pretty quick down on the lower part of the map is Refresh. The rest of them still hanging around outside. But yeah, so early on to get someone down, so they can spend a lot of time waiting around to try and see if there's going to be a reaction from the CT side, if they're going to they're going to get curious. So far, they're not. They're actually playing it real cool at the moment. Still a minute left. Refresh started to clear out some corners down below. But again, it looks to me like Heroic are expecting that there's going to be more of a reaction here from the CT side. Dobu, if he would have swung earlier, Shush was kind of aiming this angle, was kind of ready for him. Now instead, might work out his way. At range, follow-up is there, and Dobu will get the headshot. That's great. That's the bomb as well. What a fantastic piece of defense right there.
Yeah, now if you're Heroic, you have to overcommit to try and clear this out, and you don't have a whole lot of utility to make you feel safe. That nade, it does just enough. Just enough to take out Dobu. They still have to cross. They still have to expose themselves to danger to get the bomb, and tapping away, Annihilation finds the head of Refresh. Cadian has picked the bomb up off the ground and still holds position outside.
You mentioned this earlier on Inferno, but some of the raw aim on some of these players definitely not to be underestimated. Annihilation out there, not necessarily an easy shot to hit. 5 seconds on the clock, so Cadian can't really do much but save the AWP. It's going to be a third round for NKT. Great work.
Those kills from Dobu, like not just getting the double, not just controlling outside, but eating so much time off the clock once the bomb goes down. Great follow-up prepared for the second fight from TeS's. Can't do anything about the nade that rains in, but you've done your job already. So, 3-0 for NKT, and Heroic is going to come into this next round. The AWP that Cadian saved, he's got no money in the bank, and then picking up a few upgraded pistols around it.
You know, before they changed the way that the ceiling windows are on Nuke, the older version, Snacks had a smoke that he could throw from T-spawn running out of the bomb site that landed in heaven. Do you remember that?
Yeah, kind of.
Like, he had like a running, just looking into the sky.
That's right, yeah, I do remember that.
It's so crazy. I've tried for many hours to think about if it would be still even possible to do that. I don't think it is. Because yeah.
That was one of the weird lineups.
It's just so crazy to see. Such a cool example. Anyway, yeah, just the AWP. And again, I wonder if this is kind of, I mean, it still looks like Heroic are pacing themselves, expecting more of a challenge in some of these positions. They're kind of taking a lot of stops to see if they're going to get challenged, and they're not right now, which seems to be a really good choice for NKT. Don't let them have these too early fights outside. If you end up losing them, it could be bad. They're trying to run down Annihilation. Did he get some backup? There is someone coming from the ramp, so he's not completely on his own out here.
They've kind of won this battle in a way. Even if they don't get the kill, it's almost fine. You've pushed them back so far into CT spawn. TeS's can keep them pinned down there, perhaps with 14 HP, or at least he'll have to get into the battle. 20 seconds. They can move in through Mini as well, but there goes TeS's. Down to the lower bomb, so we go. Dobu tucked into the corner. He's got 1, a second, and he sprays them all down. Cadian puts him to rest, but 1 versus 4.
No time.
10 seconds. He might just try and save this off. Gonna try and go for a few more kills. Has a like shot, and now it's time to save.
Yeah, you're right. They just managed to fall back. This lack of aggression outside for NKT, I think actually it's on Heroic now to try and figure out what do we do then? And I mean, there are a lot of things to do. If they're going to give you the map space and not really give you the fights, for one thing, it could open up Mini to a lot of really fast aggression, right?
Yeah, and all that conversation, too, that we had about, you know, CT side can be really tough for NKT to handle. It's all predicated on the fact that Heroic is finding some openings, finding some of those initial fights, forcing those rotations to actually happen. And at the moment, NKT hasn't had to worry about it too much. We've got an auto sniper on the field. Shout out to our boy Impression. We've been missing this weapon for quite some time.
Underrated, in my opinion. Because people only just think about the damage and the rate of fire.
Okay.
But they don't think about the psychological damage of being killed by an auto sniper. It's devastating, I'm telling you.
Oh, they're going at him as well. This is going to be so nice.
Do it.
Oh, they're going to boost up, though.
Oh, no.
There's no way.
Oh, keep going. Yeah, don't think. Yes! Oh, that is amazing.
Oh, no.
That's the trick, though. You have to keep shooting. You got
don't stop shooting.
This isn't some precise tool. You're not working. It's not a scalpel here. There's no precision behind it. Just hold it down. It's gonna work.
Yeah, it's a hammer.
Yeah.
Annihilation. Molotov down to slow the door hit. KNTZ up on top of Hut. 4 on 3. He's gonna find one. Shush had just pulled the nade out. He pops up. Tess is looking straight up with the op. Gets dropped from heaven as Dobu comes out. And Refresh, the last one alive in a 1 versus 3. Does have 30 seconds to work with, though. Smoke clears. He's got one. That could be a great follow-up, but not able to connect it. Dobu playing pretty well on the CT side of Nuke so far.
And more importantly, they got to save the auto sniper, so there is that.
The important aspect of the match.
It's a very cool boost, obviously. We've seen it before, but I'd love to see Cadian's face when that happens. Oh, that is funny.
He missed, you know, he had the hot hand on Inferno, obviously, with that op. He was a beast. He was a monster. These past 2 rounds with the op, he's missed some shots that I think we would have seen him hit on Inferno. Missed like a trade kill on the opper outside just a few rounds ago as he fell back towards CT spawn. This one he missed the shot in towards the upper bomb site, missed the shot up on that boost as he slid out. Not the easiest shots in the world, not, you know, but obviously not clicking quite yet here on Nuke with the op.
No, it's maybe still coming. Could be coming up in a minute. But yeah, slightly slower start. In general for Heroic, right? 5-0 in favor of NKT. Super impressive start. We saw the real power difference, I would say, on that Inferno map. So the fact that they're already off to a good start here, you got to give them a lot of credit for that. Molotov's down, trying to prevent any crazy rushes from coming out. It looks like Heroic want to try and see if they can Molotov out behind the actual silo inside of the A-bomb site and then go for it.
Are they going right at the auto sniper?
Yes.
They're going to test him. Tag, and Dobu cleans it up around the corner. Dobu's got another one. Ooh, the auto sniper might be a bit close now. He needs to think about backing away. Oh, first rule of the auto sniper is you never pull out the pistol. Might want to start running. Impressions got one.
There we go. He's still got it. He's just... Oh, my God. I'm so scared. Refresh, though. Really far away. He was... If they'd cracked open the ramp, he could have been there as a late lurk coming down the secret stairs instead.
I guess that's the thought process with those Tech 9s is swarm, get out, swing wide, make that auto sniper awkward. I mean, it worked. They just didn't expect Dobu to be there so quickly. Dobu, in the early going of this game, the first 6 rounds, 12 and 3.
Yeah, having himself a real good time. Refresh. There's a lot of time to kill right here. You can't really get the bomb, obviously, so I don't necessarily know if NKT, it's just an AK. I don't think it's worth it to try and hunt him down.
No, not at all. Not even a little bit. Let him have it. He's got plenty of money to buy up with the smoke in hand as well. A couple of flashbangs, over a full set of utility. So the rest of Heroic, it's going to be a full buy in the next round. But I don't know, like at what point do you start ringing the alarm bells in this half and in this map for Heroic? Like, if this was a different matchup, 6-0, we'd say, oh,
it's starting a little bit tough.
Starting to be a little, trying to get into some trouble, starting to be an issue. Hopefully they can bounce back. They don't win something soon, they're going to be in a deep hole.
Yeah, I think 6-0, that's a good time to sort of take a deep breath and really figure out a way to do this. You know, I'm trying not to get swept away by the allure of that auto sniper, but if there was a spot to use it in, it actually would be ramped towards because of how thin the wall is between lobby and the trophy room.
Okay.
So if you're just shooting through that wall, you're devastating people on the other side. I'm just saying. You wanted to make it a viable weapon.
You want to bring back the 1.6 strategies.
Yeah, this is the
way.
The map for it, yeah, right.
Flashbang out. Refresh going to turn the corner. Wall of smoke set up. Eats a nade for his troubles as he crosses over. The rest of Heroic following up silently. Although that last guy might want to hustle.
Some good damage early on. Dobu down here. Just shoulder peeking it. And Annihilation will take down. So they're actually...
Last guy didn't hustle.
Yeah, yeah, he got caught.
Smoke was fading. He's picked off from lockers right through the glass.
Good little jump here for Dobu to minimize his exposure. You're going to have to be lightning. Oh, they do boost over. All right. Good little return at the very least. Maybe a chance finally for Heroic to try and get the bomb down. Impression showing up with the auto sniper. TEST is on the other side. Very scary here. Molotovs all over the place, and they're going to catch him trying to escape the fire. The bomb will go down. Heroic looking to pick up a first round on Nuke, finally.
Yeah, I think the one mistake that we saw NKT make on this defense is they were way too dedicated to the crossfire at the different stairs on that cross after Dobu was spotted. Dobu could have fallen back, played behind Silo, played up on the rafters. He could have been a real nuisance, grabbed maybe one more, maybe two, depending on the positioning. Dedicated here, they both get picked off, and it's free access to the lower bomb site. So Heroics got there first.
Yeah, and if he falls back into the bomb site, suddenly Impression coming down from the ramp is... He's got a clear shot.
There's no Molotovs in his face. There's no one pressing up and applying pressure to him.
Okay, well, it's an expensive round. Tess is probably going to nearly go up with the bomb there. It's close. I actually thought he was going to be dead. So, yeah, but anyway, it's still 3 deaths on the side of Heroic in a round that they win. In the first round that they win. Interesting. Yeah, but you're right. This was the big opening right here. Good work on Tess's at the end. 6-1. It's still kind of late to get started for Heroic. We're going to have to see them do a lot more.
Yeah, they've got a long route to take. 5 rounds back still. And I mean, that's just one round. We haven't really seen this defense like really crumble or been figured out, right? Like we still have to say they've been playing very, very well on KT and the CT side. Less smiles on the face of Heroic, less dancing going on.
Yeah, true.
As they're gonna buckle down. Out of a timeout.
Again, I feel like I'd actually be so worried if Heroic sort of started to show real signs of being stressed out about it. I feel like that shouldn't be happening.
No.
But
you wouldn't think so.
Again, like I said, back in, you sort of rewind time back to 2013 or 15 or something like that. This happened sometimes. You'd have these odd matches where a really heavily favored team would just not be able to actually win a game that way. There's no real explanation except they were so sure they were going to win and they got a little bit too confident and they got swept away. But you're right. Usually best of ones, best of threes is a different
it's hard
beast.
Yep. Still, I mean, I'm taking a map in this series off Heroic. I think for NKT would be like a really positive sign. Would be something they can be really happy about at this stage in this team's life.
For sure.
No smoke to cross. They know an AWP has been watching throughout this half. They still just hold their breath and go. One defender in the lower B bomb site for the moment.
With an auto sniper again. Looks like a pinch towards the ramp or B bomb site. With a little bit of a delay from the lobby ramp side of it. Trying to create some noise up there. Yeah. Doing the best that they can to sell this idea. Well, they're going to be outside, in fact. Okay. 40 seconds left. There's the auto sniper. He's going to get one. Oh, what a great double. Spraying it down. Headshot for Tesses at the end. That's a lot of stopping power.
I bet Heroic has never encountered that.
Yeah.
Has never in their life opened that door and just had an auto sniper sitting in that corner.
Oh, but here's the problem. There might have only been one person at the B bomb side to put the bomb down, but how do you rotate when there are 2 players for Heroic, you don't know where they are, and this is the problem.
Yeah.
You're gonna run into them at random places across the map. Sign goes down, and this is a real tough retake, even if it doesn't feel like it. A little bit of a spray there for Shush. He's gonna get just the one. KNTC will bring him down. Now it's down, jiggling around the back of the site, worried about the Molotov that might be coming. He's gonna smoke himself off, and Cadian covering that. Yeah, it's a really difficult retake. Incredible shot for Annihilation, but it's not enough time. He can't defuse the bomb any longer. Cadian now trying to see if he can get a little bit more damage at the end, but he goes down. All right. They might have lost the round, but they managed to make it expensive.
Yeah, very expensive, but Heroic will take that win at this point. And you're right, that is one of those like tough, like new, like meta rounds that we've seen for the past couple months that teams really enjoy. 3 players attacking lower, 2 players setting up to cut off rotations and flanks and other parts of the map. It can look dicey at sometimes, as you said, because 2 players go down. It looks really, really awkward and uncomfortable when you only have a solo player defending the bomb down low. But you can see the impact of that play comes a little bit later in the round. 6-2, 4-round lead for NKT.
Even to some extent, if that solo bomb planter dies, The rest of them don't know that they can just defuse, potentially. Oh, there's the jump down to Mini. We spoke about it earlier. If you're going to be playing far back and a little bit more defensively, that Mini position is suddenly going to be way more open. And it's just the auto shotgun left.
Yeah.
The poor man's auto sniper.
Not for long if he gets a couple kills.
Yes, true.
That's a brutal round. NKT lose track of one thing outside. So much attention. There's not an over-rotation, but maybe just over-focus on that upper bomb site when the rush utility is coming out. Too many players looking from Mini towards the upper bomb site. Nobody looking for this play. Not only is this a crazy knockout punch in terms of a round, they get 4 kills before 20 seconds have passed.
Yeah.
But it takes all the money away as well from NKT.
Yeah, that's pretty decisive, isn't it?
So now, I mean, this was also kind of what Nifty mentioned on the desk. You'd like to see them win 5 rounds in a row, get a little bit comfortable, play with somewhat of a lead, and build some momentum. Well, now you don't have that, like, yeah, you still have the lead, but you don't really have the momentum, and you don't have the economy. Now you have to, like, fight to grind back into the game again, much like you were doing on Inferno. So be careful. This map from here on out could just 180 fully into Heroic's favor.
It could. Auto shotgun and Max 7 now being picked up.
Oh my lord.
Ready for it. It's so violent. This is actually something, again, that we saw a long time ago in European Counter-Strike, where people, because of the weapon kill bonus, obviously, it kind of invites you to try and say, all I need is like a couple of kills in this round, and it sort of all makes sense. So I guess over time, people have figured it doesn't really, over a long enough time span, it doesn't work out that way.
We've seen people try and make it like the primary weapon for like the upper anchor.
Yeah.
And you just eventually realize it's not really worth it when they have to rotate and move and be valuable elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
It either works kind of where you are or
not at all.
Or not at all, yeah. But it'd be cool to see it work right now. That would be the shocking twist if they could spin this into a victory.
Yeah.
Mac 10 as well on sign now that they got the kill. It's not impossible. He's hiding in the smoke. He's got the right idea. Shush is right on the other side. There's a bit of a chance he does a lot of damage to Shush, but Refresh is there to help him out. Cadian expecting someone to show up. KNT, oh, he just shuts it down! And a pistol from behind as well. Refresh drops, almost gets the swing, but Tessus with a double. 22 seconds, a missed shot there for Cadian. Tessus will try to clean it up. It's the Max 7, it's a wallbang shot for Cadian to bring him down. Ooh, that got close at the end.
Yeah, I just called him out a few rounds ago. Cadian missing a few shots that we've normally seen him hit, and obviously just saw him hit a plenty of on Inferno. Misses another one here, but he does get the follow-up shot through the hut wall.
Yeah.
To take all the danger away, but these shotguns almost had the impact that they needed. Good closeout kill. Mag 7 almost in a good position as well.
Okay.
6-4, 2-round lead.
Something satisfying about auto shotgun sound.
The noob tube?
Yeah, it's very... It's got a good feel when it works.
It's very authoritative, isn't it? It's like it's a statement.
Yeah. Sign. Good timing on the smoke. Preventing Heroic from doing whatever they were trying to do, get out the squeak door there.
Still, a lot of nade used to neutralize the early aggression from Heroic. They still have full kits of utility and 4 players. They can line up another upper execute that's going to be very deadly. Very difficult to handle.
Yeah, and that's what they want to do, I think. We'll see if they can handle it with the limited nades. Ooh, Molotovs into hut. Now down behind the bomb site. 50 seconds. They're going to come out of the squeak door. Sign will go down. It's a pretty good opening kill up in the rafters. KNTC will get the one. Oh, actually, he'll follow it up. An impression showing up in time. Great defense. Heroic actually getting almost everything they wanted in this round in terms of getting out the door and sort of trying to see if they could get the swing on the defense, but they just got outclassed in this round. Cadian trying to fight 1 versus 3. He does some damage and takes away a couple of rifles, but it is going to be a 7th round for the CT side.
Yeah, one piece of miscommunication. They knew one was up in the rafters, but you could see as they turned the corner around hut from squeak door, they were looking directly up above the hut by the yellow beam. They didn't realize he was all the way back in the corner. Tess is likely just calling rafters, rafters. Weren't prepared for that angle. And as you said, impression on the rotation, able to clean a few kills up as well. Yeah, looking good for NKT. 7-4 on the CT side of Nuke. Heroic just rattled off a 4-round streak, but they've already put him back to Tech 9s. Actually, there's a lot of money on that Heroic side behind these Tech 9s as well. They probably could have gone for a 4s. They were probably right on the edge.
Yeah. Oh. Last bullet's catching him. Cadian not happy. Down to 16. Sign showing up. Gonna be finishing off Cadian pretty quickly. Nice triple on him. That should take away most of the threat of this round. Well done.
He even, like, I don't know if he let the first player pass, but he definitely sprung on the second and third player, and that first player had no clue he was actually in vents. He didn't give away his position. Good sequence from Zine. Impression up in the rafters, SMG. Dobu might not let him have any impact. He does find the final kill onto Shush. A 4-round lead for NKT.
Really, really well done. And I mean, in terms of what Nifty were talking about, sort of having the lead and starting to see it evaporate, and now they're building it again. I mean, they're getting a lot of experience out of this. And if it keeps up like this, I mean, it could be even more than that. Real curious. And this is, it's not like this is a map that Heroic are normally lost on, right? So, you know,
yeah,
we can't even blame the map.
No, this has been a very cool showing. Even the smacking that they got on Inferno, they seem to have like kind of settled into this game despite such a heavy loss. Nice timing. Shush just crouches into the angle, didn't expect the aggression. A 5-on-4 and some nade damage from the NKT defense is going to soften up the Heroic attack.
KNTC again, yeah. Absolutely well done. 5 versus 3 to start out the 13th round with. Pick up Refresh outside, hoping that he could open something up, and the rest of them, well, they're going to have to try and build something behind that opening. Refresh is looking into the smoke right now. There's a bit of a kill. Maybe that'll be enough to spring something here. Stam will get a second one. And Sign, I don't think he knows. Yeah, he has no idea that Refresh is here, and that could be lethal. Ooh, out in the garage as well. Do they realize he does? His teammate in the garage might have spotted him. That might have been really quick communication.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. That's actually crazy, the timing of that. That ruined everything from Refresh. That was going to be such a strong play. Stown trying to win a 1 versus 2, putting a lot of faith in that smoke, and he's going to make it down vents. 14 health in a 1 versus 2. Bomb's going to be planted, and there's no way Impression lets him leave the silo.
Trying to fake it, hoping that they're going to be a little bit too quick. But it doesn't matter. Impression, nice headshot. And a good round. This is, now it's interesting. I wasn't expecting this.
No, I wasn't either. I wasn't expecting this at all. Good kills from Stown in the round. The unfortunate one is the Refresh play in through Mini that NKT just caught on to. All right, yeah, now this is starting to feel pretty damn doable for NKT. I shouldn't say that, should I?
No, you should.
But it is at least positive.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Trying to reel back the curse. Yeah, I think you're right, it was unfortunate for Refresh, but it's also, that's an impressive level of communication coming out from NKT, because you don't have a lot of second. You have less than a second to say something there, or Sign just probably goes down. So, well done. Trying to get the opening here with just the pistols, but up in the rafters again. It's KNTC with a quad kill, looking for it, trying to see if he can get the job done, and he will. Ace on Heroic. It's not bad.
Oh, he's loving it. We just saw some, like, smiles and some partying in the first map, like, we're happy to be here. Now you're seeing, like, the actual excitement of being in the lead and handling everything that Heroic's throwing at you, because we're well past the point where Heroic could kind of, like, you know, like, we mentioned when they were down like 5-6-0. It's like that's where things have to start clicking in for Heroic. And since then, they've thrown a lot of different tactics at him, and nothing's working. This defense is holding strong.
Let's go. NKT 10-4 in the first half against Heroic. Definitely not what anyone was expecting, you have to assume. 15th round is coming up, last of the half. And Heroic now awkwardly in a position where they really desperately need to win this 5th round. It's actually super important. No one hitting anything for the smoke out there. It's a really quick bomb plant without losing a single player. This turned out to be the perfect round to go for this particular A execute in.
Oh, this flank could be so cool from Zine. It's going to take a little bit of time to come to fruition. They might have to begin the retake without him, but he should be able to at least get Katie, and this should be a freebie KD in full focus on the pop flash. He does get it to come out. TeSS goes down as well. Double kill on the flank. There's another opportunity for Zine to find a frag impression. Craters from the damage of Shush, who's going to not be able to find Annihilation around the smoke. 2-on-2, and now it's all on Refresh inside of the hut. I don't think they saw that. He was so close to being exposed. Annihilation knows it. Guns on out, and he's going to find it. Transfers over. Final kill is his, and boy, did they need it. Surprisingly needing it.
Yeah, what a way to finish it. All right, a little bit of a chance still, but NKT coming into the second half in a strong way. We'll see if they can finish it in the second half, coming right up.
You actually can become superhero. Really cool game. I've been jump scared a bunch of times, and I'm not gonna stop.
When you are in the moment of killing someone,
and there's no working matchmaking anti-cheat. On my Steam account, I have 11,500 hours.
I spent 12,000 hours playing it.
CSGO, 13,000, I want to say, somewhere around there.
Well, I have like 12,000 hours, so...
CSGO is truly an amazing game.
The worst thing about it is that when you start, you're probably going to be really trash at the game. You're not going to have any fun.
I would even go as far as to say that this game could be like a scary game sometimes. I've been jump scared a bunch of times, like just not ready for the opponents to be there, and they're there.
And there's no working matchmaking anti-cheat.
But then the best part is that when you actually start getting better, you're going to have a lot of fun.
A scary game.
I'd have to say thumbs up. You learn a lot from this game.
A tilting game.
Overall, if you stick with it, thumbs up.
A happy game.
The only thing I've managed to achieve so far is lose 12,000 hours. Thumbs down.
But basically all of the emotions you can have. I think I'll give it a thumbs up for now at least. I played around 20,000 hours. On CSGO, I think I have 12k hours.
I've got like about 15,500 hours in CSGO.
Yesterday I reached 10,000 hours.
CSGO is the best FPS game in Steam. I played for like 14 hours and I started at 6 years old.
You can do everything you want.
Very nice game to play with friends.
You can win 1 on 5, you can communicate with your teammate.
Enjoying the moment when you are in the moment of killing someone. Like in the game, obviously.
Everything you make, if you are confident, you're gonna be right.
You can have a really good fun with any weapon in this game. I'm not gonna stop, I'll just continue. A big thumbs up.
So CSGO, you can do everything you want, and you can be brilliant. That's why I love CSGO.
So it's simple and complicated at the same time, so it's very nice to watch and also to play.
I'm watching top hut. I'm hutting. I'm watching hut. Okay?
No one outside.
Okay, can you watch my hut?
They're fighting. Two. A4. They stop or what?
Outside.
No. Dead. EQ3. Missing?
Missing.
Flash guy.
Yeah, top hut.
Coming.
Hut.
Nice. Oh my god!
That is fantastic. That's put a smile on everyone's face. The ace from KNTC, the fact that they're actually winning against Heroic on Nuke right now. If you're just tuning in, it's hard to explain, but it's happening. 10-5 in their favor.
Yeah, that first half was nothing to really laugh at. That was nothing silly going on from Heroic side. That was just good Counter-Strike from NKT. Good performance from Dobu as well on the CT side, but this is going to be, let's see if Heroic can come back in this one. This is the map they picked, and we saw the stat before it began. They've won like close to 70% of their nuke matches. TeSS up top is going to find one. Stout has already found 2, and the pistol round slipping away from NKT.
Stout is on a mission this one. 3 headshots so far. And Sign completely on his own, hanging around inside of the hut. Not much of a way out of this one. Yeah, it is still possible that Heroic could kind of come back and take over the game, but either way, this is way more than I was expecting already, so...
Yeah, well,
I'm excited.
The CT side for us was like a huge question mark. I think I mean, as a team, we haven't seen a lot of play. Obviously, the T side, you know, let's see what they can bring into it. There's a chance we come out on this as we've seen in the past, and teams just don't really have a deep playbook on the T side of Nuke. Sometimes, like their plan A doesn't work, and they don't really have a fully fleshed out plan B. That would obviously be the nightmare scenario. Would be great to see NKT actually force this map all the way to a point where Heroic's got to be worried about dropping it and going to a third.
Yeah, Mirage. The deciding map if it gets to it.
Like, you know you're down, what, 4 rounds now, 5 rounds at the start of this half if you're Heroic, but you don't really feel like the actual pressure of an incoming, the pending loss.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens if it actually gets that crazy. Blowing up the door. A lot of Molotovs and smokes on the other side. They're going to try and see if they can also run their way through ramp, which they kind of did. Trading 2 for 1 so far in the round. But at least they have a little bit of access downstairs. Downers here. Yeah, that Molotov probably needed to be a little bit further into the corner to really stop Down from pushing forward to reclaim the bomb site. And they needed a really fast bomb plant to make this round work.
Yep. Ooh, good shot from Annihilation. Spray connects from Shush, and it's all down to Impression. He falls next. The next round should be a bit easier for Heroic. Allow him to make some money as well on this CT side. Everyone's looking calm and collected. It's gotten darker in this room than from when we began.
Yeah, we're stretching on into the evening, and we still have a whole another game coming up with Godsent and EG.
Yeah, the North American side of things.
So we actually, for North American time zones, it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's almost like someone's doing thinking.
I always appreciate those people whose responsibility it is to, you know, think.
Yeah.
And organize.
Doesn't happen nearly often enough, but sometimes, you know, we do get it right. 10-7, and the 18th round. Cadian really close outside. Oh yeah, he got knocked down. Cadian though, at that range, yeah, the MP9 is doing so much, making even more money.
Yeah, quick recovery for Heroic, but nice shot from Dobu.
And Sign gonna be hanging out, hoping for a stray Heroic player to come his way.
Wander into his crosshair.
Yeah. Seems unlikely, but
yeah, well, they know where he was as well. He was spotted from up in Rafters, so ain't nobody gonna be pushing Lobby to really challenge against that. They know everywhere he decides to go, disadvantage fight. Bombs down outside as well. Easy cleanup for Tesses, and Heroic closed the gap to just 2 rounds.
Taking quick steps in the right direction on the Danish side. MP9 at range. Always a mystery to me how people do that. But
practice.
Yeah.
We just saw the content piece. Some of them have 16,000 hours, 20,000 hours.
Simple as 20. It's actually.
Well, now you know. If you want to be the best, 20,000 hours. Uh-oh, miss smoke. Miss smoke is going to be no fun. Somebody threw the same smoke that his teammate threw. 2 deep smokes on top of each other.
Yeah, you could park a truck in between those 2 smokes. That's an issue. Oh, please make that work, Dobu. I'd be so happy if he actually got that shot.
Got to admire it, as ambitious as it is. What do you do now to cross, though? You've only got 1 smoke left. That's in KNTZ's hands. Lobby aggression. Cadian finds a pick with the op. They're going to start having PTSD nightmares based off the op from Inferno.
Yeah. Oh no. Flash to the smoke. That is absolutely wild. I don't think there's any reason for Cadian to be doing that, but somehow he's still alive behind it. And now they're just shooting him through the smoke, in fact. Missed shot from Cadian. He's definitely trying to showboat just a little bit there, I feel like. That's too wild. They actually lose 3 rifles in this round. That's expensive for Heroic. Not necessarily a position that they're in to be throwing stuff away.
No, not yet. But we said kind of when we switched over, like, let's see what this T side's gonna have. Like, we know after a great CT side, you know, you always kind of feel like the T side's gonna be just as clean and just as polished. And right out of the gates, first gun round, you have that missed smoke.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. If we wanted to find a way to measure at least early on. 9 to 10, that gap is closing really quickly. Tess is surely seeing that. Dobu also probably spotting it out, but he's going to try and make a run for it anyway. Get the drop down towards Mini. Not going to be possible.
Not going to be possible at all.
Because he's dead. Trying to find the drop zone. Legendary movie with Wesley Snipes.
Oh, yeah, it is an epic movie. Not as good as Face Off, but it is good.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Although I think, like Wesley Snipes overall more still. Then.
Okay, that's fair. He did have Blade.
Yeah.
Ooh, Stound's been found. Shush, gonna go for a double. Impression in the lobby. Annihilation outside. Refresh is covering that. Shots ring out, and Refresh wants nothing to do with the fight. Has to be wary of the door being blown open behind him. And Shush is going on a hunt. Any sound cue given up by either one of these players is going to be such a disaster.
Man, they need a good opening kill right now. Annihilation walking in silently. Refresh, I don't think, is even aware. And he actually walks all the way around. I'm surprised that Refresh even checked that far. Annihilation will get the kill on him, though. And now we're down to 30 seconds. Depression coming in with the bomb. 25 seconds, and they're going to be able to get the bomb plant down at the very least. They're kind of a little bit stuck behind the bomb site, and now it's up to Impression. He gets the one. Instant headshot. Grenade up. Tessus is out of the vent, but he's going to get the straight headshot to bring him down. So close for NKT. And this could have absolutely been a huge step in the right direction if they would have won this round.
Yeah, that would have been massive. That would have been great. Tessus with an impressive clutch nade out. Keeps him tucked into the bomb site, turning away from the damage, and uses that space to get up the ladder safely. All right, we're all tied up, 10 to 10. That lead, the happy smiles, the cheering from NKT, it's disappeared.
Just a bit, right? You could understand why. Not been easy in the second half all of a sudden. But they've got really close. I mean, the bomb plant, the 1 versus 1 at the end, they're doing some great economic damage. They're keeping Heroic kind of within striking distance.
Keeping the money in check, keeping the pressure on that defense as well. Yeah, they're doing a good job. Just haven't been able to get over the finish line on one of these rounds yet. And that might be the key. If they keep them low for, I mean, you know, even in losses, if you can keep that money low, just that one win can have such a massive impact on the half. At least they have that going for them at the moment that they have in the back of their head. Like, even in these losses, guys, the money's low. Let's keep the pressure on. Keep finding these kills. We're doing fine. That one reset can turn the tides.
Yes, still got that economy. I mean, that is the big upside right now. We'll see. Tied up game. Heroic, though, winning 5 in a row to get here. Dobu not even aware that smoke outside didn't even cross his mind that they could be right at the edge of it. Although wallbang headshot to take down. Tessus comes back for a little bit more, and he can't escape this position. He has to fight to the death right here. Ooh, he gets back around the smoke. That is a huge slip away there. He should have probably been dead. And now Heroic want to see if they can use some of all this action over towards the ramp to just get the timing right, and they will. That's frustrating.
It's gonna be really frustrating if they have to go up against if KDN's AWP comes online in the second half. If he gets that CT side AWPing to be impactful again.
Yeah.
That'll be real tough. We saw them struggle with it on Inferno. Annihilation's gonna go down as he switches over to the pistol. 1 round lead for Heroic as they finally get control of the map, 11 to 10.
And it's a bit of a problem again. We kind of went from doing a lot of damage and getting the bomb down to now 3 people alive, no bomb plant.
Money's going to grow a little bit. It's not a perfect round from Heroic, but a couple more of those and they'll be sitting all right.
Yeah. Stepping in the right direction. Round loss bonus is still helping out for NKT, so they can do something.
Yeah. The problem is just 0 rounds in the second half so far. And I don't know, is that designed? Am I going crazy?
I can't... Was it a Molotov that put it out?
Oh yeah, you're right.
I think it was.
I am going crazy.
Yeah, but it's good to know because... Yeah, like, I was getting worried for a minute, so I thought, wait a minute, are they
It's like
just screwing it up over
maybe
and
they
over
have some
again.
crazy idea. It's the one that landed at the top of Secret that made me think. Did they just want to, like, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know where my brain was going with that one.
Well, either way, now the smokes are all gone and they can't really put up any more, so they're going to try and see if they can wrap around. Refresh, definitely hearing it, definitely realizing what's happening on the other side, but got to be careful as well that he doesn't run out inside of the smoke, and he's just going to pre-fire it. Just as it fades, Dobu goes down. Oh, they're taking ramp all right, mostly because no one's defending it. It's down, drops Annihilation, so now ramp is all they have. And they're kind of trapped here.
Yeah, they are. And they don't have any Molotovs, they don't have any smokes, they have nothing to protect them down low if they choose to go that route. Not looking good for NKT's attack here in this round. I think all they really have to do, though, is go downstairs.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other choice.
You could try and force your way up the heaven ladder, but someone's surely going to be watching that one. Cadian shot a little bit early. Follow-up is great.
Yeah, that's the kind of range where the double scope definitely gives you a bit of an advantage. 8 seconds now. Sign gonna be found as well. Good flashes. And Heroic back on top now in a big way. Building the economy and certainly rediscovering whatever confidence they might have lost in the first half.
Yeah, seems like they're getting a little bit of their swagger back, which is nice. Kill from Stown. This is the clock running low, and Cadian, there's just no tools to force him out. No nade, no Molotov. They had a couple of flashbangs. We don't want to pull him out in that scenario. That's not going to do a whole lot. 2-round lead. They've blanked NKT so far in this second half. Still, I'm glad we got to witness the first half out of NKT. Not that it's over.
No, but I mean, the writing is on the wall. I'm not going to disagree with that. And I agree. I mean, it is really fun to see them. I was a little bit worried because it did look so one-sided on Inferno. If you missed that, then it definitely was very much Heroic in charge of that map. It's good to see that NKT are showing a lot more of what they're about here on this one. KNTC with 19 kills. And Annihilation, I mean, he's freshly added to the team, right? He's just here.
A lot of excitement about that addition as well. I know Blez been pretty pumped up about it. Saw Dinko tweet about it earlier as well. There it is. No gap.
No gap.
It's beautiful.
Job done.
It's magnificent.
Sorry, I was zoning out for a minute. I miss Blair. You know, that's what I was thinking about.
Just thinking about Blair.
Yeah. Just dreaming for a minute. Called daydreaming, you know.
It's the hair, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I'm not going to deny it.
40 seconds. Via like the trajectory of throwing this Molotov towards the upper bomb, so you'd think this would want to be a hit there. They didn't use the smoke wall when it was up. They're going to use the fake utility to mask an upper hit to get down low. But there's a defender here. There's Refresh here. He's going to back away in decon. He's going to survive, and now he's got a teammate as well. And he's just wrapped around to the silo to find himself a double. Tessus finishes it up 13-10.
Yeah, you really need an instant opening getting down low like that. You need like a running shot on Refresh so that he can't even get back into the bomb site.
Yeah.
And then you'd have a shot at getting the bomb plant. But soon as it gets slowed down, the ramp defense just rotates, just retracts a tiny bit. And it's a really bad crossfire to try and break open. 13-10. And the 24th round is coming up. Everyone's playing real well. There's no one that's really falling behind in this game in terms of kills. They're all right there.
Yeah, it's the team stuff that's preventing some of these rounds from going into their favor. 3-round lead. Ooh, over the Molotov. Smoke goes down. Cadian had probably wanted to take that shot. Upper bust. Up bust. Here we go. Cadian had just got down behind a smoke. Now he's going to have to be aggressive going through. No scope lands. Oh, and he recovers for a second. That is magnificent. He does go down eventually, but he's done his job.
Yeah, that's actually super disgusting, isn't it? Oh, playing around it. No scope into a really quick shot. KNTC can't deal with it. Sandwiched in 3 players around him, and he's going to go down. It's 14-10.
That was even like a perfect timing for that hit as Cadian had just kind of gone back in towards Mini. He felt locked out, but obviously he's a bit insane.
Yeah, we have the evidence, in fact.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for Impression.
Yeah.
Gotta feel for him. Heart palpitations for Richard.
I really love the idea that we have people like ENCE to kind of who can make that transition from sort of active playing into you know the coaching role, the sort of behind the scenes role. I think it's really cool. Makes you feels like the game has more depth, you know, and it's not just like you're playing for a while and then you're out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to establish future for the players.
Yeah.
That will one day have to retire. Here we go. Leading the way is Zine.
A lot of smokes down here, but Shush finding a way around it. He's got refresh behind him as well, so when you wrap around those smokes on the NKT side, you're hoping that there's not going to be two players there. That's going to make it a little bit tricky. Annihilation goes down last, and it is 15 on the side of Heroic. 1 round away from knocking NKT out.
Yeah, they got there quick as well.
Yeah, and they're going to be facing ENCE.
ENCE.
Yes. Which I think will be an incredible game.
Oh, that's going to be an awesome game. That's a game that's a lot of fun. 5 chances for Heroic to close this map out and book a ticket in that matchup versus ENCE. This is a brutal. We've touched on the format, obviously single elimination, but also only one team of this 8-team bracket can actually make it.
Yeah, yeah, it's so hardcore.
I mean, just to list like the 4 favorites that you would expect to win the opening matchups: Heroic, ENCE, Copenhagen Flames, wherever you fell on that one, and then you've got Astralis and NIP on the other side as favorites in their respective matchups. Only one of those teams is making it on.
Yeah, and maybe even not, right? Because there could even be upsets that we.
Yeah, Movie Star has proven they can be a good upset team. Obviously, Bad News Eagles had a very impressive. They got a lot of excitement around them. They could be an upset team.
Yeah. No, you can't really take anything for granted, can you? 26th round. Heroic outside. Oh, they catch Stalin. That's a nice shot, Dobu. They've seen that aggression a couple of times. They almost get Cadian as well, but then more people flanking. I'm actually... That could have definitely caught a couple of people off guard. Nearly got Dobu, but it's a great trade right now. 2-0 NKT.
Yeah, Refresh probably should have had that kill. I think, unfortunately, with him going down and putting them in a 3v5, Cadian's thinking, even with low HP, that he's got to stick around and try and find a kill or two. Got to try and even things up. Or else, otherwise, he probably would have fallen back. But here, wants to maintain the angle.
And NKT are giving them space right now. They're waiting for Heroic to do something behind this huge disadvantage that they're in. Timing not with Cadian. 10 seconds earlier, and he would have probably been able to get at least the 1 kill there. But they're starting to wrap down lower. Got the bomb with them. And this could be almost just an instant save for Heroic. I don't know if you necessarily want to fight 5-on-3. They don't have that. They have a little bit of an economy, actually. Sly, they could do it.
At the moment, they're going to see if any gifts are given over, right? If there's any mistakes that are made. There's the first. The retake hadn't begun, and the flank comes in a bit early. Another nade towards the boxes. Going to bring KNTZ down. A follow-up flank that they'll never expect. Oh, through the box. Cadian's got 1. Now the retake is definitely on.
There's no way. There is a flank coming as well, so that should close it out. Sign will get that one. I think, yeah, they didn't even realize. But that is a very, very interesting shot from Cadian. He's going to no-scope Sign again. He's in the zone right now. Finally gets taken down. And a 15-11 scoreline, but
his no scopes work.
Yeah, he's got like a little magic marker that he's like put on his screen, you know.
The classic, the old school way.
Yeah, I think.
Or heat-seeking bullets.
Yeah, all that. Modern game monitors have.
They have it built in.
Yeah, you can overlay, right?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone wants to use that.
No,
but.
I think that's a feature to sell to moms.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's a mom feature. Like, I'm gonna get my son this awesome monitor for his birthday that has a built-in crosshair.
He's gonna be so good.
He's gonna be excited.
Listen, unless maybe you could make a career out of no scoping. You'd get a lot of highlights.
K-Sharp did it.
There we go. It's an ancient reference. You have to realize. Most kids weren't even born when K-Sharp was made.
True. That's actually very, very true.
Most people don't know what a K-Sharp special is. They don't know.
Oh, Stown was just playing around in J-Hall, out in the open, challenging everyone. in towards Mini. Refresh wins that. He's given up his position on top of the hut, but no follow-up from NKT. They've been brought down pretty low. And again, just one more time, this was kind of more of a feature on Inferno, but look at the utility that they've spent. They only have one Molotov to make any hit work. You're not going lower with this, surely.
And they've taken a lot of damage already. Say they're not going lower, but they're kind of thinking about it. Impression runs right into it and got to be real careful. He's so low on health. KNTC, he had one chance to fire that AWP, and it's all going to be on Annihilation. 35 seconds just about in a 1 versus 3. He's picked up the AWP. Started to backtrack a little bit to pick up the bomb. Oh, it's actually so far back. Yeah, I don't even know if there's anything to do at this point. You need a lot more time on the clock to try and make this kind of a round work. Even if you start to hit the shot, you're just going to run out of time here. Oh, try to do it. Cadian surely will be up for an AWP versus AWP no-scope battle. He's going to want to do that. Tries, but not enough, and it will be heroic to take down NKT at the end on 2 maps.
Yeah, it's nice to see them have a little bit of adversity on Nuke. They had to kind of overcome a bit of a challenge, down 5-10 at halftime. That was a cool CT side from NKT, but yeah, it felt like a matter of time. It felt inevitable for Heroic to take that match, and they're going to move on. They'll be playing ENCE in the next round. I believe that's in a couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say, I think that was good. I'm glad that we got to see a little bit more out of them. It would have been a shame. They have some stuff to go back and look at. Their Nuke definitely much improved over what we saw in Inferno. So good times.
Yeah, absolutely good times. I think it was great. Had a lot of fun watching them as well. Either way, with that, I think we send it back to the desk. Freya, take it over.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, Heroic do seal the series win, but huge props here for NKT coming out on Nuke. A map that we were saying, you know, Heroic show so much prowess on, taking down some huge names on this ground. The fact that NKT Nifty managed to seal double digits, that's not something that we expected. And the fashion that they did it in as well was incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, it seems like they had a lot of fun with it. They had some auto sniping rounds, they had some shotgun rounds, and I think even Jacob said in the last segment that like see them get like 10, 11 rounds would be really nice.
Yeah.
And kind of like I had said as well, like it'd be nice to see them get a lead and then actually lose it, because they may actually learn something from that. And that's exactly what happened. However, I was hoping it would happen in the same half and not switch to the other side, because now that just poses a whole different set of problems.
Listen, there was a point in the game where Heroic actually felt the pressure. I believe they were down 5-0, took a tactical timeout, and they could feel, you know, guys, we got to step up right here. We got to get around on the board. Otherwise, Nuke T-side can be one of those sides that if you never get it going right, you could end up in a situation where NKT could go away with 11, 12, 13 rounds and give them a realistic shot of actually winning the game. I guess we knew, even though they got 10 rounds in the first half, that Heroic, of course, would fight back. But at that point, a pistol round going the way of NKT, and the pressure's all the way back on Heroic. So I got everything I wanted right here. A competitive game from a team I didn't expect much from, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, and the fact that they had the cojones as well to pull out some kind of crazy buys at that. The reaction in the green room when we saw the auto sniper coming out as well. And the fact that he managed to kill Cadian on that ramp too, it's just like, man, you got to be feeling it if you're Cadian in that moment. Like the frustration of being killed.
Oh, yeah, we were having so much fun with that, hey.
And I'm sure NKT were too. And the fact that they're coming in here, you know, we were kind of prefacing this as it's unsurprising that Heroic are taking this. The fact that NKT can post up so many rounds as well is pretty impressive. And I think the learning experience that they're coming away from this, with the fact that they get to go up against the 4th best team in the world, take a fair few rounds from them as well. I'm pretty impressed with what we see.
Listen, I guess everyone at home sensed that as well. Whenever you saw the body language of the players, whenever you saw the face cam, they were enjoying themselves. They were laughing. They were having fun. And that is so nice to see. Even though you're losing a game of Counter-Strike, you still have a chance of learning. You still have a chance of having a good time. And it reminded me that, yeah, just because you know, sometimes lose and you're not the better player on the server, there's still so much fun to be had when you had Counter-Strike. So for me, I got everything I wanted right here from NKT. Special shout out to Dobo as well. I think he did well. He was involved in 11 opening duels on Nuke. He played like he didn't care at all. You know, he was just going for it. He was successful in 5 of those, but just the fact that he had the courage to do that made me happy as well.
Did you have any particularly kind of enjoyable aspect of getting to witness NKT as well? Because, I mean, in the pre-game that we were talking about, the fact that we didn't really know exactly what to expect from them. Any particular ways that they impressed you throughout the series?
You know, it was honestly more outside the server. Like, it was fun for me to even see their coach cam. He just looked like a proud father, you know, as they were having fun and winning rounds. And, oh my God, we had a great CT side, you know. But also, I mean, even we experienced the tech from them as well, like where I think their power went out and they still came back and they were like unbothered. You know, so I think we're just seeing good signs out of them overall. But as far as in-game goes, I mean, they did their best.
They did the best. They did what they could, right? They can be proud of their performance, and as said, as they stated themselves, stay in Europe for as long as you possibly can. Get as many practice games in. You know, I'm sure you can still find a game right now if you wanna play one and learn some more. So yes, it was never meant to be. Heroic were never supposed to lose, but we came into a scenario right here in Nuke where it actually came close. Heroic were pressured. They were forced to take a timeout down 5-0. So that's all I needed for this game.
Yeah, the fact that they can actually make them bleed coming onto a map that they've looked so strong as well. Huge props to NKT. Unfortunately, they are eliminated from the single elimination bracket, which is here at the Spring Showdown. For the side of Heroic, though, I think we've got to talk about Cadian yet again. The fact that he can kind of bounce back and show some really solid form. You were sort of talking about the fact that, you know, in the past few months, sure, it's up against different opposition. We have to put it in that context. But the fact that we've seen that individual form maybe drop off a little bit, it's good to see him coming out again.
It is good to see, and it's hopefully something that can give him confidence when we get into the later stages of this tournament. Give him some confidence against some of the best teams, and that's where he's been struggling. With all due respect to NKT, it is kind of like a farmer game here for Cadian, so I'm not going to put any, you know, emphasis on saying that he's back or he's finding his form again. That'll be too easy. That'll be disingenuous. But to see him play well is something that hopefully can elevate him to bring in more confidence when he goes up against some top-tier opposition. Whereas lately, saying he's struggling may not be true either. He's just not as good as he were a year ago.
Sure, yeah. I think for him, I'm just hoping that he doesn't fabricate this performance, even in this game, you know, with the likes of like, oh, it's NKT. You know, it's like, yeah, we really need to just look at, you know, for him personally, like, I hit my shots. You know, I had a lot of great rounds. I put up some great stats on the board. These are just confidence kills. This is a confidence game. If you can focus on all those positives, then he's going to withdraw everything from this game that he needs to personally.
Yeah, I think that's something we always praise Heroic for, the fact that they never really underestimate an opponent that they're going up against. Of course, that next opponent, I believe, is going to be ENCE. We can take a look at the bracket to see exactly how that is laying. That's going to be going on in a couple of days' time. I'm kind of excited to see that, particularly from what we saw from ENCE today. I know there was a couple of doubters up here on the desk whether ENCE would take it of Copenhagen Flames, but I'm looking forward to that game.
Me too. It's going to be a very, very cool game of Counter-Strike, explosive game of Counter-Strike, and I cannot wait to see the duel between Spinks and Stown, two world-class Counter-Strike players as of right now.
Yeah, I'm a little sad. No Flames, but
yeah.
But it's okay because really, like, ENCE always puts on a show, and we have Spinks, like you said, just in great form right now. I mean, getting 40 kills on that one Ancient map, I was looking forward. Maybe that could happen again today, but he started off great. It was like 11-1 in like the first 4 or 5 rounds. So, yeah, maybe we'll see a really, really good series between them and Heroic. I'm hoping for a 3-mapper.
Well, I'll tell you what else isn't sad, Noah. The fact that we get to move on over to the NA side of life here at the BLAST Spring Showdown. It's going to be EG taking on Godsent in our final game of the day as we switch on over to North America. Make sure you join us back after the break as the action is going to be going down.
We know that it's single elimination. We know that the risk is really high.
They're running into the op. Let's see what Henny can do. Well, he's going to hit the first one. We know what Henny can do.
I think every team is here to win. They're going to be playing to win. It's going to be super competitive.
He's got the help. He's got the AK. He's got the clutch.
We are very excited about the showdown.
Breeze trying to lead that charge. Sees the man in a little bit. Deals with both. Yuri sticks it. Oh, then they turn their attention. Yuri, 3 kills.
Even though it's best of 3s, like it's one game and you're out, so like we have to make sure we focus every single game against any single team.
2 players defending here. They want the fight. They're committed to it. Oh boy.
We think that if we play a good CS, our A game, we can beat everyone.
That's very dangerous, but he's back. Oh, and it's a 2-for-1. He gets both JT and Grim. Oh,
no.
Again.
We're hopping across the pond as it's time for the North American squads to make their debut. As always, savage in nature is the showdown. Only one of these 8 teams will be making it all the way to the spring finals in Lisbon. We can take a look at the bracket to see exactly which teams are going to be gracing our screens over the next few days of competition. Any highlights for you, gentlemen, in terms of the teams that we are seeing, or the matchups we're seeing, rather, across these teams?
I'm curious to see how well Complexity are going to do against MIBR and vice versa. I think that's the best matchup we have in the opening round. At least the one where there's the most potential for a good game of Counter-Strike in terms of 2 teams who are getting better and better every single time they play. And then obviously Team Liquid and Freya. What's their shape like coming into the major? What's their shape like coming into this one? Are they going to qualify? And if so, how are they going to do it? It's not just about winning here, but also about the fashion they do it in.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly interesting to see exactly how it goes down. Of course, there has been a slight adaptation to the schedule. Unfortunately, Sharks unable to travel due to some travel complications. So ATK will instead take their place and face Freya in tomorrow's matchup. ATK were the people that finished second in the ACE North American Masters and are the best place runners-up in the Americas qualifiers to take the place of Sharks at such short notice. Of course, Sharks, they will be shifting to taking that place in the full showdown in October, so they will be still getting to play in the BLAST circuit. In terms of what you're looking for as well, Noah, any particular favorites, or I don't know, maybe an underdog, considering, you know, you're from NA, you know the region pretty well.
Well, honestly, like, fun point, ATK taking that slot, I get to see MOTM play again, which is always honestly kind of fun, because when he was on that Cloud9 roster, he was always just a tough to play against. Like, he was this disruptor, like always flanking or always coming in from the side, getting a 2K and then just dying, you know, like he was okay with that. But he always had great comms and moves for his team. But other than that, I mean, Complexity, just like Jacob said. I think this is a very interesting team to watch. I think that there's one player on this team that hasn't even developed an identity yet in the server, and that's Fang. So there's a lot to look out there for her, for Fang. So we'll see how he actually decides to move and develop himself as a player as time goes on. But yeah, I mean, this looks like a final run for Liquid and maybe for Furia. So that's kind of what I would expect at the end of the bracket. Well, but maybe we could be surprised.
It's going to be incredibly exciting to see exactly how it does go down. So let's kick it off with our first match in the North American region.
Being at this showdown is actually very important for them, and I do think that they have the potential to make the final of the bracket. I'm rooting for Godsent personally. Like, I want to see them do well.
Taco, he is absolutely steamrolling onto the A side 5v3 already, and he's just gonna keep on going and keep on going.
They've got a lot to sort through, even just like historically. Given a little bit more time, I think we actually could see a really great roster.
Breeze trying to lead that charge, sees the man in a little bit, deals with both.
Debut for the North American division as Evil Geniuses will be clashing with the Brazilians of Godsent. 2 teams that faltered on their road to the major. Noah, it's undoubtedly some pressure for both these squads coming into this match.
Absolutely. You know, I'd be really curious to see what's going on inside of this Evil Geniuses team right now. I know Cirque personally, I know Breeze personally, and these are very interesting characters. They love to have fun. They're very personable. You know, every time we get together, we can just laugh, you know, but it's interesting, you know, because with somebody like Cirque, who, you know, people can say questionably, you know, up and down performances over the last few months or year or whatever the case is, but you know, he's somebody who needs to feel comfortable in the server, but if he feels like the team is jiving and he can get into his rhythm, this is a scary player. I mean, I always had a tough time playing against him. I mean, his movement, incredible. You need this when you're a top-tier opper as well. He's a scary, scary player. So, and I have high hopes for them, but I do think that as fans and as people on the desk and as just people in the scene, I think we do need to be a little kind and a little compassionate towards this roster, even though they've had a couple months already and they've had some very disappointing performances. But this is tough, you know, because anytime you're on the edge or the brink of developing something great, you know, you may need a little extra time for that bubble to pop.
Yeah, and it's been a kind of tough trajectory for teams on both sides of this matchup. Looking at Godsent as well, the fact that, you know, we've got these players coming together, we haven't really seen them hit the heights that maybe some would expect from the squad.
True. I think the one thing that makes them different from EG is that at some point they've had success. You know, they actually came in and especially later stages of last year, IM Winter, I remember, where they took out Heroic in a best-of-3 series and sent them home. So they've had some results where you think to yourself, okay, when they're playing well, they play really, really well. They can take down some of the best teams out there. We do have a graph, though, that shows the problem with them right now, and that's the stagnation/decrease period they're in right now. They came out, they fought well, they won some big games, but ever since, it's just been going steadily downwards. Didn't qualify for the major, didn't qualify for RMR, brought in Henny, didn't do too well either. So it's kind of tough to put Godsent right now on the world ranking, sort of. So that's why I'm curious to see them play. I haven't seen them much lately, but there's definitely some untapped potential in there.
Yeah, very difficult to place this team as well. The fact that we were talking about before coming into this, the last time these two teams faced off, of course, was for the IM Dallas close qualifier, and Godsent managing to net the win. And it's just unfortunate to look on the side of EG and the fact that, you know, they lose that drastically on Overpass. And I think of Cirque, and I really think of him as being synonymous with Overpass as well. Some of the most incredible highlights were on that map that I remember of. And it's just a shame that we couldn't see them doing a bit more in that map.
I know, and it's so interesting, you know, because out of this Godsent roster, like I had said, even in that little bit, that soundbite, like, I'm actually very optimistic for them. You know, I think this is actually their opportunity as of recent to raise their stock. I think that they can take EG out, even though I personally, from NA and them being my friends, I would like to see them move forward. But I do think this is a good opportunity for Godsent, and maybe getting that matchup against most likely Freya. You know, this could be a potential for them to actually, you know, get a little bit of ground underneath their feet in this Brazilian team, because a lot of these Brazilian teams seem to be like in and out of tournaments and qualifiers, and you don't really get to see a lot of them consistently other than maybe Freya.
Well, we do also have the opportunity to check in with Mahone for a little bit more in-depth analysis with us, and you've got a particular memory from that last time these two teams faced off.
Yes, that's correct. So Godsent are actually one of the best teams when it comes to utility usage. They actually pay a lot of attention to the details. So I have a round that I want to show here between the last time that they played against Evil Geniuses and kind of just break down this retake where it's a 3-on-3 situation and just kind of break down where their utility goes, because this is something that they're really good at. So right here, we're going to see that in this 3v3 situation, obviously even man situation, we're going to look at the utility here. We're going to see that they have a Molotov as well as a handful of flashes. Now, the real question here is, how do they use this utility to pull off this retake? We'll see how they actually do it. So first, we'll see that Henny, he's going to use this Molotov for the sandbags position. This Molotov for the sandbags position is actually extremely powerful. It's really good for these retake situations because the sandbag position is actually very difficult to deal with when you're coming in towards the site due to its geometry and just the cover that it provides. So with that Molotov, they don't have to worry about this position. The second is Taco's flash here. Taco's going to throw a flash that lands more towards the high left side of the site, and it's going to allow Barton to actually swing from that elevator position. With that flash popping towards the high left, allows Barton to swing towards the site and clear the right side with Stewie completely blinded. After that kill, though, I want to kind of point out as well what this flash also does, because it also does something for Henny. For Henny towards this doorway position, since that flash pops towards the left, it gives them an opportunity to actually peek this doorway and take this long-range angle on the ramp position. And what this does as well is you can see from Cirque's point of view that he's holding this door angle, but because the flash comes through, he's pushed off of it. And what that allows is for Henny to simply post up on this angle, and since Cirque is now in a 2v3 situation, he has to try to find a way to even up the situation so he gets aggressive, and that's how Henny's able to punish it. Just that flash is able to push Cirque off, and now they're in a 3v1 situation. Now, once they're in this 3v1 situation, the name of the game is usually to try to draw out the last T. You're going to see that's exactly what they do. Barton simply throws a flash on the left side to allow them to get more space, and then they're going to tap the bomb, and this will eventually draw out Breeze, and that allows Henny to get this last kill. So you can see that basically by just having a couple key pieces of utility, you can transform a retake that may seem a bit more doable to something that's extremely well done. So this is something that Godsent is really good at, and I look forward to it in this match.
Thank you very much for that one, Mahone. Yeah, it's great to get to see a little bit more of the strategical insight in terms of what we can expect from Godsent in the service today.
That's bad news for EG. I think that there's one of the few teams out there right now where the team composition, the synergy in between the players, you said maybe the mood in the team is not where it's supposed to. You also mentioned that Zerg likes to feel comfortable. If there's one thing that can make an AWP player uncomfortable, you know that of all people, utility, smokes, flashes, pushing out of your position, you know, having to be on the move and take the uncomfortable shots. And when you don't have confidence, you're going to struggle with that. So that's bad news for Zerg. It's bad news for EG.
Well, let's get a little bit more insight from the side of Godsent as we have Taco on the line with a few words.
So, Taco, how did not qualifying for the RMR affect the team?
Yeah, I don't think the not qualifying to the IMR had a huge effect in our team, considering that we had a lineup change right after the tournament. We were playing with Phelps. He was not really good to play. He was not feeling really good to play. So we played that tournament kind of feeling kind of weird. And right after the tournament, we changed a player. So it was an instant refresh addition, I would say.
And for you, right, in your past teams, you were used to being invited to many of these tournaments. Now you're going through the qualifiers. How are you finding it?
It's hard. It's really hard, to be honest. The teams playing these qualifiers. They are super good teams, and it's only one chance. There's no room to mistakes, and we know that, and we are prepared for that. We spent a lot of days practicing to play this tournament and other ones that are coming up. So I feel that we are ready, even though I understand that the qualifiers and all the teams that are in the tournament are really difficult to play against, and it's not going to be easy for us. I still believe that we can do a lot of damage and qualify, get on the spot.
Now, I know you're very motivated and a passionate player, but how hard is it now with these changes and going through this and having to fight your way through so many tournaments like this as someone who's been playing the game for some time?
Yeah, I find motivation every day, to be honest, especially because I'm surrounded young players, which give me that extra fire. I would say they are always playing the game and always trying to improve and learn something different. And I just joined the same bus. You know, I'm learning and I'm improving. And even though I played this game for so long now, and I'm playing a new role, and I'm learning every day. So it's also a restart for me. That's how I see it, and I'm just happy that I'm around people that are working really hard and want to win as much as I want.
Now, you got EG today. They've not had so many good results recently. How do you view them as a team, though?
They are really strong players. I don't think they are a very strong team right now. I think that they still need some time, but we just played a BO3 against them 3 days ago. We won it 2-0. So for this time, a lot of mind games are gonna go on. I believe so. So let's see how it goes. It's gonna be a little bit weird to play this BO3 considering we just played them. But I mean, that's part of the job. That's part of CS as well. These mind games and anti-strats. Let's see how it goes.
Do you feel like there's more pressure on EG than for you guys in a match like this?
Right now, I believe that we are the favorites, considering we just won against them. But we are taking our time. We are still a young team and a new team too with Henny. I know that they have a lot of pressure in their team, so I don't know. Let's see.
Godsent hoping to continue that same form they showed against EG last time around they faced. But speaking of form, Noah, I loved what you said about EG earlier on, you know, giving them a little bit of benefit of the doubt. But I feel like that's been the storyline every single time we've talked about EG up on a desk.
There's also a limit to how bad you can be before it becomes unacceptable. And I think that's what I'm flirting with right now, to be completely honest. You're looking at an EG lineup that they just have not performed right. You look at the players, and I buy into what you're saying. You know, there's so much skill, there's so much untapped potential, and maybe, just maybe they're on the brink of actually figuring out how to play together. But as of right now, this is a very, very expensive roster. They didn't qualify for the major. They were disappointing. They're getting paid a lot of money to play Counter-Strike, and I have to say, they gotta deliver at some fronts. You know, just being happy, just being all right is not gonna cut it when you're a professional Counter-Strike player at this level. I like and loved what Moses said right here as well in this tweet. No one is safe. No one right now is performing well enough within EG to be safe from being cut. Normally, when we talk about roster changes, you always single one, maybe two players where you say, this one can be replaced, or this guy's not delivering. Here, it's the entire team, so I'm not going to point any fingers and blame one guy or two guys. Right now, the team of EG is just not working, and something has to change.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not like we're using the blame game for any player in particular, but I think what's so interesting about, particularly having you up on the desk here, Nifty, is the fact that you know a lot of these players personally. You've played with them, you're friends with them. So, I mean, from your perspective, what kind of insight do you have on this Evil Genius?
You know, really great question, because I understand that it's also a business, right? But if I could give them one piece of advice, if I could slip a note under their doorway, it would be just remember who you are. Because I feel like when these rosters come together, there's all this pressure placed on it. There's all this money, this attention, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, they act as if they have to relearn the game, you know, or as if they have no idea how to play together and they have to start from square one. It doesn't have to be that way. They just have to remember who they are, and then they have to sit down and build those relationships together, because these are two guys and three guys that have never played together before, and they're coming together as a whole. So I'd really like to see them do well.
Yeah, and I like that we got to see a little bit of some of the results from EEG there as well. We are going to get to see our Betway odds as well coming into this best of 3 series, seeing exactly where the markets are lying, favouring Godsent coming into this one. But we do need to find out exactly what maps we're going to be playing down on in this best of 3 series. I want to come to you, Noah, for this one. Any expectations of maps that you would like to see coming into this?
Honestly, nothing in particular. I haven't watched as much of Godsent as I would like, so I'd actually like to be surprised through this series. I hope to learn a lot more about them as we
get
go.
the overpass from EG. That's nice. If
Perfect.
you want to see Zerk pop off, yeah. And a Mirage.
That's who I'd be looking at.
Yeah, at least they avoided Vertigo for now. They played Vertigo and Overpass last time around, as we spoke about already. Godsent absolutely destroyed EG in that sense. So we get to see a new map in that one. Mirage, a map that is very open, a map that both teams like to play. And it's one of those maps where always when you go into it, all teams, all players feel they have a chance to make the difference. So that's a good one for EG here, I feel, being the underdog.
And the fact that we're talking about Overpass and sort of talking a little bit about Zerk and what he used to show with those vintage Zerk performances. Maybe, do you want to summarize what that was, maybe for viewers at home who weren't witness to that?
I mean, completely mobile. This guy's elusive. This map is his playground. He goes up, he gets the party picks, he runs downstairs, he gets the blue picks, he comes short, he goes long, he does it all. You know, this is, I just want to see him really get settled into his comfort zone and just feel like, hey, I can just do my thing. I have the right guys around me. They all know what they're doing. I believe in them, I trust them, and I trust myself.
Listen, this guy was one of the most annoying players ever to play practice games against, especially on a map like Overpass. You said it pretty well right here, Noah. I remember when I was in Liquid and playing against this dude, he was unplayable at time. Absolutely. The thing is, I have not seen it the last couple of years. I want to see it because we see glimpses once in a while, but then all of a sudden, he picks up the rifle and then he starts to play, I guess, decent with the rifle, but that's not his strength, right? Remember who you are. You were one of the best AWP players in the entire world, so let's see it right now.
Well, we're going to see if Zerk can pull off a vintage performance alongside the entirety of EG as we come onto their map pick of Overpass. They're going up against Godsent in this single elimination bracket here at the savagery of the showdown, and it's going to be coming up with Launders and Scrawny in just a few.
Good evening, everybody. Here we are, back at Blast. It feels real good to be home, doesn't it, Launders?
Yeah, back home in Copenhagen. All right, here we are in the capital of the world.
Yeah,
Copenhagen.
The Counter-Strike world, anyways.
For the Blast Showdown, the single elimination, best of 3, gauntlet.
Oh.
Our hearts are
odds,
broken.
They've got Godsent as the favorites in this one. You know, we love showdowns because it's cutthroat and it's ruthless and there's no second chances.
Yeah.
And if you lose, then you're a loser and you get eliminated and you have to stop playing.
Yes.
And that's just the end of it. That's the purity of Showdown CS is always a good time. We usually get at least one epic upset across this event. And normally, of course, we have the European teams mixed with the North American teams, but now we're separate. And we almost had it. We almost had it. Heroic. Oh, they did it. They closed Nuke, Wanders. So maybe this means our game's the upset. Maybe Evil Geniuses get to move on. But all things considered, when it comes to these two teams, I want to ask you a question.
Go for it.
Would you rather be in Evil Geniuses' position, have played at the North American RMR and failed to qualify for the major? Or would you rather have been in Godsent's position and not even ever qualified for the RMR?
Definitely would rather be EG. What about you?
I think I'd rather be Godsent.
Because you're a loser.
That's your opinion. I think, you know, at least that one, think about how long ago they wrote off their loss. Think about how long ago they've been kind of restructuring themselves, practicing as a new team, etc. This is a fresh Godsent that we didn't get to see in the most recent major cycle because they failed to qualify. And even though that seems like a worse loss, I think it's easier to come back from.
It was more practice, though, too.
That's all I'm saying.
They got a lot more practice playing at the RMR. And even though EG lost, they also lost to 9Z, which at the time seemed like a big upset. But then after we watched EG beat 9Z beat Pain, it kind of made their loss look a little bit better. I thought, wow, 9Z actually a really insane team and hard to beat. And watched a lot of the games back from the RMR, and 9Z honestly had some of the best defaults at the whole RMR, which again, you know, made EG look a little bit better. But like Pimp said, no matter how it goes, if you keep losing to a certain point, you just can't handle that anymore. Yeah, something has to change.
There's a limit.
That is the point. And that's what you're touching on with EG, that we're almost at that point.
Well, let's see if tonight they are the winners or the losers. It is the first North American Showdown match, and it's well underway as Barton pushes forward towards the playground. It's actually Henny to pick up the headshot of all people. He is just right behind him. Little connector play. Lotto's locked in, but no threat for the time being, and maybe that's Evil Genius's invitation to the B site. Hell, if you see two guys peek long, if you see a player on the top of party, then there can only be two down here, and sure enough, they'll find this site rather open for the taking.
Oh, they missed their smoke a little bit. It was a good call, though. And the bomb cannot be mollied. Nade will come and actually land in the wrong spot. So not a bad spot here for EG, even though they're down a player.
The worst of positions. And speaking of position, there's 4 guys in heaven here from Godsent. So this is like a waterfall of CTs that just come flying down. They get into the water, they start pushing up. Bomb about the halfway point, and still 9 players alive. But, I mean, Stewie 2K, he's doomed at that point. So many CTs taking the exact same fights. This is clean.
Oh.
Very clean from Godsent.
It is, yes. That was, yeah, not the greatest situation. It looked good for EG there when they had them all rotating in from heaven. And I think they caught a timing where they got enough info. 2 players pushing here. Again, Lotto up on the party, and they knew the whole setup right out the gate. They knew it was a 4A setup, basically. So they just couldn't punish it. Definitely, I think they expected a bit more in that post plan. But either way, they'll be able to purchase up 2 AKs, a Galil, and try to win back on round number 2. Get some revenge on Overpass.
Overpass, of course, currently Stewie 2K. Just yesterday, we did an interview with him. He said, this is our best map. Their most recent victory over Liquid would be evidence of that. You come out of the RMR loss, you're probably feeling real low, and then EG just smoke Liquid on here. So they've obviously got a bit of fight. Let's see if this force buy with the 1 Deeg on rush upset that early balance, but no contact towards long. Huge contrast to the previous round. Godsent, they threw 3 players up here in the pistol, and now poor Breeze can find no one.
It is good that we got a rematch, at least of one of the maps right away in the pool. Mirage, a new pick for Godsent, but they also got Vertigo at the end. So a very strong veto for them. As far as they're concerned, now rematches are always different. So much data gets collected in that first series, and it was very recent. So not much has changed between these two. So certainly going to be a lot of mind games in this series. But there won't be any chance for them to go head-to-head again, because whoever loses is out of the tournament completely. So, well, the EG going pretty quickly up through bathrooms. You know what? I feel like Henny is not aware of how close they are. They'll take a shot and fall back. We've seen some good continuation flashes from EG on their A hits in these situations, but they're actually out of utility besides this Molotov.
25 seconds. Henny pinned into the side of the truck. That's 2 clean entries coming up from Evil Geniuses, so the AK-47's working wonderfully. Fast rotation up means 2 on dumpster, 1 inside a bank. And lesser weapons here for Godsent, clearly. Flashes over. Stewie does a good job of denying that blindness and comes in with 1. Barton over the truck. Taco's incredibly low, so his support, yeah, gonna be difficult to really get anything going for him. And with that, we've got EG taking over bathrooms, walking up to the A site, and immediately winning a round right back.
Yeah, it's a nice steal back right there. And it's like basically you had on the outside of bathrooms, Henny was just spotting with a scout and didn't assume that they would start off long. So it was a good gamble from EG to go there first. You know, that's a place where a lot of teams will go on the anti-eco when they have better guns, but in this situation, they technically had a worse buy and still went over there first, and that's how they got so much map control so quickly. Technically still 2 rounds here where EG, they find the right space. They know exactly where Godsent are trying to do, and they avoid seeing anybody until it's pretty much too late for Godsent to get the rotations in. So that's a really positive sign for them. Black bars users. I think there are not many these days.
How's it make you feel?
They're a crazy community, though. They're a very dense community.
I wouldn't know, man. I game in 2K. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's like the opposite of black bars.
I want all the pixels. I can see you sweat.
Yeah.
Godsent sweating at the moment because there's not much behind this. Taco's MP9 and some tidbits of utility. Fare thee well. Taco and Barton, quick shutdown on the push.
I don't like killing people through fences. It's not as satisfying.
It feels weird, doesn't it?
Doesn't feel like the bullets are actually going through.
Neither with the rafters, like the floorboards of Vertigo, the ones that stick out on the side of the map, or the ones that are next to yellow tarp.
It's not the same.
Some weird stuff going on there.
Yeah.
You're gonna kill a man, look him in the eyes, you know?
Yeah. That's what I always say.
Words to live by. Dumao would just love for someone to walk around this corner.
You think this is in the bag? Let's see. I mean, there's still 3 CTs here on the site waiting.
Proper stack. Ooh, Lotto. Oh my god. Not only kills Stewie, but also dinks down automatic. Oh, Henny's USP could have gone huge, but ultimately the rifles will prevail. Dumao doubling up on short side, being held by Cirque. Ooh, look at the HP go. Automatic slow, Cirque. Breeze also tagged up somewhat, but it is still EG comfortably getting past that one. 2-1, 4 guys up.
What was interesting was coming into the series, there was 2.4 odds, I think, that way to like 1.5, something like that.
Yep.
So even though Godsent were favored, it wasn't by a ton. And in the rematch, you always want to be suspicious about the team that lost last time, even if some of the maps were really one-sided. And yeah, these 2 teams, you'd expect them to play close. I feel like the first best of 3 we saw from them wasn't an accurate representation of how confident EG felt going into the series. Yeah, so we'll see if it does change, but it already looks a lot better for them.
Quick push up. Barton making sound, so Cirque on high alert. And let's watch these AKs feast on the push of Godsent. Everybody down. Stewie, 1-1-1. Single point of health keeps him up.
Yeah, solid stuff. So right now, in the past 3 months, it's Automatic and Breeze are pretty much the 2 notable players on EG with over 1.0 ratings in basically all their matches. For what that's worth, we've seen different periods of time, pockets where different players have stood out the most. Like even Rush has been one of the players we've talked about a lot. But I think when we saw them play against Liquid, that was the most reasonable looking scoreboard that we've witnessed from EG thus far, where Cirque and Breeze were the ones at the top. But still looking for higher peaks from Breeze and more consistency from Cirque.
When I look at the Godsent camp, I just see Henny. I just see Henny, and I want to see that name stand off the page. You know, for him to find a home. He looks so good on Furia.
Oh, but yeah, we haven't even talked about Henny.
Oh.
That's our favorite.
It is. My frustrations come from the thought of, you know, him not being able to find maybe as much success with Godsent as I truly believe he could have with Furia, but those were his decisions for his own reasonings.
Well, listen, when you join the company, you have to be the reason that company becomes better, right? You don't join the company because they're going to be better. And I think Henny will be elevating Godsent, even if this will be a harder team to do it with. Nice punish from Cirque. You know, looked like, I guess Lotto caught that flash.
Yeah, trying to swing out bathrooms, get hit back for it. Henny could have immediately turned this into the 4 versus 4, but unlike Cirque, he missed his shot. And with it, again, we see EG start to press up closely towards bathrooms. Dumao going to play Banana. Taco leaves him, though.
Yeah, they have no idea what's going on right now.
Ooh, Dumao on his own, man. If this isn't big, then it's done. But nice, clean kill. That's Stewie chopped off. And then, you know, you see this uncertainty here. We're just as confused. Where's Dumao? And where are his enemies? Cirque walks in closely. He's going to let that AK peek in front. Rush takes the shot to the face. Taco over the side of Dumpster. And with Breeze down, Rush barely stands. Decent enough utility damage to Cirque, who has to push forward. He's got that bomb on his back, and Automatic stands on top of Truck. That opens a door. Barton, 7 seconds, no one covering bomb. He stops it, and Rush will get the kill back from bathrooms, but there's no plant. EG have fumbled the bomb and fumbled the 5th. That's Godsent second.
And they fumbled a really strong position right up until they were going to plant that bomb, man. They had one guy outside bathrooms. Stewie got too far ahead of his teammate, who wasn't close enough to trade. And then they let the reposition happen. Rush gets dinked. And this is after that free frag. Cirque isn't even blind here. It was a missed flash, or it was a flash that was too far away. And right here, I mean, Dumao should have died a lot sooner. Rotations would have been even harder. Taco left the A site. They were gambling B, hoping the rotation would come. Evil Geniuses outplay in the mid-round once again and fall as they're trying to plant the bomb.
Immediate timeout off that one.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mess. It's not fun to lose those rounds. You know, the ones you get lucky are where your team, someone gets a 3K, you know, and you had a bad position. That feels better because now you can learn from that and then put the good stuff into the next round. But this round was a whole team outplay into, you know, you beating yourself. So at least they've got money. And honestly, their buy looks better than Godsent. So you have 3 Fomuses for them.
Not ideal.
Mahone pointed out some of their retake utility. We saw some of that good stuff just now on the A site.
Oh, this is going to be a gunfight and a half. Henny posted on party. He's got 2 supportive players behind him on long, and Cirque's up, not far off. There's going to be a lot of trade potential here with so many players posturing around the fountain. They are right on the edge, but they're not going to give that peek to Cirque. Not yet, anyways.
Did he see an elbow?
Nah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, wide swing.
Just misses.
Barton's going to gun down Cirque. Now, all of a sudden, things could unravel quick. Henny has fired, so they know that he's positioned here, but they still don't know about, you know, the posturing on long. Lotto, 1 kill as Stewie gets taken down from the re-peek of Dumao inside of bathrooms, and ultimately Godsent come out on top of this setup.
Yeah, Henny's going to hear someone leaving right now, but that's Breeze who has to get out of there because Automatic's picked up the site for him. Taco's got an easy job, you know, to get some damage in. Maybe take a fight if you want to. He's got a CT right beside him. Tons of pressure on Automatic, and he can't get a single one now. It's just Breeze, low on health. Let's see if they respect him enough to give up a plan, or if you even try.
Dumao close. Nah, that's a 3rd in the bag for Godsent. Really cool positioning on the long fight there.
Yeah, but Cirque just missed, man. He missed a shot that he was very ready for. You know, right? The thing is, that would be okay if there was some flash with this, but I mean, they took an enormous risk by dry peeking with that Fomus.
Yeah.
While Cirque was ready for that exact angle. You know, that's a position where if you watch it back, you don't even want to think too hard about the rest of the round. That was just something they should have won. You know, positionally, they were in the right spot.
Click faster.
Or click at all.
Sure. Automatic getting through the short smoke. No connector play this round from Godsent. I think Godsent have done a really good job of going for some aggression on close fountain into immediately playing the next round way more reserved. We saw it earlier when they tried to just push up all those pistols. Last round again with guns, and now we see, you know, Breeze, Cirque, and Stewie kind of cautiously combining with Rush at the top of connector, looking for what feels like an inevitable A setup, but it's not there. Godsent, fresh look, fresh pace, fresh face, changing it up round after round.
I think Automatic knows they're going to come hunting for him. You can see he's like pretty aware of the thought of going back to where they just mollied. And they actually go for the re-molly. Ooh, that's a nice play from Godsent, you know? Automatic grabs one out of desperation, but he's in a position where he's definitely going to get traded. And that, they know now it's going to be heavy towards A. He's always lurking outside B.
Stewie could get snapped down on by Henny. Cirque with no op. Oh, can't get that counter peek. Good jump from Henny into cover. He's going to get swarmed, though. 3 players all around him, and Rush, very nicely done to find it through the smoke. Lotto goes peeling around that dice box, and I thought he was going to die to the long peek, but instead Stewie picks it up. So the 2 op players of this A site from Godsent both die, no kills, round done.
Yeah, kind of surprised they didn't rotate extra after clearing out short. So maybe they were still worried about there being a monster hit behind that. I'm not exactly sure. Rotation's a little slow there from Godsent, I'm going to say. And nice refrag from Rush, where I don't know if Henny's smoke was bad because the smoke didn't pop in the kill feed, but from what we could see, that was a fully plumed smoke. That looked like it was covering everything. Maybe he saw a leg. You know, Rush is always hungry.
That's true, for the gains.
Yes.
And Breeze, this locked in position. Taco should be a dead man walking. Barton knows better than to come hunting through playground, and 1 gun. That's what Godsent will hang on to as EG find the 1 round lead.
Yeah, they're really, I mean, they're really good again at getting a lot of space without getting noticed.
Oh, yeah,
it is
huge gap.
Yeah, just because Henny just kind of right clicks it in front of him.
Yep.
Looks good, but isn't.
Yeah, that's actually, I feel like it's pretty convincing from Henny's perspective. Like, we saw it from his eyes. It looked like it was fully smoked.
Yeah.
But because he was looking more towards the corner where he was walking and didn't even think about it, he missed that chance. I mean, he could have just blasted a bullet into Rush as well, but didn't assume he'd be seen.
It's been a pretty interesting game because, like you said, they're either pushing up really aggressively or pulling all the way back.
Yeah.
But interestingly with that, EG have also done a good job of either avoiding that A stack entirely, most of the time, or getting that bathroom space when they're not there at all. So I think for Godsent, they might want to have kind of like a second gear in between where they're feigning that they're pushing up, but they're still peeking party, or they're taking a 2-man setup on long between the bike and the tree, something like that, ready to push, not playing with 4, not overexposing themselves, just trying to catch EG. If they do go B, they get a big flank in. But I mean, Godsent, I don't feel like need really any help right now. They're still keeping this competitive.
And they've been doing it off of buys like this one, with a few less tools than EG have to work with. So by no means are Godsent out of this 8th round. They lose this, all right, we're talking economic problems and a chance for the T side to fly. But brother, you gotta get up there.
Yeah.
All right? You gotta get up there. Taco gets away with a kill and a missed shot from Cirque. They both ran all the way back.
They got away with that.
That's murder.
That is murder.
I mean, literally and figuratively, they just got away with murder.
That was broad daylight. That was broad daylight.
That's a little bit awkward, and suddenly...
you know what, this time, though, I thought the shot looked good.
Okay.
But we can pause. Can we look? Can we get a closer...
Huff in the cope.
...investigation on that? To see if that shot was on Cirque, because you know what? Before looking at the replay, I'm going to give it to him.
All right.
All right.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm with you, Cirque.
We're going to put the replay guys to work tonight. All week long, in fact. Get ready.
Yes.
35 seconds left on this one, and EG, they still haven't even gotten to the front of bathrooms, so...
It's kind of okay. They're actually execing. Yeah.
I mean, timing needs to be, you know, it's good right now.
Yeah.
Any problems start, and suddenly you can definitely expect the panic to sink in. Problems like this. Lotto is inside bathrooms, and the long player does get through. Breeze succeeds in cutting down 2, but Lotto turns it back upside down on him. A beauty of a 4K from Lotto.
Wow. Wow. And he was the loose piece, aggressive, inside the bathrooms. made that play. What a sequence from Lotto. Well handled.
Yo! Bro, what?
Yo!
What? One more time?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we can go on. Oh, you guys are sharp. You guys are quick.
Oh, that was...
I mean...
Man, even that should have... even just the air from that bullet could have killed him. He was so... No way.
That one's...
I'm with you, sir.
You were... Yeah. Nice little push here from Lotto. Feeling it off of the last round. Goes ahead, guns down Stewie 2K. 5 versus 4 from Godsent. Remember, they win that last round with lesser weapons. They go ahead, steal 2 AKs for Taco and Barton. So suddenly Godsent right back in it. Oh, and the duel from Dumao down in Connector. Another successful fight, but he turns his back to Breeze.
They flash.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
They flashed so he could escape, but they peeked right after, I think. Oh, recover an extra HE. Oh, and it has impact. Goes bowling with it. Really well done.
Holy cow.
I think that was like, that was a short throw. It was like a little left-righty.
It's a little dunk. Man, Godsent aren't afraid of these reaggressions.
No, they got Henny now. So this is like a really powerful angle because, of course, vision on all 3 peaks, outside, inside bathrooms, anyone close wall or whatever. Ooh,
freebie, baby.
More. He's got some help. I feel like EG's awareness around this spot has been kind of low in terms of who's up close, if there is anybody.
Circle, keep it clean on the first one in the 1v4. 25 seconds. Oh, he tries to get Henny off the garbage can, but Henny is sharp.
One thing that's very clear is that when they're about to exec, like you brought up time, around the 30-second mark, and they were in a position that if anybody was pushed up bathrooms, that they would clear them at all. They were basically assuming that no one's sitting on top of the bin, nobody's inside the first step of the bathrooms, and if there wasn't anybody, then the exec would look good.
Yeah.
But they're never in a position to refrag the guy who's right there.
It's like
that's a clear gap in their gameplay right now.
You know, it's a dangerous game to play when you base your plays around nothing going wrong.
Yeah.
The moment something does, I think we're seeing the ramifications against EG. The recovery, not quite convincing, but now they'll pay the piper. They got a Deagle, P250, smoke grenade on Stewie. See how they can work a little magic.
Oh, nice timing with this nade blowing off the door.
Oh, easy does it. Dumao, double. Barton, single. 2 players left to take down.
It's awesome how, like, this door, it only started getting used a lot in the past couple of years in terms of blowing it up at the start of the rounds, and for CTs to use it to put so much pressure on the guys in the back of the stairs. You know, having to, CTs now Ts are they're trying to default have to smoke the doorway just to get up the stairs, or they're scared to walk through because of the spams that come through. A nice shot there from Henny. But right there you have kind of like this later timing where it's like, we'll give you stairs for a second, just to honeypot it so you get to the door, blow it up, and punish you for that.
Nice clean and convincing here. Godsent 6-4 lead off that. Evil geniuses with the rebuy.
I think the immediate remedy for EG with this A hit, just to kind of rehash it, is probably speed up a little bit, 45 seconds or so. Work harder to clear out the bathrooms instead of assuming no one's there. And then before that and after that, look solid.
Ooh, short push. Stewie gets a wall bang.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's...
Martin gets it right back, though.
Right between the... That's a little unfortunate.
Oh, goes around, comes around.
What a shot. Yeah, that's true.
Lady Luck has no favorites.
That's true.
And she's bad. Don't mess with her.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Short wall bang. Very cool.
Yeah, that's another position where I've talked about how ammo is the final frontier, you know, in terms of resources. You got nothing to do back there. They know you're there.
Use it up.
35 bullets even with the Galil. You'd rather have that than the AK.
And I feel like that thing's got like 180 surplus as well.
You actually can't run out. There's not enough time.
Oh, Rush gonna keep that one clean. Lotto regrets his peak.
That's leverage on A.
Does that feel like a peak he had to go with, seeing as he had long bathrooms and...
They weren't exactly winning, 4v4.
Sure. Well, he gets cracked. And with it, EG going to group up outside of the B site, bomb included. Breeze still a couple steps behind, but this is, again, a comparable situation to some of those A executes where we're going into the 25-second mark. Had Henny just like hit a collateral by chance there, the round is done. And Barton could still hold off. He's got the cover of the pillar, and he's peeling these players off of one another. Breeze is eventually coming in from this A site. 10 seconds. Barton drops bomb, does more damage, but Breeze and Cirque will still nab it. Dangerous games we're playing.
I actually love the way that Barton shot there.
Wonderful.
You commit to any of those fights, he's going to lose, right? He'll probably get traded there. Literally only waiting for him to peek that pillar. But he's shooting and running back, looking for any damage, only just to slow them a bit. But of course, we had that additional piece in place and that big flank coming through spawn. So that was huge for EG, like the walkout. Actually, at that point in time, EG had no flashes left. So they had to hope, actually, they could take a dry duel in that way. But the late call to go monster made a lot of sense after Rush got his kill in bathrooms. It's been some good mid rounds, I'd say, from EG overall. Again, it's not a problem of ideas, it's execution.
It is the harder part of the two.
Would you say so?
I got a lot of ideas, but I can't execute many.
True. Yeah, I guess that's true. Everyone has a lot of ideas. That's a good point. They got to maybe, hopefully, I mean, if they're going to peek in front of that. I don't know if did they miss this on purpose, so they're going to boost over top of this? Maybe they did.
Yeah, maybe.
It's possible they did.
Like, yeah.
Honestly, it's really not a hard smoke. So it could be on purpose, but Tim and Cirque just kind of waiting.
Taco pushes outwards, clears automatic. And then they fall right back, so... Oh, and then Henny's going to pick up the op duel.
They both jumped in the same angle.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah. Okay. 3 on 5, just like that.
Very clean moves here. I think another example of Godsent, just you know, we talked about their kind of tempered setups over on the A site, aggression into passiveness, and this time it's just a different target with, again, this quizzical kind of smoke situation too. But like, this is a very clear game plan from Godsent. They've got fresh ideas, and nothing seems too repetitive right now. So, hey, props to that, man. They're playing some real proactive CS. But Breeze is hoping he could have gotten the player off of the barrels. They use that smoke, extinguish the threat. Taco's still inside water, peeks upwards. Lots of support here in terms of CT rotators. Heaven already occupied, Graffiti already occupied, and every step of the way here, Evil Geniuses will hit resistance. So yeah, they've got 2 kills and a bit more damage, but that's it. 3 up from Godsent, leading 7-5.
Super solid. Yeah, nothing bad about it. 1 headshot, 1 CT, 1 Heaven. Really nothing for Godsent to be worried about. And as long as they can smoke that molly on headshot, they can just kind of keep so much pressure on EG, make it really hard for them to scale. And I like how Godsent, you know, they tried this opening tactic, and again, we don't know if they missed their smoke on purpose, but after they saw there was just no space taken and they had short control, they said, why don't we use it? We've got so many players here. Let's take a peek on short tunnel, and Automatic gets caught off guard. And from there, it's pretty much over. Pistols here now for EG. The kind of weakest buy we've seen so far. Everyone's been able to get a few upgraded guns in the past.
No deal, not even a smoke.
Yeah.
What is Stewie 2K without a smoke?
Oh.
Breeze though, P250.
Okay.
So the one thing they do have does work.
Yeah.
For a little something. And Dumao has a chance to leave. I feel like him being in here almost draws Henny forward, but again, shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be. Oh.
Well.
Oh. Ah, good distraction, but Cirque still just, he gets nabbed by a very hot shooting Henny. And Dumao has no reason to leave connector. He's been comfortable this entire time. 8th round here. Oh, okay, bro. Okay. Okay. Well, stick to the op.
Yeah, or maybe Breeze can. Let's. Oh, it didn't go high enough. They tried.
You ever seen that clip where somebody throws an op off of the outside of bathrooms and then it falls down onto graffiti at B site, and the CT who is down on B site, just an op falls on his head and he gets a free upgrade?
What a gift.
Yeah, gift from the heavens. Cirque loses it. Breeze, the god, tries to get rid of it.
Yeah, this game isn't over. It's been pretty competitive. There's been a couple mistakes both ways, but I think it's fitting that Godsent have a small lead here. They've shown a lot of good stuff. I think obviously also individually, Dumao, Barton have stood out quite a bit.
And you're gonna try to get into connector. I think that's something in the CT side that Godsent really haven't overplayed and could maybe have underplayed, is haven't been too demanding about connector control.
They missed their smoke again.
So this has to be intentional.
Oh, yeah. Now Automatic is watching for it.
Oh, come on.
Okay. Well, it's got him scared, and
Tons of damage.
You know you need 3 to boost there because you have to get 2 up on the sandbags first.
Yep.
And not only that, 3 players, there's never going to be 1 right side monster. So this is a huge positional grab here from Automatic just to walk out for free. But how much do they want to use it? There's always the chance that the CT's flash retake long or overstack behind it to hope the T's walk into this. And it's about time EG make a decision. Bomb is starting to go over to that side of the map. Flash does come through, but it's punished this time.
Clean. Automatic insta headshot.
Yeah.
And he looks to get himself a second. Sure enough, Barton doesn't see that one coming, doesn't hear it either.
That was really nice pathing. That's like, you know, player flashing on the right side, player pushing. Automatic takes them both out.
So, all Automatic, and like you said, I mean, perfectly highlighted, right? He feels the he can push into that pocket. A little bit of control made possible by the setup of Godsent, which he predicted and almost popped. Dumao, 2 health.
I wonder if the smoke that misses also served another purpose of holding off the angle that you could punish from. Because when they boost up, they can see by the fence.
Okay.
But they're also exposed to the left. But that's where the smoke lands.
Ah, right.
So it might miss on purpose in that way. But you can see Automatic trying to one-way it.
Yeah.
Couldn't exactly get in.
I was also thinking maybe a terrorist would play behind. It's almost like an invitation to play behind that smoke in case somebody peeks monster behind it, or you know, you can get behind. You can get away from any type of a push from short. You know, if Automatic is still 3 steps to his left.
So close, yeah.
Yeah. This is very interesting.
Yeah.
I think that's real evidence of possibly, like, you know, a very recent result of these 2 teams on this map. Can't say I watched the Dallas qualifier. But
Yeah, I didn't either. I'm thinking, you know, that one, because there's 2 things that happen at once. You'd think you wouldn't try it on a team that's already seen it. So maybe they used it on a match and EG never ran into it, or not sure exactly.
Looks like we got a reset here for the 15th round of the half. Everybody take a deep breath.
It's really hard to call, like, who's going to win this round.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I think we've seen good things from both teams.
Yeah.
I do think, like, we have a situation here where Godsent have gotten away with, like, the best possible round wins. If we bring up like the who won which rounds and how, it's perfect resets each time.
Oh, right.
Every single time. Two insta resets. So we've had to see Evil Geniuses with nothing but Glocks essentially on 2 separate rounds. We've seen them have to half buy right prior to those, you know, with everything that they could afford, 2 separate rounds. That's 4 rounds with a bit of an asterisk on them, like an advantage for Godsent. And those 4 rounds equal half of their current 8. So economically, Godsent have been given a good hand. Of course, tactically, I think they also looked really good, so well earned. No flukes.
Yeah.
And a couple of flubs. Evil Geniuses don't get their bomb plant earlier on. Aren't able to hold on to the post plant in the pistol. Nice back and forth, but this one will separate it. 15th is live, and Evil Geniuses almost killed Taco with a
How? Oh, they must have hit him with 2.
Yeah. Synchronized double dunk. And he has a bit of space here, but he's also, or was at least, very alone. Dumao's going to come lend him a helping hand as Cirque is killed. A second to connector. Easy does it.
They did that timing again. Around the 115, round 20.
Blow the door open?
Blow the door open, yeah. That's the play that I feel like Cirque was actually the first person to do this on NRG with Daps. That was honestly the first time I'd really seen it, and he was really good about that. But yeah, Godsent have been using this door timing against EG a couple times now.
Breeze looking at this bomb site. Got pretty close, but you can see Lotto already pretty cautious about it. And we get the deep long positioning from Taco as well. So smoke goes behind the two CTs. We got a double up on truck. Utility for the T side? No, just one flashbang from Automatic, so it's got to be this right now. Lotto, he dodged that flash. He's able to get the kill versus Stewie. That's bomb taken down. 3 immediate answers, though, out of Evil Geniuses, and a 2v2 to ice out this half. Fast flank from Dumao. Gets the better of Breeze. Bomb plant from Automatic, and he's cautious about a CT rotate, but both of the players are behind him.
And Henny didn't show himself when they both came out of stairs. Dumao took that fight alone, so Automatic is still paranoid about the CT rotator.
He'll hit a point where he has to turn his attention back the other way, and then suddenly, you know, it comes down to the pacing, the timing, the spacing between Henny and Co. The push onto the dice box. Automatic locked into this 1 versus 1, and Dumao's going to get that headshot for the defuse, and Godsent's 9th. Great half. Stellar CT stuff. Godsent going to be walking away with that one, and we'll see you after the break to see who closes here on Overpass.
Whoever is listening to this, Project Swarm has gone critical, and the Void World has now broken through. Our test subjects have been contaminated, and they need to be disposed of. I know it's a horrible thought, but this mess needs to be cleaned up. This is a time-critical mission. The faster you can neutralize the targets, the faster Project Swarm can be put to bed. Now, there's a good chance I haven't made it. So please tell Launders that I love him. Good luck.
Communications deactivated.
No! No! No!
Godsent showing some stellar CT stuff. A decent defense that'll put them nicely over onto that T side. They shall go. Launders, I still think I'm going to favor Godsent to close out this map, even though it's been very close and hard to tell.
Yeah, I think any lead between these two teams, even though this is a good map for EG, since Godsent have already won, I think is enough argument for me to feel to feel good. So I think, yeah, I'm with you. I feel like Godsent are in the driver's seat for the time being, and hey, another bomb plant here. Make a big difference. Retake's on from short this time.
The old 5v5 retake, but I like this. A boost next to heaven from Barton. Always a fun thing to do if you're not getting pressured at all from Graffiti. Just throw a player up there.
Taco's about to catch Cirque on short. We'll see. Oh, wait, Cirque sees him too, and Cirque will win the duel.
And all of a sudden, Dumao's losing teammates, so he decides to take things into his own hand, runs out through the other side of Monster, then gets killed by Breeze. Automatic off of the bomb. Ooh, woo. Lotto with the headshot inside of the smoke. Could have been enough if he's able to get around cover, but it is EG with the retake.
Quite quietly, we got Breeze climbing the scoreboard. Lots of key frags here and there. Not always on rounds one, but this is one where it matters. Look at these shots. That USP. One in heaven, good refrag. Very sharp today. Auto made that scary for a second, killing the diffuser. But that threat was quelled instantly. 7-9, how you feeling?
Yeah, you know, I never really believed in Godsent, and I like the looks of this force, but I like the pace of it. The tempo's looking good.
Caught by the nose flash.
Yep. Because of that flash, his crosshair just off of the mark. Like, you know, he moves that over a couple of feet, and I feel like Godsent are just running through a meat grinder. Instead, we've got Evil Geniuses lit on fire back here by Graffiti. Another post plant on the B site, this time man advantage.
2 smokes left here for Godsent, plus some other utility.
The rush. Oh, Stewie. Hot feet. And with it, Barton's just gonna edge him out here, looking for another kill. Both of these Mac 10s in quite the pocket position. A Heaven Peak feels like it would doom them, but the smoke needs to be waited out, and I think EG, they're gonna concede this.
Wow.
2 FAMAS and a scout save. Godsent, they run out Monster and just gun down Breeze, who, again, was so close to the mark.
It was all about spawns right there, because I think Breeze runs out as soon as he can. But we see the nose flash catch him as soon as he turns the corner, and I think he's hoping the nose flash already pops, maybe didn't hear it, and could have turned for it, but doesn't know when they're going to exit the smoke. So here we'll see Dumao turning from that exact same flash, and Breeze eats it right as he comes out into that angle. And then, man, I mean, when they got to the site with that first kill, they had 2 mollies, 2 smokes, and 4 flashbangs left over. They made that feel like they won that first round.
Man, it cost them nothing to get in, right? 1 flash, 1 Galil.
Yeah.
Everything after that, that's just
yeah, a couple of pants.
Pull up your pants and post up.
Yeah, exactly. Post it up like cement.
Nice nade, Cirque. Oh, wait, hold on. Better nade goes the other way. Cirque loves this grenade where he jumps on the garbage can and then it's like a parkour nade. You know, he uses his own velocity to chuck that bad boy all the way into the T-spawn, essentially. So, yeah, he'll go down to 52, but you know what? He does more damage. Mathematically, he won. Automatic, look at his support Breeze on long. Dumao with the Galil headshot, and suddenly Automatic's going to feel like he is stuck and stranded on this position. Will be given a chance to entirely leave, but he doesn't. He opts to go back towards front bath. Shadow advantage for him on the close peak. Meanwhile, down towards this tunnels, we've got Taco. Can't finish off Stewie 2K when he certainly should have, but luckily Lotto for Godsent will draw it back.
Yeah, and they just hold strong. They don't actually move too much, so even though that 1 kill goes down on the other side, they're holding on to A control all the while. I think Automatic and who was it with him? Oh, it was Breeze on that setup. Didn't have an idea of how many teams were still out towards A.
Cirque's going to be under pressure here. Utility falling all around him. Oh, and Henny even gets it through that smoke. So we've got Godsent with an excellent chance to just push on in. No contest whatsoever. EG concede again.
Yeah, again. Well, this round they were working with save guns already. Need to hang on to this M4.
Really?
Just gives it a shot. Ammo's free.
That is true.
Ammo's free.
Ammo is free. You miss every shot you don't take.
Who said that?
Michael Scott.
Michael Scott.
All right, Godsent. Pulling ahead, keeping Fami Launders. You see CTs save AKs. You ever seen T's save Famises?
Famises.
Famises.
Yeah.
Mr. Famiseeks. That one was a stretch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pensive Malik. Talked to Malik after the RMRs, and he said, you know, after they lost, it kind of freed up the conversations a lot, and everyone was more willing to talk about what is going wrong than they were before, where they were still kind of all set in their ideas of how the game should be played. So they're more open to kind of more radical change, which he was obviously like it's a disappointing result to lose the RMR, but it was also a relief because there's so many more events to think about in the calendar.
That's a positive way to think about it.
Yeah. Well, you know, Malik, always positive.
Godsent doing their due diligence. Utility to clear out corners. Pistol spam. Makes you nervous all of a sudden, but no threat really here. EG just taking some pot shots and hiding on their bomb sites.
It was cool. Yesterday, we did the interview with Stewie and Taco, and I said to Taco, you know, I've noticed a lot of the up-and-coming teams in NA use a lot of your nades and stuff. And I asked, you know, who comes up with the stuff, and he said he comes up with a lot of it, which was really cool. So Taco creating a lot of innovation with some young players. Also becoming the IGL.
Yep. Taking on a lot of the responsibility. He was also very optimistic about the Henny change and kind of the future of Godsent with that. Rush. Clean versus Barton. This is that one M4A1S. So if you want to win this round, it feels like it needs to hinge on Rush. They do a very good job of hunting him down.
We need to look at that spacing again, okay, when this round is over.
Sure. Once Lotto kills everyone with the FAMAS, you mean?
Yeah, when he mows them down with this, what's it called, actually? Commemoration. No.
I didn't. Yes.
Yes.
Commemoration.
I knew that.
Good job, Lotto.
So that specific position that Rush was in, he had the one rifle, he just got a kill, he's looking sharp. But what do we see from Godsent? Immaculate spacing. That was the same thing we didn't see from EG versus players in the exact same spot as Rush was. That should be a given that you approach like that every time. But there were moments where Godsent would win a trade, you know, with the player who was alone on the bin or just in the front of bathrooms, and then the second guy would get dinged or, you know, get a little damage off. But right here, you know, Henny's going on the approach. There's a guy on the other side of this wall swinging on him at the exact same time. So Rush, he's got his attention drawn from two angles. He's not falling back on utility. He's not got any teammates that can really support him there. All comes down to good trades, good spacing.
The team play on Godsent is commemorable. It's a good example of it. Buy back in from EG.
Commendable.
Commendable.
And memorable.
What did I say?
Commemorable.
Commemorable. Ooh, I snorted, sorry.
Commiserations for that one.
Commemorizations. All right. Cirque being left afloat here on long. Dumao got a dry contact? You know, there's actually been quite a few rounds, I think, where we've seen Godsent, and obviously mostly on the CT side, but just taking peeks without util. Just going for the dry swing, trying to find that timing, and, you know, doing it quick and convincing. They forced Breeze to miss an op shot, picked up frags off of the back of things like that, so keep an eye on it, see if they continue to do such shenanigans. Cirque will win the first fight within bathrooms. Barton's going to try to chase him down, but Dapper's not alone. But they are peeling back, and at the same time, Dumao presses close on long. Henny trades that as the two Ts come off of that long peak. Barton forced forward. Fire burns him to 33, and Cirque just dives into the bank. Barton, great distraction. Cirque's waiting for that repeat. So is Rush. They know he's in there, but they can do nothing about it. He pops back up, loses his head instantly. Taco now hunting this trade, sees the barrel of Rush push into the corner, but there's a second player. Yep, Stewie tucked in, kind of reversed what Barton did. Now Henny from 1v3 to the 1v2. Fast connector flank coming through. And Henny needs to get that bomb in.
He could plant on the truck, actually. We'll see. Oh,
survives the off shot. Now he needs to commit.
They're rotating around. That's his last chance. Now he's got to survive, actually. Second goes up. He dies after time. That was the worst of both worlds, Henny. If he committed to the plant, at least he doesn't lose money after he dies. And if they would be forced to peek him while there's still time on the clock. So probably should have stuck it. And yeah, if he didn't, kind of needed to dive one player, but knew he'd get swung on. So that'll be pretty detrimental to their economy at the moment. Setup was good for Evil Geniuses. I mean, everyone contributed here overall. No one's stressed, though. No one's worried. Map's still going.
Game on.
And look at that. Henny still has enough for another op.
What do you think about Henny with rifles? You think Henny's stuck on the op?
I think I mean, in terms of percentage of op kills, I don't have the stat on hand just from my memory. I feel like he like a lot of his kills, a high percentage were op kills.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call him a weak rifler because I just don't remember. I wouldn't say he is, but yeah, definitely more of a specialist. Like Art was the guy who was basically secondarying most of the time when he was playing on Freya.
Jump spot.
And you saw Godsent actually, they smoked the end of the door kind of as well. Tried to one way over the top of it, wait it out. So they take map control. CTs have given up almost everything here. Just intermittently boosting inside the B site to look over into short. A site is getting a lot of pressure, and man, there's no one outside bathrooms right now. This is not a good spot for EG to be in. The only thing they have going for them is the extra player coming over, but Henny takes out Cirque.
Yep, I was thinking about that. We had a very high chance at that op duel.
I think he might have been jump spotting the truck.
We'll check. Barton, he's going to be that front man. First point of contact, runs in. Good tracking, but at the same time, automatic gets away with one. And then as Barton comes through the smoke, he still falls to rush. So Godsent, very nice.
Nicely.
Pushed up close. You highlighted the issue, even with players there. Even though Godsent they literally had bodies in that bomb site. They had no control ahead of it. And with those smoke grenades, Godsent were on the site with EG.
Oh my god, I thought he did. Okay, still insane.
Okay.
I thought he hit the first flick, dude. Wow. But yo, that's a result of the pressure right there, right? There's three CTs in the site. And Circuit's jump spotting over the truck. I mean, they don't even see long.
Nope.
On top of not having control outside bathrooms. They know they're in a losing position if it's an A hit.
Yep.
And they still don't know. They don't have a monster push. They don't have stairs control. They don't have anyone looking at short. They're asking to lose. They're waiting to die. I mean, we all are. But at least you try to pretend not to.
Oh my god.
So I'm sorry to bring it there, but, you know, life comes at you fast. And I think EG showed us a good example of that.
So don't just wait around is the moral of the story.
No, go die faster. That's the take home.
In a blaze of glory.
Yeah.
Evil Geniuses gonna have to try and throw Breeze at Godsent here in this one. Round 22, and Godsent's lead very comfortably growing. A T side that's going swimmingly. But they anticipate some
and
kind of
they don't even have
aggression.
Phelps anymore.
Are you going for your Squidward laugh?
Yeah, I tried.
You nailed it the other day.
Can you do it?
Oh, nice shot, SpongeBob.
Could be Droopy Dog as well. That's close.
You're aging yourself. Oh, he can't get it, man. Could have been a beauty of a chance for Breeze, seeing as that duel was there very much on its own. 1v1, locked in. Simply hit the headshot, some would say.
Do better, as Pimp would say.
And now CTs can't even get that gun back, so they'll have a little campfire down on the B site. They can enjoy the dirty swamp water and the piles of trash.
Yeah. Must be in Toronto.
And meanwhile, Godsent will happily, merrily walk into this A site for free.
Just mosey on in.
14-8. Like it ain't even a contest.
Yeah.
Oh, he almost just team knifed.
Imagine how chaotic this game would be if you could steal your teammates' HP.
Ooh, vampiricism.
Yes.
There's got to be a CS game mode out there somewhere that does that.
Yeah. Warcraft 3
been?
mod.
Warcraft 3 mod.
Yeah. Would have it.
Imagine using the community browser. They want that AK. They got nothing to lose, so they try to throw themselves at it. Now they can have 2 AKs. Kill this guy, you can have 3 AKs. But there's not enough hands to hold those guns. So Stewie, uh-oh, he might not even get this one. Oh, cleared. Doom out. Gonna go ahead and leave only Cirque with the USP. Godsent lead by 6.
Nothing saved, nothing gained. But they have enough money to buy despite that. You lead Breeze in this spot. You got to trust him to just win it. I mean, there's nothing else going for the setup here with these other pistols, so it's worthwhile. The hunt down, the mow down. Godsent looking to get EG out of the BLAST Showdown in round 1.
Damn, man. And again, right, we kind of contrast the situations. Godsent didn't make the RMR. Godsent have been this kind of is their RMR in the sense that it's all North American teams and it leads into a large stadium event.
Yeah.
Godsent would love to put themselves in Lisbon, Portugal.
It's going to be amazing.
And EG, this would really just serve as like a continuation of losses out of the RMR, out of IEM Dallas qualifier, out of the Showdown, no spring finals, no mate. Like, what is then, when do EG play next?
I think then they're going to hire PIMP as GM and get Valda. Because I know that would be his first move.
Yeah, and then Carey next.
Oh. Okay.
Automatic with the repeat. Look at that.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Did Lotto just watch him?
Yeah, I don't even know if Lotto... I think Lotto was expecting him to swing a little wider.
He surely saw him on both sides of that, all right? But they instantly take over the B site. I mean, even though they know the CTs are not going to rotate over.
And a bomb plant.
This half of the site is theirs. Man, there's barely any retake. Oh, no, there is a retake utility. We've got a Molly on Rush and a smoke on Cirque.
Backing up.
Moving in quite slow.
Third of that bomb already gone. Good grenade damage as well. Just softens up the CTs as now they start to push outwards. Taco playing the pillar. Ooh, wins his fight versus automatic. Rush will answer Vidumao. And Barton now looking to lock this in from long, but Lotto could already have it in the bag. Stewie 2K with not enough time for the clutch. Gives it up, and Godsent, folks, find 15.
They found 15 real early. Real early in this game. Only 8 rounds here for EG. And another round where it's an aggressive A setup that gets punished by the other team walking out monster. We saw EG do the same thing to Godsent early on. B retakes are entirely possible. Oh, that one looked...
Ooh, that was off.
Hey, was it?
That was off. Yeah, just over the shoulder. Just a little...
I thought it was right in the...
Nope.
Okay. Doom out 24 and 12. Definitely a standout player in the whole server.
Yep, feels that way.
Yeah, past 3 months, really good. Today, really good.
Seven map points. Evil Geniuses. Stewie himself says this is our best map.
He kind of said it with a smile on his face because obviously their whole map pool is losing right now. But this is the one, good match they had versus Liquid.
Yeah, it gave him a little confidence. This wouldn't be the first time, though, that Godsent are able to get the better of him.
Well, that's the opt-down.
Sir, Cirque not having the best of maps in contrast to Dumao. It was a 16-6 for Godsent when they last played. Slight improvement here for EG, but now fighting versus their life on Overpass in a 4v5. They've got 2 bodies stacked up outside of the B site, MP9 and a FAMAS. And the rotators still a little preoccupied with the thought of an A site hit. So
the op got ferried over to the A site.
Mm-hmm. Godsent ready to just crack open this one. Breeze, that SMG is going to have to do something wonderful. He starts to fire it off. Puts Rush into a good place to peek. Dumao then done. Rush doing a good job of just playing around the pillar. He's done his job and then some. Bought just enough time for Stewie to put this op in place. Bomb crosses over, and Godsent are now comfortably in this post plant with a smoke to exit as well. So suddenly Stewie, he's hunting for frags, but he can find no victims. He'll find no openings. And it's not any easier for Automatic, who's going to have to push through this right into the crosshair of Dumao, who is playing superbly on Overpass. Wow. It is Godsent with the victory. They will steal this away from EG and push this series to Mirage, where they could, very likely, 2-0 and send the Geniuses home.
Who could actually become the #1 team in the world? If I had to pick a dark horse, it would definitely be Complexity, which is my own team.
I think Fnatic, Shmulia has just been on this interesting career path for such a long time. I mean, you don't want to curse it, jinx it or anything.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
The dark horse of the season, and we're talking the year-long 2022 Counter-Strike. Who's supposed to be catching us off guard as a team? Mathieu, I'm going to put you in the hot spot. We're going to kick this off. Dark horse 2022.
Look, I feel like dark horses was always the hardest category for me to pick a team because it's kind of counterintuitive. You have to pick a team that you wouldn't pick.
I think that it's going to be Furia.
Furia is a team I don't really think of, but are actually extremely strong.
They have a good lineup right now. They brought Safe, who is a great player.
He's such an interesting player. He was so strong with pain gaming. He comes into Furia. You add Yuri and Kisarado together with that guy. You liberate Art from that primary upper role that now Safe can do. And suddenly you have the absolute recipe for success, I feel like. They made top 8 at the major with Vini and Drop. Now they change, they bring in Safe, more firepower. They bring fire in general. For me, Furia is going to be in the top 8 this year, easy peasy.
A lot of people are really hyped for the new G2 roster. I think the FaZe roster, I would probably say a team like FaZe maybe, is probably like, I don't know if I can call it a dark horse, but I think they're looking really scary on paper as well. Like, I have my concerns about if they can actually be #1 in the world and if they can be that steadily. So that would be a surprise for me at least. So for me, they are like the dark horse. For me, I think I'm pretty sure that both G2, Vitality and Na'Vi and Gambit is going to be doing extremely well in 2022.
Yeah, now my pick seems a little bit, maybe I'm region biased. Okay, so if we had come into this, if we had come into this conversation thinking just North America, then I think that I want to just take this period right before the start of the year to turn the spotlight onto Complexity.
A swing and a miss for EG on their own map pick, and a T-side where Godsent would only drop 2 rounds. The Brazilians step up as we head towards their own pick coming into the second map of this series. I want the TLDR of this one, Jacob. What do you think the main strengths were for Godsent coming into this map?
I think they were a better team. I think they were playing better together. I think they enabled each other to control this game pretty much from the get-go. Obviously, first half was a bit back and forth. You could argue that EG were part of that game, but I always felt that, especially in the buy rounds, you know, in the full rifle rounds, that they were just one step ahead of EG. Looked like they were the better team, had the best player on the server, and Dumao as well. So when you check off the list of what do you want to work out for you, I think Godsent had a lot of that going for them.
Yeah, it really was the T side where we really got to see the super strengths for Godsent coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were actually using all assets on the map. They were all over. They went A, they went B, they took map control. They had no issue. They seemed really, really comfortable, and I felt like their team chemistry was on point. And if you put it in comparison with EG, I don't know. I just want to give them a hug.
Yeah, show them some love after that map performance. I love how you say that they were using kind of all facets of the map when we were talking about Godsent. They're going A, they're going B, because something you picked up particularly about EG was this kind of fixation towards the A side that wasn't always working out for them.
Yeah. It was really unusual because I feel like most of the time when we see T sides on overpass, I mean, of course we see teams taking space on A because that's just necessary in your defaults if you want to end late B, which is so common. But they were just sticking automatic in short B, and then even if he died early round, they were still coursing 4 people up through A, multiple rounds. And I was really curious as to why that was the thing. I don't know if it was just a preparation thing ahead of Godsent based on their last overpass match together, but it was really curious.
Yeah, they seemed a bit fixated on that and almost like wanted to force it to work in a way. And they got close a couple of times, and then you get that, I guess, false sense of confidence that you were close. If you just change this one way of doing it, or you throw this flash or this smoke instead, then it's going to work out the next time. But at some point, again, you know, there's a limit to how many times you can keep running the same thing over and over again and expect a different result.
And when we talk about that success, particularly from Godsent coming into that second half, that started off with a nice little eco play, which you've got for us, Ben.
We do have a bit of an eco play for you guys, and it's a bit of a special one in the sense that it was pretty early on EG realized, oh, this is not going too well. Breeze getting caught off guard with an M4A1 right here, and you just see the train of Godsent coming in, using the utility, using the spacing, using everything they can to cut off EG from the bomb side. Molotov goes down towards CT spawn. They isolate another duel right here. Rush gets a kill, but it doesn't matter because this Molotov is just going to force him out in the open where he ends up dying, and that's it. At this point, EG, they have to take a decision. Do we want to go for it, or do we want to save? The smart decision, that's why it's an eco play right here, is to save because it gives them another chance the following round to make the damage good again. Unfortunately, they weren't able to, and from this point on onwards, it was clear to me that, okay, Godsent, you were the better team in the first half, and you're just going to run away with it in the second.
And from that point onwards, we only saw EG netting one more round on the board as well, which is kind of painful, though, you know, you were saying that you're sort of saying Godsent were the better team in that first half. We were still seeing players like Breeze really stepping up, and it just kind of seemed to stop coming into that CT side.
Yeah, it's a little weird. You know, I think you used the right word, Jacob, earlier when you said it felt forced, you know, and there is like a certain like essence around this team right now when they're playing that feels as though like things are forced. Honestly, if I was working behind the scenes with EG, I would say, guys, let's go on a retreat. Let's go on a weekend vacation and just get a reset together. Yeah, and build some chemistry together. And just like let the pressure just fall off the shoulders, because this is what I really think this kind of a team needs. And then get back into the server, fresh start.
And I think that's a really good point just in terms of the pressure, and something that we were having a bit of a chat about in the green room, the pressure that's been on the shoulders of EG, and so many eyes on them consistently saying, you know, we need to see more from you guys, otherwise you haven't really proved yourself as a team. Do you feel like that's having an effect on them kind of mentally when they're coming in game after game?
Of course, because right now to them, there's nothing that stopped the momentum. Like, momentum is such an issue in professional play. I mean, you're especially in Counter-Strike, you're playing constantly. It's qualifier, and then it's event, and then it's event. And when you don't have an event or a qualifier, you're practicing. So this momentum actually never ends. And it's so important that you drop a steel wall right in front of that, especially when it's not going in the way that you want it to. It's not in your favor. If you're winning, that's different. That's a momentum you want to keep up. But we need to find a way to stall this.
Yeah, no, and it's a very difficult task for when you're coming in and having that much pressure on your shoulders consistently as well. I love that we did get to see some highlight moments from Breeze. Is he somebody that you're looking at now coming into Mirage, particularly as that was Godsent's pick coming into the second map of this series?
No, I'm tired of talking of individual players when it comes to EG. We had this discussion many times. The team is not working right now. It's not one player's job to bail them out of these issues, right? You can point towards Breeze and say, yeah, you should do better. You can point towards Zerg and say, yeah, you should have more than 8 kills on your favorite map in Overpass. There's so many issues right now in terms of like your individual performances that one game, sure, Automatic will play well, but that doesn't necessarily mean that EG is going to win the game. I need to see them come together as a team, find that synergy with each other. And as you said, you know, it's not like these players have forgotten to play Counter-Strike. They just don't know how to work it out together right now. And until they realize that, it's going to be a rough ride for them.
And that's another reason why EG might need a little bit of a hug. We did hear from Scrawny the fact that that was their favorite map that we just saw in Overpass. Of course, we are now going into Mirage. We can see the betway odds of exactly how the lay of the land is lying. Favoring Godsent, unsurprisingly, coming into this one. What do you think the reason is why it might be favoring Godsent coming into this? Any things that you've noted from them on Mirage in particular, or anything you're expecting?
Honestly, I don't really think it's a map-dependent choice. I think it's just because of the role that Godsent has been on. They just feel cleaner. They feel like a healthier team. And that's, to me, that's the way that the odds sway. So coming into Mirage, I mean, we've talked about Mirage actually a good bit today, and we know how explosive this map is and how fun it is to watch. I mean, you can see the most beautiful mid-rounds when it comes to Mirage. So I don't know. I mean, I'm going to throw it out there again and say, I hope I get to see a really great experience from the EG side, but who knows?
It is kind of interesting, right? You look at Godsent right here, the win rate the last 3 months, 0%. It is Godsent who picked Mirage going up against EG right here. You think to yourself, could that really be true? I guess the context behind that is the Godsent, yeah, they play a lot of Mirage, played it 4 times the last 3 months, but it's against the best of the best from Europe, against teams like Players, you know, the ex-Gambit roster, etc., etc. So despite them losing, they still feel comfortable. But this is also a point I want to make right now. You're going in against a team like EG, and you're picking a map you have not won the last 3 months. You have a 0% win rate on it. That's how little they respect EG right now. They just want to play to their own strength, and they're not giving any damns about it.
Yeah, Godsent definitely bringing in some BM into this best of 3 series, and potentially the final stop here for EG. If they lose this one, they are out of the gauntlet of the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. We're going to see exactly how it goes down on Mirage after this break.
Lisboa, Portugal.
Lisboa. Yo, I can't wait.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
I hope we're invited.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
I hope we qualify. Godsent there would be pretty cool too.
They're working on it, man. They're a single map away from eliminating EG. I believe the winner of this actually has to play the winner of Furia versus ATK. So you got to beat Furia as well. Whoever wins this one's going to have their hands full all the way, because this is the cutthroat showdown.
Yep.
We don't give you second chances. We don't give you participation medals.
No sticker stars. No kisses on the forehead.
We give you a ticket home. That's all you get.
That's it.
Unless you go all the way to Lisbon. And there's only one spot for a North American team and one spot for a European team. EG and Godsent on Mirage.
On Mirage. Man, 0% win rate here for Godsent, and they pick Mirage, and they have Vertigo coming up as a map to fall back on that they've already beaten EG on. On Mirage, they have a 28% T-side win percentage.
That's pretty bad.
That's really low.
That's horrible.
For one that you would pick in a veto for yourself.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize how crazy that is, but at least we get to see Godsent start T-side.
I think I said on Overpass that Godsent were coming in as heavy favorites to Mirage.
To Mirage?
And I said that about a map that they have a 28% win rate on T-side.
And they haven't won ever.
Maybe don't believe everything I say.
Yeah, this will be breaking new ground. I mean, EG win about half the time the past 3 months, which is a lot better than never. But I mean, it would just feel horrible, I think, if EG lost this map now. Just trying to do math.
You're gonna go for the cat play first. Automatic up in the lot. Oh, you didn't clear it. You thought you cleared it, but you did not. And you pay the cost, Barton. He's a dead man. Top of stairs from Taco, shut down. So this is going very well for Evil Geniuses. They've only just now taken their first bit of damage. And by the looks of things, it's not even Godsent with a kill. Is it too late to change their pick?
Well, they have Vertigo. They won Overpass. And they have Vertigo. So
it's not a...
But I mean, this is way more interesting.
It is.
I mean,
100%.
we get to see why they picked Mirage. So the problem with practice is that you get confirmation. Not confirmation bias. That wouldn't be the right term to use.
False confidence.
False confidence, because everyone's better in scrims. So a lot of players don't like referencing practice. It's a bad omen. You should never reference your practice. In fact, we always used to say good scrims, good scrims, bad matches, you know. Better to lose the scrims. That's where you learn. So, catch 22, right? Because you don't want to play the match if you,
Oh my god.
You had to work for that one. You don't want to...
I wasn't going to say anything, but if he got that bomb plant, man, I would have...
Well, you know what? I'm sure he was on him.
I would have had some choice words.
It's catch 22.
No. Okay, sorry. I thought they were replaying that same thing.
No, it was
it was Cirque. It was Cirque. Rush, very nice tap.
You don't want to play the map unless you win your scrims. But if you win the scrims, you're probably going to lose the match.
Okay.
So that's why you got to practice live. That's why you got to pick Mirage. That's what I'm saying.
All right. I like your logic.
So maybe they lost scrims and picked Mirage. Oh, that'd be 5-head.
I don't know if I believe in your logic, but I like you're trying to make something here.
Thank you. Let's leave it at that.
Flashes come through. Rush. Yep. Gets Taco before he can lock himself into the archway. And there's support here for Rush. But what is this? The apps play into Cat, into mid. And, well, Henny will pick up the only kill so far. Last man's going to be Lotto. And he falls down into the lying weights of Stewie 2K. Godsent jumped out apartments and down Cat. That's pretty cool.
They're trying to get that window rotator over to B.
Go for it.
Only go back to mid.
So clearly, it is a 0-2 situation for Godsent, but I already see plans. That was just an eco round. Something that was going very well for them on Overpass. CT and T side was just this game plan, right? They had strategies within each round, and it was never really repetitive. So if we're 2 rounds in and they're already throwing out some weird rotates, I'm very curious about what they'll have to offer us on Mirage, but I'm more curious about the gun rounds. So let's sleep on this one. 2 Desert Eagles, 2 P250s, not even a flashbang for Godsent.
I'm with you. Seen some cool stuff already. Ideas.
We've already established tonight, ideas are easy. You need that execution.
Not necessarily easy, but at just half. Just not the whole thing.
Ideas are not enough. You need execution.
Yes.
A little slow one here from Godsent. Really squeeze the lemons.
Actually, I was reading the Money Store, the Bezos book.
Okay.
And he said that
you gave Jeff Bezos more money?
He leaned more into execution for sure. He said it's worth way more.
Right.
Oh, we knew that before he said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't need to.
He's not even the richest man in the world, so.
We'll see about that.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Right, Team Blue Origin, huh?
Well, just saying, Tesla stocks.
I'd send you to space.
I'm already out of this world. Taco has arrived at the top of Connector. And believe it or not, everybody's dead. Who would have thought that Godsent weren't going to be able to get anything going with just some measly pistols?
It's all about this round. Taco's brain is pounding right now with the ideas. And we're about to see it all come to fruition after all their scrims. Their 16-3 loss versus players. Their 12 rounds versus movie stars. Their 14 rounds versus Team 1. And finally, their 11 rounds versus ENCE.
The only one that really impresses me there is 11 rounds versus ENCE.
Yeah.
PIMP tried to sell me snake oil. AK's pressed up on Palace.
Fake mid control into Hall's pop.
Could be well timed. Could succeed off of the back of that. Here it comes, pushing out from Palace. Bree is going to press close on smoke. Dies to Lotto. Circ very quickly, looking to collapse in from stairs, though. And again, the trade's going better for Godsent. That one's the one that makes the difference here. Dumao into the 4 versus 2 off of his second frag of the round. Stewie 2K preparing to peek off of Ticket, but he eats that flash and has to hold. So do Godsent. They wait. Stewie's got a teammate here as well, just playing counter flash, so we'll see if any more utility comes flying in. Meanwhile, Taco is carving out a path through B site, just looking for confirmation, and that's obviously going to keep Godsent on high alert. They're worried about Ticket. They're worried about A. They've got no clue where Rush has gotten off to. Taking Stewie down just gives them massive numbers advantage, but the health's not quite there.
They can plant opposite triple off of this as long as they hold on to jungle, but they also just can let Rush try to expose himself, at least get confirmation on where he is before even planting. Still lots of time to do it, and they're posted up. And Rush is maybe assuming they've either left the side or, you know, it's kind of like a situation where there's not much counterplay here for Rush, but he gets the first. Oh, Lotto almost dies. I have to say, though, Dumao is an absolute weapon, man.
Yeah.
His entries, his consistency throughout Overpass, he has been fantastic. And this is the first, really important kill. Recognizes where the smoke comes in from. Oh, sorry, that's Lotto. And then Dumao gets, I think, 2 following entries. Just snap up into stairs. But that last round of Overpass, he got hit down to 24 HP and then killed 3 more players. All headshots. I mean, he's a gamer.
We respect gamers around these parts.
Absolutely.
Fast moves towards mid, Godsent. They dodged the contest that Evil Geniuses threw this way in the previous round. Just dogpiled A site instead, and for the most part, they're looking to hit that once more, but this time with this added layer of a connector player in the form of Taco. Dumao's already worked his way past Sandwich, did not get caught by Breeze back on Ticket, and he even gets a double. Nicely done from Dumao. Lotto's gonna give cover, keeps Barton up on top of Palace, a pinned Ticket. This is just perfect from Godsent.
Yeah, they had no idea what was happening right there at all. What we saw just now was Godsent pasting the exact same round, like nades-wise, in the opening setups, except sending 2 mid to go fast down towards connector, which is a pretty normal thing to do, but EG never saw them do that, and they didn't have any tabs on anybody coming out of A. So we had 2 players in the most vulnerable spot possible at the top of connector, exposed to palace, exposed to A-ramp swing around stairs, and exposed to mid. And both those players had no idea where any T's were. Damn. It was like the last round, but just with a little extra juice. And they might not have even needed it.
Yep, and that's the thing with Godsent right now, dude. They round to round, they're fun to watch. They're just these little variations, these little tidbits of success. It's just nice. It's good CS. It looks like a team who's been practicing a lot and who didn't get a chance to show what they had at the RMR. You know, like this is, I don't want to say like they're comparable in terms of, you know, grandeur, but this is their RMR. This is their chance to rebound from that and not being there.
Yeah, I think it's not crazy to say that just because they didn't qualify to the RMR. It doesn't mean they wouldn't have played well at the RMR.
Yeah. You know, they just, during the open qualifiers, had some struggles. They recognized it, made a roster change. Now this fresh face of Godsent doing well versus EG here on Mirage.
Where's Rushy? He's, oh, he's inside a window. Okay, the one gun of the round. So Godsent, we're going to attempt the full B now, just walking it back over to towards mid. They don't maybe know how little EG have to work with here. But, of course, as we can see, ending A is not a bad idea.
I'm going to push into the palace, but will it be timed quick enough? Can get a little pocket of control here, Breeze. Something to play around with. Rush still not on the right side of the map. Barton gonna flash towards Ticket.
They're cooling. They got the Molly on Palace, smoke CT spawn, bomb, VIP access up the stairs.
Time's making it a little bit nervous, but ultimately there's tons of players here, so they're gonna give cover to everyone. There goes the A1S. Irretrievable for Evil Geniuses. And Cirque, poor guy. Dude, he waited there for a chance to drop someone with a pistol. Gets wall-banged. Never even looked outwards. Breeze is going to slide out from Palace, gets the head of Taco, and Dumao is going to bring that one back. So a little bit of success here for EG. A picked up gun from Automatic. And then there's Rush's A1S also recovered. So yes, it is Godsent. 3 consecutive round wins, but at least EG saved 2.
Yeah, real solid. Basically just a dry run. Get all their nades in place. Not much resistance from EG. Which is another thing, you know, playing in vanilla positions in a round like that will only lead to this type of outcome if the team is going to have a solid default and do things carefully. So why did Circuits abandon CT spawn? Because there's nothing else to watch inside the site. They're looking for fights to take, basically. And everyone's in regular positions besides Breeze up in the Palace. But Godsent wouldn't have it any other way.
And you get extra bullets, so use them.
Use them. They're free.
You know, I like to say shoot more, say less.
You know, people talk too much. Not enough shoot.
Whoa, Stewie. He's gonna lose 25 health to a few shots through smoke. Here it is, Evil Genius's CT sides, hoping to stabilize.
Stu kind of hoping to catch this lurk up in a connector. Oh man, Taco's making so much progress. Man, they did this fast. Oh, that Molly's so tricky because it's still going. Yep. It goes up the right side.
2 kills for Evil Geniuses and a double right back. That is really nice pathing. Very good utility usage. Made a perfect pocket for that play from Taco. Again, an example of preparation, planning.
And I think specifically dry running. You know, they just...
Yeah. And so far, execution here. But it is still 3v3, so retakeable moment here from Evil Geniuses. They got a couple of smokes to also work with. Flashbang comes out from Godsent, tries to disrupt this. Cirque posts over bricks. CTs throw one piece of utility on site, but it doesn't cover the bomb. Barton loses his head. We've got a flank from Taco. The same guy who came running up connector last round now sees one. just goes ahead, guns down Cirque. He loses his ramp player, but Taco, that's a fake tap. Rush can't get back on it, and with that, Taco's flank locks in the round.
Oh, and an amazing second kill from Taco, too. He had to flick wide for that. That was a trade EG needed, and they couldn't grab it. That was the difference between a defuse and a lost round. And that's, yeah, it's just not great. Man, this game, I mean, scoreline is one thing, but EG looked really lost. I mean, they have absolutely no answer to this mid control. And not only do they not see anything in mid, they don't think it's going to transpose into an A hit, top connector. And the real irony of it, 2 rounds, we had EG playing 2 in connector. You know, very low info. So, yeah, nothing real nice to say here for EG at the moment.
A part of me just really doubts they expected to play this.
Yeah, that's totally possible.
I really don't think. Yeah, I think Godsent, that is what they really caught them off guard with this pick. That's what I'm suspecting. But this is a good call from EG to at least stack up this A site. Good couple of kills, make it a 3rd Breeze with the 1 deke. But again, the trade fragging is so efficient from Godsent. That's even something that we praised them on Overpass. The pacing and the spacing between their players is always very well in tuned with one another.
Super tight.
Great pack mentality, and they just go ahead and disengage from this A site. They feel like there's way too much going on, too much of a threat, already too many losses. There's these 2 players here on Palace. One flies up. We see that. Stewie gunning down Henny point blank. Breeze, nice deke. Doom out trades.
Look at the value they got out of that under balk Molotov.
They came back.
Yeah, yeah. And the CTs are still just waiting here, looking to play together. Rush tucked into Palace. That'll be tough to even score a plan in this position. They're really hoping the site's empty, so Rush ready to kind of unleash.
I think it's going to be Cirque to challenge from Ticket.
I think that was a 4-3 moment. Duma just saw him on the corner of his screen, but I'm not sure Rush even spotted him.
They can't stop plant. Dumao, he's going to now know where Rush is at with the gun. Oh, tries to just transition that instantly. Does take Cirque down low, and he gets it. That is Godsent on fire. The hot hands of Dumao.
Man, they had him in that triangle formation right to the back at default. No trade there. And Dumao is too much of a beast to not, you know, get that double peek off if possible.
Look, he was ooh, imagine.
Jesus.
Gets back into the cover, resets the accuracy, chip damage, holds, waits, re-peeks, perfect. Just.
And he plays like he has 100 HP all the time. Right there, could have tied to a couple of shots. Cirque got nothing off it. 5 in a row here for Godsent. I mean, I think EG need to play Cat more often, and they should probably try to take aggressive mid-control once or twice as well. At least once. Because Godsent are using it against them, even when they're not there. Basically every single round, EG are just instantly guessing. Like, they're watching the back of window already. 3 players rotating over towards B. And I think they busted open the grate, so this could be even worse for them.
Oh,
Jesus.
It's Barton to get that kill. So 2 players peeking into connector.
Just up connector again.
Oh, spot. Oh. Okay, Barton.
Off the bench.
Dude, Taco locates them, and Barton just executes them. Circle will go ahead and at least stop the player from pushing past his ticket, but already bomb planted, 2 versus 4 situation. And within connector, we've got this smoke now just fading. Automatic hasn't had eyes on anything. This is Godsent with a 6th round win, locked in, no doubt.
This is ridiculous.
Bro, Barton, it's like you know how snipers work with spotters?
Yeah.
That's what Taco was. Calling out these targets and Barton just popping heads.
I actually didn't know that, but that's really cool.
Yeah. That they work with spotters. They work in pairs, like us.
Yeah. When I'm on the bench.
We're like
spotting.
snipers, you know?
Yeah. Man, they're getting up connectors so fast. I hate to be such a negative Ned right now, but
it's better than being a positive Priscilla.
Because then you'd be named Priscilla?
Yeah, people out here being named Priscilla.
That was clean.
I want to see this.
But that was their A defense. That was their connector defense. A guy on ticket.
Right? Yeah, another round where it's just like Is that the solution?
That's like a 3v3, you know, like a mid-round, late in the round situation that you have someone peek off ticket to fight into connector. Not your first line of defense. Have they even played on CAT a single time?
I don't think EG were ready for this.
Man, what's going on? I mean, they play Mirage. They're not not even doing regular stuff that they should be doing. That's the only thing. But it's true that there's
regressing.
Very hard veto to predict. That's for sure. In terms of preparation, this has been a nightmare for Malik. You know, how could they know this was coming?
How could you know a team would pick a map that they've never won?
Yeah.
That does sound crazy when you say it out loud.
Yeah.
But that very same team is currently on fire. 6-round win streak coming out of Godsent's T side. Map up already. And a buyback on the cards for EG. You called for a little bit more mid-aggression or cat play. Well, we just got that fast boost. Cirque thrown into it. And with Stewie peeking out from bottom connector, it feels like that timeout with Malik's input has very much highlighted a need to emphasize mid. But they still don't find a fight there.
But they have the top. Look at Cirque right now. He's here to catch Taco in this position on the lurk. And they're still watching A, so they don't have to watch their back.
All right.
Which is really important.
See if that works out. Taco's... Oh my God. You can hold all the angles in the world, but Taco with the drive-by and an instant play into this A site. Flash comes out from connector. Barton dodges that, and the ticket player is dead. This is perfect again.
Cirque has to hit those, man. Oh, dude, look what happens. The CTs have to come back to mid to refrag.
To deal with Taco, because he's just locked into this position. Dumao, dangerous game. Now Rush, with his smoke soon to fade, will be stuck in the open versus Dumao, but he leaves. They're just trying to hang on to this. You are 100% right. Cirque had to hit that op shot. I mean, it was so locked in. You're on full alert. It's all you're waiting for.
Yeah.
It's all you're waiting for.
And your A site depends on it. You know, they can know that the A hit's coming again, but now, that was clean.
It's at least an op grabbed here for Stewie, so sniper saved on the EG side, but
now we don't even get to see if EG set up the round perfectly.
Watch this, man.
The best part about this was they did take mid control for a second, but didn't overstay their welcome. Then fell back to the A site because they knew, okay, it's probably going to be an A site hit with this distraction on mid because Godsent have been trying to condition us.
Yep.
But then that one piece they have at the bottom of Cat that's holding their mid guy dies, and now we don't even get to see if the setup would have paid off. There's still a world where Godsent win despite Cirque getting this kill, but we don't even get to see EG, you know, or Godsent push to that point.
Rush thrown into the apartments, then suddenly Henny's here with an op, so again, Godsent just trying to keep things fresh. Still that AWP on Stewie 2K, but it's over in jungle, and with the bomb not far in tow, feels like Godsent could just sprint into this one. Stewie's now coming over into the market. He throws himself outwards, but already this utility's starting to just blanket the site. Stewie 2K, nice first one. 50 health still left on him, but everybody else is a bit slower. Held back by an incendiary, I assume. They're gonna try to push their head all the way forward, but there goes Taco. Cirque's pistol prevails. He's gonna hear this rotate running back. We'll see if the CTs can scramble.
Well, they do have connector. A site's wide open. CTs have not rotated back yet.
Cirque almost dead. Dumao's gonna come clear him, and that one's easy. There is a potential here for the cat peek. Remember, the op is coming on Stewie, but Nanny takes down automatic first. Breeze gets past bench, called out. Oh my God, if only he could have gotten both, but it's a little too much to ask for. And suddenly now, they're just not gonna show themselves to Stewie. Godsent, even when things don't go their way at the B site, even when they get separated because of that incendiary and Stewie 2K gets the first kill, they just have such a quick answer. No hesitation in that movement, and they get right back into that little opening that was offered from EG to win this round on A.
Yeah, no rotation back through spawn or anything like that. They just had Cirque stayed in the window. Yep. Everybody else stayed on B, including the op. The Molotov was really good from EG, but honestly, maybe it was too good. They didn't want to leave the B site, so they kind of wanted them to just commit afterwards. And Godsent just felt like they didn't have any option but to make this last-second move. Let's run through underpass. And you never want to do that because if you know there's cat players, they're just listening the whole time. But there was no response. They just the whole time, but there was no response. They just ran the whole time.
You know, Breeze did go to ticket eventually, kind of comes out of the site, gets one kill, but
that was
bomb's
late.
already planted. Yeah, exactly. You know, 5-6 seconds sooner, maybe we're talking, but...
And it's like with pistols, the reason why they're the scariest is because they are willing to just gamble and rotate as much as possible. That's also why it's easy to kind of get them to move on fakes. But in that situation, I think, is when it's particularly scary, knowing that, oh, this might flood to the other site now that we move, whereas rifles might not have. But they're kind of playing like they had some. So another full buy after a huge streak of rounds here from Godsent. We wrap up this first half. The triple nade into connector to try to punish any peek, and CERT posts up on his angle with less support here, just gets this really important line to the top of mid. Gonna try to hold this again, and that helps. You know, we've seen a lot of lurks come out at mid. Actually, okay, here's where there could be some interference. So CERT's position is really bad when you don't have bench control, because that's the guy who comes up and peeks him. So it's really important for the connector guys to keep underpass on lock. And as long as CERT walking top mid, you can hold on underpass pretty easily. And it looks like Godsent are going to respect this. And after they pull off that threat, they got EG to pull back. We have 2 flashbangs left for EG.
Incendiary on Rush,
incendiary, okay.
But, I mean, that's still a stretch. 35 seconds left. Dumao gonna lose his duel. An automatic, easy pickup versus Barton, but it's really this B site that's under question. Rush is concerned with Cat. He's gonna hear these footsteps starting to sprint in. CERT will find Lotto. Now this should be locked in. 1 versus 5 from Taco, nothing. 5 alive for EG. They've got something of a CT side.
That's pretty solid. Led the clock down, forced a decision. It's clear that Godsent don't like ending B as much as A. Had come some struggles for even getting a bomb plant over on the B site. And here it was the quick play to the top of connector. Automatic is ready for it. They find 2 frags at the same time. And everything's very sound.
Nice and clean. No chaos there, no carnage. I mean, there was never even an opening for Godsent. So the hot streak is put to an end. Still 8 rounds in a row on a T-side barrage. That's just... wasn't even close, but look at this. Affinity for B-site, maybe. We're going to get numbers early on. Maybe changing with the tempo, change up the pace. CERT will allow Taco by at least. And Taco, he gets killed by it. CERT with the 2 kills. Ooh, trying to flick upwards. He landed that shot, folks.
One in the leg.
Dumao wounded. And Henny hoping somebody walks into his op. CERT falls away. Doesn't want to play too pressed. Oh, nice headshot. CERT is very much coming alive now, but Lotto will end him. 1v4 needed at this point. And he's got to get that bomb back. Oh, wow. Can't believe he wins that. But the nade will find him. Rush going to end this with Ordnance and CERT, man of the round.
Yeah, CERT's woken up. He's definitely back. That was a sick round. He hit 4 shots here. 1 wasn't a kill, but a tag through the wall. And crushed Taco, who was about to get all up in his business, getting into the market. That was a huge flick as well. We talk about CERT a lot because the expectations are high. You know, when you look at him, it seems like he was born to play on the op. He's super fast. He's got great movement. And he's got some real good peaks, but...
It's the inconsistency that makes the question mark.
It was only sitters. You know, it wasn't even that he was in bad spots this game, just missed some easier shots. And, well, at least now, Godsent, they're out of money. They invest fully.
EG figuring this out, but still not many rounds to win, so they've got to take everything they can get. Breeze with the easy 3K spray down. CERT comes through with the Taco frag, and Henny, ooh, he's got a little more left in him. He's got the utility as well to keep fighting. Flashes CERT off of the angle. He's going to know that the rotators must have come over by now. And he's got plenty of time to piece together this clutch. Underhands the flash.
He is a bit of a clutcher, isn't he?
Still has a smoke. He can smoke off connector, and then suddenly just all he's got to worry about is CERT. Cirque has zero support here unless the CTs decide to push through that. Instead, Rush is going to take a route through window. Automatic gives this one a little chance to breathe. And Henny, I like this, man. Nice movement trying to figure out the angles. Goes for the open plant. No peeks. Swings it. And he's piecing this together, sure enough, man. He's got a fight versus Cirque and CT spawn. Cirque just tries to get away. Another flash thrown out. Cirque in the corner gonna get his kill, but dude, tell me Henny wasn't making that, like, you know, just a little bit of a furrowed brow from EG.
He's solid in the clutch.
Yeah.
He definitely figured out where they were, and yeah. But they made it as hard as possible to win.
And in doing
Cirque
so,
was
they
very
closed
smart
it.
not to just kind of come into that fight.
I mean, like, Henny made no mistakes there. He was just, you know, caged in step by step.
Yeah. So, well, they actually go into a force-up, a force-up again.
Let's see it.
Yeah, so they could have saved and had a better buy this time. Maybe that was an economic mistake here from Godsent, but of course, hindsight 2020. Let's see if they can do it again.
Dangerous game, Breeze. Oh, he can't get anything. Cirque, quick answer here, playing triple box closely. Nades on top of him. He's down to 59 health. Now there's smokes on him too, so he can't see a thing.
Oh, look who's in B.
Oh, it's Doomhouse Deagle. Oh, but he doesn't get automatic. Okay. And that's actually a huge pickup because the bomb had just ejected from the A site. Maybe Lotto decides to go back at this. Meanwhile, EG gonna play a comfortable two-man mid-type moment.
Lots of util. Hall's Lurker. They're not going to win this round without kind of everyone attacking a site. Lurker's going to have, you know, limited impact unless kills come. But we'll see if he finds a timing. He's pressing up on Cirque. Cirque very ready for this position, but I mean, he gets the spot off. However, Stewie dies in mid.
Rush gets recalled from Catwalk. He's ahead of the grenades at the very least, but they're still watching this. Oh, he finds the booster. And on top of that, Taco just dropped bomb bottom mid. Barton, tough spot. Lotto will get out from Palace. Barton, hands on the gun. Molotov making this near impossible at this point. He's going to have so little time to run at this A site and just desperately try to plant with these two CTs trying to cover off his route. But, oh my god, he at least gets around the top of connector. EG will close out this CT side with 7 rounds. Now, that was an 8-round spree from Godsent. And we'll see if they can kick off the second half just as hot. the end of that half, I'm just sat here thinking it could have been worse. At the very least, EG were able to put an end to that 8-round spree of Godsent. It's still a 1-round deficit that they'll start this T-side with. But it's, again, could have been worse.
It's, you know, you're right. It's a close-looking half, but the quality of the rounds that Godsent won were much higher, I would say. Whereas EG won some important economically destroying rounds. So, all right. Second half, first pistol kill goes the way of EG. Making good progress. Dumao gets hit in the head as well.
They got bottom mid control. They've got a sandwich already here. EG, they could just go ahead and take this A site. Go ahead, take it.
They're actually out of grenades.
Go get it.
Okay, so I mean, they have connector control. I think they kind of want jungle so they can try to plant, and Stewie finally clears that out so they can plant opposite triple now. And Godsent will gear up for the retake.
I'm going to go running in. 2 easy pickups here for EG. 5 versus 2. And all's good.
Safe, yeah. No way in here.
Felt like Godsent really didn't want to disrupt that in the middle of everything. They just kind of waited it out. And the Evil Geniuses did the exact same thing. And then when Godsent push out past Ticket, it just gets iced out with a couple headshots.
Yeah, it was very low grenades, you know, so everyone wanted to be... your position was the only utility you really had. So that one came down to just making sure they had the right amount of control to get that bomb planted. That's why it was just so quiet in the mid round. But as soon as Stewie cleared out the jungle, they felt good about it.
Pistol round easy does it. I do want to highlight a stat you dropped right before this map started, and that was Godsent, who have now won 8 rounds on their T side, had a 26% win rate on offense normally on Mirage.
I think, yeah.
So marked improvement, but we will have to wait to see what their CT side has to offer us here tonight.
Yeah, much better on CT overall.
Galils are up for EG. Nothing but USPs on Godsent side, so they really want to milk this round for all they can.
Only Galils here for EG.
Not even one guy with the AK.
No.
All Galils.
No.
Galils.
Oh, yeah. I mean, AKs are inferior, right? They only have
okay, bro.
30 bullets.
They're made of wood.
You hit someone in the head, they die right away. I mean, that's for noobs, right? Galil, you got to hit him twice. Not very many arguments, actually, for AKs.
So inaccurate.
Yeah.
Well, USP peek here from Henny. Stewie sees that as an open invitation. And poor Barton.
Oh, by the way, just quick shout out to that one round where Taco mollied the left side of connector, jumped up on the right side and ran around his molly to make it look like it was connector control. That was sick.
Yeah. I mean, Godsent definitely had prep for that T side. I'm all down for it. USP start to scroll wheel jump.
He wouldn't have been able to get high enough to shoot him.
Okay, bro. Big copes. Lotto back B sides. Oh, if he could only kill Rush, then maybe Breeze and automatic right thereafter. But it is 5 alive for EG. All their Galils have been saved.
Yes, they did save all of them. They were all expensive to lose. No Mac 10.
Scroll wheel jumpers.
Look, instead of a ladder, you just use your mouse wheel.
Gets the headshot, of course.
We need a jump and kill icon, right?
There should be one.
Yeah, there should be one. Because the other day we saw a smoke, headshot, no scope, wall bang.
Yes, we did.
But we could have 5 icons.
Scout, A-site, overpass.
Yeah.
Also, add the knife headshot.
Yeah.
Why not? Stewie looking for the arch player. He is, in fact, right there. Lotto locked in. Henny peeled off of this B site. Utility continues to stream in, but with Dumao pushed down in underpass, maybe they don't have to panic about this B control.
As long, I mean, ooh, did they call it timing here? Let's see if Rush gets support on this, if he's going to walk into it. Dumao's still going to be in tradable spot, but Dumao is sharp as hell. I mean, let's see who is going to win in this position. Man, Stewie's just assuming he's staying down there, but they know Stewie's up here.
Taco's thinking about hitting it from the site. A second for Dumao. He turns his back, though. That's going to be his end. However, that's the bomb confirmed at the very least. And, like you said, they know Stowie's up here, so this should still be a comfortable stack. He hears the fallout. Lotto, worried about Catwalk, goes back, locks himself into Van. Remember, he's got Taco to support him, and suddenly they're just trying to find him, but he has done a really good job of just constantly repositioning. Bro, look at this! Breeze is still checking the Van. The jump out from Automatic, he's only got 9 HP in the 1v1. And as he peeks around from Catwalk, Barton bags him.
Oof. They were schmoovin'. That was hard to find. But it was also an exec where Stewie gets out the window. They're not really following with him. They're a bit delayed, and man, I swear the only way you can kill Dumao is if he turns around. Because one
he's
on
like
one,
Medusa.
Yeah, you don't stand a chance. He's gonna freeze you.
Don't look him in the eyes.
That's crazy.
Shoot him in the back of the head. With that,
man, that was a really good start from EG too. That smoke to the end of halls. They pressed up, took a kill, fell back from that spot. Didn't know about the timing in underpass. Guess could have just been a bit more careful there, but didn't know. Not a fun way to lose a round.
Quick little sigh there from Rush. Shake it off.
Less of a B-side exec and more just a few different lurks. Wow, Rush is 20-7.
Yeah, putting in numbers.
Okay.
It's not every day we get a Rush top frag, so let's enjoy this while it lasts. See if he can ride that high. Dumao flashed off connector. Nice headshot here from Automatic. See you later, Lotto.
Second best rifler of EG for the past 3 months, Automatic.
Yeah, it feels like he's really found his groove coming back to CSGO. Remember Stewie speaking on his behalf and saying, you know, he kind of feels like he is a rookie. Took so much time off Counter-Strike, really felt like he had to kind of rediscover it all.
He's clearly done the work to get on Rusty, though.
Oh, Stewie moves forward as that smoke is thrown, and he gets clipped by Dumao. Henny's going to find Cirque on the cap play just over top of that. And suddenly we get this quick turn of attention from Evil Geniuses. They're going to go ahead and attack this B site. Taco, he hears all of this movement, does good damage versus Breeze, but can't finish him off. Bomb plant on default. Barton holds cross, but we've already got Rush locked into the bench. Thought maybe that was setting up the peak deep market, but nope. Rush is happy to just sit back on his laurels. Meanwhile, Automatic now joining them from the apartments, so a lot of time has actually been burned off at the clock, and the T side, they haven't faced anything. Not too aggressive whatsoever. Dumao will finish off Rush. Remember, Breeze incredibly low, and Automatic up in the apartments, but a perfectly timed peek from Breeze means this is 10 and a lead for EG.
Yeah, and then he's kind of trapped in here. He gets away with a little bit of health. And we'll see if he survives the bomb. He's good. Oh my God, both EG players die. Oh. Oh, that's pricey.
That could have serious consequences.
It could, yeah. Henny's presence right there.
Yeah.
Just kept them in a little longer than they could afford to be.
Breeze this peak, I mean, he just finds perfect timing.
Yeah, and he only has 9 health, so. Well.
What's the money like? EG, this is all just reinvested entirely.
Yeah.
No extra little pocket of cash. No couch cushions to be flipping upside down. And inside Palace, yo, bro, Breeze, he's got a knife out. He better come in on high alert. He takes the MP9 to the head. Automatic's right here. Oh, the dink is so good. And there's a second CT not far behind, with Automatic thinking that he's done enough damage to Barton. He could be drawn right into Lotto, but he doesn't go around the corner.
I am shocked that Barton doesn't just finish that fight. He has Automatic strafing back and forth at the end of halls and dinks him. Now, Automatic is still low, but that's a big win, at least for EG back.
I'm also surprised, like, you know, Lotto, seeing as how close they knew they had Breeze to death, they're Automatic, like, Lotto didn't even think of pushing and trading. You know, Barton fell back with him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was weird.
I don't know. Felt like that could have been an easy 5 versus 3 inside of Palace. Or worst case, 4 versus 3.
For sure.
They'll give a little lifeline to Evil Geniuses. Some wiggle room up catwalk.
Op still up here on the CT side.
Dumau's going to hear this. They don't clear ladder.
They don't clear ladder. And they're going to get followed.
Stewie's watching it.
No, he's too tight on this.
There's a gap there, and Dumau going to just exist within it. Henny cautious of Stewie's position, and now they know exactly where Stewie 2K's at. Quick trade in from Lotto, 2v2 here in round 20. And Godsent have to make a decision. They get close enough to this site. They've got that bench player locked in. Automatic coming off the plant with 13 HP and a Molotov in hand. Throws that forward towards window. Will not stop it. Excuse me. It's on Cat. Not a problem whatsoever. Health advantage here for Godsent. Rush tucks back behind bench. Is not seen. Lotto has an inkling, but he turns his attention away from Rush. A pop-up with the Galil, and a consistency from Henny as he gets both those frags, and Godsent's 10th. We are tied again at 10.
Yeah, 2 op kills in the retake from Henny. That's well done. What a weird position they found themselves in with a player inside of ladder that didn't get cleared out. Stewie inside the window, who's kind of saying, I can watch Cat a bit. But then I think it's Lotto who basically takes like the narrowest route around the bricks and isn't spotted. Things get so ridiculous. But with that, that's every EG member dead in the last 2 rounds, even though they won the last one. So no money whatsoever here. And Godsent will be fully well aware of that.
Such a weird economy problem. Oh. Thick. Good nade deep into the apartments. Little stream of flashbangs and a little stream of Evil Geniuses. And a bigger stream of bullets. A1S's just shred them to pieces. Taco, easy does it. No casualties, no worries here for Godsent. Right back into that 11-10.
Probably not looking at an up, purchased up from EG on this round. 1 player on about 4,800, so that'd be a glass cannon moment. And it's T side, so we can see rifles and nades here. Not really sure what EG will try.
Not shying away from this at all, huh? Damn, he's on the cusp of a gunfight. And Evil Geniuses just tuck in. If Godsent think, oh, maybe there was one. No. Majority of Evil Geniuses hot on their trail. Following in their fallback footsteps.
Maybe there's a timing for them here.
Could be. We see a player top connector with a grenade out, and still Dumau wins his duel. Lotto's a little bit cautious about overextending here, and I don't blame him. For all he knows, and he would be right, multiple bodies still within mid. Automatic piecing together control of the map. He'll double back through the apps. Cirque has bomb in mid still.
This is yeah, this is interesting. I mean, Cirque's also got all the grenades. Automatic just has 2 flashes. I don't know if they're going to feel comfortable about taking the A site in this way without a smoke. They have enough players, but now they're going to need kills to get that bomb plant. It'll be really hard to maintain some control. So Automatic just comes to make sure no one's pushed out of B. Bomb will go back through spawn. 35 seconds, and that Automatic becomes a lurker. 2 in CT. Henny could have some easy fights since they don't have a smoke. Interesting.
Yeah, a little bit worried about the close ramp, so really has to be the Palace push that jackknifes this one open. Double CT peek, op included, and Breeze. He's going to get shaved off the back of that push. Cirque pushes with bomb through ramp into sight. They've got Automatic still with mid control. That lurk comes up to make sure nobody peeks over catwalk, and it's going to be quite some time until Godsent are all here in position. A little caution here from Taco. They lost control of window, of jungle, so he definitely clears those corners properly. Feels like Lotto will be left to peek late. First, the CT challenge comes outwards, and the MP9 of Barton kills Cirque. Now Lotto starts to come forward. Automatic's position certainly known, and Lotto wastes no time taking him down. Rush within jungle. Taco's on top of bomb. He gets covered.
Lotto gets out of Cat into connector so quickly. He's at the top of connector and can trade that instantly.
Dude, guy's on roller skates.
Yeah, he's super fast. Well, that's well done. Yeah, it was already kind of a tough spot to try to get that bomb off, especially with Henny and CT with the op. And the one molly they used on ramp, I was thinking maybe they used the molly to, if there was somebody sitting near the ramp, that he might come and try to peek it or have his attention drawn while the Palace guys come out. Or they molly the ramp and then a smoke comes down and then the Palace guys come out in that way as well. But just that little bait's not quite exactly enough. They were actually both quite low on grenades there, but player advantage for Godsent and maintaining CT control are both critical. No money again here for EG. That buy wasn't even that great. They'll half-E into this.
Little apartment spam coming through from Taco, but no problem. No problems whatsoever. What do we got? 2 smokes? No, excuse me, more than that. Whole collection, essentially, for EG.
You can get that Ocean Drive with Stat Track?
Yeah.
Man.
Why is yours not Stat Track?
I don't know, because I opened one. But it wasn't statty.
I think you're a broke chump.
No, I'm sad.
Yeah.
No, I got it in a case.
Still broke.
I was okay.
Profits broke. Here it is. This is quick. All of a sudden, we're going running through connector. Oh, Lotto, you rat, you animal. He finds Automatic's head inside a connector. That one almost feels unfair, but Breeze has got a dirty deeg of his own. And the bomb plant will come through. Cirque now pops up. A1S in hand. Taco quickly cutting one off of the backside of ramp. And Lotto could be instrumental here. But he will be held off by Rush eventually. Still a little bit of space for Lotto to clear out. Remember, bomb's going to make this a little bit more problematic, but Rush going down to that. It's going to push all the pressure onto the shoulders of Cirque. With an A1S, he waits on Tetris. He's been baited into shooting, and Henny swings out superbly. Quick little headshot and a quick little retake. That is Godsent with another.
I will say they move slowly in the retakes, but with conviction. They're always doing something. They commit to their fights. They're aware of, like, that last spot that a T could be left in the post-plant position. So, yeah, Godsent have been pretty cool to watch in these positions.
I think that was very evident with, like, the Henny op kill on the bench player when they were retaking B.
And Lotto coming up late through Cat.
Yep.
Right? Killing Automatic inside a connector, that kind of thing.
I mean, he shot him through smoke, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah.
Bamboozled.
Breeze can feel this fight. He's like, do I want to throw grenades right now?
They both throw fire. Fight fire with fire. A push with a push. They'll go 2 players down through ramp. Breeze doubles back to catch it. Will catch Barton. Oh! And a headshot into Dumau. Very nicely done. Big 5v3 chance considering EG trail by 3 rounds and Godsent are 3 away from eliminating Evil Geniuses.
And Breeze knows that there was actually somebody waiting for him in the halls, and it was probably one of the 2 guys that came down the ramp as well. So he'll go and take that space back. Teammates up at the top of mid, and it looks like Godsent are just kind of gambling towards B. If it ends B, this will be a mistake from EG. It'll be hard to read. And Godsent just prepping for the save, basically. Very sound decision.
All right. Convincing. And accumulating a lot of economy off the back of this. That is, to me, really what Evil Geniuses need. Because that bomb explosion forced into the double saves, that was a problem on the first half of Overpass for them, CT side. Like, just the timing of their round losses.
Yeah.
Didn't make their jobs any easier. Godsent also played better, so that was really their biggest problem.
But, 5 alive round. The economy's back.
13-11. Game goes on.
Game goes on. We saw EG have a fantastic recovery in the second part of the first half. After that 8-round streak from Godsent. we'll see if they learn once again. Just get used to what Godsent have brought in these early rounds. Because, yeah, you know, Godsent picking Mirage, probably super weird for EG. But if they can learn fast enough, you know, maybe that game plan will deplete. They won't have enough tricks up their sleeves to kind of reintegrate it into their veto. And EG can punish them because they've got some reps on Mirage, even though themselves don't have the big wins either. They did play it 3 times in the RMR and won it.
Yep.
They beat 9Z. They beat Pain, actually.
Do you mean major attendees 9Z?
Yes, major attendees 9Z.
Wow.
You beat them.
I suppose that's no easy feat.
Yeah.
The one-off victory from Evil Geniuses again. We've got to see it with consecutive round wins. Dumao, oh, with him and Barton both on that A site, they lock in the kills. Down goes Stewie, down goes Breeze, down goes the hopes of any early A aggression. Mid could still be recovered by Automatic at the top of it, but you can see Rush still down in underpass, worried about the apartments flank as well. So this is just Evil Geniuses with so much now to do and so fewer pieces to play with. Oh, and Cirque, he may have phased that smoke, but Henny will edge him out, and that is Godsent with a 14th essentially.
Yeah, this will be tough. I mean, it's already it's like a minute 10, so you don't want to save, but Bomb here on the ramp, they're not really close to it. They'll start to work up into connector. Lotto's ready for this peak. And one CT does go down.
That's an opening, but Automatic taking a dink surely doesn't make this any easier. Dumao feels the call to action. Rush confirms he's still in here and attacked with his back turned. A sucker punch from Dumao. But you don't fight to make friends. And Evil Geniuses just relying on the 18 HP of Automatic. His Glock is dry, and Godsent 2 away from sending EG packing.
I don't even know what happened there. Barton goes to the top of stairs, just feels him coming out A ramp.
Oh, look at this.
Or, sorry, it wasn't even Barton.
Yep.
Out to the top of stairs. Immediately starts spamming through the smoke, and Barton's ready on triple as well.
That was the nice thing about it. You know, Dumao just consistently shooting off. I feel like the Tetris player, maybe if it doesn't feel like a full clip spam, will he always swing? But Barton right there to help.
It looks like EG tried to pull off something that Godsent used on them in the first half. They ran up A ramp, they put mid control on first to attract the attention of the connector player.
Oh, yeah.
But in this situation, they were more ready for A than anything else.
A consistency in this series is praising Godsent and their team play. Just like last round where we get Barton helping Dumao. Now he saves the day in mid. We get Rush with the Henny trade frag, but again, Dumao is everywhere.
Yeah.
Comes attacking up the staircase. 4 versus 2 established, and Godsent CT side about to secure 15. Dumao just like this kingpin of Counter-Strike tonight for Godsent.
Yeah, he's been beast mode. The activity from him is one thing. The awareness is another. He's dealing with a lot of different positions. Kind of the perfect connector player on paper.
Right? It's like this omnipresence. Wherever they need him, he is. And Evil Genius is feeling the sting of that, but Automatic will walk out from Palace. Nobody sees him. Cirque cracks a kill in connector. This push down beneath Automatic could be punished. If he just looked down the ladder, he had a chance. Barton taken down to 32, but instead it's Cirque 1v3.
Well, what are you made of? I mean, they're fighting against 15, 30 seconds. Probably had to be a couple mistakes here from Godsent, so it looks like Cirque is potentially just going to get into the Palace to save, to play it back. And we look at the mini-map, kind of same situation. Players die coming up the ramp. This time one out of Palace, but inside of mid as well. And way more activity from Godsent in both mid and on A, which draws a nice contrast to, again, the game plan from Godsent in the first half, where they put a ton of pressure on mid and A themselves, but had a lot more success doing so.
Counter-terrorists win.
On the desk, they were plainly kind of talking about just chemistry, as you know, because you could say, oh, in this specific situation you should peek, in this specific situation you should peek, but all these players already know that. So it kind of feels like, why would you bring that up as a reason? But instead, they're clearly not feeling it together, because some of these decisions they already know they should make.
Do or die.
Do or die. Oh yeah, this is elimination. I always forget. from the showdown. Last time out called here from EG.
What a stressful situation to be in as well, right? You go to the RMR, you fail to qualify for the Antwerp Major. You come back home, you play the Dallas qualifier, you get eliminated, you're not playing in your own country. Now it's showdown time, another chance to get into a stadium, a proper LAN, and you fall at the first hurdle. You know, it is a bleak black hole for evil geniuses. I don't know if these guys can see that ray of light, but they're going to have to hunt for it here, find that deep hold on the end of this T side. 4 consecutive round wins, or Godsent will eliminate them here and now in the opening match of the showdown. Lotto wasting no time towards the top of mid. Dumau's already got the opening pick, and this is not with a whimper, but a bang. Godsent in the opening 20 seconds of round 27 have 3 kills immediately in mid. They've got bomb dropped in the cubby. Breeze, desperate as he walks out from Palace with this Desert Eagle, will at least not have been found, and a beauty of a 1D, but Breeze is down at the hands of Henny. A quick trade from the Opper. Godsent's newest piece, and Godsent's solution to their own RMR woes. They weren't even there with EG, but they're certainly here tonight in the server. Their very first Mirage win, 1 kill away from locking that in, and Rush hunts for the clutch. Players all around this A site, a little jump towards Ticket. That's a great invitation, but a deadly invitation from Dumau. Down goes EG, forward moves Godsent. The showdown is a brutal place to play.
Man, that was a little bit hard to watch. You know, you try to find silver linings. I'm sure the devs are going to have a lot more to say, but there were just very few redeeming qualities about that match from EG. I mean, when I talk about conditioning, a lot of times I'm usually looking at the T side, and in that game, we saw Godsent condition on the T side with a clear game plan that had a lot of variety. They were a little bit weaker on B, but overall, they got away with mid, they got away with A. We switch over to the second half, they're continuing to condition EG, but on CT side, they're slow about their mid control, but they're catching them coming out A ramp. They're catching them at the bottom connector, and in the final round, they're pushing to the top of mid finally.
Yep.
They were the ones painting this tapestry in that 100%. Match on a map that they have a 0% win rate on. No big wins at all. And even if EG aren't prepared for them there, they were still ready to play Mirage in any other veto, but it didn't look like it.
Didn't, no. And we talked to Stewie yesterday. He said it himself, right? Feels like the team is playing not to lose, playing a little too timid. And right here tonight, Godsent wanted the win. They took it by their own control. And with that, we congratulate them as they move forward in the showdown. We pass this one back over to Freya, Pimp, and Noah.
A solid showing from the side of Godsent. They continue their run here at the Spring Showdown, but in the same vein, unfortunately, once again for EG, they fall at the first hurdle. This is the savagery of the showdown. They are eliminated here after their first match against Godsent.
They sure are, and unfortunately, it's another one of those where you watch the game, you look at the way they play, and you think to yourself, well, it's probably for the better they get eliminated. They're not ready for it right now. They're not good enough to beat a team like Godsent, and they weren't even close today as well. It is dire times for evil geniuses, and I think I did say, how bad can you be? But I guess the bottom has no limits right now.
I think that's the extra heartbreaking thing when we talk about AG. I know, Noah, you were saying coming into this, you've got to give them a bit of relief from that pressure. You've got to give them a little bit of time. But then, Pimp, you're saying, I feel like we've been giving them that time as well. It's a really kind of almost purgatory place for EG to be being in right now.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling a lot of empathy for them right now.
Yeah.
Just because it's super tough, and being in that space as a player, it's very dissatisfying, and it feels as though you drop into a hole of darkness and there isn't a way out. And this is the mind space, that these players are in, and whether they ever say it out loud or not, that's entirely up to them. But that's where they are. And it makes a tough job for the coach as well, because where is he? He's thinking that he needs to figure this out. How can we solve this? When really it's like, man, I don't know if there is anything to solve. It's like, how can we just just stop the momentum and reignite something else?
Yeah, and that's the real difficulty when it comes to EG, because you kind of said it perfectly coming into this, Jacob. We kind of talked about the individual players, but it isn't just that that's lacking. It's kind of the chemistry, the synergy, the team play that we just see lacking from you.
It's just not working right now, right? It seems like Stewie said it right. Connor reiterated saying that they're playing not to lose right now, and there's just so many. There's so many red flags, you know, yellow flags popping up all the time when you hear the players' interviews. I respect the players and I respect the careers they've had. You know, Rush even said in an interview as well that he hasn't been going to the gym the last 8 to 10 days. He's trying to put in a lot of hours. So I'm almost feeling, you know, I'm feeling sad in a way. I don't want to trash them. I don't want to talk bad about them. But fact of the matter is that right now it's just not working out for EG. That is still one of the most expensive NA teams to be built, you know, in terms of salary and the caliber of the players. And we have to expect more. The players have to deliver more, and it's just overall a very sad situation.
And when we're talking about team play, we've got to totally flip the script when we're looking at the side of Godsent. I was really impressed with the synergy they threw throughout this entire best of 3 series.
Absolutely. Dumas was incredible, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch him. You know, getting this series, you know, that educated me a little bit more on these guys. And actually, I was talking to Danny just a little bit, and I was like, hey, you know, players like Lotto, players like Barton, they have more of an identity to find. Dumas seems as though he's cementing himself as kind of like this player who's always going to show up. He's going to be reliable. And we've got somebody like Henny, who, of course, we know, very experienced. He's been through the jungle, you know, essentially in this experience of professional Counter-Strike. So we know what we're going to get from him, and we know that he's a superstar opper, potentially, and we've got Taco with the experience.
It's almost like bringing in Henny has freed up Dumas to become even better. Before that, you know, you had an AWP situation within Godsent where it was floating around a little bit. Some maps Dumas would play it, other maps Ladder would play it, and it was, you know, constantly free-flowing. Now you bring in Henny and you bring in stability with the AWP. At least that's what you're aiming for, right? That's his gun, that's his position, which then frees up Dumas to just focus on the rifle. And what we've seen in this game, as of lately, that's a player who has a great future within Counter-Strike. He was absolutely manhandling EG, without a doubt the best player on the server tonight. And you know what we've seen so far? That's a player that hopefully will only get better time by time, and that could be what elevates Godsent into becoming relevant again.
And you talk about Dumas kind of solidifying his identity as well. How would you describe that from what you've kind of seen thus far? What have been the flares of sort of brilliance that you've seen coming out of Dumas?
Convicting. It seems as though that in his play he's very convicting, and he's not indecisive. You know, he's not questioning himself. He's not doubting himself, and that's what's key. If he wants to be this consistent rifler, if he wants to be this player that it seems like he knows that he can be, then he needs to embody these traits within himself.
Well, a solid victory from the side of Godsent. We do have some winning words courtesy of Taco.
So Taco, another confident win here against EG. I want to say that when it comes into this matchup for you, to me, when I'm looking at the game, it never really felt like you guys lost control of it. Did it feel like that for you?
No, at all. To be really fair, I felt that we had the control of the game the entire series, to be honest.
And that was really solid stuff, and the individuals were shining. When I first saw you come on this interview, a big smile on your face. Now, it's the first step, but what is it with you guys going up against EG that you feel like you have these kind of games versus them?
I just think that we had a good preparation. 3 days ago, we won Vertigo against them, which is a map that they are struggling on. And for this time around, instead of picking Vertigo again, which would be expected for them, we picked a map that we are practicing really hard and feeling really confident on it, which is Mirage. So I just think that it was a matter of a good preparation and us being really on point today, and the team played really well.
And did you see that Mirage as like a risk at all? Because when we were looking at your last few months of statistics on it, you know, we're looking at like you guys hadn't won it, and we're thinking, oh, maybe they're giving EG a chance here. But obviously, you had huge confidence.
Yeah, of course the results. I know the results are bad, and that's actually something that you can play with. Our results were really bad on Mirage, but that was before Phelps. So with Henny, we have a different map pool. Mirage is a map that we feel confident to play, and the stats were lying this time. We like the map.
The stats lie for sure when it comes to that one. Now going forward throughout the rest of the tournament, how are you feeling when it comes up to some of the other teams? Because at least in the Americas showdown, it's like some of the best teams from the whole region.
Yeah, it's gonna be intense, I would say. I think we got 2 more BO3s to play if we want to qualify. The first one is gonna be between Furia and ATK, if I'm not mistaken. Both teams are hard to play against. Of course, Furia are the clear favorites, but it would be a Brazilian derby, and we are kind of excited if that happens.
I think everyone would certainly be excited if that does happen. Well, Taco, you've done a great job so far today, and we're looking forward to seeing the rest of the games go down. I'll catch you later, man.
Okay, thank you, Banks. Thank you, everyone watching at home. God mode, let's go.
Hey.
I absolutely love that
Wonderful.
full force of Taco going forward. And that's something that I really respect about this Godsent project as well. I know you touched on it earlier, Noah, the fact that, we've got these veterans in the side of Taco, in the side of Henny, but then you've got some of these younger, newer stars of Brazil coming up. And it seems like the synergy with them, I'm really impressed with what we've seen.
Invaluable, it seems, having Taco on your team. And it kind of seems like him and Coldzera are on parallel projects, where they come from this original team and they're just kind of like leading these teams, and these players like Dumao and Lotto and Barton and even Henny, they're going to trust Taco. They're going to trust what he has to say. And honestly, Taco has always been a selfless project, a selfless player. He's always going to lead his team into operating out of his best interest and their best interest as well. So he's somebody you can rely on.
I'm just super happy we still have him around.
Yes.
I'm just happy he hasn't retired. The day Taco is no longer going to be around in Counter-Strike is going to be a sad day for Counter-Strike. So good to see him finding some success. And as said, the young guns, they're soaking in all the experience.
Well, unfortunately for EG, that does mean they are down and out of the Spring Showdown, but we do have a few departing words from Rush before they leave the competition.
So, Rush, another loss here against Godsent, and certainly not the start you would have wanted for the showdown, especially for being single elimination. When you're looking at what's going on with the team right now, would you say that sometimes there's a disconnect of what you guys want to do? Because when we're looking at the cameras and stuff, it seems like you're not as hyped and as animated as we normally see from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to be hyped and animated, as you put it, when you're losing a lot of games. We kind of need to get confidence from some wins, and it's not like we're not trying to win. It's just we can't really get over the finish line. It's like a consistent thing with us. Like, even versus Liquid, I feel like we had really good chances to beat them in the IM Dallas qualifier. We won the first map, and we were up in the second map, but our mental game got to us, I guess, and we lost that BO3. I think winning a game like a BO3 like that would kind of like roll our confidence a bit, but we've been losing a lot, obviously. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to get in it, and we're trying our best, and it's a work in progress, I think.
And when we look at the experience on the team, right, lots of you have played and won big tournaments across your careers. Is there someone or something you can do together to kind of build that confidence back up outside of just getting some wins? Someone to motivate or pull you guys further forward?
Yeah, we could definitely use just more. Everyone on the team could be more hyped in general. I agree with that. But I think we also need more time together. I mean, we've had a lot of time together in like Europe, like maybe like 1 or 2 months. But I still think playing online is only a hindrance for us, especially in NA. There are some good NA teams playing right now here, but now that the major's coming up, there's going to be like 0 good practice here, maybe 1 or 2 teams, 3 teams. And it's not like we can keep playing them over and over and over. So going forward, I think the only way we're going to improve at a fast rate is if we go back to Europe and play there for an extended period of time.
And for the future, do you know what you're going to be doing during this period?
No, I have no idea. It's something we have to sit down and talk about as a team, because it's unacceptable the way we're playing and the results we're getting, not making the major, all these things, like, no doubt it's really bad and it looks bad. And I don't think any of us don't think that. So we have to really sit down as a team and organization and talk with each other and see what makes most sense going forward, whether it be continuing with this roster, changing something. I mean, something has to change for sure, because, I mean, just look at our results. But it doesn't have to be necessarily a roster change. It can always be a mentality shift that we need.
Definitely. And in terms of like you right now, how are you feeling? Because obviously you come back from a bit of time off, you come into this, I'd say number-wise, you're looking good, individually you look strong, but is it starting to get to you? Because I know all of you guys are so competitive, you want to win, you have that drive.
Yeah, it's been wearing on me a lot. I think, no shit, it hurt to not make the major, but I really put everything into that. So yeah, that hurt a lot to not make that. It's probably like one of the worst losses in my career. And I'm still trying to get over it to this day. But I think as long as we hold on to hope with ourselves, I think we can still make it happen, whether it be on this team or our individual careers, because I think every player on this team has the potential to be a star. Maybe besides me, I think more of a support player, but everyone else on this team has the potential to be one of the best players in NA. And I think, yeah, it's not showing right now, but I'm hoping down the line we start showing that.
Well, no matter how you look at it, Rush, I think you're more than just a support player for sure. You do still put up them numbers, so I understand what you're feeling at the moment, and I just know that you guys will bounce back. So thank you for your time, Rush, and we'll catch you next time.
Thanks, Banks. See ya.
Huge respect to Rush for giving us some very insightful words after a very tough period for the side of EG. But we do need to move on to our CS Money Player of the Day. You guys know the deal by now. Head on over to Twitter to get your votes in to crown our champion play, day number 1. What have we got coming up first?
No other than Spinks, the big highlight play of the day, at least according to me. The AK-47 coming out on Ancient T side at a moment in the game where it could have gone the way of Copenhagen Flames. This guy was all over the server today, dropping bombs left, right, and center. And this ace is just another beautiful round by Spinks.
Yeah, and next up we have Cadian with the confidence building. Just on Inferno, you know, they're already up 12-1. He's just having fun at this point. This play is actually very reminiscent of Device's 4K, right? At the same time, but it's beautiful.
Not a bad play. KNTC also wanted to play a little bit with a highlight, standing top hot right here and just mowing down the boys from Heroic. They got to show a bit of their skill, NKT, so the KNTC, and as I said, you know, it was great to see them play well, great to see them make impact. Unfortunately, they didn't win the game, but at least have a chance of winning highlight of the day.
Yeah, that might be the silver lining amongst all this.
Not too bad.
Of course, we're going to be recapping exactly who is crowned our day number 1 champion in our pre-show tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for that one as well. We do need to check in with our Betway predictions, though, from the talent side of life, because I believe... Oh, actually... We're all pretty even across the board, except for... Oh, no, wait, Mahone, obviously, big brain. That kind of makes sense. So he would be getting...
Mahone and the fans, you know.
Yeah, Mahone and the fans.
One step
just
ahead.
1-on-1. Launders, on the other hand, not so much. How does that EG pick feel as well for you, Pimp? Because you were defending that vehemently earlier on.
I think that was a typo, actually. I think I wanted to type Godsent, but I somehow ended up typing in EG, and yeah, I take the
Moses has the screenshots, so...
Moses is also weeping right now, yeah.
I thought there was like a sacred place where we keep our dirty little secrets there, but
I don't know what you've been showing in that chat, but maybe we should move swiftly on from that and take a look at the bracket, because we have wrapped up some of our EU competitions today. Of course, one of the NA games too, in case you guys missed out on any of the action. We did see ENCE taking the win over Copenhagen Flames after one of the closest series of the day. And then, of course, Heroic doing as expected. But, you know, maybe the scoreline is not too indicative of, you know, how close NKT managed to make that nuke. We were very surprised on that.
They showed up on nuke. And they did a good job, you know. They made themselves proud, they made me proud, and they made their fans proud. So kudos for that.
And we've also got one of our NA games, as you just saw, obviously witnessed the side of Godsent wrapping it up against Evil Geniuses. If you guys aren't familiar with the format, of course, this is single elimination. So if you lose the best of 3, you are out of the competition in one of the most savage formats we see in Counter-Strike. Of course, only one of these 2 teams, for the 8 teams from each division will be making it to the spring finals in Lisbon. And we can take a look at exactly what is on the docket tomorrow's games. We have 3 more best of 3s gracing the screen. Astralis taking on Movistar Riders to be kicking off the day. Bad News Eagles taking on NIP in our second game, and ATK versus Freya coming off to round out the night. What is your highlight game of the day tomorrow, Nifty?
I would like to focus on Astralis and Movistar.
Yeah?
I actually would like to know more about Movistar, so I would really be looking for them to surprise me here and take down Astralis. But there even is upset potential for Bad News Eagles and even ATK as well.
That's my game. Bad News Eagles going up against NIP. I think they are right now becoming a fan favorite for a lot of people out there. They play exciting Counter-Strike. They play with passion. And to be honest, they play with quality as well. They have a lot of great individual aimers, a lot of great individual skill. Going up against NIP, who we're still trying to learn and figure out with Brawl and S-Attack on the AWP. Already a lot of great storylines going on right now.
Yeah, the excitement is certainly going to be continuing into day 2 of the Spring Showdown tomorrow. Make sure you join us same time, same place for 3 more best of 3s. The Counter-Strike is going to be continuing. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.